Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show. With everyone's favorite, why is the background still the same as it was from Sunday? Adam Friended.
What's up? I noticed.
Get
Look,
out of here.
there was
Look
he
at this.
skipped a beat. You were like, but it's Wednesday. As you're saying Tuesday, you were like,
Whatever. It's Tuesday. It's Wednesday. It's all the same day. Okay, it doesn't matter.
I
I'm
noticed
not
that.
used to. We're not used to streaming Wednesday. That's right. I hope everyone had a happy Halloween yesterday.
Yes. Hope you had lots of candy. Got extra cavities.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I haven't done the background yet. Look, we were messing around. We're already 15 minutes late.
That's true.
So I figured, look, I didn't have time to do a little light graphic design before the show. It's fine. It's good. I saw you arguing with Sammy G on Twitter anyway, so it's relevant.
Arguing.
And we're going to read some super chats, right? Don't we have a bunch of super chats?
We do.
Yeah, so.
We have super chats. We're going to listen to this podcast that you found that you were very excited to show me. That's all about the Trump policy towards Israel. This is a lot of things I had never, ever heard before in my entire life. And I'm kind of shocked at how bad the reporting is on this because this is super interesting.
It is, so you found it interesting too. I was like, holy cow, this is straight dictator's handbook here.
Yeah, it was very fascinating. Basically, like they were talking about how Trump actually really doesn't like Netanyahu at all.
Yeah, hates his guts. He says in the podcast, he says, fuck that guy.
Yeah, and I'm like, what? How is all this like this?
How
to
is
me
this
really
not
shows,
front page news?
I know, like how is the reporting on this so? I mean, I know why the reporting on this was so bad at the time. Was because everyone, the media had
Trump
such TDS,
had TDS. Yeah, exactly.
Right? And so there was like they didn't
what?
really know.
Trump gets peace in the Middle East? We can't report on this.
Well, they didn't really know how to report on Trump-Israel stories really at all, because on one hand, they want to attack everything Trump does, but on the other hand, they don't want to like piss off all the Jews if he's doing things for Israel that Jewish people might like. And so they're kind of like, well, how do we report on this story? I don't know.
Like, I guess you're right. I guess you're right, because look, he's doing something very smart politically, which is tough for them to handle. Like he's catering to Jewish voters who are predominantly liberal. Like he's going to snipe some Jewish voters here, right? And he's appealing to his evangelical base at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and it's interesting. Well, I don't know. He was doing smart things. He's also doing stupid things, because they talked about in the beginning. Trump actually really liked the leader of the Palestinian Authority. I forget the guy's name.
Yes.
That's the guy who's the government in the West Bank, not Hamas, obviously, in Gaza. And Trump totally destroyed their relationship, because he just kind of said like, oh, let's just have them like move the capital to Jerusalem. And he didn't realize how big of an issue that would be, despite the fact that everyone on the planet knew that, well, how big of an issue that was.
Yeah, you're right. That was not smart. When I said smart politically, and keep in mind, oftentimes smart politically is dumb, universally or morally, right?
Yes.
He thinks this is a big win for my evangelical base if I move the capital to Israel. And like he's doing it purely for political reasons, but he doesn't realize that, this is going to piss a lot of people off and maybe scuttle this Abraham Accords deal.
Yeah, well, so Trump. So I say this a lot. People's strengths are also their weakness, and so part of Trump's strength is his rashness,
right?
And his idea that like, well, I can just do things and people will just deal with it, and that can work in a lot of situations, but there's a lot of situations where that will backfire. And I feel like the moving the capital to Jerusalem definitely seemed to be one of those cases, because he's just like, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna do what I always do. I'm just gonna do whatever, I think makes sense, and people will just deal with it. And it's like, oh, people didn't really want to deal with it.
There's also an interesting thing going on with the capitalism versus anti-capitalism stuff, because I guess there has been like a move towards peace in the Middle East because there's a lot of business going on between these Arab nations and Israel that is just not widely reported on. I had no idea
Right.
that this was a thing, right?
Yep.
So the while you have all these, fire and brimstone radicals saying death to Israel, you quietly have all the business types behind the scenes going, look, we kind of like to have peace in the Middle East so we could, sell products to one another, right?
Right.
That's got to be difficult for like the Hassans of the world who think, capitalism is a negative force constantly in geopolitics and just culture in general, right?
Well, it's not. I mean, well, first of all, Hassan is very anti-Israel, so that would further show him that capitalism is bad, right?
Oh, well, I mean, is it? Look, I guess if
Not for
Hassan,
us, because we'd say, as we people that like capitalism. I mean,
look,
but this has been
my
the way.
point. My point is, look,
I understand what your
capitalism
point is.
can bring peace. I guess you're saying Hassan doesn't want peace in the Middle East and also hates capitalism. So
Right.
therefore,
Yeah, but I understand
this is something he loves.
Well, one of the things about capitalism that's interesting, which has both positive and negative effects, is that it biases you towards the winner, or I should not say the winner. It biases you towards success. And so, since the Middle East, wants, all the rulers, they want money. Okay.
Well,
They
no, this
want
is their
resources. They want to maintain their power and they want to have their country be economically strong. And if Israel exists there and they need, and Israel's a good like trading partner, gives them resources or whatever,
That's
they're going to
good.
yeah, that's good
Yeah.
for them and they're going to utilize that. And that's why in a lot of these situations, and this is true in the past, but more true now, where like I think that's part of why a lot of the Arab countries did want to normalize relations with Israel is because yeah, like a lot of the population is still like insanely anti-Semitic, insanely anti-Israel.
Racist. Yeah, they're all
Right,
racist pieces of shit.
but the leaders are a lot more like, not for all the countries, but for all the countries, the leaders are a lot more pragmatic, and they're just like,
Yeah.
oh well, we'll just trade with you, whatever. Like it's fine. We just
Yeah,
don't be very
exactly.
loud about it.
Yeah, they're basically, look, they're pragmatists, like business people tend to be. That is one of the most positive things about capitalism that you can't deny it.
Sure.
You can't deny it. People are willing to put racism aside to make some money. Like
it's
what?
True.
So look, what's the matter with that? That's a good thing. We should be screaming that from the mountaintops, right?
That's true. That's a good point.
You want to fight racism in the world? Sorry, Hassan. You got to embrace capitalism. It's true.
You don't understand.
Totally
Adam.
true.
No. You don't understand. The capitalism makes people more racist. If it wasn't for capitalism, racism would be gone.
All those people are so full of shit. They're so full of shit.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
I should look this up. I have a tweet that I bookmarked. It's my own tweet.
Mm-hmm.
all of my tweets are like the most base tweets, so I always bookmark them. But it's one about this study I came across that showed there was like less racism. I don't know how they did this study, but they went through a bunch of different communities all over the globe and cataloged like the amount of multi-ethnic, multicultural mixing and proximity to a capitalist style market. And the closer people were, here it is. The closer people live to markets, the more pro-social they are. I guess if you want pro-social people, you should encourage free markets. And if you want anti-social people, you should encourage socialism. So it's Joseph Henrich did this study. So they had some questionnaire for pro-sociality. And the closer people were to a market, the
what
more
do you mean
pro-social
by
they were.
A market?
Distance that they lived from some sort of market where they exchanged goods and services for money.
Okay.
Yes.
So like the physical
distance, yes,
to
correlates. Yeah, correlates with pro-sociality. which is higher trust, higher association with different ethnic groups and races and all this kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. No. Well, there could be some kind of like correlation, causation, or backwards.
It's Joseph Henrich. Like he's a Harvard sociologist. You'd think he would suss that stuff out.
Well, no. I mean, listen, just because we're learning, just because you're from some Ivy League doesn't necessarily make you some kind of super genius. But
would you say that about Haidt?
No, I'd say because of because of where he graduated from. I'd say it because of his work.
Why wouldn't you say it about Haidt?
I just said I wouldn't, just because someone graduates from some Ivy League school, to me doesn't like say, well, therefore he's right.
Sure.
I say his work proves him right. I'm not saying that.
So, but you're completely okay. You're completely unfamiliar with Joseph Henrich.
No, I'm Henrich. I'm not saying Henrich is wrong here.
You're a little bit throwing Henrich under the bus.
Wait. Just calm down. Okay. I'm not saying Henrich is wrong here. I'm just saying that there could be some confusion or some ease of mixing up here, because like I'm assuming the way that you're stating it, it's like, okay, so the closer that someone lives to a market, the more pro-social they are. Therefore, right? Therefore, if everyone's closer, like it's them being close to the market that makes them pro-social, right? That was sort of what you were suggesting.
Look, here's my issue, okay? I've done the lay work on Henrich. I'm going to vouch for.
You're not listening.
Look,
you need to listen to me.
No. You need to listen. No, you need to listen to me. You need to listen to me.
Oh,
like it's very important. Well, you turn people against people, like willy-nilly.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You do.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, you understand? Was that the conclusion that we're supposed to draw? Right, that a person, the causality is that being close to a market makes someone more pro-social, right? That's the causality direction that we're trying to establish, right?
If you want to look into the study, you can. Okay.
The only thing I was saying is that it could also be true that people who are more pro-social want to live closer to markets. That's the only thing I was going to say.
Okay.
Anyway.
We have 500 people listening to this.
Yeah.
You throw Henrich under the bus. People are not. Look, you could do. Imagine if this happened the first time I mentioned Jonathan Haidt, and you threw Jonathan Haidt under the bus. You don't understand the power of confirmation bias. The first time somebody hears something, they're biased. It's often very difficult for people to overcome that bias. Okay. Do you disagree with this? This is basic psychology.
I don't disagree with this. No.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't think that's what I'm doing.
I think it is what you're doing.
Okay.
I totally
just
think
said I said very tepidly that we should be cautious. There could be some sort of causation mix-up. Okay. I didn't say this guy sounds like an idiot and is stupid.
This is exactly why I brought up Haidt. Why Haidt works for an Ivy League school. Why wouldn't you do this with Haidt? Because you'd assume that Haidt has done the research. You've done enough research into Haidt that you're willing to vouch for Haidt.
Well, because I know
you have zero experience with Joseph Henrich
that you're talking about.
Right. So, but instead of giving Joseph Henrich charity, you're starting off giving him no charity.
What is that? Do you have the in your tweet? Did you like link it to whatever he was talking about? Or did you just is there some link I can look at the study?
Sure, but let's do it later.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to go through the study right here, now on the stream. No, that seems ridiculous.
Okay, I agree.
Doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But you understand. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Look, maybe I should.
I do. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not going to bring up new people on the stream at all. Well, no, because you do this all the time. You constantly do this. It's like you throw the people under the bus before anybody has any introduction to them. And then forever, they're like, oh, Francis Fukuyama's a shithead. Joseph Henrich's an idiot. I don't think you understand how fragile these things are.
Okay.
Anyway.
I want to read the super chat because it's relevant to what I was arguing someone on Twitter with right before the stream started. Not arguing with. it's like a weird thing that I didn't even think needed to be addressed. But I guess it does because I always forget how bigoted people are because you and I are not bigoted. And so
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't even occur to me to like make
Who's
sure to like point these things out to people.
who is what do you mean?
Well, I'll tell you, you'll see in a second. So Thea Wolfie for $10 says Thea Wolfie's not beta, by the way. I'm just using this as the setup. Thea Wolfie for $10.
Okay.
I just want to be clear. Thea Wolfie for $10 says, "Hey Sitch, this is a personal question, but how do you feel about the spike in recent anti-Semitism? Do you find yourself looking over your shoulder or being more fearful of being openly Jewish?" So I think that's a good question. It's a fair question. Personally, I don't feel that way. I don't live in a place where I'm afraid of anti-Semitic action. I could understand. Like, it's funny. It almost seems like the place that you would be afraid of anti-Semitism would not be the classical places. You'd be afraid of bigotry, but it'd be like if you were on a college, an Ivy League college campus,
Oh my,
right?
is it that horrifying?
Isn't that so weird?
It
You'd be
is,
like,
yeah.
yeah. But no, I mean, I'm not. I'm personally like if I some of the countries, if I lived in like Russia or if some of these countries that you've seen these like big protests, maybe you would have that fear. Where I live in America, I'm not afraid whatsoever. Uh, and it's not like I walk around, with a big sign that says, "By the way, I'm Jewish," anyway. But, but the reason I bring this up is because I tweeted out a funny tweet today. So Michael Tracy is perpetually a person who wants to be wrong. I feel like doesn't it feel like he
Mhm.
just takes the opposite side of any issue?
Yeah, he's a classic contrarian. He can't like help himself.
Yes, yes. Um, and so I saw this tweet from Michael Tracy. He said, FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force has swiftly apprehended Patrick Dye, age 21, for allegedly posting some ridiculous comments on a Cornell University online forum. The shocking incident has gripped the whole nation. We won't stop until every last anonymous commentator is hunted down.
What
And
does
that
that
tone of
mean?
voice that I read it in is the tone of voice Tracy wants you to read it in because he's being very sarcastic. So he's
The
essentially
tone of voice
mocking.
kind of threw me off a bit. I don't. What was the substance of what he said?
So there was a kid who was 21 who goes to Cornell University who
Right.
posted some comments, some anonymous comments on a Cornell University forum, and the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force apprehended him, figured out who he was, and apprehended him.
Okay.
And Michael Tracy is making fun of the FBI for wasting their time to do this. Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. So he just tweets this out and he doesn't tweet out what the comments were. And so someone in the replies, however, did say link the comments. This is the comments, and I'm going to read them to you. Actually, I don't even know if I can read them to you on YouTube.
Because they're so
They're
hateful. So,
so.
so this is what the kid did. Is this Asian kid? I'm working on bringing
Yes,
up the tweet.
this is the Asian kid. Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually can't read these to you on YouTube.
Well, just
Um.
do some bleeps or whatever.
Okay. So he had multiple posts.
Mm-hmm.
Which said, "Watch out, pig, uh, chosen people. Jihad is coming. Nowhere is safe. Your synagogues will become places in which you bury dead people. Your woman will be something they don't wanted, and your children will be removed from life." Okay.
Wow.
That was one comment. Then he had one, two, three, four more comments that were all I can't even read them with bleeps. Literally, they're all just Jews deserve to be Minecraft again and again and again, using graphic language to talk about how Jews deserve to be Minecrafted. Okay.
Wow.
Um.
Nasty
So
stuff.
yeah. So how fucking stupid do you have to be to think like it doesn't make sense that a college or at the FBI wouldn't see someone posting like at an Ivy League school where there's lots of anti-Semitism going on right now, posting like these really graphic, direct calls for violence against Jewish people and just kind of shrug and say, "Oh, that's no big deal." especially when we live in a society and in a culture right now where mass shootings do happen with decent frequency. And
Yeah.
what happens every time there's a mass shooting? They go, oh, why didn't the FBI? Why didn't the police? Why didn't the school do anything? All the signs were there. Look at all the crazy things they were saying on social media, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so the idea that someone is saying crazy things on a college message board, I'm not saying the guy deserves to like go to jail or anything, but he should definitely be questioned by the FBI to be like, what the hell is going on here? Is this serious? Are you trolling? Like, just figure out, is this guy unwell? Is he going to actually commit some act of violence? Like, it's completely irresponsible for both the college to not alert the FBI of this and the FBI to just shrug and not do anything about it. And so it's baffling to me that this is like Michael Tracy just doing everything he can to be on the wrong side of every issue, as he just looks at this and he just waves it away. By the way, this is the same Michael Tracy that, referred to Maxine Waters like pushing his hand away as like a violent action or something.
Wow.
Some kind of physical altercation. Like, he's just so full of crap. It's just insane to me.
Yeah, he's been full of crap on all the Ukraine stuff. It's not surprising that he's full of crap on this issue as well.
Yeah.
He definitely has that contrarian brain rot, which it's just, whatever people are saying, he's going to take the opposite side of the position.
Yeah.
So look,
mm-hmm.
do you have more? Look, I have this in my notes to clip out as a clip, but I don't know, like, if you want to talk about the anti-Semitism thing, and clip it out. So I feel like I should ask you first. So
well, I don't know. I mean, I'm fine. Well, I don't know if this is really worth of a clip.
No, it is worth a clip. Okay. I want to ask you about, because we've talked about.
Well, let me just end what I was going to say about why I even brought this up in the first place. Then you can ask me a question.
It's related, so it would be part of the clip.
So the reason I read the Wolfie super chat first is because, someone said that essentially that the only reason I care about this that I posted, and the only reason I care about, tweeting about all the insane anti-Israel, anti-Jewish takes going on college campuses on Twitter, is because I, like every other Jew, am just so worried that there's going to be another Holocaust. Oh, mm-hmm. And that's why I'm trying to alert everyone of the danger. And it's so weird to me because I guess I'm so not racist. I didn't even think that people would be perceiving me through that lens, because that is a pretty fucking racist, bigoted view to have about me. Because people that actually watch the stream and know me know that, I'm generally very skeptical of these Civil War ideas.
Oh, I know. Very skeptical. I'm the one who knows first.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm generally very skeptical of these ideas that our country is on the precipice of some kind of massive disaster, of violence, or whatever. I'm usually the one that's like pumping the brakes on all these calls, and I've never said on stream that like anything remotely like, oh my god, all this anti-Semitism, we're like so close to another Holocaust. Blah, blah. I've never said anything remotely like that because I don't believe that's true. And the reason that,
you wrongly don't believe that's true, right?
There Correct. You go, yeah. the reason, and most people that watch probably know this, the reason I point to a lot of the anti-Semitism that's going on college campuses right now, and a lot to the anti-Israeli ideas that are going on college campuses and in the newspapers right now, is because this is a seminal moment where a lot of people on the mainstream left are starting to finally see what they've wrought, see what the far leftist radicals really are in a way that they couldn't see before, because all of the vitriol, all the hatred of the far left was primarily pointed at the right and at Trump. And so the moderate left just kind of hand waved it away. But now that it's pointed at Jews, now it's pointed at Israel, it's like becoming undeniable. And they're starting to be like, okay, maybe there is something wrong on these college campuses. Like you literally have college kids praising Hamas. But so to me, that's the thing that's important here. That's why I'm pointing this stuff out. It's not because I'm afraid of a Holocaust. It's because I want to see the mainstream left take this seriously and look at this as a moment to expel the radicals.
Okay, I mean I agree with you that this is probably not going to lead to another Holocaust. Obviously, I do think a lot of the things going on are obviously worrisome. And the thing that I wanted to ask you about was, I mean, we had talked about doing a face reveal for you. And
Right.
now I'm really even questioning that. Like I've listened to a couple content creators that I infrequently listen to, and I was listening to a video today, and the guy's talking about how he's Jewish, and he's like now he's uncomfortable going out in public because people recognize him, they know him as Jewish, and it's not a comfortable place to be in. So I mean, yeah, it's easy for you to say, yeah, I'm not worried about another Holocaust. I'm not either, but I am worried about, you know, potentially something happening to my Jewish friends who are openly Jewish and are somewhat, you know, they have some kind of notoriety.
So, I mean, I'm not worried about that. I appreciate your concern. I love you, Adam. Thank you.
Well, no, I just look. I do.
No,
There's been a rise in anti-Semitism. I was watching a video this morning. They were talking about there's been 80 attacks on Jews in Germany just since the 7th.
Right. If
that's concerning. That's not a Holocaust, but that's people's personal safety is at risk.
I know. There are certain countries that if I lived in, I would be concerned. There are even maybe certain parts of the U.S. that if I lived in, I'd be concerned. I'm not concerned where I live that would be an issue. I'm not concerned.
Well, you're in Florida. It's half of it's Jewish already.
Exactly. You know,
Florida. You live in Little Israel.
Yeah, Florida has a very high concentration of Jews already. I think it's the second.
Sitch is packing. He's got his gator gun out.
I have my gator gun. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not concerned. I'm so not concerned that it didn't even occur to me to think that like, oh, I should not do a face reveal because of all the anti-Semitism.
Well, look, it didn't occur to me.
I am about
it didn't occur to me until I listened to this video.
Right.
And heard this guy's perspective. I mean, he's nowhere. I mean, he's got like 1.5 million subs. He's like,
significantly larger.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still, I mean, just imagining leaving the house and being worried about that kind of thing. It's gut wrenching. It really is.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So no. I'm not concerned. So at all.
All right. Well, let's. So I guess the face reveal is still incoming.
It's still still incoming.
Okay.
It annoys me that like these fucking people who don't watch the stream or like really know much about us or me specifically, all they somehow know that I'm Jewish, and
that's called racism.
Yeah, I know. They somehow know that I'm Jewish, and it's like they create this fucking insane theory in their mind based on that. When it's like, if you remember when the Nick Cannon situation was going on, you know, and we covered this entire podcast. Nick Cannon talked to I forget, some rapper, and
yeah, they were talking about the Black Hebrew Israelite
thing. And he was going on about the whole Yaqubian Nation of Islam, Black Hebrew Israelite stuff, and he was saying it all like it's true, and it became very clear in the podcast that Nick Cannon also believed that it was true. And one of the big points that I kept harping on when we were watching this was how despicable I thought it was that the media only focused on the anti-Semitic angle of what they were saying and ignored the vehemently more anti-white racist stuff that they were saying. You know, the whole Yaqub stuff about, you know, white people being genetically engineered for evil is like one of the most racist things, like racist ideas that even exist. And the idea that the media just ignores that because being racist against white people is fine is despicable. And I was like the only content creator that was like really pointing this out at the time. And so it's just so annoying to me that people are like, oh, Sitch he only cares about his Jewish identity. It's like, The only time I ever even bring up being Jewish is literally as to punctuate a joke. Like, it's just so annoying to me how bigoted people are about some of this stuff.
Yes, yeah. Sitch has a very strong white identity.
I mean, I identify as being white like 100 times more than being Jewish. I'm like barely Jewish. Okay, I don't practice or anything. Like it's just, I mean, it's just so silly. Like, yes, I was bar mitzvahed, but I don't practice Judaism. I don't go to services. It's just, I don't know. The whole thing is so dumb.
It is
So,
totally dumb.
I mean, I identify 1,000 times. Like my highest identification for identity is being American.
I know. I
Yeah.
heard it before you said it. I heard it in my head.
Right.
I was
Is
thinking
being
about that this
American.
morning.
And
It's
it's
just,
just, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that's why I forget. Someone said something about Israel in one of the streams. I was like, I've been to Israel once. I would never want to live there. Like, I wouldn't want to be a citizen of fucking Israel. Like, it's just weird. I don't know. The whole thing is goofy to me. So,
Yeah. Well, a lot of people, they have, I mean, that's a core part of them, their religion or ethnicity.
yeah, and if that
so,
is, then that's fine.
So,
I'm
but
not,
they just superimpose that feeling onto you.
I
They
guess.
think you have to have that same feeling.
Right.
But the
Yeah, maybe.
ethnicity, I mean, American is really our ethnicity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I view myself, again, as I said, I view myself as American first and foremost, as my biggest identity. And I think in terms of how I
You said
behave,
America first. You're
there you go, America first. And in terms of how I behave, in terms of my views, I would imagine everyone would agree that definitely seemed that my Americanism seems to be the most permeating thing that affects my view of the world.
Yeah.
As it should, because we're the greatest country on earth.
Would you feel the same if you were from a country that wasn't necessarily the greatest country on earth? Would you look, if you were Egyptian, would you have that same sort of?
Would I think? Listen, if I was Egyptian, I'd be the Uncle Ruckus of Egypt. Okay, but for America, not white people. America is the greatest country ever.
So if you think, if you were born Egyptian, you think you would immigrate to America then?
Of course I would, Adam.
Okay, look, America.
Listen, you don't understand. My love of America is not in my DNA. It's in my very soul. It's in my very
totally.
essence.
No, I get it. I totally get it.
God, look, I don't know if you know this, Adam. God chose America to be the next Camelot. God touched my soul as I was born, and he implanted within me the red, white, and blue of America.
Look, this is the greatness of America, because there are Americans all over the globe. They're born in every nation on earth.
Exactly.
They know. They know.
Yeah.
They think, oh man, fuck this. I got to get to America.
Exactly.
I got to get home.
Exactly. Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, listen, I know I'm American. Okay?
I know. Totally. The governor. Of course he knew he was American.
He knew it, yes. He knew
right,
it.
Yeah. The doctor slapped his butt and he started crying, America.
When Arnold Schwarzenegger was born, he was singing God Bless America as he came out of his mother's womb in English. So they didn't know what he was saying because none of the doctors spoke English.
All right.
That's right. Sitch is always reincarnated as an American. That's true. That's true. I didn't exist as a human until the first. Actually, that's not true. I was the first human, okay, that crossed the land bridge to America, to North America, down to Canada. And when we got to Canada, when the cave people got to Canada, and Ugg and Boog were like, listen, we walked very far, okay? We walked from Africa. We walked across the desert. We walked all the way up to Russia. And now, for some insane reason that no one understands, we walked through the cold of Russia just to see where it went. And we ended up in Canada. And they're like, listen, can't we finally rest here? One who walks with freedom, because that's what they called me. And I looked at them and I said, no, there's a land south of here where true freedom rings. Follow me, brothers, to the homeland. And that is how PSA Sitch, thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of years ago, was the first person to find America.
One day, someone will write another book of the Bible with this story.
One who walks with freedom. Yes.
New Testament.
There you go. There you go.
Yes. Yeah.
Eat Joseph Mormon. Eat your heart out. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joseph Smith, whatever his name is. Eat your heart out. Okay. I was the true religion of America.
All right. Are we moving on now?
We can move on. Yes.
Clip it, CT. There we go.
There you go.
Look, I feel bad for CT. We got to give her stuff.
You gotta put her background back. Try to talk about something like somewhat serious. You have this like fucking background.
Well, look, CT could actually change that in the clip.
I know.
It's not like
yeah, she could.
She won't do it. But she could. I mean, I try to make everything easy on CT, but
right.
All right.
AKPX. Oh, what time are we talking to Aristocracy, by the way?
I think 4. She had,
which is 7 my time.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I have a bunch of. Obviously we want to do the podcast and
yeah. I'm just trying to think.
I'm starting. This is my new thing. Like I'm trying to come up with ideas for videos, and just write a little note. Like I think that would be a good video, obviously, because I was. So I wrote down, face reveal anti-Semitism, so we could talk about that and turn it into a video. Like, I mean, we really could just. I mean, we could even talk here about what you think a good video was. I wanted to talk about Sank for President a bit more, which I think would be a good video.
Sure.
Obviously, the Abraham Accords thing, we're going to listen to the podcast, which will be a video. So I'm just taking little notes, and I'm just trying to make things easier on CT. So we have like, okay, this is a video, this is a video, this is a video. So like, it's too much work for her to for us to just say, here's the stream.
Yeah.
Make it into videos.
Right.
Yeah. Sooner or later, we got to put together like a real show here.
I know. Eventually.
Well, no, we could even the Sunday show is I always think of the Sunday show as its own property. Like the Sunday show kind of runs itself. The Tuesday stream has always been a work in progress for me.
Right.
Like I figure if we can do like an hour talk with someone interesting, that can be a standalone video. And if we can do like 3 or 4 other little videos, I mean, we could even go as far as like setting the Tuesday stream to unlisted and just release it as content.
Sure.
Like I know, look, the super fans that are here already, they can click on the unlisted stream and listen to me talking about how we're going to do
the
this
meta conversation.
Yeah,
about
exactly.
How to run the stream.
Yeah. I have something I will share now that we're like technically off the record. Well, I guess maybe we should do it later.
What are you going to share?
Well, I was trying to get Height to come on the stream for the 300.
Wow.
Well, and he sent me a nice email response. I knew it was a long shot, so he said he couldn't do it. Obviously, he's working on his book, and I think his book might be later than my book, my comic book. So I get it. I totally get it. But I kind of shared the story with Anna Kasparian and how we're all just giant Height super fans. So he asked me about the show and wanted to check it out. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Then he sees a cartoon character in a dress and he decides not to show.
Well, I know. Look, I'm thinking. I resisted filling his inbox with a bunch of elephant art because I'm like, okay, this is gay.
No, you should give him Max's GIF of the elephant.
I know. That's the one I wanted to send him. But
yeah, you should send it to him. He probably like that.
Yeah.
Let me read some $20. AKPX1212 for $20 says Wisecrack is awful now. After years of making fun of conservatives, they're using alt-right talking points from 2016, saying Jews are silencing us and complaining about people getting fired just for speech and making jokes. Is that true? I haven't followed. Was this on their YouTube? I haven't followed Wisecrack in relation to anything going on with Israel right now.
There's a bunch of them that are YouTubers. I mean, a bunch of Wisecrack people are. have YouTube channels and stuff. Obviously,
Yeah, I
we
don't
cover
see.
that one guy.
I don't
Is he
see.
wise? Oh, that guy is the Wisecrack YouTube channel, though.
I don't see anything on their main page. So maybe if you guys have anything about like wisecrack people saying crazy stuff that's not on their main page, you just tweet at me or DM me or something, because I don't follow all the individual people, but I would be curious. Mike Bruno for $20 says it's called a positive feedback loop. The media is afraid to speak up against white racism, and in effect makes white racism become even more status quo. True.
Yep.
Very true. That's why it's so obnoxious whenever someone says, hey, don't talk about the things, no enemies to the left, no enemies to the right. Don't talk about the times that your quote team, says something you don't like. Because that's all it does. Let me just say, Spankus for $5. Thank you for your 20th super chat. Look, there's a little like 20 icon.
Look at that. Holy cow.
Very cool. It says, I'll be your personal bodyguard, Sitch. I had a job as an armed guard. S-class is best class.
Nice. Did you read Sammy G's super chat?
I didn't. No, it wasn't $20, so I wasn't gonna read it.
Look, she has a great idea here. I think you should read it. Sammy G for $10.
Sammy G.
Adam is right. Look, it even begins perfectly. Adam is right.
She knows how to get you to read it. Okay.
Oh, you think she's? Look, you think she's baiting me here? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Look, it worked. Adam is right. Sitch.
Are you gonna keep reading?
I'm gonna give this super chat a heart.
Yeah. Okay.
Safety is important. Here's an idea. Put on a dress during the face reveal to throw people off from your everyday look. This will really confuse those bad guys out there. Sammy, that is an excellent idea. Sitch. Look at I think we're up to like $100,000 to see Sitch in a dress.
I was gonna say, listen, Sammy, you know what my price is. Okay. Everyone knows what my price is for the dress. I said it publicly last stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's that big 1K, 100K. No, 1K, 100K. Okay, that's the price. That's the price of Sitch in a dress. Is it worth that much to you?
Look at that.
I hope not. I hope it's not worth that much to anybody.
Yeah, look, I'm actually nervous for your safety. The person that gives you $100,000 to put on a dress, Sitch. I hate to tell you this, but that person is going to kidnap you and put you in a cell in their basement.
Yeah, I would. Well, I don't know. Sammy says I tried to get the money with a sad face, so I guess I should be worried.
Oh yeah, look.
I've seen
Sammy's pretty cute, man. If Sammy wanted to kidnap you, that might be a good deal. If I were you, I'd go willingly. Why? Like, what's going on?
There you go.
Look, you can't kidnap the willing.
There it is. Now that Height will definitely come on our show. That's what I should do. I'll wear a dress for the Height interview.
Look, this is the thing about Height. Height wanted to be a comedian.
You go. See, look, this is a comedy show.
Height tried to make a job where he would actually do his thesis on like comedy. So comedy and psychology, I think, was the mix he was trying to go for. So I think Height's cool. You remember? I mean, he did a bunch of crazy voices in Coddling of the American Mind audiobook. I was like, holy cow, he's hilarious. You don't remember that?
That is true. I do remember that. Yeah.
Height's cool.
My dad just got the
assaulted. What?
Why would that be your go-to?
Well, we were talking about the Jewish thing. I was like, oh my God.
No, we were talking about Height. I was going to say my dad just bought and he started reading The Coddling of the American Mind.
Did he really? You're
Or wait,
making massive headway here.
well, he read the Righteous Mind.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did a
But
while ago.
it didn't work though. It's
I
some
mean,
people
he kind of agrees with it, but no.
some people really read that book and they're like, this changed my life. And some people read it and immediately try to dissect it and prove why it's completely incorrect. Like the partisanship is just too much for them.
Yeah, he didn't try to dissect it. I mean, he kind of agrees with parts of it, but it didn't seem like it had like a big impact on him. He's very, very against Republicans. So,
right.
it's hard to chip through that.
The Republican hate is too strong.
Yes. Isn't there a sequel or something in the works? Or that just came out? Oh, the canceling of the American Mind just came out. But that's not by height. That's
Alex
by
Wise Cup for $5.
Adam's interrupting me.
Adam is right. I don't know what we're talking about, but I just wanted Adam's attention. Hi, Adam.
There you go.
Hey, Alex. Look, Alex gets a heart too.
CT for Canadian says, I'll rescue Sitch, but it'll only cost $50,000. There you go. There you go.
Well, you still have dress money left over, right?
There you go. Oh, wait a minute. Caleb for the $2 says, I'll rescue Sitch for the clout and undercut CT.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Caleb.
Wow.
Thank you.
It's a rescue Sitch mission.
There you go. Greg Lukanoff wrote a sequel called The Canceling of the American Mind.
Did he really?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if that's what my dad got. He might have got that. I don't know if he got
no. Oh, no.
He got one of those. I don't remember which one. I mean, I'm going to listen to the audiobook of Canceling the American Mind.
He wrote that with a woman that
Ricky Schlott, who I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I've listened to a bunch of podcasts with them because they've been doing the podcast circuit. So I think they might have been on trigonometry.
Oh, okay.
Trigonometry is an interesting channel and show. I don't know if you watch trigonometry.
Yeah, it's great. They do great stuff.
Yeah. We do a little bit of what they do. There's some overlap with our show, but they don't. Like, I haven't heard those guys sit down and have a conversation for 10 hours like we do, which is just, I mean, what we're doing, I think, is, I can't imagine just doing interviews with people. I mean, I like doing interviews with people, but.
They used to do non-interview content. Are they only doing interviews now? Yeah.
I don't remember
They used to just talk about random stuff. Am I like hallucinating? Am I is this from the Bearstein universe that I'm originally from? That I remember very clearly trigonometry, just the two of them talking about like random news stories and whatever was going on in the world for like an hour.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they do. I think they do interviews too. I don't know if they've transitioned to just doing interviews recently because I don't watch like everything they produce, but. Yeah, Zero Fox says their raw shows are not interviews. Okay, so maybe they have like a long show and then they just clip the interviews or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tage says they have a live stream called Trigonometry Raw. It's like 2 hours long. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Oh, they have a live show that's 2 hours long. Okay.
Yeah,
and then I've never seen that. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's good.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Turns out I'm the one living in the alternate universe.
There you go.
Look, I've only listened to their interviews.
How insane would it be if you went back in time and first thing you do is you go to the bookstore and you find a copy of the Bearstein Bears and it says Steen and you go, oh my God, I was right.
Bearstein universe?
Yeah.
Not Bearstein universe?
It's Stain.
It's Bearstain?
Right now it's Bearstain, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't think that'd be weird if you went back in time and you discovered this?
I mean, I'm not really hip on the Bearstein, Stan universe.
What about if you went and you saw that Fruit of the Loom used to have what's it called? I can never say the word correctly. The cornucopia thing.
Cornucopia? I don't know.
That's how you say it, right? The little horn. It's the cornucopia horn. That's the correct word, right, chat? You know what I'm talking about?
No. Oh, look, they do have a. I'm looking at the trigonometry.
Adam doesn't care about
This
alternate
is what. Look, we
universes.
need to get. These guys have. These guys' channel has 670,000 subscribers.
Yeah, because they don't talk for 10 million hours.
Because they do a 2-hour show, exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they're very funny and very smart. And we're only a little funny and a little smart. So,
Do you think so?
yes.
I don't think I've laughed once at any of their jokes.
Wow. Hurtful. Speaking of multiple universes, have you seen the new episode of South Park?
I think it's more likely that they've interviewed Jordan Peterson.
That's true. But have you seen the new episode of South Park?
I have seen Gary Nerdrotic's video on the new episode.
You should go watch it. It's so genius. It's genius on so many levels. It's one of the best South Park episodes they've done in like a while. It's so genius.
I have it on my list of things to do.
It actually kind of makes fun of too people that focus too much on wokeness, which I've noticed none of the anti-woke people have brought up.
Gary brought it up.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch.
Gary did bring it up in Gary's video. Yeah, he talked about it. He said they even got a dig on him and Phantom Menace types.
Yes. It's so hilarious. For those of you who don't know, the plot is essentially that Disney has found the Pander Stone, which accidentally opens an alternate universe where everyone has been replaced with a black, diverse female version of themselves.
Right.
And Cartman gets swapped with the diverse version of himself.
That will not. That could never happen.
Right.
I mean, it's all just comedy, right?
Oh, and then also at the same time, the B plot is all the people that know how to do jobs that AI can't do, like handyman stuff, all are becoming like billionaires, and all the people that have jobs that are like they got a college degree for, like all are like
attorneys.
Yeah, like they're all like broke. Out of work. Yeah, they're all out of work. Like they all like instead of
the plumber's a billionaire, the attorney's like begging for coffee money.
Right. Like there's a scene where like everyone is so desperate to get a handyman and the handyman is just like not coming because they're making so much money that everyone goes to Home Depot to look for a handyman. And so it's like the reverse. Instead of there being a bunch of like, people at the Home Depot looking for work, there's a bunch of people at Home Depot looking for people who are looking for work.
Mm-hmm.
It's very funny. Moondoggy for $20 says, I want to say I love you guys and are a sanity flower field I look forward to. Oh, well, thank you. You guys can even be handed as possible, and people are going to think you take a position you never argued. Thank you for introducing Sean and Dev. Well, thank you. You were correct.
Yeah, thanks. That's real nice super chat.
JMac for $20. Thank you, our surrogate father, Daddy JMac. Says, look, plenty of other podcasts have more subscribers and viewers than you guys, but there's no podcast community that compares to the Sitch and Adam show community. True.
Yeah.
True.
That is true.
You guys are the best.
We have a nice community going here.
Oh my God. What the fuck did you just send me?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, Andrew.
What's going on?
So Andrew
sending you dick pics.
Andrew Clark for $5 says Adam is right. Adam and/or Sitch check DMs for some awesome AI art that was quote commissioned by Lucy Lemonbug. It is also in the fan art channel. This art is disturbing, and I don't think we're gonna bring this up on this stream.
Oh no,
this is horrific. I will describe it to you, and I will save you all from the horror of this. It is a picture of a buff Sitch. Wearing a very tight white tee that says A-Team. So tight that my nipples, you can be seen. I am holding chopsticks.
Wow.
I'm wearing a very short black skirt, schoolgirl skirt, And my legs are spread so everyone can see my my underwear.
Your
And my legs are
package.
hairy. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna bring that up, Andrew, but I guess thank you, question mark, for making this fucking monstrosity and sending it to me. You degenerate. Jesus Christ. Why would you do such a thing? J-Mac, our surrogate father, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Oh my God.
It's amazing.
Amazing. Okay. You want to start watching this thing?
Do you want to do that? Is this something that CT is going to clip out?
It can be.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you got to change the background for it.
Well, okay. Well, good. Thanks. That's actually working together. Thank you.
You got to change the background. You got to do a thing I asked you to do an hour ago.
That's got to do. Look, well, I'll get it right back to the corporate gold.
Thank you. That? The corporate gold. There it is. Yeah, I know. I'm shocked. Sammy G didn't make this degenerate art. It was Andrew Clark. Lucy, I hope that you only asked for artwork of me with chopsticks and not the rest of that artwork. You dirty pervert. Or are you part of this perversion?
Of course not. Lucy Lemonbug is a good Christian girl. I'm sure she's. I don't know
if that's. I don't think she is.
I'm sure she's not ordering. Shut up. I'm sure she's not ordering. I'm sure she's not ordering degenerate AI art of you, Sitch. Remember what I said about giving people charity? Remember what I said about that? Come on.
Lucy says, I know nothing.
Oh, no.
He's become a Nazi now. There you go.
I know nothing.
I know nothing.
Well, how are you getting an accent out of that?
You don't know that reference? You're an old man. How do you not know that reference?
I know nothing. Is that Hogan's Heroes or something?
Yes, you do know that. That's Schultz. That was the big meme from Hogan's Heroes. Schultz going. Sergeant Schultz going. I know nothing.
Look, somehow I don't imagine that she's doing Hogan's Heroes.
I think Lucy Lemonbug.
She's probably just saying, I know nothing.
I think Lucy Lemonbug, a lady of culture, knows Sergeant Schultz Hogan's Hero reference from like 1970s or whenever this fucking show was on. Okay. Schultz! Who hasn't seen Hogan Heroes? At least the movie, right? I mean, what was the movie? The movie wasn't called Hogan Heroes, right? It was called something else.
I don't remember.
Oh my God, Adam, you're no help. Hogan Heroes movie. Or what was the movie called? Well, it was a movie and a TV show. So I've seen the movie. It was funny. I've seen some of the episodes. They're fine. Lucy Lemonbug says to Andrew, it was supposed to be me, not Sitch. Wow. Look at that. Look at that.
What?
See, this is why you can't trust degenerates, Lucy. You can't trust degenerates. Lucy did not know the Hogan Heroes reference. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Of course.
Andrew Clark says Lucy wanted the panties to have a Sitch face. Wow, Andrew, why did you take something that could have been beautiful and amazing and you ruined it by making it disgusting? You should be ashamed of yourself, Andrew. You should be ashamed. Okay. Terrible. Anyway, so we couldn't. Part of the reason we were late streaming was because we were trying to get this to work on the watch together for a very long time, and we were unable to. It is a podcast that is on Apple Podcasts and also on Axios and a bunch of other different thingies. So basically, Adam will have the ability to pause it. I will not, so I'll just have to yell at him when I want him to pause it.
Pause it already!
And I will yell at him like I am an upset Nazi. Okay.
Pause the freaking video! Pause the video!
I like that your Nazi voice sounds like a combination of a Nazi and Triumph, the comic insult dog.
Pause the video!
Pause the video so that I may poop on you.
Pause the video already.
Doesn't he sound like Triumph, guys? I'm not out of my mind here.
Why have you not paused the video?
Okay. Well, also you sound a little bit like Dexter. There's a little Dexter hidden in there too.
Anyway. I wanted to save the future.
That's pretty good, actually. MTV.
I wanted to save the future.
That's pretty good.
Sitch and I have both obviously watched. Oh, what is it called? Ego Trip, right?
Ego Trip, yes.
We've obviously watched. Dexter's Laboratory did I think it's like 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes.
No, it's like an hour or 40 minutes.
Is it? Okay, so
it's a movie, yeah.
It's like a movie. It's amazing. There's 3 Dexters in it. There's like old.
There's 4 Dexters.
There's 4 Dexters. Yeah, you're right. There's like 20 something Dexter. There's I don't know, regular Dexter.
There's the standard child Dexter.
Right.
There's 20-something-year-old nerdy weak Dexter. There's like 30-year-old like super buff.
Yeah, Superman Dexter. Yeah.
And then there's tiny old like 80-year-old Dexter.
Goodbye, Billy.
See, here's your shore lore.
Goodbye,
here's your
Billy.
Show lore, okay, for the day. Adam's bye-bye is inspired
from Ego Trip, yeah, totally.
By old man Dexter saying, "Bye-bye, Billy.
Bye-bye, Billy."
That's where the bye-bye comes from.
Goodbye, Billy.
There you go.
All right.
Woo! But thank you so much,
ready?
Mr. Ubercross, lawyer of the show, Sitch and Am Show, for giving us 20 gifted subs. Thank you.
That's awesome.
There it is.
Wow, look at this. Everyone is a member.
Lucy, if the super chat's sent twice on your screen, I don't think you're getting charged twice because they only show up once on my end. So you don't have to worry about getting double hit or anything. But Lucy for $5 says, "I am a sweet Christian and would never request such degeneracy." I believe that. I believe it now. I believe it.
I was right. I was right on the money.
You were. That's
totally
true.
Nailed it.
There you go. Anyway,
so are we? Look, no super chats, okay? You don't want Adam to blow up. You don't want Adam to blow his top, okay?
Okay.
Ah! Why are you reading a super chat? Look, just getting it out of my system here. All right. Ready?
Ready.
Begin.
With a new 2-part season of How It Happened. It's a story about how Donald Trump's administration failed to achieve peace between Israel and the Palestinians, but in the process reached a different set of agreements that are reshaping the Middle East profoundly and unexpectedly.
The full normalization of ties between the UAE and Israel.
They're called the Abraham Accords.
Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain
agreeing to open diplomatic and economic ties with Israel.
And it all happened almost by accident. The Abraham Accords came together in 2020, while most of us in the United States were focused on COVID, Black Lives Matter protests, and the election. But it's an important story. And here to tell it is my colleague Barak Ravid, who has reported deeply on the region.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, mate. So, Barak, you're Axios's Middle East correspondent. You live in Tel Aviv, and you've been covering the region for 15 years now. You're one of Israel's most respected journalists, and you've been a thorn in former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's side for your reporting on his administration. But you have sources all over the region, and most recently you wrote a book called Trump's Peace, The Abraham Accords and the Reshaping of the Middle East.
Yes, Jonathan. While writing the book, I interviewed dozens of Americans, Israelis, and Arabs who were deeply involved in this process. The Abraham Accords were the biggest breakthrough in the Middle East peace process in the last 25 years. They totally reconfigured relationships within the region, and a bunch of really unlikely people made them happen. And for all the failures Trump had in international affairs and all the controversial decisions like pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord and the Iran nuclear deal, in this area, many Republicans and Democrats think he actually got it right.
And one sign of this is that the Biden administration is currently carrying the Abraham Accords forward and trying to expand on them.
And Jonathan, there's another thing. You've probably heard that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, or Bibi as he's called, were best buds, that it was a bromance. Well, turns out that's bullshit. By the end of his presidency, Donald Trump couldn't stand Netanyahu. He thought Netanyahu was disloyal and ungrateful for everything he had done for him. By the time I talked to Trump in April 2021, he was over Bibi.
I haven't spoken to him since, right? I didn't talk to him. Fuck him. Okay, go ahead.
We're going to tell the story in two parts.
Wait, stop it.
That's pretty based, right?
Wow. How is this not like, because this podcast is not new, right? This is from like 2021.
Yeah.
How was this not reported on?
Trump says, fuck
Donald
him.
Trump said fuck him about Netanyahu.
Right? Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Benjamin Netanyahu. The guy that everyone on the left right now is screaming to be taken out of office.
Yes. Trump didn't like him either. There you go.
Do they impeach in Israel? I don't know. How do you get the guy out of office?
Have some, well, he's prime minister, right? He's not president. And they have those weird prime minister coalition
I don't know the terminology there, but they're screaming, everybody wants him gone. And this podcast, as obviously we're going to get into, I mean, it kind of makes the argument that Netanyahu is to blame for a lot of this stuff that we're watching now. Like more so than just the security threat.
I think so. This is why it's kind of annoying to me how stupid Hassan is, how stupid the leftists are at the moment, is because like their position is so dumb and insane that you have to spend a lot of energy just dismantling how stupid their one-sided, everything is Israel's fault, Israel bad, Palestinians are innocent angels position, because there is blame to go around.
Hell yeah, there is.
There's a lot of blame to go around, and I do think Netanyahu has become essentially a really awful leader of Israel, and a lot of the really awful policies which have helped create more resentment, more anger, and made things worse in the region are directly because of him and his simping, which they talk about on this podcast.
Yeah, we talked about a bit on the Sunday show. I don't know if it was this Sunday or the last Sunday, but and this is really, look, I haven't really followed the Middle East stuff. I'm looking at it now in the same way that I didn't know Ukraine stuff until Ukraine became a thing.
Right. Why would you? Yeah.
And we started looking into it. Yeah. So, I mean, I've read a couple of books and I'm looking at podcasts like this podcast here just to try to make sense of what's going on. And I think the situation with the settlement, the first I heard of the settlements was from you. You basically explained it on the Sunday show. And I mean, it really looks like Benjamin Netanyahu has himself, like part of his winning coalition to stay in office, to stay elected in a democracy, is to appeal to these super right Zionist pro-settlement types.
Yes.
Which is exacerbating the problem over there. It really is. So for the first time, I started thinking, is this a problem with democracy? I mean, I'll ask you, like, if you have a significant portion of the population that is Zionist and wants to basically take over the West Bank, isn't that kind of the same problem that the Gazans have in that they elected Hamas?
Well, I don't know enough about how the weird un-American prime minister coalitions function.
Right.
Because it's not like in America where it's like you had two parties and, one half, half of Israel is in favor of settlements and the other half isn't. And the half that's in favor of settlements is the one that's like, winning the elections. It's not like that. It's like there's multiple parties and these like weird coalitions have to be formed in, Israel's version of Congress. And however the coalition forms is like who becomes the prime minister. So I don't think my understanding, people do not directly elect Benjamin Netanyahu to be prime minister of Israel.
Right.
And so I don't know, I don't understand the exact process that occurs to point the fingers of like democracy or not. It could be some weird vestige of however the Israeli system works specifically. But just in terms of like democracy, like, yeah, obviously you can have situations where, and we live in these situations, America's done lots of stupid things where you can live in a democracy and the government is going to make bad decisions based on what the majority of people want. And that is always, a problem with democracy. The whole thing is that, democracy is not a perfect system. It's not a utopian system. It's just the best system we have in terms of results. It keeps producing the best results compared to everything else we've tried.
Well, no, I'm a pro-democracy guy. I definitely am. It's an interesting quandary. Obviously, like in America, we have the Bill of Rights because we have set aside certain things that we're saying, look, these are non-negotiable, okay? If the majority of people want to stifle your speech, look, that's just human nature. The majority of people are going to want to stifle your speech, right? And if you if you make that up for debate, up for election, you're going to lose freedom of speech. So we basically say that's where the Bill of Rights came from. Right. And I don't know. I like the more I think about this way of conceptualizing democracy, you almost need some sort of Bill of Rights. You need some sort of negotiated rights that are just non-negotiable because a majority of people will try to take them from other people.
Right. So just to be clear, though, the Bill of Rights is not, the amendments to the Constitution are negotiable. They can be changed. They can be removed. It's just significantly harder to change it than just a normal law. It requires a lot more than just a majority.
Right. It's supermajority, right?
Yeah, well, it requires
even probably more than that.
It requires a supermajority in Congress, but then also the states all have to ratify it independently.
You mean we could get rid of the First Amendment?
Yeah, we could.
Wow.
It's just
I guess you're right.
Yeah, it's just very
because the Bill of Rights are the first like 10 amendments to the Constitution.
Yeah, the First Amendment could be removed. It's just it'd be, number one, it's very difficult to do. So your broader point, I agree with completely, is that you do, even in democracy, you want to have parts of your law, parts that have to do with usually pertaining to the rights and protections of individual citizens, as well as some of how the government functions. You do want to have those things be behind
off limits, or
not off limits, but like behind. You want them to be gate kept in such a way that it's significantly more difficult to alter them beyond just a simple majority. Because you could easily get a simple majority. Like 20 years from now, you get a simple majority of woke people that want to get rid of free speech. Or we could have had a simple majority of right-wingers in the past, 30, 40 years ago, that would want to get rid of freedom of speech, freedom of speech, or wanted to say flag burning does not, protect it or something, right? So, no, you're right. You do want to have certain freedoms and protections that are beyond the normal majority level, which is part of why I think America succeeds so much.
Yeah, yeah. Look, and a lot of other countries obviously try to style their government on American government because they perceive American government as being so successful in the world. So that's why I'm interested in it. That's why I think about it. I don't, and you brought it up with the Israel thing. I don't know how the particulars of how Israel's government functions. Like if they're able to do this with a simple majority or even less than a simple majority, because if they're dealing with a party system where, you've got 4 or 5 competing parties, you're talking about a small minority of the electorate that's actually running the ship, running the show, right?
Right.
Because if you have 5 parties and each one has roughly 20%, I mean you're winning an election off of 21, 22%. Let's say, just take a couple percentage points from the others. That's not a giant majority. I mean that's not even a majority. So if you're able to do that with 20% of the electorate that's into these settlements, I mean, that's a problem. That's a giant problem.
Yeah. And Misram has some comment about this exact situation and how these happen. For 500 Kazarks, thank you. says what often happens in multi-party democracies is that a niche party with small support becomes a kingmaker. If you have 50 seats in parliament and your opposition has 49, but then there's a third party with 2 seats, they gain outsized influence.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's funny because that's kind of exactly what happened with the ousting of McCarthy. Was like
exactly what happened.
Gates and the 8 Republicans were essentially this like small niche faction of the Republican Party that can almost be thought of as like a different party that has outsized influence that can control things.
Yeah, that's so our party system in the United States, it has become nearly a 50-50 split, could actually be advantageous in a weird kind of way.
That's what's kind of interesting, because people talk about how should have more than 2-party system. And while there's part of me that wants to agree with that intuitively, because it seems like you can't.
More choices are better, right?
Right. More choices are better. You can't like shove every person's belief system into like just a binary. But then these multi-party countries have their own host of problems that they have to deal with. And I'm not sure which is the better outcome.
Yeah. All right. Shall I continue?
Keep it up.
Play the video.
First, the failed deal with the Palestinians, and how, out of the ashes of that, Trump managed to forge a surprising deal with countries like the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan.
This is how it happened. Trump's big deal. Part 1. May your house be destroyed.
Oof.
Barack, why do you think President Trump wanted so badly to broker peace between Israel and the Palestinians?
For Donald Trump, this was the ultimate deal, and he really wanted to be this guy that manages to do what almost any other president couldn't.
So at the start of his presidency, who does Donald Trump task with brokering the Israeli-Palestinian deal?
Well, it starts right before Trump is inaugurated. He went to brief the New York Times, and he told them in an off-the-record session that Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, is going to lead the diplomatic efforts to achieve peace in the Middle East.
Trump has decided to name his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as a senior advisor on the White House staff with a wide-ranging portfolio,
leading critics to accuse Trump of nepotism.
So am I right in understanding that President Trump told the New York Times about this decision before he told Jared Kushner?
Yep, that's completely true. Kushner didn't know anything about this. He had no experience on this issue, and he didn't even think he's going to deal with it. He was a real estate guy, not a diplomat. When Kushner gets to the White House, he jokes with his team that he thinks the president gave him this assignment because he doesn't really like him.
Okay.
I remember those early years.
Yeah, this is super interesting.
Okay. What is going on here? This is so weird because, so Trump tells the press before he tells the person that he's going to give Kushner this massive responsibility. What is that? Is he screwing with him? Is he just so rash? They just does what things right off the hook? What's going on there?
He just thought of it on the spot. Are you kidding?
That's what I'm saying. He just I just had this idea, and he just says it. What's going on? Is he so impulsive? He just had the idea pop in his head, and he just tells a reporter, what the heck is happening?
Look, this is why it's always important to be lucky more than anything else. It really is. Look, this is brash and without thinking. But again, Trump gets lucky.
Yes.
Because it makes sense to the Arab countries that a family member has more pull than just some bureaucrat. So it actually works
think that was
giantly to his
advantage. That was what was happening?
Well, look, maybe Trump did it intuitively. Maybe Trump, I don't know hasn't Trump had a bunch of business dealings with various Arab nations? I feel like he has.
Well, I don't know, but there's 2 elements here. There's the first element that you're talking about, which is why would you have Jared Kushner do this when he has no experience to do it in the first place?
Right.
And it's kind of what you're speaking to. And it would be interesting. I didn't even conceive of that. Is that like,
well, they say that in here. Maybe they hadn't.
Maybe it was in part 2 where I missed it. But in the Western world, in the Western liberal world,
it's considered nepotism and like the wrong thing to do immediately.
Right. It's gauche. It's nepotistic for the president to assign his son, who has literally no experience, to do this. This is like, Hunter Biden being on the board of Burisma. Like, why is he on? Like, okay, what's going on here? But then you're right. It's interesting ideas like, well, maybe from the Arab world, where they don't care about like that kind of liberalism and nepotism and family ties are kind of expected, they would view this as more serious. And so that's an interesting thing.
That's exactly what happens. They say later in the podcast. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's fascinating.
So he totally lucks out.
Right. So and so that's the question. Was it just luck, or was that something that Trump actually thought about and had some foreknowledge about? I have no clue. But
I would guess no, but I mean,
yeah, I would guess no. Well, I would guess no because of the second thing, which is, why would he, even if he had thought about this, why would he not tell Jared this or discuss this with Jared before just saying it publicly?
Look, I just think Trump is lucky. Trump gets lucky time and time again.
I mean, what it sounds like is essentially there's one or two possibilities, I think, that are going on here. Number one, Trump is just so impulsive that he just says things to reporters off the top of his head, which is very possible. Or number two is that he thought about this, and he thought for whatever reason, he wanted Jared Kushner to do this. And he thought that if he talked to Jared Kushner privately, Jared Kushner would say no.
Would say no, yeah.
Right.
That could be. That's a good guess.
And so he's like, well, I'm just going to say publicly that he's doing it to make it harder for him to back off, to back down from doing it.
That could be.
Yeah.
It's
weird. It's definitely a weird
speculation.
Move. Right. I don't think that's how you necessarily want to run your presidential administration, but I mean, if it works, I guess.
Kushner thinks that he's doing it to mess with him. Like, Kushner's like, what the heck? I got no experience doing this. I'm a real estate guy.
Yeah. I mean, Kushner joked about that. Maybe that was his real thoughts. Because I mean, I might feel the same way if I was Jared Kushner. I'd be like, what the hell? Like, listen, I know you're jealous that I married your daughter, but come on.
Had to go there, Sitch. Had to go there.
We were all thinking it, Adam. Everyone was thinking it.
You were thinking it.
Okay.
Of the Trump presidency very well. Kushner had come to Washington with a pretty deep contempt for the Washington-style politics and diplomacy. And he was full of confidence, having just come off the Trump campaign. Some of his colleagues thought it was an arrogance that inhabited him at that time. And people who talked to him at that time felt like they were talking to someone who just ingested a bunch of Silicon Valley business books. He was talking about this White House being completely different, that they were bringing private sector thinking to Washington. It was a startup culture, throwing away the rule book, all those cliches. And the effects that this mindset had on the way that things turned out cannot be overstated. To a large extent, Jared Kushner thought of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict like a real estate deal.
For a moment, imagine a new reality in the Middle East.
This is Kushner at the Peace to Prosperity workshop in Bahrain in 2019.
Imagine a bustling commercial and tourist center in Gaza and the West Bank where international businesses come together and thrive.
Kushner's
sounds like gentrification to me.
Yeah, well, it's interesting and I guess we'll see, how much it works, what doesn't work, what works. Because sometimes the old traditional conservative ideas about something can become prisons and they can trap you. And you do need to have a new, fresh take to kind of shake the box and say, well, maybe we should be looking at this from a completely new perspective. And so you can have a young gun, so to speak, like Kushner come in and completely change everything and change the way that you perceive a situation. And it can definitely lead to something good, or it could horribly backfire because the traditional way of viewing something existed for a specific reason because it was accurate. So
yeah, it's totally. It's interesting that his pitch is just commerce. The Gaza Strip is a pretty good piece of land there for resorts.
I mean, it makes sense from his, if you're a business person, I mean, the whole thing that you're thinking about is how do we make something make money? Which
of course
isn't the worst way to look at countries, because if a country is being run by a person who is pragmatic in any regard, that is generally the underlying thing the country is trying to do, is figure out a way to make more money for itself, because that's going to lead to more success. The problem is when you have a certain country's leadership has an ideological constraint on itself, whether the leaders just have it because they have to placate the people or a class of people, or whether the leaders themselves have the ideological constraint. That's when you get into all these trouble spots.
What would the ideological constraint be?
Well, it would be an a religious Islamic constraint.
Right. So an anti-capitalist bent, but from a Islamic perspective.
Yeah.
I could see that. Look, it's interesting to me that the socialists, the anti-capitalists, the communists, the Hassan types, the Vosh types, they are so, they love democracy. They always say, look, I want to get democracy in the workplace. Democracy's so amazing. I want democracy. Democracy's great. But capitalism is, a lot like democracy. It really is, right? You're trying to develop products and services that appeal to a large population so that they will part with their money to purchase those products and services, right? And if they don't want those products and services, if enough people don't want your product and service, in a democratic type of way, you go out of business. You don't make that product or service anymore. So it baffles me that the similarities between democracy and capitalism are so there, but it always seems to elude them.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for the similarities, which is that if we remember, the term capitalism was created by, but it was created by leftists and popularized by Marx. When free market systems were first established, they were not called capitalism. And they were seen as, this is kind of like a new thing that we forget because of how our modern world works. But back in the day, what we now call capitalism and markets were viewed as inextricably tied to liberalism. They were viewed as the economic system of the political social system of liberalism because of what you're saying. They function very similarly, to democracy, to the way liberalism functions. And it was only sort of when communism kind of arose that and really even modern socialism now, because socialism has failed so many times, that you get these kind of socialist revisionists who want to sort of say, well, let's keep the parts of liberalism that we like, like democracy, and let's just get rid of the parts that we don't like, like capitalism.
Like capital, really? Okay.
Yeah.
But I look at things, I try to break things down to just their simplest form. And in its simplest form, democracy and capitalism, they're virtually the same. They really are. Like you're basically, like if you're in the tourist industry, you're basically saying, look, we want to develop this piece of property to entice people to come here without any force.
Yeah.
Right? We want them to come here of their own free will and have a great time and want to come back again. Like, how is that not similar to saying, look, I'm a candidate for Congress and I want you to vote for me because I'm going to make your life better in this tangible way through this policy that you will want and love and reelect me to continue to provide this policy for you. Like, how are these things different?
They're not. And my guess would be that's why. And I don't know if this is true, but I don't know if there's been a country that's been a functioning free democracy that has a socialist economy. Like, I don't know if that's a thing that's been successful.
Authoritarianism is exactly the opposite. It's like, look, we're a small elite and you're going to do what we want you to do, bitch.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, it's completely different. Yeah. I just it baffles me that they can't make the connection, that they absolutely despise capitalism, but they put democracy up on this pedestal because you get choice. Well,
yeah, but the thing is, it's weird because democracy is completely incompatible with socialism.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many of them know this and are just like doing a grift, or how many of them are just naive and think otherwise.
Yeah.
Because like if it wasn't, and this is what I always say when we talk to the socialists, I say, you can go start as many co-ops as you want right now.
Right.
Okay. If your economic model of business production is so much better than the capitalist model, then just go do it. And it will literally win. It will dominate markets because it will be a better way to do it and people will prefer it instead. And yet that never comes into pass. And the reason it never comes to pass is because even if there are workers that probably might enjoy, getting paid more and doing all these things, it is less efficient overall. And so our world is kind of biased in favor of ease of use and efficiency and consistency in terms of producing results. And so I think Ben Burgess even said this the first time I ever talked to him, that he understood that the economic system that he was advocating for would really only work if it's like the entire world adopted it
at once,
which is like, well, good luck, I guess, like that's not really going to be a feasible system then.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. It's an interesting dilemma. How to explain it. I guess you'll never explain it in a way because they're so invested in the narrative that capitalism is evil.
Yes.
Evil Western oppression. I guess they only really see it from, if you're at the bottom of the economic ladder, I can see why you'd have that perspective.
Well, and just to be clear, just as you brought up earlier, straight democracy is bad, because then you could have a situation where the majority screws over the minority. You could just vote all their rights away and enslave them. And that's why it's good that we have a constitution and amendments in the Bill of Rights, which require significantly more gatekeeping than just a simple majority. It requires a lot of work to change some of these things. And in my mind, it's the same thing with capitalism and free markets. You want to have a general system of free markets, but certain things need to be gate kept to make it significantly harder beyond just the will of markets, just beyond the will of the majority.
Yeah, this is why we avoid monopolies and have regulations. So
yes, exactly.
Certain players don't dominate the marketplace.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Appointment was heavily critiqued, but in the Middle East, Kushner's appointment was actually perceived differently. For many countries in the region, including Israel, it made sense talking to someone who was part of the president's family.
Kushner wanted to avoid relitigating history, but that's not an option that's available to you when you're dealing with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. History is everywhere, and it soon became the ultimate obstacle to what they were trying to deliver. So after he's appointed, Jared Kushner and President Trump assemble a team. And what I remember from that time is they put together a circle of advisors who ranged from very pro-Israel to very, 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 very pro-Israel. Figures like David Friedman, Trump's bankruptcy lawyer, who Trump appointed as ambassador to Israel. The funny thing was, early on in the conversations this team was having...
You like that?
It's so funny because it's like, I remember like Trump got all these accusations of anti-Semitism. And I'm like, his son-in-law married to the daughter he wants to be married to is Jewish, and he's giving his son-in-law, the reins on Middle Eastern policy. And now we have like his team on this is the range, the gambit is from pro-Israel to insanely pro-Israel. And I'm like, okay, how is he's really? We're gonna say Trump is anti-Semitic? Like, what's happening here?
This is the power of the media. And this is why people hate the mainstream media now, because like they did a good job of gaslighting 50% of the population into thinking Trump is a literal Nazi.
Yeah.
It's that's too much power, man.
Yeah. But that's the problem, because then when he does something that is really bad, like all the January 6th crap, people have become numb because the cry of wolf has become so loud and so consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, the January 6th stuff is obviously inexcusable. So
yeah, but that's nothing to do with being racist or being anti-Semitic or some identity group or something.
No, it comes from being a narcissistic egomaniac, which this entire podcast confirms.
That's true.
I mean, look, this is the thing. You got to have, you have to develop a system that narcissistic egomaniacs can actually do some good in the world.
Right.
And I mean, that's what our political system strives to be. I've heard some people making the argument that if Trump is reelected, that he will try and stay in office. I don't know if I believe that. I think the institutions are strong enough to boot him out of office. Well, no, I think he just wants a second term. Like, I don't think he wants to be president for life. I think he wants to be a 2-term president, because obviously that bodes well for his legacy, and all these people are worried about their legacy.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think the argument that is a little disturbing is that he's going to spend his entire second term, weaponizing the government to go after his political enemies, which are growing by the day, right? That makes me more nervous than him trying to stay in office.
Right. Yeah, no, well, so I agree, and I said this multiple times. I don't believe Trump wants to be president forever, especially given his age.
Right.
Though there is one caveat, there's one asterisk to that, which is, there is a possibility of the classic authoritarian problem of, I want to stay president for as long as possible to defer going to jail. But I don't believe that. I believe our institutions are strong enough that there's no mechanism in place which would ever allow Trump to become president more than twice. So I'm not concerned about that. We watched a clip of Rachel Maddow, was very concerned about that. To me, that's not I think what you're saying is more realistic.
Well, this is another reason. Look, there's two ways to go about it if you're worried about the justice system incarcerating you once you leave office. You can stay in office, or you can destroy the justice system.
Right.
So
yeah, but a lot of these, like the trials against him, the cases against him, some of them are state level, so he has no ability to destroy them from that perspective or from that angle. So
I mean, never say never.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know the exact structure of these things, but
right.
I mean, I guess if it's elected officials at the state level. Yeah, I've heard some people say that they're worried about Trump staying in office. I worry more about him weaponizing the government for nefarious means.
Right.
I just think that's a better argument. I mean, do you disagree?
No, I agree. I agree completely.
Yeah. Okay.
The person who seemed to care most about the Palestinian side was Trump himself.
And what a lot of people don't know.
Okay, so
Trump is anti-Semitic. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. But that is interesting. Why was Trump inclined personally to be on the more pro-Palestinian side of things?
I guess
maybe not even just to care about it. Where why would he surround himself with a bunch of insanely pro-Israeli people if he's like the outlier?
It's just off of the intuition of dealing with the players. They talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. How much of this did you listen to?
I listened to this, but I kind of was doing other things, so maybe I missed.
Okay.
Stuff.
I backed it up a little bit.
Team. And what I remember from that time is they put together a circle of advisors who ranged from very pro-Israel to very, 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 very pro-Israel. Figures like David Friedman, Trump's bankruptcy lawyer, who Trump appointed as ambassador to Israel. The funny thing was, early on in the conversations this team was having, the person who seemed to care most about the Palestinian side was Trump himself.
And what a lot of people don't know is that actually in the first year of his presidency, and Trump told me this, his relationship with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas was very, very good.
And it was almost like a father. I mean, he was so nice. Couldn't have been nicer.
Wait, did he say like?
So you see, look.
Yes.
The guy was nice to him.
Yes.
It's simple. It's all. He whispered to Trump's elephant, and Trump's elephant listened.
Yeah. Well, Trump definitely seems like a person who is like pure elephant. Okay.
Yeah, he was nice to him. Yeah. He's like, look, my bankruptcy lawyer sends me giant bills that I have to pay.
Well, he was so nice to him that he referred to him like a father, which is pretty insane.
Right.
But I think one of Trump's biggest problems when he was president was either because he was new to the game, he didn't have like the list of people, number one, or just maybe his personality of who he trusts. He doesn't care about the list. He just wants people he knows. Was that he would very often seem to just kind of flippantly appoint people he knew or people that liked him to these very high posts, which maybe they shouldn't have been appointed to. Because, maybe all the people, maybe he just knew a bunch of people that just incidentally were very pro-Israel. And so that's how he ends up being like the only person who's like moderate, like on the committee that's supposed to figure out this issue.
It's tough being in this situation for anyone with an enormous amount of power, because you're doling power out to different players, and you want to know that they're people you can trust. Obviously, if you give power to the wrong person and they abuse it, that's going to come back to haunt you. So yes. I mean, I get it. I totally get it. This is why these high trust societies are so valuable, because you can meet somebody that has some aptitude for doing a job in a meritocratic sense and get some sense that they're not going to screw you over.
Yeah, but see,
go ahead.
It's interesting that you say that, because I didn't even think about that. I think that could be one of the flaws of associating business thinking with government thinking, because if you're like CEO of a corporation, I feel like there's a lot more room for you to assign a person to some high position in the company that could work to undermine you, where I think it's significantantly like less likely to happen in government.
Why?
Because it's, first of all, significantly easier for the president to just get rid of you. Just says you're gone, right? With the CEO, there can be all sorts of other factors here. But just the way the thought process and how people exist in a private space versus a government space is just very differently. When you're like hired to work at a company, you're not thinking, I work at the pleasure of the CEO. Like that's not the view of your job. Your view is, I've been hired to do a job to make this company money. And if I can figure out a way to make the company money better than the CEO can, I can actually like work around him, maybe even supplant him someday. That's not really the thought process when you're in a, put on like a diplomat of Israel. Like the diplomat of Israel is generally not thinking like, if I diplomat so well, I'm going to supplant the president with my, diplomating powers.
There are a lot of people, though, that are obviously working up the status hierarchy. Like they become a congressman with their eye on becoming a senator, with their eye on becoming president.
Yeah, but so you can have people in the opposite party, and maybe this is a better comparison too, because you have a 2-term presidency. It's probably also not an effective use of your time and energy if you're appointed by that president to do a job to try to screw them over, to supplant them, because they're going to be gone. They're going to time out anyway. In a corporation, people don't time out. they'll be the CEO for 50 years, right?
Right.
Or they'll be in some position of power for 50 years. Or the president, the person who puts you in your position of power and could just fire you whenever they want, that person is going to be gone on their own in 8 years maximum. So why are you going to try to screw the person? Why are you going to try to screw your greatest asset over?
Well, if they're in your way, obviously.
Yeah, but it's better to just wait for them to be gone.
Yeah, look, I don't really see any distinction. Like, people talk about office politics all the time, which office is like a business setting, but politics is part of that. And part of the politics is moving up the ranks in employment. So I don't see a fundamental difference between the government hierarchy and the business hierarchy.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think I just explained the difference. I think you can say that there's a similarity in lower levels of politics where people are more cutthroat with each other. And also in politics when there's clear party divisions, which in a corporation doesn't exist. There are factions, but they don't exist the way parties do in America. So, but whatever, I can continue.
I mean, there are factions in corporations, though, obviously.
I know, that's what I said.
Like,
yeah.
But just not like
but you're all working
factions.
towards the same goal of making the company money usually, where in politics you're not. I mean, you're working towards the same goal of having the country not fall apart, but that's kind of more vaguely detached from what everyone's doing.
There are group goals and there are individual goals, and those goals sometimes are in conflict. Obviously, the group goals are like get more Democrats elected, right?
Right.
But there are also, well, I would like to be a congressperson instead of a state senator, or I would like to be a senator, or I would like to be a governor, but there are other people in my party competing to be governors. And there's also like, oh, there's a job opening and I would like that job opening, and there are 6 other people in my business competing for that job opening.
I understand what you're saying. It seems like in politics there's not a lot of supplanting in terms of like you work for the senator and then you basically get the senator out of office and steal the job. That doesn't seem to be the way it works in politics. It seems to be like you work for the senator and then he helps you become senator, you know, when they move up to be president or something. I'm just saying it seems like it works differently.
Okay.
But whatever.
Like a father?
Yeah. And even, you know, Trump told me that he was surprised by how positively he felt towards him.
Now, the world and me, before I met with both of them, I thought it was the exact opposite. I thought the Palestinians were impossible, and the Israelis would do anything to make peace and a deal. I found that not to be true.
And I find it very interesting and actually kind of surprising that, like Obama and Bill Clinton, Trump also came to the conclusion that Bibi was not sincere about wanting peace with the Palestinians.
I think he just tapped us along. He just tap, tap, tap. I don't think Bibi ever wanted to make peace.
We'll just pause it for 1 second.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, right?
I think that you could definitely throw that criticism at Bibi Netanyahu. I think he's not a good leader and he doesn't want peace. I don't think it serves his interest to have peace, which is why we don't have it.
It doesn't serve his electoral interest at all.
Yeah, it doesn't serve his power interest. But I think it's a little deceptive for the person who's talking to say like Bill Clinton, you know, like, yeah, maybe Bill Clinton thought that about Bibi Netanyahu. I don't know when Bibi Netanyahu came into power, but obviously when
in the
Clinton,
90s, like he's been in power forever.
Yeah, but he wasn't prime minister in the 90s. He was not prime minister when they were doing the Camp David peace talks between Yasser Arafat and whoever the other person was that Clinton was hosting. I mean, it was the Palestinian leader that was the one that was rebuffing every advance for peace. He's the one that Clinton said was the one that was just dragging them along and didn't want actual peace and kind of screwed over, you know, before Netanyahu took in charge and they had a far more sympathetic prime minister. It was the Palestinian leader who was kind of screwing over the peace at that time. So that's why I'm saying it seems to me a little. It was Arafat that was, you know, screwing every like the peace talks over. So to me, it seems a little strange kind of include Clinton in that mix the way that he just did.
Netanyahu rose to prominence after being elected as the chairman of Likud in 1993, became leader of the opposition. Becoming leader of the opposition. So 1993 is when he became prominent, but you are correct. He was not prime minister.
Yeah, he was like a big politician, but he wasn't the prime minister. So, yeah. It says he was, when was he prime minister?
In 1996 election, Netanyahu beat Simon, becoming the first Israel prime minister elected directly by popular vote.
Oh, interesting.
And his youngest ever. So he became prime minister in 1996. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is, I mean, that's a long time ago,
but then
right?
he lost in 1999, though.
Oh, he did? Okay. Right. So he pulled a Trump. He was like...
He came back in 2005, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Because
interesting.
When was because the Camp David summit was 2000. So that was after he'd been prime minister once and then lost. And
he's doing some...
It was with Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
He's doing some controversial court packing scheme or he's trying to undermine
the court system, yeah.
The court system, yeah. The Supreme Court equivalent in Israel. But I don't know much about that. I've just heard it in passing. I haven't read into it yet.
Yeah. My understanding is that he's basically, someone was even, I don't know if it's true. There was a critique that that Yahoo is such a Yahoo that maybe part of the reason that the October 7th attacks occurred was because he was basically getting rid of a lot of competent people all throughout the government that were anti him or not pro enough him.
Is this not straight dictator's handbook?
Right. And so he got rid of a lot of competent people that were, in charge of intelligence, things of that nature. And maybe he put a bunch of incompetent
loyalists,
sycophants and loyalists in charge of key places, and that kind of screwed over things, number one. And that the only place that he hasn't really been able to change yet was the court system.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm always telling Aiden Paladin when we argue about monarchy, right?
Right.
You got to get all the competent people who want to kill you and take your job out of the way. That's in the monarchy setting, obviously, but
sure,
it holds true here as well. I mean, obviously, if he's replacing competent people with incompetent people just because they're loyal to him, that's a giant trade-off that hurts so many people,
right?
And helps only BB.
Yep.
So, given the status of Trump's attitude towards Abbas and Netanyahu at the time, the next thing Trump did was quite surprising.
Yeah, he moves the embassy to Jerusalem and he recognizes Jerusalem as Israel's capital. It's a huge moment. It's a turning point in this story. It's also a giant middle finger to the Palestinians. Barak, how did Trump make this decision?
Both Israel and the Palestinians see Jerusalem to be their capital. So recognizing Jerusalem is basically taking one side on an issue that has made several rounds of peace negotiations collapse in the last 25 years. And Jonathan, for Trump, this decision was political. He did it for his evangelical base. Trump and his advisors, they knew that moving the embassy would harm their peace efforts, but they thought Jerusalem would be just a bump on the road. That turned out to be a huge miscalculation. The Palestinians found out about this when a delegation came to the White House towards the end of 2017. Jared Kushner told their chief negotiator, the late Saeb Erekat, that the embassy was moving to Jerusalem. Erekat was stunned, and later, in a talk at the Doha Forum in Qatar, he described what exactly happened.
I told him, look, if you do this, you would have disqualified yourself from any role in the peace process. He replied, don't threaten me, shouting. He said, look, this is our business and this is our policies. So I replied to him, if you do this, you will bring Israelis and Palestinians to the points of disasters.
The Palestinians had lost one of the things that mattered to them most. They were so angry they stormed out of the White House and never came back. A little later, Trump called Palestinian President Abbas. He told Abbas, don't worry, you will get something big next. But Abbas was really angry. Trump went on a long monologue of trying to calm down Abbas, and at a certain point, he realized that Abbas' line had dropped, and he's been talking to himself for several minutes. The operator asked the president if he wanted to reconnect the call, and he said, well, you know what? I'll call him another day. And that was the last time they spoke, on December 5th, 2017. The next day, Trump announces that he's moving the embassy.
That it is time to officially recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
Israel is celebrating, the Palestinians are furious. And President Abbas, in a meeting of the Palestinian leadership in Ramallah, curses Trump in Arabic, Yachar Betak, which in English is, may your house be destroyed. This is the worst thing you can say about anybody. And he says it about the President of the United States.
Okay.
Trump hits back. In the next few...
Okay, so this is very interesting. You have a situation, this would be my guess how the situation came to be, where you have Trump is very impulsive. And he also probably, I mean, he said that Trump and his advisors like understood, but they didn't really understand, obviously, because they wouldn't have done this. I think this could have been his business thought clouding his judgment to think like, okay, this is something symbolic, but, you know, pragmatically, who cares? We all, you know, everyone understands that Jerusalem's really the capital of Israel already. So this is just kind of like a symbolic thing. Who cares? It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can leverage this, you know, from Israel, and then we can use that to leverage Israel to give some sort of concession to the Palestinians, right? And he had kind of this business tit for tat mentality, I would imagine, here. And because he has basically has a bunch of advisors who are all Israeli, super pro-Israel simps at the moment, they all basically just agree to this. And
yeah, they don't give him the inside. They say,
yeah,
oh, they'll get over it. It'll be just fine.
Right. I mean, to think that's just going to be a little bump in the road. Like, you're just going to do it and they're just going to be fine with it. And it's like, no, they weren't fine with it.
No, that's what
this massive deal. Yeah.
I'm sure the Israel advisors were telling them, oh, it's it's just a little bump in the road. It's no big deal. They'll get over it. Yeah. I'm sure that's what they were telling him.
Of course. I'm
sure
they
were lying to him.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe they didn't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know what these guys' experiences was. He had Trump's his bankruptcy lawyer. He's going to make him like a diplomat.
Okay, maybe that guy didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, like, you know, like, I don't know these guys' experience. So I was like, oh, it's not a big deal, right? Because they're just thinking about they're thinking about it from a business perspective. Where
no,
I
agree. Right. I agree 100% with everything you said. Like, it is that mindset that it's just business. It's just business. They'll get over it. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
They're like, this is my religion.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's part of the issue is that, you know, as we said, you know, there are religious and there are ideological constraints that operate in a lot of politics and a lot of leadership.
Of course.
That makes them do things that might seem irrational to someone who doesn't have those same constraints.
Yeah. One thing in one culture can be totally innocuous, and in another culture, it's like this grave disrespect. Like, you basically have turned the person into a laughing stock. Which, I mean, that's the problem with the cultural differences here, because that's what happened. Like, he totally disgraced these people, and he didn't know it.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, you know, if Trump did really have this like super positive relationship with the president,
he should have known that, right?
Of the Palestinian Authority, he could have really leveraged that maybe into, well, maybe he couldn't, because maybe Netanyahu was such a piece of shit that he wouldn't actually try. But theoretically, that could have been leveraged into something, you know, maybe some peace, something good. But that was all. And see, and then from his perspective, from the head of the PA's perspective, of course, he's going to leverage the most horrendous insult ever, because if he did have this positive relationship with Trump, and then Trump goes and turns around and does this without even consulting them, it's going to feel like a massive betrayal.
Well, look, dropped the call and he didn't even call him back. So that's kind of an
he's
insult.
in the middle of he just drops the call, right?
Doesn't call him back.
Well, and then also with Kushner, and that kind of to me shows Kushner's lack of experience as a diplomat. Like if what he's saying is true, if that quote is accurate, it's like someone is saying if you do from a foreign policy perspective, they say if you do X, we're going to do Y, and Kushner's response is to become defensive and say, "Don't threaten me." Like what is that response? They're just telling you what they're going to do. They're just explaining how the foreign policy is going to work. Like, what is this defensiveness?
Do we continue?
Yeah. Few months, he cuts nearly all aid to the Palestinians. He closes the PLO office in Washington and shuts down the U.S. consulate in Jerusalem, which is the U.S. diplomatic mission to the Palestinian Authority.
That's the guy he didn't call back, right? Did all that stuff.
Wait, go back a second. So, because did Trump do this, or I'm confused?
No, I think the Palestinian guy did. I backed it up 30 seconds.
Etak, which in English is "May your house be destroyed." This is the worst thing you can say about anybody. And he says it about the President of the United States. Trump hits back. In the next few months, he cuts nearly all aid to the Palestinians.
So it's Trump hitting back against him.
Right.
So he does this thing. The guy says, "Fuck you, may your house burn down." And Trump is like, "No, fuck you."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He closes the PLO office in Washington and shuts down the U.S. consulate in Jerusalem, which is the U.S. diplomatic mission to the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinians never came back to the table.
Don't you love how politics is just basically Mean Girls?
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so pathetic. Oh,
it's
my
like,
God.
What can we do? I know. Let's close their office down.
It's so blackpilling. It's so pathetic when you find out how so many of these like high level foreign policy things break down because one side or both sides are just acting like fucking high school girls and can't put aside whatever their personal grievances are for, the higher mission of the countries. It's wild to me.
I mean, I kind of like it for the drama. I'm not going to lie. I mean,
okay.
I think it's kind of hilarious.
I mean, I don't know how much it mattered. Like in this situation, I don't know how much it matters because if Netanyahu is not willing to make peace, it doesn't really matter what America-Palestinian relations are. But this could matter if in the future Benjamin Netanyahu is gone, which I think is very possible after all this stuff with the Gaza ends or slows down. I think it's very possible he will lose office. And if they get someone who is more sympathetic or to working with the PA, we need to have America that the PA trusts to broker some kind of legitimate deal. And I don't know if this incident is going to be seen as like, well, America is not trustworthy anymore, or if it will just be like localized to just Trump.
Yeah, this, I mean, has sort of a happy ending anyway with the Abraham Accords. We're obviously 2 years in the future now. I don't know with the October 7th stuff. The Abraham Accords may be doomed, but I do think it's interesting. Trump closes down the guy's office. I mean, Putin would have tried to assassinate him, right? I mean,
I don't know if Putin tried to assassinate a foreign leader, but they would do,
I'm just saying, look, there's closing his office and then there's drone strike.
Sure.
Sometimes the Mean Girls is better.
But this is kind of ridiculous because it's like, I mean, the guy had every right to be upset.
Of course he did. Look, he didn't even call him back. What the hell?
Right. So for Trump to be like, no, fuck you, to me is kind of like, well, okay, that's like, give me a break.
Look, if the phone drops and the person doesn't call you back, you're like, what the fuck?
Well, no, I mean, the implication is that the guy hung up on Trump. So I don't blame Trump for not calling back.
Oh, okay.
Right. I think the guy he was tired of listening to Trump bluster on, so he hung up, which I'm sure really pissed Trump off significantly.
Well, why didn't they say that in the podcast? They just said the line got disconnected.
Well, no, he said the operator Well, I think that's the implication that I got. And that's why the operator's like, would you like the call back? Like the operator is listening. Okay, you're the operator for the president of the United States, and you're listening to the president go on and on and on to the head of the PA. The head of the PA hangs up in disgust. And you know this as the operator, okay? Because you see the switchboard.
That is an uncomfortable break-in.
And then but
you don't know.
Hasn't realized this.
Look, if you're the operator, you don't know if it got disconnected or if he hung up.
Okay, that's true. That's true. You're the operator. Let me just say this. You're the operator. You suspect that the guy hung up in disgust because you're listening to the phone call. You understand the context of the situation.
Look,
wait. Let me just finish. Okay. And the president hasn't noticed because the president is just talking and talking and talking, and there's no break for the operator to enter in the conversation to say the phone call has been disconnected. And you're sitting there like, oh my God, do I let them keep going? Do I interrupt the president? Like, you know, like this weird dilemma.
I know, it's like, horrible. It's like a Hollywood movie.
Yes. How long do I let the president go on and on to fucking no one before I interrupt them and tell them that they're just talking to themselves?
This is a horrible, horrible situation.
It's
but look,
hilarious.
this is why when I hang up on people, I say, fuck you.
There you go.
That's the respectful way to hang up on somebody.
Oh, sure. That's very respectful, yeah.
Anyway, let us continue.
When we come back, we'll tell you a story you haven't heard before. It's about the real relationship between President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
They were gay lovers. That's what he tells us when he.
That's what Kanye was trying to tell us.
Don't you? Why do they do this when we come back and then we're back? Watch us.
Well, I'm assuming there's a commercial wherever this was played originally.
We're back.
We're not back. Oh, now we're back.
Let me play. These podcasts with all the sound effects, like if they just scream 2000 to me, like don't they seem dated to you? Like
well, it's because
look, we're Radio Lab. Look at all these sound effects that we have in our podcast.
It's because that's how radio used to operate, and I think a lot of boomers are operating as if podcasts operate the way radio operates,
right?
With all these sound effects and musical breaks and all this other stuff, where us young, hip, millennial, and Zoomer types are used to the very long form streams that are just a bunch of a-holes talking, you know, for like hours and hours.
Look, we don't have any sound effects for you. Like, get out of here. You want sound effects? Should I bring up
the soundboard? Do I need to bring in Paul Blart, mall lawyer, to read something for us?
The sound effects they're like boomer catnip, right?
They do, they
look
do.
At this. Look at these interesting sounds. It's like a cornucopia of sound.
You like that little the Japanese school chime?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Class is now in session.
I got those chimes on my porch.
Okay.
Barak, what's happening with Benjamin Netanyahu at this point?
So at that moment, when the Palestinians cut off ties with the White House, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is watching from the sidelines, is overjoyed.
Of course he is.
He starts to capitalize on the situation. It's like every day there's something new that Trump is doing for Israel. First, the embassy opens in Jerusalem.
The embassy is opening this morning on Israel's 70th anniversary. Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner are there.
Then, Trump leaves the nuclear deal with Israel's sworn enemy, Iran.
This was a horrible one-sided deal that should have never.
And eventually, he even recognizes the Golan Heights, a strategic and contested territory, as part of Israel. So Netanyahu begins to look at Trump's presidency as this all-you-can-eat buffet, an opportunity of a lifetime that might allow him to not only secure his legacy, but also save his political career.
Save his political career?
Yeah. In late 2016, right around the time Trump won the election, the Israeli police started investigating Netanyahu for alleged corruption, and eventually in 2019, he was indicted.
What are some of the charges he's facing?
Well, Jonathan, it's a lot of charges. It's bribery, breach of trust, and fraud. And here's just one example. Bibi had all these relationships with wealthy tycoons, and he would ask them for gifts. It was a system. And it got to this point where he allegedly received $200,000 worth of gifts like cigars and champagne.
Was Netanyahu always like this, Barak?
Actually not, because for a long time he was basically a moderate conservative. But after several years in office, he radicalized and started shifting to the hard right. And as his legal situation deteriorated, Bibi became very politically dependent on the settler lobby, which pushed the idea of annexation of the West Bank. In 2019, Bibi gets indicted, but he knows that if he wins his next elections by a landslide, he might be able to stop the investigations. And one way to win, he thinks, is by convincing Trump to support annexation right before the elections.
Okay,
so,
pause it.
Yeah, so is this why he's doing the stuff with the courts now? Is because he's under investigation for all this fraud and stuff?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. But it's interesting because this is why you want to listen to this. This is strict dictator's handbook, because it really shows, like, you look at why is a politician doing something, and it's like, okay, they're getting hit with all these fraud charges. They're in trouble of, if they lose power, of going to jail.
Yeah.
Or having some other, legal harm imposed upon them for being corrupt. And so it's like, okay, I have to win by any means necessary. I have to hold on to power by any means necessary. And oh, look, in order to maintain power, I have to like get in bed with these like crazy people over here, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. Look, it's not just going to jail that they're afraid of, because these people live high on the hog. Like they have a lifestyle that's very very ritzy. Look, he got a gift worth $200,000 that was just booze and cigars.
Like, well, it was a collection, I guess. But yes, he had all these, rich people giving him all this crap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. And just the power to be, so powerful for so many years, right? And to give that up, I'm sure for a lot of people,
that's painful.
Goes to their head. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen Goodfellas. I know how it ends. I feel like a schmuck. I'm in this apartment reading the newspaper like every normal schmuck.
When I order some linguine, they give you egg noodles with ketchup. Yes.
Yeah. Look.
Right.
That's fate worse than death to most of these people.
Yep.
Yeah. Makes you think about Trump's legal issues.
Most people have heard about Israeli settlements. What's the difference between settlements and annexation?
Well, Jonathan, Israel occupied the West Bank in 1967, and since then, it's been building settlements there, a move that most countries also consider illegal under international law. And settlements are taking over more and more land in the West Bank where Palestinians wanted to have their state. And still, this is all temporary, at least symbolically. But if Israel annexes the land and applies its laws to the West Bank, it means that its occupation becomes permanent. In that case, the two-state solution would be off the table for good. But for Netanyahu to go ahead with annexation, he needs the support of the most powerful country in the world, the United States. And he sees the launch of the Trump peace plan as an opportunity to get it.
So now we're in 2020. It's just before the peace plan unveiling that we began this episode with.
In a nutshell, here's the deal. 1/3 of the occupied West Bank would go to the Israelis. That would be more than the Israelis had ever been offered. The rest would make up a new Palestinian state, but it would be like little splotches on a map, no continuity at all. They would have to travel from city to city through bridges and tunnels. And although the Palestinians would get a capital in parts of East Jerusalem, Israel would continue controlling all the holy sites in the city. For Israel, the deal is a victory. For the Palestinians, it's a nightmare. And Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas even calls it the slap of the century.
And here's where it gets even more bizarre.
America's ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, tells the Israelis that Trump will go along with annexation. But Friedman didn't let the White House know that that's what he told the Israelis.
So that's a...
Oh my God.
What do you call that?
That's why you don't have your bankruptcy lawyer, okay, be the diplomat to a major country that has all these geopolitical problems.
Look, I can talk Trump into doing anything.
This is what's so wild, because so there's a thing where giving your political allies cushy, one of the ways you can give your political allies a cushy job is you make them diplomat of some country that has good relations with your country that no one cares about.
Right.
Okay. You're gonna, I don't know.
Of course.
True, but it's you're the diplomat of Bora Bora. I don't know. Some, you give someone the diplomacy to some country that no one cares about.
England
doesn't have some. Well, I mean, England's important. They're doing big trade deals and things. So I don't know about England, but that's just one of the ways in which these things are done. But you don't do it to
but not important.
Right. You don't do it to Israel. What the fuck? It's this massive geopolitical hotspot where all these problems are occurring 24/7. And you're oh, let me just make my bankruptcy lawyer.
Wait a second here. He's his bankruptcy lawyer. He's worked with this guy 100 times. Okay.
Yeah, but this guy's an idiot. He just says without clearing it with the White House, he just says oh, by the way, we're
gonna trust your bankruptcy lawyer. Who can you trust?
Yeah, we're exactly. He just says this without clearing the White House. He's gonna be oh yeah, we're totally good for you to just annex the West Bank. What the hell? That's insane.
This is insane. So the Netanyahu people, they think, oh look, we've got clearance from the White House.
They're doing backflips.
You ain't got clearance from the White. Look, Trump doesn't even know about this yet.
Yes, this is
you
insane.
Ain't got no clearance.
This is so wild to me.
The plot thickens. Okay, the bankruptcy attorney spilled the beans a little too early.
Trump and Kushner, they're not thinking about annexation at all. They're trying to put together this peace plan to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Kushner wants the plan out before the US presidential campaign consumes everything and as a preparation for a possible second term of the Trump administration. So when Bibi comes to Washington on January 26th, he is sure he's going to get an okay from Trump for annexation. And I remember how in the day before the ceremony at the White House, several conservative commentators, the Israeli equivalents of Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson, were literally dancing in Washington at the prospect of getting this green light for annexation. But what they don't realize at that point is that there's actually a massive disconnect between Trump and Bibi on this issue.
By the bankruptcy attorney.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
So it's now January 28th, 2020. More than 100 guests gather in the White House ballroom for the unveiling of Trump's much-anticipated attempt to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Today, Israel takes a big step towards peace.
It's been 3 years in the making. It's an odd crowd. It's mostly American and Israeli conservatives, hardliners like Senator Ted Cruz. There are no Palestinians. Trump has just finished presenting his plan, and Netanyahu takes the mic.
Mr. President, your deal of the century is the opportunity of the century. And rest assured, Israel will not miss this opportunity.
Trump is standing a little behind Bibi and off to the side. Bibi is going on, and Trump actually looks bored. But then Netanyahu says something that gets his attention.
Israel will apply its laws to the Jordan Valley, to all the Jewish communities in Judea and Samaria, and to other areas that your plan designates as part of Israel, and which the United States has agreed to recognize as part of Israel.
Trump is like, what the fuck? What the fuck? They're like, what did he just say? What was that? Isn't this hilarious?
Yeah. So basically, he just said that apply their laws to the area. That means that they would annex all these parts of the West Bank to be Israel.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And Trump's like, wait, I didn't give the okay for any of that shit.
Yeah.
He's sitting right there.
Yes.
Oh, this is so juicy.
In other words, Netanyahu says that Israel will start annexing its portion of the West Bank right away. And you can see Trump glance at someone off stage as if he's checking to make sure that's really what he heard. And when the evening wrapped up and Netanyahu left the White House, Trump turned to his advisors and shouted, "What the hell was that?" One of Trump's advisors told me that the president was waiting to hear Netanyahu reaching out to the Palestinians, but instead, he just got a campaign speech. And I remember that this Trump advisor told me that Bibi turned the president into a potted plant.
Wow.
So at this point, Trump realizes that he and Netanyahu have completely different ideas about what's going to happen next. Barak, what happens in the aftermath of this event?
I remember that I walked across the street from the White House to the Blair House, and we were all sitting around this long wooden table, and Bibi was going on and on about what a historic moment this is. And then he said, "I'm going to bring a resolution to my cabinet to start annexing all the settlements and the Jordan Valley, which is around 20% of the West Bank." And he says, "I'm going to do it Sunday," which is like 5 days away. Trump is livid when he finds out.
That was really going too far. That was going way too far. And we were not happy about that.
Kushner is really upset too. He calls Friedman into his office and gives him a dress down. And he says, "David, this is not what I told the president that is going to happen. We're not doing this." And Kushner then makes Friedman cross the street to the Blair House too and deliver this very bad news to Bibi. This was a terrible, terrible night for Netanyahu. It was really humiliating. What he thought will be the opportunity of the century just became the embarrassment of the century. And the next day, he and Friedman were just forced to walk back everything they said the day before on annexation. And on the plane back to Israel, Netanyahu told us that it was just this miscommunication with the White House, and it was clear to everybody it was just bullshit. The White House and the Israelis barely...
So I was looking into this guy, the David Friedman, the bankruptcy lawyer. There's this article when he was appointed to the position in 2016.
Yeah.
That says Donald Trump's Israel ambassador is a hardline pro-settler lawyer.
Wow.
Says supposedly this was known before he was put into position. So this is Trump's screw up. He set out a number of hardline positions on Israel-Palestine, including an opposition to the two-state solution and strong support for the undivided Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel. He called Obama an anti-Semite and suggested that Jews who oppose the Israel annexation of the West Bank are worse than Nazi-era prisoners who served as concentration camp guards.
So, wow. That's pretty hard line, yeah.
Yeah, this is the guy he makes, the ambassador to Israel. So not the great choice.
Well, this guy is basically trying to usurp Trump's power. He's trying to use Trump's power for what he wants.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is the problem, that if you're doling out these positions, this is the problem. Someone's going to try to do something like this in your name.
Right. Yeah. You're going to be on the hook. Yeah.
Talk for a month. And then a dramatic thing happened. It's never been reported before. Ron Dermer, Israel's ambassador to Washington, comes to see Kushner. They were sitting in Kushner's office, not very far from the Oval Office. They were friends and they liked each other, but it didn't seem that way on this particular day. Dermer blamed Kushner for embarrassing Netanyahu when he was in the midst of a critical election campaign. Kushner pushed back. He said no U.S. president had ever done more for Israel than Donald Trump. And at this point, things really started to escalate because Dermer said that Netanyahu doesn't know if he could ever trust the Trump administration again. Kushner has heard enough. He just calls Dermer's comments disgusting, and he actually shouts at him, "Get the hell out of here," and he throws him out of the office.
This sounds like the lowest point in the US-Israel relationship since Trump assumed office. And in this moment, it's hard to imagine that just a few months later, the Trump administration would successfully negotiate an agreement with Israel and 4 other Arab nations. Next time.
Okay, so how this is like a movie, okay?
It's totally a movie.
Yeah, this is like, second act. We're at the lowest part for the Trump administration.
This is like the all is lost right here.
Right. They've enraged both the Palestinians and the Israelis. How the hell do they pull together and cobble this peace agreement?
I don't know if we should pause here or pause. Yeah. I guess we'll pause in the middle because we have Aristocracy at 3, so we've kind of messed up here a bit.
It's okay. I mean, we can pause here and people can just be like, oh my God, what's going to happen? You're just going to have to stick around to find out.
Okay.
Because we will listen to the rest of it after.
So we'll read some super chats. Well, we got like 20 minutes before Aristocracy. Do you want to start on the second half or?
Okay, let's just start in the second half. Why not?
I have to.
You got to find it though.
Yes, I do. Unfortunately.
It might be easier to find. I had the link. I thought
to the second one. Yeah, do that. Send that to me.
It's in the. Oh, here it is. Wait, I'll just send it.
Oh no, wait! I got it right here. Part 2. Okay. I think this should work.
Let's see.
You can see it, right?
Duke Norton for $20.
Not many foreign policy deals in the Trump administration really.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Mattered. But the Abraham Accords did. They fundamentally reshaped the Middle East. And when Donald Trump signed the Accords on September 15th of last year, even he didn't realize how much they'd changed things.
Yes, here are just a few things that have changed in the last year. 250,000 Israelis went to Dubai last year. They couldn't do it before. Cyber experts from Israel and Morocco are working together now. Soldiers from Israel and Bahrain and the US are training together in the Red Sea, sending a signal to Iran. And all of those unprecedented things happened after the lowest point in relations between the Trump administration and the Netanyahu government. The Abraham Accords happened almost by accident last year in a desperate attempt to stop Israel from illegally annexing parts of the West Bank and destabilizing the region. We're going to take you behind the scenes with never before reported accounts from the key players who negotiated the deal. They took the failed peace deal between Israel and the Palestinians, which we told you about in episode 1, and used it to create a different deal between the United Arab Emirates and Israel. 3 other Arab countries have joined the agreements, and the Biden administration is now trying to expand it even more. I'm Barak Ravid, Axios Middle East correspondent.
And I'm Jonathan Swan. This is How It Happened, Trump's Big Deal. Part 2. From Secret Alliance to the Abraham Accords. Our story begins in March of 2019.
It's a Sunday morning, and a man shows up at Jared Kushner's house in Washington. His name is Yusuf El-Otaiba. He's been described as the most powerful man in Washington that you've never heard of. He's the United Arab Emirates ambassador to the United States. Kushner's been expecting him. They take a seat in his living room. Right away, El-Otaiba says something that surprises Kushner. The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, wants to normalize relations with Israel, open embassies, economic ties, and borders. This would be a big deal. No Arab country had normalized relations with Israel in 25 years.
On the surface, it seemed like the UAE had no relationship with Israel, but appearances can be deceiving, can't they?
Exactly, Jonathan. Because behind the scenes, the UAE and Israel had a clandestine relationship for a quarter century. It started with Israel allowing the Emiratis to get US military aid. It continued with a growing security and intelligence relationship, quiet business deals, and even a secret Israeli diplomatic office in Dubai. The White House loved the idea of the UAE and Israel making their relationship public, but politics in Israel got in the way. A year later, the seed that was planted by Al-Utaiba would bear fruit and turn an international diplomatic crisis into a historic breakthrough that reshaped the Middle East.
So now it's May of 2020. The United States is in the middle of the COVID pandemic and the Black Lives Matter protests. And President Trump is growing increasingly concerned about his re-election campaign.
Meanwhile, in Israel, after 3 rounds of elections, Netanyahu finally managed to form a coalition government. He does that with his arch-rival, retired General Benny Gantz. In their agreement, there is one issue Bibi refused to compromise on: annexing around a third of the occupied West Bank, making it formally part of Israel.
Gantz is calling for delay in consultation. Netanyahu is doubling down.
He really wants that land, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, I don't know with him if it's just because he's so reliant on the settler vote, which is probably a big thing, or if he's just become so ideologically possessed about it. I would assume the vote is the thing motivating him.
We don't know enough about Israel politics to know, but I would love to know.
Yeah.
Right?
Bibi believes if he doesn't act fast, it will never happen. So when he's sworn in, he sets a deadline to start annexation, July 1st, just 10 weeks away.
So July 1st becomes this kind of ticking time bomb for leaders trying to stop Israel from annexing parts of the West Bank. Barak, how did the world react to Bibi declaring this timeline?
Well, Jonathan, it was widespread condemnation. First, annexation is illegal under international law. And second, if Netanyahu were to carry it out, a 2-state solution would be off the table for good, and the region would be even more destabilized. In fact, Jordan threatens annexation will undermine its peace agreement with Israel. And dozens of countries in the region and beyond are weighing in. But one voice from the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, seems to cut through the rest.
Hi, my name is Yusuf Al-Utaiba. I'm the UAE ambassador to the United States.
3 weeks before the July 1st deadline, Al-Utaiba wrote an article against annexation, which was published in Hebrew in an Israeli newspaper. It was a very big deal. It was the first time the UAE had ever engaged with the Israeli press.
I believe that annexation was going to have horrendous consequences for the region. And I think it was going to put the US in a very awkward spot because they were going to have to defend an incredibly unpopular decision in the region.
Al-Utaiba's article made big headlines in Israel and around the world, and it's a key moment in the story.
Why do you think it resonated so much?
First, because it was a direct message to the Israeli people at a very critical moment. And second, it really undermined Bibi's spin that the Arab world doesn't care about annexation.
Okay, Barak, so is there anyone in the Trump administration who supports annexation at this point?
Well, Jonathan, only one guy still wanted annexation. This was David Friedman, the U.S. ambassador to Israel.
Go figure.
After Netanyahu's July...
Go figure, right? You didn't see that coming, did you, Sitch?
What a surprise.
What a surprise. The bankruptcy attorney.
Yes, classic.
Just when you thought you had friends, someone's been using you.
July 1st announcement, Friedman starts pushing Jared Kushner very hard. And in one conversation, Kushner told Friedman, "Listen, David, you're 6,000 miles away, and you don't understand what's going on here. We have COVID, the elections. This is not the first priority for the president right now." But Friedman...
Look, not only does he care so much about it, he's in Jared Kushner's office trying to push this up the stack to important.
Right.
When Trump is worried about being reelected.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
I mean, but this is why you can't you should not be putting ideologues in positions of power to be like ambassadors to key countries, because they're going to be like delusionally biased in terms of what they're advocating for.
Of course. Yeah. It's hilarious.
And just couldn't let it go. And finally, in the middle of COVID, he flies to Washington on a government plane for an Oval Office meeting. And at this point, Netanyahu's July 1st deadline is only 1 week away.
So Friedman shows up to Washington.
Look, okay, so Friedman is flying in to talk to Trump. Friedman was the one that told Netanyahu to move forward. So Netanyahu is probably pressuring him, like, why'd you put me in this position?
Yes.
Like, he's horrified by this.
With some pretty grand ambitions. Who was at this meeting in the Oval Office?
We had President Trump, obviously, and Friedman. There's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, Jared Kushner, and Avi Berkowitz.
So tell me about Avi Berkowitz.
Berkowitz is 31 years old at the time, and he's Trump's Middle East envoy. And in some ways, he's a classic Trump administration story. He met Kushner in 2011 during a basketball game at a Passover retreat in Arizona.
Naturally.
Yeah, and they became friends. And in 2016, Berkowitz joined the Trump campaign. And he was the one who suggested that they broadcast Trump's election rallies on Facebook Live. And that's what gets him into Trump's inner circle and eventually lands him in the West Wing at this critical meeting.
So, Barack, what's the feeling in the room?
Trump is in a very bad mood, and Trump starts delivering this monologue of complaints about Bibi and the speech he gave when Trump presented his Middle East peace plan in January. And Friedman tries to speak up, but Trump interrupts him and he says, "David, why are we even talking about this?" And he says, "David, I've done more for Israel than any other president in history." Friedman's pitch is going nowhere. He even admits that not everyone in the Israeli government supports annexation. But Trump is done. And he points at Mike Pompeo and he says, "You know what? If you want to do it, I don't have a problem. Mike, you decide."
Seriously?
Seriously.
So basically Trump outsourced.
What? Wait. He's all like, "I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to do this, blah, 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 blah." And then
Mike
he's like,
Pompeo.
"Whatever. I don't even care anymore. You, Mike Pompeo, you figure this out." Like, what the hell is going on here?
Is it Mike Pompeo, that super right wing mayor? Who's Mike Pompeo?
No, he was the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Was he mayor at some point? I mean, he might have been. I don't remember.
No,
he was in the House. I know that. He was the CIA director, I think, briefly. I don't know if he was a mayor.
Mike Pompeo, an American politician who served in the administration of Trump, director of... Oh, wow, he was CIA, huh? Okay.
For Trump, for a year, yeah.
For some reason, I thought this was the guy who was like the border guy. Wanted to like seal the border up.
I don't know what you're talking about, but no, that was
anyway. Moving on. So yeah, he's like, look, I'm in a bad mood. You decide.
That's so weird.
You haven't heard this, have you?
No, I didn't hear part 2. No.
Okay. Look, Trump pulls it off, man. Trump. Look,
okay.
It's hard to hate Trump. It really is, because he's just like, he's got instinct. I can respect the game.
Right.
Trump has game. He has great game.
Right.
So listen to this. This is perfect.
This is the US government's position on Israeli annexation of the West Bank to Mike Pompeo.
Yes, but wait for this. He then turns to everybody else in the room and he says, "You should know that if anything bad happens, it's on all of your heads."
That does not surprise me.
Isn't
okay, so this is like the classic, like, listen, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Okay, you decide. But
I know, but
if this goes wrong, everyone in this room is totally screwed.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean, you're right. That's classic instinct. It's a classic, I'm going to let you decide, but I'm going to totally bias you to do the thing I want you to do anyway.
Right.
Because if you tell everyone that if it goes south and it's on your head, that's going to naturally make people be more conservative. I don't mean politically, but just more conservative in terms of holding steady the pre-existing course. Because then if there is a problem, it's not your fault, right? It's only your fault if you change something and then it goes wrong.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. He's basically think long and hard before you do whatever you're going to do.
Right.
That does not surprise me.
And, Friedman kind of freaks out because the idea of this being on his head starts to...
Fucking Friedman has taken no responsibility for any of this shit all the way through.
I know. Good.
Finally, he's like, oh, man.
Yep.
Now I have to take responsibility.
Yep.
You don't like that.
Scare him.
So what happens next?
Kushner is running the show at this point, and he sends Berkowitz with Friedman back to Jerusalem.
So Avi Berkowitz is in the most extraordinary situation. He is representing the United States as their peace negotiator, and he's being asked to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu to try to strong-arm him into putting annexation on hold. I mean, was he nervous about this?
Yeah, he was really nervous.
Okay, so Avi Berkowitz flies to Israel. What happens next?
Well, he and Friedman have 3 meetings over 4 days with Netanyahu. And you have to remember, we're in the middle of COVID, and the setting of this meeting was pretty bizarre. Here's Berkowitz.
I remember, my seat was in the center of the room with David on my left, and the prime minister was seated behind his desk with this very large, glass shield in front of him. It was not the most conducive atmosphere for a really intense meeting. Something out of a sci-fi film, more likely.
This first meeting started badly. Netanyahu blamed Berkowitz for leaking stories to the press, and Berkowitz protested and called Bibi's accusations offensive. But at a certain point, Friedman leaves the room, and Berkowitz looks at Netanyahu, and he says, look, I don't know what David Friedman told you, but the meeting with the president about annexation went really bad. And Jonathan, he tells Netanyahu that any annexation would have to be accompanied by significant concessions to the Palestinians. And at that moment, Netanyahu gets even angrier. And he actually threatens to go ahead with annexation unilaterally without a green light from Trump. Berkowitz stands up to Netanyahu, saying that he could do that, but then Trump would tweet something negative against him, and he would take away all the international backing that Bibi needs. Berkowitz tells Netanyahu, you're going to take your greatest friend in the world and make him an enemy. I can't tell you what to do, but I honestly advise you not to do it. 2 days later, Avi sees Netanyahu again for the second time, but they still get nowhere.
Yeah, I know. We have to mention the power of Twitter here, right?
Yeah, well, this was so interesting. So we have Friedman, who's some idiot, right? Apparently, it seems like he's a total idiot, even though he's Trump's bankruptcy lawyer. And then just by happenstance, Kushner meets this random guy who seems
who's actually smart. Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what's going on here. And he's like, yeah, listen, you could do what you're gonna do, but Trump's gonna send out a negative tweet.
Exactly. Trump is gonna at you on Twitter, Netanyahu.
Right. Well,
he's gonna fucking at you.
And it's interesting because there is, part of the things that people would say about Trump that would be a positive, which is true, is that since he isn't constrained by normal
social norms
or even political norms, Netanyahu could, if this was like a normal president, you think, okay, if he went ahead and did this, the president of the US is going to complain, but what are they going to
do anything? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Maybe they'll cut funding, they're not going to do anything. But with Trump, you're like, he could do something insane. He could just cut relations with Israel. Who knows what he could do, something totally unhinged, right? And so that actually plays to Trump's benefit because it scares foreign countries into okay, I guess I do have to maybe go along with something that he wants.
Look, he has all these fraud accusations against him. Bibi does. Trump could tweet out, "Oh, this guy's a fraudster. Look at all the Like,
yes,
who knows?
That's a good point too. Yeah.
Who knows what he's going to do?
Right. And and Trump would totally do something like that. Because,
he would.
Yeah.
He would easily. Oh my God, this is insane.
This is so good.
The power of this is like the power of Twitter for good, though, right? I mean, I feel like it is.
I mean, it definitely was beneficial in this
useful
moment.
here. Yeah.
Right.
So that night when Berkowitz,
you want to say something?
I was gonna say it's 7 now. Should we?
Oh no, she said she's running late. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Goes back to his hotel, he calls Kushner, and they're both really desperate and frustrated, but they decide to give it another shot. This time with a new idea, offering a carrot instead of a stick. 24 hours before the July 1st deadline, Avi meets Netanyahu one more time before he flies home. And he asks Bibi if he'd be willing to drop annexation in exchange for normalizing relations with the United Arab Emirates, opening embassies and trade. Bibi is skeptical. He said he's willing to think about it, but he still wanted to talk about annexation. So after 4 days and 3 meetings, Berkowitz flies home to the US on a red-eye. He's exhausted. He lands in Washington and heads to the White House. On the way, his phone rings. It's Yusuf El-Utaiba.
We'll be back in a moment.
Oh, sure you will.
Thank you.
Oh, we had to hear the wind chimes. Oh, thanks.
So, Jonathan, Berkowitz picks up the call with El-Utaiba.
It was God sent. It was one of the best phone calls I've ever had in my life.
This guy just sounds like a normal dude.
I know.
Doesn't he?
A random college kid.
Oh, yeah.
I was playing basketball with Jared Kushner, and we were talking about Halo 3, and now I'm like trying to high level diplomatic talks to try to get Netanyahu to stop annexing the West Bank.
I know. Oh God, it's like straight out of a movie.
Yes.
Look, I told Trump, you should put your rallies on Facebook. He liked that idea.
You're right. This is like, how is this not a Fincher movie already?
Of course.
A David Fincher movie or a Sorkin movie.
All the way, yeah. It might be a movie one day. I mean, it's hilarious. Well, I guess Hollywood kind of hates Trump, though. They would never make a movie that paints Trump in any sort of
but see, this is what's interesting.
Light.
This actually undermines Trump, because everyone is giving Trump all these accolades for the Accords, but if it's really just this guy, right?
Oh, I know, the dude, bro.
It's just this random dude is like, because he had this. I mean, this is why this story is so insane. So like, I had no clue about any of this. We're literally 24 hours away from Israel annexing the West Bank unilaterally. And this guy just floats this idea to Netanyahu, and he's like, Netanyahu's like, okay, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, totally. Who knows if he can even deliver it? He's like, yeah, what the hell? See what we can do.
We're both trying to find a way to avert annexation.
This is El-Utaiba.
And we started thinking of ideas. This idea came up.
He brought up the possibility of Israel not going forward with the annexation in exchange for the United Arab Emirates normalizing relations with Israel.
And what do you tell him?
I said, you might not believe this, but I had a very similar thought the other day.
Okay, wait, pause it. So what just happened, to be clear, was that by like cosmic universal luck and chance, okay, after this guy says this to Netanyahu, and Netanyahu's skeptical of it, the diplomat of the UAE calls him and tells him that he had the same idea.
Yep.
And he didn't know, so presumably he didn't know that this was going on. So they just had some sort of like magical cosmic mind linking at the moment.
Look, I'm telling you, it's more important to be lucky. It really is.
Yes, it's always better to be lucky than smart.
It is.
Yes, this is like
luck is a godsend.
This guy rolled the nat 20 on his way back to the White House. Okay, like this is insane.
I know.
At the same time, on July 1st in Jerusalem, fewer than 5 people in Israel knew that annexation was dying and that normalization was going to be the new game in town. For Netanyahu, it was a tough moment, and he decided to cut his losses. And for the rest of July, the three sides hammered out a deal. Its general terms were clear: normalization for stopping annexation.
So, Barak, what was the negotiating process like?
Well, you know, Jonathan, this is very interesting because Avi Berkowitz told me that the three sides never met together until the deal was decided.
All of the negotiations were done through Jared and myself in Washington. So we would meet bilaterally with one party, and then we would meet bilaterally with the other party.
So the reason the American, Israeli, and Emirati negotiators never met was that for the Emiratis, they wanted to make sure that when the Israelis are making a commitment, they're not making this commitment to them, that they're making this commitment to the United States. And it wasn't easy. At one point, while the Americans were passing drafts between the sides, the Israeli ambassador Dermer called Berkowitz and said that Bibi would only drop annexation if 3 Arab countries came on board, not just the UAE. Berkowitz told this to Kushner, and Kushner got really mad. He told Berkowitz, "Tell Ron that one country is all he's gonna get, and if he doesn't want it, he can just go fuck himself." Berkowitz called Dermer and gave him a more toned-down version of this.
Thank goodness, right?
Jared doesn't seem like
Jared is
the greatest diplomat. Okay, he sounds like one of those like Wolf of Wall Street guys.
Totally.
You know, selling people junk stocks and yelling at them.
Maybe he didn't have his coffee.
Maybe that's fine for business. I don't know if this is the best.
Look, I'm bringing up a picture of Avi Berkowitz. I sent you the picture via DM.
Really? I don't know what
he looks like he's 15 years old.
That's why I say, yeah, he sounds like he's straight out of college. Like, it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. Yeah.
Oh, man,
And he said, "I'll tell you gently, take what you're offered."
So, Barak, when did they decide to make the deal public?
As you can imagine, Trump wanted to make a big splash, so the White House sets August 13th as the day to announce the deal. But then, the day before, Bibi got cold feet because of Israeli domestic politics. And the Israeli ambassador to the US, Ron Dermer, calls the White House and says, "We're not going to sign it."
Oh my God.
This was really a crazy moment, and Kushner and Berkowitz were furious. And Friedman, who at that point had dropped his annexation fantasies and was already in Washington to be in the Oval Office for the announcement, calls the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem, and he shouts at Netanyahu's people.
Friedman's finally stepping up.
Finally, yeah. And even Friedman's yelling at you. You know you've done goofed, okay?
I know. You've goofed the floof here.
You've really goofed the floof here, Netanyahu.
He's like, damn you.
People. And he says, "It's happening tomorrow. You don't have a choice." And it worked. Netanyahu got the message.
I mean, I got to say, Barak, I covered the Trump administration. I did not know that this came so close to falling apart. And that is the most insane story. So now it's just before the public announcement. They need a name for the agreement.
Well, Jonathan, that's a funny story.
What do you think the name Trump wants is? What do you think?
The Trump Israel peace deal.
The day that the deal is supposed to be announced.
I mean, you're close.
And they still don't have a name. A member of the U.S. National Security Team, a 2-star general named Miguel Correa, came to Avi Berkowitz and suggested the name, the Abraham Accords. And they went to Kushner with the idea.
And immediately, Jared turns to me and smiles at me and gave me a look. And so I felt like now perhaps he thought that I was behind it.
Because Avi is short for Avram, Abraham in Hebrew.
So I said, Jared, just so you know, I was not involved in choosing of the name. And then we brought the name to the president, and He joked that he thought the Trump Accords would be a better name, but he would be okay with this as well. And then the media came in, and the rest, I guess, is history.
An hour later, on August 13th, Trump, Netanyahu, and the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Mohammed bin Zayed, get on the conference call to seal the deal. Berkowitz and Eroteba are on the line too. Here's Avi Berkowitz again.
It was extremely quiet. I remember that there was a nervous energy. And as I sat in my chair, even up until this very moment, I was still nervous that some complication would arise.
And then Sheikh Mohammed's line dropped.
Yusuf Al-Utaiba.
Took about 10 minutes to collect Sheikh Mohammed back on the line. And at that point, my hands were sweating. I think, wow, really? All this hard work, and this might not work because of a technical glitch? So there was a moment of uncertainty right there until everybody got on the line. And then it was incredible energy. I look back at it, and sometimes I still have a hard time believing that we actually pulled everything off.
And right after the call, Trump surprised the world when he announced the deal. And of course, he did it in a tweet, and he let Avi press send.
The diplomatic breakthrough came as a surprise announcement, but the president says it's been in the works for some time.
The two nations are expected to meet in the coming weeks to sign agreements.
The same day, while the world was still processing the news, the finance minister of Bahrain calls the White House, and he tells Kushner and Berkowitz, we want to be next, because for the Bahrainis, the UAE move was the cover they needed to take their own secret relationship with Israel into the open.
Look at this.
Hilarious.
Everyone's in bed with Israel.
Yes.
Isn't this hilarious?
That's so funny.
It's September 15th, 2020, the South Lawn of the White House. For the first time in 26 years, Arab states have agreed to normalize relations with Israel. It's the UAE and Bahrain.
We're here this afternoon to change the course of history. After decades of division and conflict, we mark the dawn of a new Middle East.
There were hundreds of people gathered at the White House. Americans, Israelis, Emiratis. It was really like a huge party.
The President of the United States, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and His Highness.
So each of the leaders, the foreign ministers of Bahrain and the UAE, the Prime Minister of Israel, and President Trump, gave speeches. And right after, the leaders sat down at this table which President Harry Truman used for his cabinet meetings.
We kindly ask that all guests remain seated for the signing of the documents.
And then they signed the Abraham Accords.
Send it to me in Arabic.
I will.
Within a few months, Sudan and Morocco joined the agreements. We've said the Abraham Accords have changed the lives of millions of people in the Middle East. Barak, what are the practical changes that have occurred in the year or more since the agreements were signed?
Well, lots of things, Jonathan. Now there are direct flights from Israel to places like Abu Dhabi and Bahrain and Morocco, and there's much more trade. And actually more countries want to get in on the peace. And the Biden administration is trying to build on it too. They want to get Saudi Arabia.
So what's happened to Bibi Netanyahu in the last year?
Well, Jonathan, he had this huge achievement, but he lost the confidence of his partners in the coalition government. And a few months later, he lost the election. And he's not the prime minister anymore. In fact, he spends most of his weeks in court dealing with his trial on charges of bribery and corruption.
So both Bibi and Trump are out of power now. The popular conception is that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are inseparable, political allies, deeply connected to each other, and also very good friends. What Barak's reporting has revealed is that is utterly false.
Exactly. And just after Trump lost, Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on winning the elections. And this is where their so-called bromance truly ended. And Trump told me he felt like Bibi stabbed him in the back.
Nobody did more for Bibi, and I liked Bibi. I still like Bibi, but I also like loyalty. I haven't spoken to him since, right? I didn't talk to him. Fuck him.
Wow.
That's kind of crazy, huh? There's Trump with the loyalty again, right?
Yes. But see, and this is also the importance of term limits. Because, I mean, Bibi keeps losing and then winning again. Like, he's been in power 6 times.
When did he? So he came back into power.
Yeah.
I was trying to look it up. So he must have won another election. Because I think this was
2021.
Yeah.
Yeah. He lost in 2021, and then I believe he was the head of the opposition for a year, and then he won again. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like a 4-year cycle. There's all sorts of wacky things that go on, and however this system works, it's not the way that the American system works.
Right.
So,
you guys need to get your shit together, man.
yeah, this is
Look,
bizarre.
I think everything I'm reading on Bibi Netanyahu now is like, this guy's got to go. Yeah.
No, he's not good. Well, see, now what I'm interested in, because I didn't know about any of the specifics of this, which is incredibly fascinating, is to find out there's been a lot of criticism aimed at Joe Biden and the Biden administration, saying that they basically undermined the Abraham Accords and did a lot of things to hurt and destroy the Abraham Accords. And I don't know what those things are. So now I want to look into that to see if that's true or not. Because if that is true, I mean, that's incredibly, insanely stupid.
This happens all the time. This is the same way.
Waste this,
Yeah, this is the same thing with Obamacare. Like they're like, look, the Democrats can't have this win on their books. We need to destroy it.
Yeah,
it's the same. It's the same instinct. I'm sure Biden is doing the same exact thing.
Well, yeah, and definitely, like, the media definitely didn't give the Trump administration the accolades for this that they deserved. Obviously.
Oh my God! If it was a Democratic president, there would have been confetti from the rooftops.
Yeah,
it would have been like, oh my God, peace in the Middle East. It's never happened in our lifetimes.
Right. Well, it's not.
God
not
bless
peace
the
in the Middle
Democrats.
East, but it's more like preventing Israel from doing something that's going to cause a massive amount of.
They would have, they would have framed it as peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, you're right.
That's exactly how they would have framed
it. If Obama or Biden did it, yes, they would have.
They would have given him a Nobel Peace Prize,
Right.
Everything would have been history.
But when I'm looking it up, I'm seeing mixed reporting on it. Like some people, it's funny. I see people criticizing Biden for going along with the Abraham Accords. I see people criticizing Biden for not. So I'm kind of confused as to what exactly.
Right.
Happening.
Look, and this is we're basically trying to figure it out because we're trying to come to some conclusions on what's going on in the Middle East right now. So,
right.
That's one of the reasons why we're looking at this. I know virtually nothing about these Abraham Accords. I just started reading on this stuff. I'm not sure if you saw the podcast with Piers Morgan and Jordan Peterson. I
didn't finish it, but yeah.
Okay, Jordan Peterson was simping hard for the Abraham Accords. But Jordan Peterson,
Yes.
I mean, he's got to be a bit biased. He had Benjamin Netanyahu on his podcast. Like, he's got a relationship with the guy. So, and I listened to the podcast with Benjamin Netanyahu and Jordan Peterson, and I mean, Netanyahu sounded like a little loony to me, a little loony bins.
But I don't even know
what your
if
take was.
I mean, even he, I don't know how. I mean, he seems kind of lukewarm on the Abraham Accords anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, in the thing that you were talking about, that's what I was kind of referring to, where Jordan Peterson was heavily criticizing Biden for destroying the Abraham Accords. So I was curious to look into the fact claims of that.
Yeah, I am too, obviously. So we're almost done, guys.
Okay, then. There are still questions about the future. What kind of consequences do the Abraham Accords have for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
So, Jonathan, on the one hand, the Accords stopped the annexation of the West Bank by Israel, which could have killed two-state solution for good. On the other hand, the Palestinians really hated the Abraham Accords.
Why did they hate them?
Because when they saw the UAE and Bahrain and then Sudan and then Morocco make peace with Israel, they realized that the influence they had for years over relations between Israel and the Arab world, it's really diminished.
Look, stray dictators handbook.
Oh, of course.
And they're like,
yeah.
we are losing power.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I've heard many people say that one of the reasons why these attacks happened on October 7th was because they were worried that they're reaching some pivotal process.
With Saudi Arabia, yeah.
Oh, okay. So Saudi Arabia is joining the Abraham Accords now,
Well,
and that's what they're trying to...
There was some talk that they might. And I mean, I'm assuming that's put on hold now because of all this stuff.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So. Ouch.
Do you maintain any hope for peace between the Israelis and Palestinians?
Unfortunately.
Hear that heavy sigh?
Yeah, I did hear it.
Oh, man. Look, he doesn't even say anything. That sigh gives it away.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see this in my lifetime. But, I didn't think we'd see peace between Israel and this many Arab states either. And that's what we have now.
Thanks, Barak. Your reporting's been fascinating, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Well, there you go.
I wanted to read this guy's book, but he doesn't have an audio book. It's on Kindle, though. I might listen to it with the computer voice on Kindle, which is not as good.
Not as great, yeah. What's the name of his book? This is the guy that was reporting all this?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the book.
Oh. Well, so we learned the unsung hero of the Abraham Accords, Avi Berkowitz.
Avi Berkowitz, yeah.
Random college student who played basketball with Jared Kushner.
The world is an amazing and wondrous place, guys.
Yeah, just him and the ambassador to UAE had a psychic connection for one brief moment, and it fixed the problem. Look at that.
Well,
Wonderful.
Look, I don't know how fixed it is because of this.
Well, okay, temporarily delayed a problem. Now, I mean, it's interesting now in the future looking back on this because obviously,
Well, look, I don't even think you can say temporarily delayed a problem. It actually created a new problem because the Abraham Accords were evidently partially responsible for this attack.
Yeah, no, and I mean, yeah, I've heard, and I mean, it sounds logical. We don't know, obviously, it's 100% true that Iran really doesn't want Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel. Hamas obviously doesn't want that either. The PA obviously doesn't want that either. And so, if Iran has influence on Hamas, I mean, the logical progression would be, at least they'd be in favor of doing some radical action to try to sabotage, the Saudis and Israel normalizing relations.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Iran would be on board with this radical action because I feel like this could actually backfire significantly.
Well,
and actually, I think
you're talking about the attacks.
Yeah, because they were so horrific.
Right. But supposedly you'd think Iran had to sign off to some extent.
I don't know. I don't know the extent of that.
You don't think so? I mean,
I have no clue.
A lot of people have postulated that Iran.
Yeah, people have postulated that. But to me, because this could have very easily backfired. I'm trying to remember because this is why, right when this happened, there were a lot of eyes on what was Saudi Arabia's response going to be.
Right.
Because the attacks were so horrific. It was kind of like 9/11 in America, where the attacks seemed so awful to the rest of the world that even our enemies and frenemies were kind of like, okay, that's kind of messed up. They were like, that's too much. And I think if Netanyahu was smarter, he might have been able, before doing the bombing campaign, he might have been able to leverage this into normalizing relations with Saudi Arabia before they started their attack on Gaza.
Okay. I was distracted through all of that. So the audience can listen.
Okay.
I should have been listening.
All I said was
the share screen thing was messing with me. So
yeah, all I said was Netanyahu if he was a little bit smarter. Now, the timing of this would be very important, but he might have been able to leverage the empathy that the world would have for the attack to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia before they went and started bombing Gaza.
No, yeah, look, the fact that Netanyahu is in charge now is a huge L.
Detriment.
A big L. A big giant fucking L.
Now that might, well, I just want to be clear. Now that might not be, what I suggested might not be possible because the Saudis might want to drag their feet for a long time. And obviously Netanyahu, both because they have hostages and just because of political pressure, he needs a quick response to whatever the response is going to be. He can't just drag his feet on a response. So it would have to be, very touch and go to see if you could manifest that into something positive.
Yeah, this whole thing is kind of demoralizing. So I do feel Israel is losing the moral high ground relatively quickly here, which is super, super unfortunate. It really is. So it would have been nice if they use this opportunity to push for peace. I mean, I understand the situation, though. Obviously, they got over 100 of their people over there still as hostages, and they don't even know if they're alive or dead. So, I mean, this is just a major. It really bothered me that the UN, and I don't know if you saw the clip, but the Jewish contingent of the UN was advocating for them to do one of these non-binding resolutions saying basically release the hostages immediately. And they didn't do it. They
Who's
did
the Jewish contingent of the UN?
What's that? The Israeli contingent.
Oh, sorry, you said
UN.
the Jewish. I was like, what?
Well, yeah, I guess. Well, they did a thing where they basically wore the Star of David on their suit lapels, saying that they were going to wear the Star of David until they did a resolution, which, I mean, it's moving, obviously. So, but the UN did a resolution for a ceasefire. I'm like, I understand that the UN doesn't have, control over Hamas, but all of these UN resolutions are non-binding anyway. They did one for a ceasefire, but Israel is under no obligation to, it's not law.
Yeah,
it's basically like a suggestion. They could make a suggestion, hey, release the hostages.
Right. I think Israel, and by Israel, I guess Netanyahu, his handling of this has been really poor and stupid.
It's been terrible.
And I think it probably speaks to the political pressures that he has to satiate the radical elements of the country who probably just want to level Gaza and don't care about the people there. Because this is where I think he's screwing up. Israel needs to be hyper crystal clear with the entire world what it's doing and what it's looking for. And so there were rumors and speculations that Israel offered the ceasefire in exchange for the hostages. And that was it. Those were the only grounds, right? And if that's true, that shouldn't be a rumor. Israel should just say that.
It should be an announcement. Exactly.
That should be trumpeted from the rooftops, because if Israel says that, it's kind of hard for everyone rhetorically to be against Israel. They're not even asking, if they weren't even asking for Hamas to disarm, or they were just asking for the hostages back, right?
They can't say that though, because if the hostages show up the next day, they're still going to turn it into a parking lot. That's exactly what they're going to do.
I know. But so what? I'm just saying, we're talking about rhetoric. We're not talking about what is actually moral or what they actually do. I'm just saying rhetorically.
Oh, right? Man. If all the hostages, all the alive hostages show up, who knows?
Well,
half
it's a
of them
gamble.
are probably dead.
It's a weird gamble.
It is a gamble.
Because Israel doesn't actually, it's an ask that Israel doesn't want Hamas to do.
They don't. And that is horrifying.
Yeah, but I know. So it's a gamble. So you say, well, is Hamas actually going to do it or not? Is Hamas going to pull that trigger? And so Israel could always stipulate something that they know they wouldn't, but that the world at wide would have to agree with, give us all the hostages and also disarm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something, but they need to give something, right? Because then Hamas isn't going to agree with that. but everyone else is going to have to agree with that from a moral perspective, right?
Yeah, because you could say give all the hostages and turn central leadership over to the authorities, or turn the people who actually, or turn the people who actually committed these heinous acts. I mean, half of them are on video somewhere anyway.
Yeah, there are things that Israel could push for, and they could push for, like if they're afraid that Hamas would do it, just on the hostages alone. And there are other stipulations that would still give Israel the moral high ground optically, but you would think Hamas would never go along with.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Netanyahu's handling of this situation is fucking insanely stupid. Number one. Number two, in terms of being crystal clear, is that Israel hasn't really been clear, at least globally, with what their plan exactly is. Because if they were saying, like, we're bombing strategic things to create a corridor so we can send in the military to free the hostages, right?
Military's already in. I don't know how much you've watched.
No, I know they are. But I'm saying if they said this, okay.
No, I know. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because right now, now you might say, well, that's not smart militarily, blah, 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 blah. But what you have to understand is that what matters more importantly than the military aspect of it is how the rest of the world views it. Because the rest of the world is basically viewing it, whether it's true or not, because who the fuck knows, since everything is opaque. The rest of the world is viewing it like, well, Israel's just blowing shit up for revenge. That's how the rest of the world is viewing the actions. They're not viewing it in terms of like they're actually doing something for some strategic purpose to save hostages or to eliminate Hamas. And people don't understand how important these narratives are in terms of shaping global perception.
Final thoughts, and then we'll move on.
That was it.
That's it? All right. Clip it, CT. Look at that. Longest clip in the world. I think it might be 2 hours, but
there you go.
Fascinating stuff. This definitely taught me more about Netanyahu than anything else I've read.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, no. I mean, I know I've not been a fan of Netanyahu's policies, but. Duke Norton for $20 says, given history in Israel's region, it angers me whenever someone ever gives legitimacy to Palestine. Palestine is lucky that the Western powers coaxed Israel into allowing it to exist. S-class is best class.
I did. I mean, I've been listening to a bunch of stuff from the Palestinian perspective and obviously from the Israeli perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember what it was. It might have been one of the Piers Morgan interviews. Or actually, I'm not sure that it was. It might have been a podcast. But they were talking about the Palestinian perspective of being a minority. Like if Israel just became a nation, that the Palestinians, got Israeli citizenship, they would still be a forever minority in their own country.
Right.
And I mean, that's a tough situation to be in. I mean, it's exactly the same situation American blacks are in, obviously, right? They're fully American citizens, but they are a minority in
There's
America.
An incredibly interesting debate / conversation that you should listen to and everyone should listen to between Coleman Hughes and I forget some Palestinian guy.
Oh, this is the one I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. That's it. Yeah.
And there's a part in the debate that's very fascinating where the Palestinian guy he's saying what you're saying about how, they're Palestinians don't want to be a minority in the country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which I get.
I totally
and how it would
get.
Be unfair to them. And Coleman Hughes, because he's very smart, has the brilliant retort of saying, well, then why don't you accept that in 1948, the Jewish Israelis wouldn't have wanted to be a minority in a one-state, Palestine.
Right. Yeah.
And
Coleman
he doesn't
Hughes
and he has no cogent argument against this whatsoever.
Yeah, he even goes as far as saying, look, the Jews are a minority in all of the nations that they're in.
Right, but so his argument to that is insane. His argument is that, well, because even though he's Palestinian, I think he lives in America. I don't know how long he's lived in America. And he gives this incredibly naively stupid position where he says, well, the Jews have been minority in America and in Europe, and they're totally fine. And it's like, and he starts talking about like as if like, that's why what he's saying is so stupid. He's talking about like as if in 1948, if it had been a one-state an Arab Palestinian country, that it would have been a liberal fucking democracy in 1948.
No, it wouldn't have been.
Yeah, and it's like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Obviously, that's not what it would have been.
Look, and they've eliminated the Jews from all of these Arab-controlled nations. There's like 20 of them that they've gone from having some Jewish population to like nil.
Right.
So they either make it so inhospitable that the Jews leave on their own accord, or they just, I don't know what they do.
Yeah. And well, I mean, the problem is like when I, obviously I have my own biases, but when the more I look into the history of this stuff, I'm sympathetic to the plight of the Palestinians currently. And I think Netanyahu is a terrible prime minister. And I think what they're doing to the settlers is terrible. But a lot of the situation, not the majority of the situation, I would say the way it got to where it is now is entirely not Israel's fault, is entirely the Palestinian and the surrounding Arab countries' fault.
Because they won't let these people immigrate to these Arab nations.
Yeah, because it's like in 1948, they refused to take the deal that the UN basically constructed. And the reason, and it annoys me so much when I hear the pro-Palestinians people talk about this, because they all deny the reality. The reality situation was the Arab League, which was composed of the surrounding Arab countries and some other and further away Arab countries. They didn't want take the deal because they had some love of their Palestinian brethren in the region. They didn't want the deal because they all wanted to carve up the region for themselves. Like, if there was, and this is what annoys the shit out of me with Hassan and all these other idiots when they talk about this stuff. Because when they were talking about creating Israel, there were talks about putting it in other places, other places of the world. And just like, if you had like the Farnsworth what if machine, okay, and Israel never existed, and they created a Jewish home state in, Portugal or wherever, one of these other places that were suggested, that the region wouldn't have become the state of Palestine, the one unified borders of Palestine. Jordan and Egypt and all the other countries would have just carved a bunch of chunks of pieces of it, and there wouldn't be a Palestine. There'd just be larger, all the countries around it would just be bigger. Because that's what they all wanted.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's like this completely absurd idea that, oh, well, and then as you said, once, Israel declares itself and the surrounding countries go to war, and it creates the Palestinian refugee crisis because a lot of them leave areas that Israel then conquers and doesn't let come back. The surrounding Arab countries,
they don't take the fucking refugees.
Yeah, and this is what drives me crazy with the how scumbag these leftist scumbags are. These leftist scumbags, they cry and time again about how horrible it is that Western countries don't have open borders and take in immigrants. And where is all that anger? Where's all that talk to all the surrounding Arab countries in 1948 and throughout the next 70 years that refused to allow any Palestinian refugees or immigrants into their country?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And this was even before these countries even thought of, because the whole thing about like Palestinian independence didn't come about until the 60s or 70s. Because even the people, my understanding is that even the people that lived there didn't think of themselves as like part of some sort of independent Palestinian country either for many, many years.
I mean, I feel like so many of those people have just been gaslit into this whole Palestine even idea.
They have been, because the surrounding countries wanted to, number one, no one wants refugees generally because they're just, you're more likely to cause problems. So the surrounding countries didn't want them for that reason. And they also didn't want them because they wanted to keep the Palestine-Israel thing as this political football that they could always kick.
Right. They could always say, look, you're subjugating us. Look at the Palestinian people.
Right.
Well, you're like living high off the hog on oil money in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And all the leftists that talk about this have this incredibly myopic, idiotic view of the situation. They're like, everything lived in harmony until the Fire Nation attacked. The evil white colonialists came to Palestine and they said, this land is ours. And it was the Jews. It's just like they have this incredibly stupid view of the situation.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess so the Gaza Strip has a border with Egypt on the Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aren't they opening up the border?
Well,
like,
now they don't want to. What's the probably thing too? Like Jordan,
ungovernable people, ungovernable poor people camping on our lawns. Come on, they're like, it's nice over here in Egypt. We have
but
a
that's
golf
another
course.
thing that all these leftists leave out is that Egypt actually controlled Gaza for decades, and Jordan controlled the West Bank for decades.
Yeah.
It's like, so they're like, this occupation has been going on for 70 years. And it's like, well, no, it hasn't. What do you mean?
Did you see that Sam Cedar and company had the author of that book on their live stream? The open air prison book.
Oh yeah. You're like that idiot.
Ian Poppy or whatever his name is.
Of course. I mean, should it surprise anyone that despite the fact that Sam Cedar is Jewish, that he's, his leftist, program is going to have like the same leftist talking points about all this situation that anyone else did. I mean, the only exception is they didn't go they actually denounced the violence, which, good. I'm glad that the bar is so low. Yeah. I believe Emma did.
Half-heartedly, I feel like. I watched their show the day after October 7th, and I was not pleased.
I mean, they were throwing all blame at Israel, but she did the necessary, she said the necessary incantations of denouncing violence. Okay. Which I know it's not much, but this is how low the bar is. Okay.
Why? That's what pisses me off, is that the bar is that fucking low.
Yeah, I know.
Look, I don't understand why the UN can't release the hostages, motherfuckers. That bugs the shit out of me.
Because the UN is so dumb.
We pay for the UN.
I know. So
it's
anti-Israel.
so ridiculous.
It doesn't matter.
Look, it's so ridiculous. Like they do the ceasefire thing, and it's just
how can they demand a ceasefire and not demand the releasing of prisoners? That's like insane, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why don't they just do both at the same time?
Yes, that'd be a good idea. Yeah. Look, and I guess America voted against the ceasefire, and America has all of these tiny island nations that we basically bribe to vote with us in the UN. Right. So every time they read a vote that's like America and all these tiny nations you've never heard of, you're like, oh, I see what's going on here.
Right.
Oh, look, it's the island nation with a population of 10,000. Thank goodness they have a seat on the UN Security Council.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Sometimes I get black-pilled, Sitch.
Well, I mean, and Hassan, who's just so fucking stupid, with his Twitter argument with Brianna Wu about the situation.
Brianna's been actually great. I've gained a lot of respect for Brianna.
Super black-pilled, I think, by all this stuff. Which Hassan has this idiotic talking point where, she says it's complicated. And of course it's a complicated situation. You're a fucking idiot if you don't think this is a complicated situation. You have all these different motivations, factors, moving parts, and there's like a million moral questions that exist in this quandary, in this quagmire. That's part of why it's been going on for so long, is because no one knows how to fix it. And then Hassan,
stupid ass Hassan.
Yeah, Hassan with his IQ of room temperature water is like, he keeps posting this insanely stupid clip of what's his name? The guy that used to be on the Majority Report that passed away like a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
I forget that guy's name.
Michael Brooks.
He keeps posting this insanely insipid, stupid clip of Michael Brooks just saying, it's not complicated, it's simple. Just end apartheid. Just end the open air prison. Just end the oppression. It's so simple. That's all you do. Just end the oppression. And then roses and rainbows will fly out of the butts of every Palestinian child into the mouth of every Israeli, face, and that there'll just be nothing but sunshine and chocolate after that point. It's like, this is so stupid. This is so insanely stupid. And it bothers me that people this dumb are promoted in our country and are listened to, and they have this idiotic of opinions and such a shallow understanding of the complexities of some of these situations.
Sitch, I'm going to blackpill you here for a second. There's a lot of really stupid people in the world, okay? And they want solutions that they can understand.
Yeah.
And the solutions that Hassan comes up with are solutions that are so stupid they can understand them. That's the problem. That's what the big problem is.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably
most people are not smart enough to understand how complicated this is.
Well, I mean, I use stupid as a shorthand. It's not even a question of stupid or smart. It's a question of just so insanely biased. You're just so incredibly biased to one side that you think this is some simple moral question, when it's not a simple moral question. It's an incredibly complicated moral question where you have, two parties who, have a right to live in peace and harmony, and yet violence and chaos keeps erupting through. And so there's a lot of bad actors all over the place.
Taking advantage, yeah.
Taking advantage of that. And,
what is the solution? Lawyers involved.
Like bankruptcy lawyers, yeah. And what is the solution to that? Is there a solution to that? I mean, there's a weird moral question too, which is like, if you have a population of people, what do you do with a population of people who, through no fault of their own, have basically been brainwashed and propagandized into, the wanting to destroy its neighbor? Do you just shrug and say, well, I guess they'll have to die? Like, what do you like? Maybe, but who wants to say that? Like, what do you do in that situation? And then what do you do if in that situation in the country, you have half the population wants to just murder all those people too? It's like, it's an incredibly bizarre, fucked up situation. And it's just, when you have these complete pieces of shit like Hassan who try to simplify this down like it's just some magical, easy thing. Like, if Israel just said, okay, listen, we're going to do everything that the Palestinians want. We're going to pull out all the settlers and we're going to open all the trade with Hamas and all stuff. Like, that wouldn't make peace at all, especially in Gaza. That would just create more conflict in Gaza. They would just immediately start getting all more weapons. They would say, oh, I guess when we attack Israel in the most violent way possible, it does exactly the thing we want to do. So we should just keep doing that.
Yeah. More bus bombings, more school shootings.
Right. It's just
more suicide bombers. It's also a bunch of people, through no fault of their own, have become
radicalized,
nationless.
Yeah,
they don't
exactly.
really have a citizenship, which is something, look, we take for granted.
Yes. And that's why it's
fucked up.
But that's part of why people say it's complicated, because it's like, I understand that, it's horribly immoral for there to be Palestinians who are not even part of Hamas. There's Palestinians that are like dancing and cheering, murders and deaths of Israel. But I understand and even can be empathetic to like that horrible, fucked up situation and propaganda they've been fed their whole lives that has kind of led them to the pathway of to believing all this stuff.
Of course, they see Israelis as demons who are subjugating them.
Yeah.
Enslaving them.
Right. And this is sort of like the tragedy of life, is dealing with these situations.
Hassan, Hamas Piker sees the Israelis as subjugators.
Demons.
Yeah.
What's so weird with Hamas is, with Hamas Piker is it's not weird. It's just because of his bias, he only sees it in unidirectionally. So like, he will give all the charity and defense in the world for the Palestinians because he says, oh, well, they only believe the bad things that they believe about Israel because Israel has essentially subjugated them. So it's not their fault if they're violent. That's Hamas Piker's view. But then at the same token, why does he not extend that charity to the Israelis who have negative views and even genocidal views, some of them, to the Palestinians who have gone through suicide bombings for decades, missile strikes for decades, lost family members for decades, and have gone through all the violence that they've gone through.
I watched a video this morning that was fucking brutal, man. One of the family members of one of these people. Well, actually, though, there's like a family of 8 people that were all kidnapped. And I think she knows like 2 or 3 of them are already dead, doesn't know the status of the other ones. Oh, man. Can you imagine going to sleep for a month?
No, you'd be destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Annihilated.
Yep. Did you see Mindwaves TV? He's one of these like bread tubing leftist idiots. Did you see he had like one of the worst takes on this?
No. Look, Aristocracy, I don't know what's going on with her. So if you got some time killing stuff you want to throw in the, or we could just read the rest of the super chat.
We can read them. I was going to tell you this. We don't have to bring it up.
Look, tell me.
He said that the reason, there was that one girl, I believe she was German.
Oh, yes, I did see this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There was a girl who on October 7th or 8th,
they were parading her around in a truck, right?
Yeah, and you saw they're parading her around a truck, and her body was kind of like, laying in a way where it was very clear that she was dead, because the human body does not lay that way.
Unnatural.
Right. And, everyone was saying how fucked up this was, and then people found out who she was. She was some young girl, and she was at the dance party thing. And so, everyone was kind of showing her face around for this girl that had been killed. And at first there was all this like insane propaganda that she was actually alive. I think even Hassan had claimed that she was alive, and then obviously it turned out that she wasn't alive, that she was dead. And Mindwaves over here, because his brain is wrought on leftism and racism, was all like, oh, well, the only reason she is getting so much play is because she's white. And, Europeans and Americans only care about white women when white women are kidnapped.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, I hate these people. They're such racist bigots who are so dumb. They're so stupid. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. She was literally one of the first people that we knew about that was kidnapped, and was one of the most visible people that was kidnapped, and was part of a video that everyone,
there were people spitting on her and shit.
Yeah, that was like one of the first videos that everyone saw, was a video of her in the truck and people spitting on her, and her looking very obviously dead or like unconscious with broken limbs. And that's why it got so much like publicity. Not because she's white. Okay, no one will give a shit if she wasn't white.
It's just so weird. Like, failed virtue signal attempt.
Yeah, it's like, disgusting.
Let me virtue signal to all the critical race theory crowd on Twitter.
That's exactly what it is.
By being completely anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Like, what
the
fuck?
It's anti-white, really. Just like, oh.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right.
Anyways, JMac for $20, a circuit father, thank you. Says, did you guys ever watch the South Park Sassy Justice deepfake clips? They had Jared Kushner in one of them, and I'm thinking there was more truth to it than fiction.
Mm-hmm.
I did see some of the Sassy Justice. I didn't watch the whole thing, and I didn't see one with Jared Kushner. I'll have to check it out. So, I mean, if they had Jared Kushner acting like that, then I guess it was pretty accurate.
Really? They nailed Jared Kushner?
Yeah.
You motherfucker, get out of my office.
Yeah. It was pretty funny. Duke Norton for $20, thank you. Says, y'all ever think about how much stock the far left puts in the mentally ill and their worship of them? Climate change has Greta Thunberg, and socialism / Arabs have Hassan Abi. Adam's a good boy, but S-Class is best class.
What? A-Team reigns supreme, and you guys know it. Don't fuck around.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know. I don't think the far left has has a monopoly on putting stock in mentally ill people.
What? There are lots of studies that show left-leaning people have more mental illness than right-leaning people.
I mean, when I listen to some of the far-right people, they're just as mentally ill.
Look, there's plenty of mentally ill right people.
Right.
The question is who has more mental illness, the right or the left?
Well, I think you have an argument when you say that more. It seems to me, this is the way I'd frame it. Because the more extreme you get in your political ideologies, the more mental illness you're just going to find. That's just going to be correlative true, obviously.
Right.
And I think that's true on both left and right. But I think where you could have an argument, which I'd agree with, is that Greta Thunberg wasn't just popular on the far left. She was held up by the mainstream. And
the far left mainstream.
No. Even the moderate left mainstream, not just the far left. And I think the reason for that is because in America, we have such a blindness, and we've had such a blindness for the last 20 years or so, 30 years or so, to the dangers of far left extremism. We've had such a blindness to that the media, the moderate left-wing media, doesn't see it. They don't perceive left-wing extremism at all. You know, how many times have you had a conversation with someone about left-wing extremism and they say, oh, but it's only the right wing. It's kind of like what Cenk was saying. Oh, it's only the right wing that does all these extreme violent groups. Only the right wing does all this.
IRI.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, well, what about, all the BLM riots? What about,
Sam
the Chaz?
Cedar.
What about Antifa? What about all that? Oh, no, that's different. That doesn't count. That's not terrorism. It's like there's a million excuses, right?
Of course.
And so, so the media, the mainstream left-wing media is blind to the extremism on their own side. And so they're more likely, the moderates are more likely to hold up the Greta Thunbergs, who's obviously an op, by her parents or whoever, and to hold up and Hassan and hold up all these crazy people, and to not even perceive that they're extremists, not perceive that they're crazy, where the right is more likely to get in trouble if they hold up some right-wing extremists, because it's like America's far more attuned to pointing out the right-wing extremists and chastising them.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's going on. And it is a big problem that we need.
I want you to read the fourth turning is here.
Right. But I mean, that's why I'm hoping, and I am really hoping that this incident is going to really show a lot of people on the mainstream left how dangerous the far left and the extreme left is, and how they've been sleeping on this toxic filth that has been brewing for so long in these colleges.
You think the left is going to start policing the far left, policing their own, or do you think the right is going to take power and start policing the left?
I don't know, because here's the thing. Here's where I'm worried. I'm so worried that because there are lots of people that are waking up to this.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right,
we're all waking up. We're all waking up together.
There's lots of mainstream people on the left that are waking up. I mean, we've obviously been awoke. We've been woke about
this for years.
Right.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of mainstream people on the left that have become awoke to this. There's lots of Jewish donors who have become.
They're getting woke fast.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on here? Okay. It's funny. A lot of people, on the right are going to be very happy. There's a lot of rich Jews on the left who are backing some things, but suddenly they're like, oh, wait a minute. But here's where my concern is. When this situation inevitably dies down or resolves, the news cycle is going to immediately pivot to Trump news 24/7 again. And all of that energy and momentum is going to be lost because the TDS is so powerful. It just eclipses everyone's thinking on everything. And any ground that is gained by the mainstream left realizing the dangers of the far left is going to immediately be thrown in the trash as soon as they start covering Donald Trump again. That's what concerns me.
Who stands a better than 50-50 chance of becoming the next president.
Yeah, and I think that because what I'm concerned is that they'll all get back into bed with all the far leftists the second, just to try to make sure Donald Trump doesn't become president.
It's exactly the same thing in the Israel story.
Yes.
It's like all these bad actors are being empowered by just fucking lunacy.
Yeah, it's a
by
real
partisanship.
You know, I said something that was really not intelligent 3 years ago, where I said it was dumb for them to have tried to impeach Trump the second time. And I think Mitch McConnell really wishes that he had really pushed to get Trump just impeached. And so they wouldn't have to worry about a second Trump term. We wouldn't have to worry about a second Trump term. I think the left wouldn't have to worry about it. And it would be in a psychological place that would be more open to policing itself. And I just don't think the left can police itself as long as the Trump exists in their minds.
Yeah, because if the second impeachment went through, then he wouldn't be a viable candidate.
He couldn't run again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe that was the way. Yeah, if he's impeached, he can't run again. So it's just But so that's what I'm concerned about, is that all this movement is just going to be lost the second Trump enters the news cycle again, because he's just he is such a black hole, such a polarizing figure. But Mark Twain's revenge.
So was Abraham Lincoln.
That's true.
So was George Washington.
So was
FDR.
They're all this FDR, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Donald Trump.
The fourth turning is here, Sitch. It's time for you to
wake
up.
Mark Twain's Revenge. Thanks so much for the $100. Thank you so much, Mark Twain's Revenge. It's incredibly generous. Says the issue with the Israel-Palestine conflict is that it involves the concerns of states, borders, contracts, laws, and involves the concerns of the Abrahamic religion, and involves the concerns of specific ethnic cultural groups, and these concerns are intertwined. Yeah, exactly. There's so many things that are jumbled together in this ball of yarn that when people say, "Oh, it's very simple," it's like, what are you talking about? It's so stupid.
Yeah, very far from simple. Yeah, you pull one thread here and you lose another thread there.
Right. Oshasi for $10 says, sacrifice the leaders of the right because the left can't control itself. So, well, you have to understand a couple things. First of all, what I just said about Trump, regardless of whether you like him or not, is just true. You can disagree and say, well, no, you have to agree with it because it is true. You can't say, well,
yes.
You can't say, well, I like Trump and therefore I think it would be, better for him to win and, run the country. And that's in a position you can have.
Trump could literally be objectively a better president.
Sure.
Like his policy prescriptions could be better.
Yeah. But that's irrelevant to what I just said about the fact that the left will never be able to police itself until Trump is gone. Now, obviously, I don't like Donald Trump, as everyone listening to this knows this. And I think what he did on January 6th or leading up to January 6th was so fucked that he should never be president ever again. And so my position is, number one, the descriptive reality, which is that the left will never police itself as long as Donald Trump exists in politics, which is just a descriptive reality. I don't know how anyone could argue against that. We've seen that for the last 7 years. So I don't even know how anyone could argue that.
The TDS was off the charts in the first term.
Right.
Like the TDS is going to be exponentially worse if he comes back and wins the second term.
Depending on what he does. If he just goes after all the Democrats, then it's going to become even more unhinged.
The reason it's going to be so unhinged is because the cognitive dissonance is going to be more than these people can handle. Like most of them literally think he is going to be incarcerated. So in their minds, it's going to go from Trump being incarcerated to Trump is the president of the United States again.
Yes.
Their heads are going to explode.
Well, and then, so you're going to have, first of all, you're completely correct. There was a massive wave of cognitive dissonance in this first election because they all thought he had no shot of winning.
Right.
And now you're right. They think he's going to go to jail. And they're telling themselves he's going to go to jail so that they feel better. Two, you have a lot of people who have a lot of anxiety disorders that are just so literally emotionally terrified of Donald Trump winning the election that in order for them to sleep at night, they tell themselves that he will go to jail.
Yep.
And if that doesn't happen and he wins, that's going to cause a wave of panic, but on all these people. They're going to lose their fucking minds. But then on top of that, it's going to be even worse because then if I think that most of the TDS towards Trump, except for the election stuff, was completely unjustified during Trump's first term.
I completely agree. Yeah.
But then if he wins the second term and he does what he's saying he's going to do, he's running on revenge. Okay. That's literally what he's running on. He's running on revenge. And if that becomes his actually what he does is revenge, and he starts to trying to arrest Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and he starts using the Justice Department in all these very blatant ways. And the justification, and everyone listening to this knows this, justification is going to be, I'm just doing what the Democrats did to me. And and I'm sure even people in the listening agree with this, that there's going to be a huge swath of Republicans that are going to say, yes, that is what the Democrats did. And yes, Trump is justified. You're going to hear this from every Republican pundit that exists.
That is the fairness, cheating, moral foundation.
Yeah, right.
Sitch.
And so that's going to make the TDS go to levels that you didn't even think were possible. We thought that we reached the height, but no, we did not. Because not only then do you have cognitive dissonance in TDS based on the perception, you're going to have TDS based on something that's actually happening, which is if Trump does go after these people, suddenly that's going to show that their fears are realized. So it's going to be incredibly bizarre. Now, it's possible, and I hope that if Trump does win again, it's all just rhetoric, and he doesn't do that, and he just has a normal second term. But
oh, please, oh God, that's what I'm praying for.
I mean, that's what I would hope, but I don't know if that will be the case. We'll see. Well, I guess
he gassed up the crowd with "Lock Her Up" for Hillary Clinton, and he had enough instinct to know, okay, if we lock up Hillary Clinton, that's gonna really cramp my style as far as getting things done for my legacy. Look, I don't labor under the delusion.
Well, supposedly not.
People.
I mean, I forget who it was saying that no, when he was president the first term, he wanted to lock up Hillary, and he kept fucking pestering the attorney general and the head of the fight to do that. And the only reason they didn't was because they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like they thought that was just rhetoric. They thought that was just rhetoric in the first term, right?
Really?
Yeah. So that makes me even more.
Who was he pestering to lock up Hillary Clinton?
The attorney general and Comey.
Really?
Yes. I mean, that's what they say. Now, of course, they could be, exactly.
Are they saying that now? I mean,
yes, they said that now. Yeah.
I read what's his name's book, and I don't recall this in his book or anything.
I believe he did talk about it. I don't remember. I'll have to go find the quotes, but
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he's starting to say that now that Trump is running for president again. Like maybe he left it out of his book because he didn't want to throw Trump under the bus, but now he's like, oh shit.
I mean, this was in the Mueller report too. Everyone forgets about that part of the Mueller report. Yeah. Was that he was really trying to push them to drop Flynn and investigate and arrest Hillary. So, and then obviously, Trump literally calling on Barr to arrest Joe Biden a month before the election. But, we've brought that up a million times, and people on the right just pretend like that didn't happen because it hurts their narrative. But so I don't know. I mean, so that cognitive dissonance is going to be basically times 1,000 the second term. What is that going to mean for the country? I can't say. I guess we'll find out if that happens. Ashley for $10 says the left will never police itself as long as the right has any power. They made their bed with the far left. If you think it ends with Trump, you're not paying attention. I think you're not quite paying attention, or you're too biased, or you're not quite understanding what I'm saying. So there's always going to be extremists on the left and the right that the mainstream left and the right will be dismissive of. Okay. Of course. And will ally themselves with to some extent. But they will only do it to the extent that that they can get away with it. There's a reason
it's politically feasible.
Right. There's a reason that the right wing in this country for many years would align themselves with like open fucking racists and then didn't, because it became so not politically mainstream allowed to do so that they actually had to distance themselves from like blatant racist, you know. And that's why the left had to shift from you're being racist to you're using dog whistles, blah, 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 blah. So there are shifts in public perception that forces people to police the extremists on their own. Now, for the last 30 years, it's only been basically aimed at the right to do that. There was a time, and this is why you guys forget, there was a time where the situation was reversed, and it was the left that had that was terrified. There was the fucking all that Red Scare shit. The left was so terrified of being associated with communism that for decades they were trying to, we're not communists, we're super anti-communist. They would come out in droves to the Democrats on the left would come out in droves to denounce communism.
They were all commies, but they knew that the right had the political power and the cultural power.
No, there was a lot of, they were mostly not commies. There were lots of mainstream Democrat liberals in the 40s and 50s and 60s who saw, who were trying to do everything they could to disassociate themselves from the commies, because it was so, like, that was the death note in America, was to be associated with the communists. And then this was also true, and a lot of people probably on their age don't remember this. This was true in the 80s as well. Liberal literally became a bad word. To call someone a liberal, and they don't mean like liberalism, they mean like Democrat, was like almost synonymous with being a communist. Oh my God, he's a crazy liberal. He's a dirty liberal, blah, 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 blah. In the 80s and 90s, was calling someone a liberal was like, oh, it's devastating. And so it's only like the problem that people have, I think, when they look at these political issues is they're looking at like what you've experienced and what it is now. And it's hard to conceive of a time that didn't exist, which I'm empathetic to. But if you look in our history, there are plenty of times in our history, in our modern history, where it's the cultural power shifts back and forth between the left and the right. And when that happens, it seems like that's what makes people sort of police their own. And the cultural power can shift to the right. That can definitely happen, but it will never, the mainstream will never accept that as long as it's Trump. It just will not happen. He's too polarizing of a figure. Now, I'm not saying if Trump, doesn't win, that it's going to be like wokeness dies overnight or anything to that effect. But it's a slow process. It's a shift that will occur, that will be allowed to at least attempt to occur. I don't even think it can be attempted as long as Trump exists and is like sucking energy out of that fight, because the left hates him so much. They become blind to everything else. And there hasn't really, and you're mistaken if you think that there's been a candidate like that for the left in modern history. There hasn't been.
Aren't they just trying to paint DeSantis as Trump though?
They are, but it's not going to work. This is the same thing. And this is what people forget this. Okay. It's the same. People hated Bush. The left hated Bush. Right?
I remember. I hated Bush.
Him, Hitler. Kanye West said he doesn't care about black people. There's a war criminal. People hate him. But you have to understand, there's a huge difference between the mainstream and the political junkies. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, everyone listening to this is a political junkie. That's why you're listening to a political show. And so maybe you're a little like detached. No, you shouldn't be. I'm sure I'm sure you have family members. I'm sure you have friends who are just like normies.
Yeah.
Right.
When I talk the politics with them, they like roll their eyes.
Their eyes glaze over. Right?
It's super annoying.
Yeah.
Like, why aren't they interested in this?
Right. But when you talk to those people, how do they feel about Donald Trump?
I don't look. Everyone that I know that hates Donald Trump is a political junkie.
Okay,
so
well, you got
maybe I'm not the right person to ask.
The like vehement hatred of Donald Trump has gone beyond the political junkie class. It is firmly fixed in the normie and mainstream class.
Really?
At least on the left, not on the right, obviously. But people, because even if to be clear, even normies exist on the left-right spectrum. To be clear.
Of course.
They're not all like neutral. They're not neutrals from the planet neutral. Okay. They exist on a left-right spectrum. They're just not super interested in politics. And that's actually the majority of people. The majority of people have only a vague sense of politics. They're on the left and the right, but they only have a vague sense of politics. And they're not political junkies. They don't watch the news, blah, 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 blah. They don't follow the news or anything like that. The problem with Trump is that vehement hatred of him, whether you think it's earned or not earned, has bled its way into that class of people. That didn't really happen with Bush, and that didn't really happen with Bush Sr., or didn't really happen with Reagan. The hatred of them existed more in the political junkie class. And that's why I'm saying that the hatred of Trump that the left hasn't existed for an American candidate in 30 years. It's even gone, I mean, it's gone beyond the rights hatred, far beyond the rights hatred of Obama, which was very significant, which was very severe. And it's not going to work because you're right. The mainstream media is trying to paint DeSantis as Trump 2.0 because they want to have, and the Democrats want to do this thing where if Trump gets knocked out of the race for whatever reason, that they can shift all this animosity of Trump towards DeSantis. That's what they want to happen. But it's not going to work because we've all listened to DeSantis talk. Okay. It's hard to have a vehement hatred to a guy that has the charisma of cardboard and wears heels in his shoes. And you like you cannot like DeSantis, but it's hard to like really get that level of animosity people have for Trump to DeSantis. It's just not, it's not going to work. He's just too boring. You can't hate someone that boring. This is part of the thing that's interesting. You have to realize this.
The boring thesis.
No, but it's true. Think about it. You can only like people only really hate people that other people really love. Isn't that true? People only really despise people like like public figures that other people really love. There's not like a public figure that like is kind of boring that everyone fucking hates, but they're also kind of boring. And no,
that's an interesting perspective. Like, do you think the hatred is because that person is so loved?
It's because that energy, the energy a person has that makes them very loved, that makes them very charismatic. That I think that energy is required to make you hate them.
Right.
To that extent. And DeSantis, we all know this. We've all listened to the DeSantis talk. We've all seen Trump talk. The spark that Trump has, DeSantis does not have. He does not have the all spark at all. Okay. Does not have that thing, that special certain thing.
Oh, I agree. Look, I think I think a lot of the people love Trump because the left hates him so much.
Yes. That's no, you're right. 100%. Yes.
It's like a big plus for them.
Yeah, that is a big plus for them. And DeSantis, so the political junkie class, Rachel Maddow, Chris Hayes, a lot of the political YouTubers, they're all going to talk about how, like, just say theoretically, Trump gets knocked out of the race. Okay. They're all going to say that DeSantis is worse than Trump. You're going to hear this. You're going to see articles in the Washington Post and the New York Times saying, DeSantis worse than Trump. Okay.
Right, exactly.
And someone's going to super chat me and say, Sitch, how can you have said what you said about Trump? They're already saying DeSantis is worse than Trump. And I'm going to say, you need to go back to November 1st when I said that they're literally going to say this. Okay. No, they're going to say that. But the question is that thought pattern going to resonate beyond just the political junkie class, which is the overwhelming minority of the country? And the answer is no, it's not going to.
Well, we'll see. That's an interesting prediction that you're making there. And I like that you're making it. So,
well, I don't know if we will see because this is a high likelihood Trump's going to win. So we probably won't see.
But there's a chance. There's a sliver of a chance that we might see someone else could win. We could see if that's attempted. I don't know why a boring candidate would win over an exciting one.
Yeah, but okay, like let's say like theoretically Trump gets convicted and arrested, and that actually being arrested and convicted hurts him in the polling as opposed to helping him, right? This is all theoretical. So much so that DeSantis actually wins the primary, right?
Right.
You're going to have boring candidate versus Sleepy Joe. So you have the fucking snooze fest going on here.
But DeSantis is going to decidedly win that. I do agree.
I would imagine he would.
And they're going to try to paint him as, oh, he's exactly like Trump, and everyone's just going to laugh. Everyone's going to laugh maniacally at that.
Exactly. You're going to have, listen, let's just say let's say Trump gets knocked out of the race. DeSantis wins. You're going to have all of the left-wing media is going to go hair on fire saying exactly what you just said. They're going to say DeSantis is worse than Trump. This is what they're going to say. They're going to say
he's
DeSantis,
like Trump. He's like Hitler and Trump had a baby.
They're going to say DeSantis is like Trump, but competent.
Oh, you're right.
That's what they're going to say.
He's
like Trump,
right,
but smart. He's like Trump, but a politician. He's not going to say outlandish things, but he's going to do all these evil policy things behind the scenes. Right? That's the attack. They're going to say that. That's going to be the most unpersuasive thing ever, because most people don't care about policy. And I wouldn't be shocked if there's going to be a massive, there's not going to be any, if it's Trump versus Biden, there's going to be huge voter turnout. If it's Biden versus DeSantis, it's not going to be massive voter turnout.
Mm-hmm.
There's not going to be this massive voter turnout. Like, there still might be more just because the population is increasing, but it's not going to be some historic voter turnout, which it probably would be if it was Trump versus Biden again. And I do think DeSantis would handily defeat Biden if Trump was removed from the race.
I just saw someone saying that the voter turnout is actually going to be down because of Trump Biden is a repeat.
I don't think so.
And that there's so much weirdness going on that it's going to drive voters away.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I was skeptical when I heard it. I was like, what? I mean, it seems like it's teeing up for a giant turnout.
Yeah.
Not only that, this is another thing they talk about in the Fourth Turning is Here book. All the big elections were like big turnout elections. The Lincoln, FDR, Washington. Is Washington elected? I'm not
George
sure.
Washington is not alive today. No,
I don't think Washington was included in that. I think it was Lincoln and FDR. And turnout is going up steadily now.
Stuck for $5 says, keep in mind that it'd be Trump's second term. I don't know that he's going to be extra without the same incentives. We'll know based on his cabinet. I mean, yeah, what he chooses for his cabinet and what he chooses to be Attorney General and those key positions will definitely signal something. It's actually, he's going to be in a worse situation because what we talked about earlier, which is that Trump just picks people that he knows or likes. His circle of people has shrunk even significantly more than ever before than the first election. So he's going to have a tiny pool of people to draw from. We're going to be like the most sycophantic people probably. But also the fact that he's not concerned about running again also means that you can have a lot more like fuck it attitude, because what do you have to lose? You're not running again.
Right.
So
and you're talking about getting even. As someone who likes to get even, almost to a fault. I mean, I can.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever had that intuition that sometimes you yourself need to be the karma cop, and you're ready to enlist. I mean, how do you just let things go? People fuck you over. Are you good at just going, who cares?
It depends, because I generally don't have the energy to maintain hatred towards a person a long time.
Right.
Now, if someone fucks me over, I won't like them, Like I'll be like very angry at them, and then I won't like them, and that's probably not gonna like me not liking them's not gonna go away. But I'm not gonna be motivated necessarily to try to extract revenge after a period of time because I just lose the energy to be motivated to do so because it's been like, so much time has passed essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But I know some people can hold on to something forever.
I feel like Trump is one of those people.
He definitely seems to be one of those people.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Ugh.
RBGH fan for $20. Thank you. Says the DNC is the most authoritarian party in my life. It's pro-war and MMT. I don't know why MMT is authoritarian, but okay. Also, is the DNC even MMT?
Is that? Wait a second here.
I don't even think that's accurate. But
is that in the super chat?
Yes.
They're categorizing MMT as authoritarian.
Yeah,
Is this Ostracy super chat?
No, this is RBGH fan.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think that's wrong on two counts. First of all, I don't think MMT is authoritarian. Nor do I think that DNC accepts or acknowledges MMT.
No,
anyway.
Obviously, Biden is out there talking about how his Bidenomics is slashing the deficit.
Right.
How is that MMT?
Anti-free speech, anti-bodily autonomy. How is the DNC anti-bodily autonomy? Oh, I guess with the vaccine stuff. Yeah, but then you get in the problems with the RNC with abortion. Private property rights, revealing the COVID, pro-Ministry of Truth, pro-progressive stack. Trump is awful. The current DNC is worse. I don't see, there's a problem with this. First of all, for all the problems I don't like with the current Democratic Party, you run into the problem with not only did Trump try to subvert the peaceful transition of power in a way the Democrats did not do. I'm not saying that now maybe they would have tried if Trump won again, but we don't have the what if machine to know that. So Trump did try to subvert democracy in an incredibly substantive way. But what's kind of even more concerning to me than that is the amount of people who are on the right who just dismiss it, who think it was totally fine.
Yeah, who would lose their minds if Hillary Clinton tried to do something like that?
Yeah, if it was literally Hillary Clinton doing the exact same thing, they would have been, the people that are dismissive of it would have been going insane about this stuff.
Imagine
rightfully so. But now because it's their team, it's like, it's fine, I guess.
Imagine if Trump won the popular vote and the Electoral College, and then Biden ends up as president.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Because Biden is vice president and he decides to just throw out votes because he claims with no evidence that there's voter fraud, even though the states, have signed off on them, and does a bunch of shenanigans.
Yeah, he says, look, we'll find the evidence later. Trust me, my gut is never wrong.
Right. I mean, there would have been an insane power grab, that the right would have rightfully been, fucking, even if Biden tried to do it and say it wasn't successful, right? Say the same thing with Trump. They tried to do it, wasn't successful for whatever reason. The same people defending Trump doing it would be losing their mind. And I think it's because so many people refuse to acknowledge that the truth, the seed of truth here that's guiding their feelings on the election stuff, isn't whether what Trump did was justified or not, because it was obviously unjustified, obviously not legal. It was that the true kernel, the seed that's guiding their thought process is that they say, or they think, they believe that the Democrats committed voter fraud. And so therefore so Democrats committed voter fraud, and the only reason Democrats won is because they committed voter fraud. And so therefore that justifies Trump to do something fraudulent to counteract the Democrats' original voter fraud and maintain his presidency. That's the real thought process that's underlying most people's opinion on this.
I agree. And they're able to come to that conclusion and still maintain their principles because it's like That's fair. That
Right,
seems
'cause
fair in your mind.
Right. Yeah. And so the problem with that thought process, the problem I always had with this is that part of the reason that I think it's important to believe in processes and follow processes and to follow principles is because you have to be able to check yourself objectively. And that process of saying, well, the Democrats stole it, Trump couldn't prove it, our processes couldn't prove it. Some YouTuber maybe tried to prove it to you, but our literal process of power could not prove that, Democrats were corrupt or stole the election. That's just what you have to do then. You have to say, well, we have a process in place that is set by law, and that's what determines what it is. So even if I personally think that the Democrats did shenanigans to win the process that could not be proven by the process, and so therefore Trump lost, which I do give Tim credit. I do give Tim Pool credit for saying that and showing
clearly too during the
the
Jank interview. Yeah.
Right. Because that is the attitude you have to have. You have to understand that sometimes, and people don't like to understand this, sometimes this is the difference, I'd say. This is my more right. This is where a lot of my right-wing moral intuitions come from, is my belief in the importance of order and processes. Is that sometimes even if you think there's a problem, the process is more important, because getting rid of the process is far more dangerous. The outcome of getting rid of the process is far more dangerous. And people don't want to accept that sometimes because they just want what they want. Sometimes you just have to accept what you think is unfair for the greater good.
The greater good, Sitch? That sounds like commie talk to me.
Well, no, that's your right-wing conservative collectivism, the greater good for the country.
How dare you?
Because the idea that you're going to basically justify and say, I think that there was fraud. The fraud could not be proven. And you can, whether you say there was fraud or not, everyone acknowledges the fraud could not be proven through our political legal process.
But it could be proven.
It was not though. Descriptive.
Well,
that is a descriptive fact that through our legal and political process, the fraud was not proven. Okay.
Not through our political process or our
even our legal process.
No, yeah, no. Look, I prayed. I told God to give me a sign.
No, right. I'm just saying.
And he gave me a sign.
Putting you can, and people don't want to do this. If you can detach yourself from it emotionally and remove the claim of whether you think fraud occurred or not, is irrelevant to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, regardless of whether fraud occurred or not, it could not be proven under our current system. Our current system could not prove that there was fraud. Okay. And so therefore our current system has to be implemented and says Joe Biden's president. If you have a problem with that, then you have to change the system going forward. You don't get to just say, well, I couldn't prove it with the system, so I'm going to just tear down the system and basically threaten to throw the country into chaos. That's an incredibly irresponsible thing to do, and actually a very left-wing thing to do. That's a very anti-right-wing thing to do. Is kind of interesting about this whole process. So you have to move forward and then try to fix the system going forward. That's the only way you can work if you don't want chaos in the country and revolution in the country.
This is a TDS portion of the stream.
It is. It's a TDS for the other side. Because what I'm saying is completely cold logic pragmatism. And I would say literally the same thing if the situation was reversed and it was Biden.
Everyone keeps eating my beef jerky.
Everyone, if anyone's been listening for a long time, they know I always put a lot of weight into processes and systems. This is not an unusual take for Sitch to have. Okay. It would be very weird if I suddenly said, throw the system out, throw the process out. I believe that there was corruption and fraud that couldn't be proven, or even if it could be proven, I think that, there's fraud, but it couldn't be proven by the system. And therefore we just have to throw the system out. That'd be a very weird Sitch take. That'd be very out of the norm Sitch take.
Well, I feel like aristocracy is standing us up, but can we make a clip on the Rekieta stuff?
Well, he never responded. There's no clip.
Oh, what a bitch. Really?
Yeah, so Rekieta had some very smarmy tweet. He publicly had a smarmy tweet that we talked about the other day. I mean, we read on stream at the end of Sunday, attacking me over attacking Pasabik's Trump election tweet. And I responded with a reply. I just posted the picture of the Eastman memo, and he never replied to me.
Because he knew, he's like, this guy's smart. He knows about the
I don't know.
Eastman
He
memo.
never replied. And
I can't gaslight this guy.
But I know he saw it because he replied to someone else that replied to my reply. I think Kat Branchman was involved on Twitter, and he replied to her, and then I replied to him
I like
asking
Kat.
him.
Yeah,
I like Kat
she's
too.
smart.
And I replied to Nick there, and I said, Nick, because this is what my, from reading his other replies to other people, because he didn't reply to me. This is what my takeaway was. It seemed like Nick's position.
Look, let's make a video. What?
No, I don't. This is gonna be like 10 seconds. It's
let's
not
like blast him. Come on.
No. Let me just say this, okay? Because I want to get off all the Trump stuff. I feel like we've kind of talked it to death. We're just kind of going in circles here. Was that I said his position seems to be that he's not willing to say whether it was justified or not to try to, for Pence to do what he did. And since the Supreme Court never ruled on it, he's going to just kind of make this argument that, well, we don't know if it was illegal or not because the Supreme Court never ruled on it. That seems to be what he was kind of arguing, it seemed like, when I was reading his replies. Okay. So I asked him, I said, well, do you think that this was a loophole or intentional?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
That the law would have this weird provision where the vice president could just throw out entire states' votes on a fucking whim.
Yeah.
Which he never replied to either.
Look, Chief Justice Nick Rekieta, tell us your Supreme Court opinion.
Yeah, which I mean, to me, the legal arguments here are insane. It's actually funny. I actually looked up. I was like, I even looked up Dershowitz because he's very pro-Trump, and he was even saying that he thought Mike Pence was. He said very clearly that he thought Mike Pence was correct, that the vice president doesn't have that power. And he said he thought it was even absurd to think the vice president would have that power. And a very clear reading of the law shows the vice president has a strictly ceremonial role.
Yeah.
Because then, so I don't know. This whole argument is it's so not real. It's a not real argument. That's why it bothers me. I know it's not a real argument. It's a not real argument. Anyone really thinks the vice president should have the power, or the people that passed the law intended to give the vice president the power to just throw out votes if they felt like it? That's so counter everything that the American electoral system is constructed to do.
Look, you need to have one person that has the power to overturn everything in case they smell a rat.
And you're going to give it to the vice president, the guy who is probably
has a vested interest in the outcome.
One of the most vested interests in the fucking election. You're going to give it to him? Like, it's obviously, even if you're going to argue that it was a loophole in the law, okay, no one honestly would argue it was intentional, right? Because that's stupid. It's obviously not intentional. So even if you argue that some bizarre loophole, so it's like, oh, okay, so there's some like weird fucking loophole in the law, which, by the way, doesn't even make sense, because there are, like, most legal theory operates under the idea that if a law creates a situation that's so absurd on its face, you shouldn't interpret the law to mean that way, right? And to me, this would be like so insanely absurd to interpret that the law would be constructed in such a fashion to give the vice president this power. So it should not be construed to give the vice president this power. So
what is that law, or what is that principle in law?
It's called the golden rule
in
law. Okay. That's how mainstream it is. It's the golden rule in law. I believe that's what it's called.
Well, it makes sense, obviously.
Right.
I mean, if something is just absurd on its face, you're like, what the fuck?
Right. Oshacy for $10 says, someone super chats about the problems of DNC, but what about Trump? I don't think the moderate left is capable of being critical of Dems. I didn't what aboutism, Oshacy. RBJH fam literally said the reason he super chatted all the problems he had with the DNC is because I was talking about the problems I had with Trump, and he was whataboutism the DNC and literally said Trump is awful, but the current DNC is worse. Okay. So I would tell you, Oshacy, to check your elephant there. Okay, because I was responding to a literal whataboutism, which is why I was talking about Trump. The DNC has lots of problems. As you guys know who listen to the show, we spend most of the time criticizing the left, and most of the time criticizing the left in terms of also how mainstream Democrats will keep placating them, or even acknowledging them, or even believing some of the things they're doing. Okay? So I shouldn't have to add a little, I'd hope I don't have to add an asterisk every time where I say the left is bad too. The left is bad too. That's even why I wanted to look into, after we listened to that whole thing about the Abraham Accords. And one of the first things I said was, when we were done, was like, the media really gypped Donald Trump and was really had TDS to not give the Trump administration massive credit for doing this, even though it was mostly lucky, right? They still should have given him massive credit for doing this. And I want to look into to see whether it was true or not that Biden had basically dismantled it. Because if it is true, I want to be able to rip Biden a new asshole for doing that. So I'm not going to do the whole, like, I have to put an asterisk on every single time I criticize the left or the right, and say, oh, but, look at the bad things that they do. Because we spend the majority of our time talking about how much the left sucks. So this is the whole thing with the election and Trump is the biggest blind spot the right has right now. This is their blind spot. This is their Kyle Rittenhouse blind spot. So many people on the right cannot perceive how bad this election stuff was.
Look, it's no big deal when our guy does it. Come on, Sitch.
But anyway, so we can move off this topic.
Stop being the TDS. Stop doing the TDS thing.
But yeah, so Rekieta never responded to my tweets, or if he did, I checked the day after, and I think I checked the day after, and I didn't see replies. So I don't know. Let's reply
I checked
like 3
once.
days later or something.
Look, I was eagerly awaiting the response.
Yeah, so he never responded, which, okay. Whatever. I guess I didn't give him the reply that he smugly thought that I would give, so that he could make some other smug reply to. So he gave up. So,
I hate that. Look, I feel like maybe I got Nick Rekieta wrong. I always felt Nick Rekieta was like a calming, moderate voice in the space.
I don't know how after our conversation with him you would come to that conclusion.
No, wait a second. This was before our conversation with him. That conversation that we had with him disabused me of that notion quite handily.
Yeah, no, me too. I had the same thought before our conversation, which to me was insane conversation.
Yes, yeah.
And his reply to me on Twitter felt very manipulative and weird. And so, I'm not really surprised at this point. But
he's had some dust ups recently with Eric July over the Eric July veto drama beef.
Yeah, right.
Beef-o-rama. I don't know. What do we call it? Eric July actually followed me on Twitter, which I thought, oh, that's cool. Maybe we can get him on the show. People have been asking us to get Eric July on the show forever, but I didn't really have a contact. But now I do.
We
have
tried,
a contact.
Right?
Well, not really. I didn't really have the means to until he followed me, and now I DM'd him. But he never responded to the DM, so I don't know how realistic it is that he's going to come on the show. I'm only bringing this up because I don't know if you saw it, but Nick Rekieta did a stream with Eric July where a lot of people were saying, like, Eric July didn't come off very well in that stream. But I thought Nick was, I mean, I thought Nick was kind of doing the same thing he was doing with us, just being evasive. And I mean, I didn't like it a lot. I was like, but
well, I think that's his strategy, is to be very evasive and to try to basically, because I mean, the strategy.
You sound so far away now. What happened?
Right, I was standing up. So the strategy, in that conversation, which is a strategy I think he employs often, is it's always easier to pick apart what someone's saying as opposed to defend something you're saying. And so if you're just hyper evasive and you just keep asking them questions, it's easy to tear apart what the other person is saying without really staking a position.
Yeah, we don't do that shit on the show. Like we're constantly
try not to do that shit.
Yeah, we're constantly trying to have substantive conversations and not care. Yeah. Like if I get in the weeds or you get in the weeds, who gives a fuck, right?
Yeah. Well, as I said, I don't think, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to relitigate the whole conversation we had with Nick, but I mean, some of the positions he staked out in that conversation were so
that was my point
to me, right?
That wasn't even my point of bringing it up.
I know, I'm just saying, I don't, we've talked about it, already.
Well, I brought it up because Nick seemed to realize after that conversation that he was kind of a dick in that conversation. Okay. And I mean, basically apologized to Eric July. And I thought, oh, nice. We're going to get an apology. Where's our apology coming?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe our apology got lost in the mail.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. Well, first of all, I don't know what his audience's view is of Eric July. I know his audience hates veto.
Okay.
There could have been an issue.
Are you saying that we're not going to get an apology because his audience hates us?
Our audience hates us.
His audience hates us.
Yeah. I don't know what his audience's perception of Eric July is. I know his audience hates veto. So maybe some of his audience was mad at him for being mad at Eric July. I don't know. But part of, I think, why he was so triggered as fuck in our conversation is because of he was like defending Rumble, which is how he's making money. And so he has like a super elephant emotional financial interest to defend Rumble like unequivocally, even though we're not even talking about Rumble at all. You were just talking about, hate speech in general, but it still connects to, whether it's right for Rumble to have Nick Fuentes be on the platform and blah, 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 blah. So I don't think he can have a rational conversation about it.
Alexander Smith says Nick didn't apologize for the Ripa debate. It was a solo stream where he went after Ripa. Okay, so that makes sense.
Right. So, well, whatever. But
so look, if he went after him harder than he went after us, and okay, that makes sense. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So anyway, that's what I was saying. It'd be like if we were having a conversation with someone who was basically attacking YouTube in a way that we felt threatened our position, our place to make money on YouTube. We would obviously be hyper defensive of YouTube.
I would not get myself in that situation, to be honest.
I'm just saying.
I don't want to be on a live stream with two people that I are just really acquaintances. It's really the first time I'm interacting with them, where I have to destroy them to defend my income. Like, come on.
Well, you have a different set of moral values and principles, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's not really a good situation to be in, Sitch.
No, of course not. Okay.
Look,
Anonymous coward.
There are three unthinkable options.
Yeah, right.
Anonymous coward.
It's actually different. Well, Zero Fox brings up a good point. It's actually different, Sitch. Ricada has an actual contract with Rumble. That's true. So he's even far more heavily invested in it than we would be invested with YouTube because we have no contract. So it's a great point.
Well, I think we kind of came to that conclusion after the fact.
Well, no, I knew that going into it. I just didn't. I thought I had positive thoughts about Ricada going into it. So I thought he would still be able to have a neutral conversation because my position was not one to attack Rumble at all. And I wasn't attacking Rumble at all. I mean, so that wasn't even my opinion. I don't think Rumble should have gotten in trouble for doing any of that, for, quote, having Nick on the platform. I mean, they removed the thing. What do you want from them to do? There's something up there. People had a problem with it and they removed it. What else do you want from Rumble? Right? My goal is not to attack Rumble as a platform. So, but anyway, Anonymous Cow for $5 says, so when are we getting the Black Hebrew Israelites' take on the conflict? I'm sure Yakub is in heaven carefully watching his schemes be put into motion. There you go.
Hey, I want to be clear here too. Like, I'm not expecting an apology out of Nick Rekieta. I don't want an apology. I don't feel like I've been wronged by Nick Rekieta. I was making a joke about him apologizing to Ripa and thinking, oh, he's going to apologize to us too. That was not the expectation. You understood that, Sitch, right?
I got it. I got that it was somewhat of it was tongue in cheek,
Yes, obviously.
Yeah,
so I need people to understand. Look, I'm not trying to solicit an apology from Nick Rekieta.
Is very anti-apology. He would never attempt to solicit an apology.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. And if Nick did apologize to us publicly, I would likely laugh in his face.
Wow.
If he apologized privately, I'd be like, okay, well, that's fine. I just look, these public apologies, they feel like virtue signaling to me, right?
Okay.
Don't you think?
They can. I'm not so I mean, listen, I don't even think Nick should apologize to us, nor do I think I would expect one. But as a concept of apologies, I'm not opposed to public apologies the way that you are. So
it feels scuzzy to me.
Okay.
It feels like you're doing it more for the audience than
I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Yes.
I hear you. Sammy made some awful art. I don't know if you want to bring it up.
Did she?
Oh, Halloween.
What's new? It's a day that ends in Y, right?
True.
Oh, wait a second. You're talking about that's amazing art. What are you talking about?
She made some awful art.
That was beautiful art.
Asif Artsy made some not awful art that you should bring up because I'll send it to you. Because you like to not show his stuff. So actually, why don't you bring that up first? So
look, this is hilarious to me.
Yeah.
Our chat is attacking us. I'm getting baited in here.
Oh, I'm not even looking at it. I don't know why you're looking at it.
Tidge says, Nick doesn't even think about you.
Yeah, there you go.
Why is he quote tweeting Sitch if he's not thinking about us? Why is he calling out Sitch on Twitter if he's not thinking about us? Why is he starting shit with us if he's not thinking about us? Nick is very much thinking about us.
Well,
we wouldn't be having this conversation if he hadn't done that, right?
We would not know. But to be clear, let's be a little clear here. Okay, we're talking about like thinking about. What does it mean to think about someone? I don't think Nick is sitting there in his room thinking about us randomly, nor are we sitting around thinking about Nick. I hadn't thought about Rekieta in a very long time until he quote tweeted it. We're only talking about it because of the quote tweet, which made me think about it. Okay.
Right.
So yes, I don't think Nick is sitting around thinking about us. But when you say he's not thinking about you, that implies there's an implication there that like, oh, well,
he's
so
living rent free in our head.
That he's living rent free in your head and you're clout chasing, which I don't know if Tidge meant that. I'm just saying it's the implication. When it's like, well, wait a minute, he literally replied to me with a quote tweet that was very smug and insulting, and I replied, which he never replied back to. So,
well,
you can take that how it is, right?
And he's replying to every other 4-follower Andy that is replying to Sitch.
Right. So you can take that as
who's thinking about who. Look, I didn't jump in there and start replying. I went back to look to see what he said, but I didn't start going, here, let me get involved in this.
Right. So
anyway, look, this is just funny to me. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
so I'm sure someone will send this clip to Nick. So
sure. A lot of these content creator interactions with each other are just, who do I like more? is how a lot of the stuff boils down to. Which,
oh, of course, yeah.
But anyway, anonymous cower for $5 says, "Oh, other one. Oh, so there was this weird thing, and someone else super chat about this. There was a weird incident that occurred. I'm sure you saw the videos where the Black Hebrew Israelites got into some sort of physical altercation with the pro-Palestinian protesters. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, look, that was based.
For $10 says, free Palestine protesters brawled with Black Hebrew Israelites in Chicago. Whose team are you on? Yeah, it's weird. So I saw the video that was making the rounds, and it was very funny. It's a video of like a white police officer basically trying to get the free Palestine protesters who looked Middle Eastern to not get into this physical altercation with this one black guy who is one of the Cuban guys. And they're all just yelling at each other. And there's this white guy in the middle, white cop in the middle, who just looks like he's really exhausted with like both of this shit. And he keeps trying to get them to walk away from each other, and they won't. And it's so funny. It's not funny for the cop, but it's funny to watch this. And then they both call him racist, which is hilarious. It's like both of them call the white cop racist. And the cop's like, how am I racist? What the fuck? I just want you guys to fuck off. Like, just get away from each other. But I am curious. I didn't look into it. I am curious as to like what is the Black Hebrew Israelites' position on all this, because they don't like the Jews. They don't like the white Jews. They look at them as the usurpers who stole Judaism from them. So
until now, what are you talking about? I feel like this is a turning point.
Is it? I mean, are they?
They're like we're all Israelis now.
Are they like really pro-Israel now? Is like what? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the Black Hebrew Israelites' position is.
Maybe they want to. Maybe they want to immigrate. Maybe they're like, look, it's our homeland too.
I mean, I don't think Israel is going to grant. I don't think Israel is going to grant them anything about that. But
oh, you don't think so?
No, because they're not really Jewish.
Oh,
there are Black Jews, and the Black Hebrew Israelites are not really Jewish. And I don't think the Israeli government, you can convert to Judaism. I don't think whatever the fuck the Hebrew Israelites do, the Israeli government probably does not even acknowledge them as like really Jewish.
You guys got to get your shit together, man. Seriously.
I know. We got to start proselytizing.
It's like a long, sorted process to become Jewish.
I know.
Christianity, you just have to accept Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior, and you're done. You're in and out. You're like, boom, I'm Christian. What is this? Like, you got to read in Hebrew and
got to read in Hebrew. You got to get part of your
break a glass.
Off. I know, it's like a big, it's a big process.
Get a minor surgery.
I know. It's like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Why do you think the Jewish population has been so small for so long?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got to get your shit together.
I know. Listen, they got to work on messaging. Okay,
it's bullshit.
It's just funny. There's an article from, I've never heard of this publication, the Daily Signal. So I don't know what their leaning is, but they're talking about the altercation. They say 30 minutes into the march, altercation begins to break out among the thousands of protesters. Video reports show members of the Black Hebrew Israelites and the pro-Palestinian groups violently attacking each other, some using flags as weapons and others throwing objects. One pro-Palestinian protester was caught on video shouting the N-word at Black Hebrew Israelites during the conflict between demonstrators, revealing more of the complexity of historic Middle Eastern issues.
Holy what? So the journalist, it's just
a hilarious way of saying that.
He's just accepting them as Israelites.
Is that what I don't know what that means.
I feel like it. Look, he's saying, look, it's complicated. There's Black Jewish people.
Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying the fact that like the Middle Eastern or people that are pro-Palestinian are using the N-word reveals some sort of like complexity of the Middle East or something? I don't know what it means, but it's very funny. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking online and I don't really see anyone like what the fuck is their take in any of this? I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know what their position is on it. But okay.
I gotta run to the bathroom.
You run to the bathroom.
Read a super chat or something. I brought up the Happy Halloween.
Okay.
So you can yell at the chat. You can yell at Sammy G in the chat.
Well,
for
no,
15
see,
minutes.
there's a big problem with this picture. You know what this big problem with this picture is, Adam?
Your chopsticks?
You're not soy.
Look at that. Sammy
You always
G.
say that you're like 20% soy. Sammy, you had the perfect opportunity to make Adam 100% soy.
Look. She could put a dab of that soy on me right there.
There you go. There's that. You got 100% soy Adam. You know who's not soy? CT.
CT is totally soy.
No. Wow.
She is in this picture. Look at you.
Oh,
You're a dirty,
yeah, she is in the picture. Right.
You're a dirty, dirty chopper.
So in this picture, if you're just listening, is Sammy G drew this horrible picture that's got me, Adam, and CT all holding hands in Halloween costumes. CT is dressed up as a bottle of soy sauce. Adam is dressed up as a sushi roll. And I am dressed up as chopsticks. There you go. And Adam and CT look very pleased and happy to be in these costumes, and I look very upset. Not only am I dressed up as chopsticks, but because Sammy is so evil, I am holding a bag that has the most disgusting candy of all time on it. The dreaded candy corn, the worst candy ever conceived of by a human, right there on the bag. Look at that. Thank you for this horrible, horrible picture, Sammy. And you can see in the pumpkins in the background, we have a CT pumpkin, a Sitch pumpkin, an Adam pumpkin, and of course, right in the middle, a little Doomer pumpkin. Look at that. We got the little Doomer pumpkin. So thank you, CT, for this, or Sammy, for this horrible, horrible picture.
What was that? Sammy G is doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
What happened?
What?
Sammy G is doing, look, she's doing the Lord's work here. What are you talking about?
Okay.
What were you saying?
Okay.
Obviously, I caught you saying something suspicious.
I said thank you for the horrible picture.
It's amazing. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Sammy
Black
G does
licorice
this
is
with
the worst
love.
candy on earth. I don't know if I've ever had black licorice. Sitch has candy corn derangement syndrome. That is true. Is it really derangement syndrome if it's just, who likes candy corn? It's disgusting. Right? Is that just like a common, everyone just agrees with that, right? Does anyone like candy corn?
Candy corn?
Yeah.
I mean, I find it hard to believe it's anyone's favorite candy. I mean, I'll eat it.
Ew, so you actually like it.
Well, I don't hate it. You obviously sounds like you hate it.
Okay. I'm going to give a poll right here. Okay. Here we go. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Candy corn poll.
Okay, there's your candy corn poll. I thought everyone just accepted that candy corn is just fucking disgusting. What the hell? Oh my god, a bunch of psychos watch our show. We might have to stop the show. I don't know if I can.
Disgusting, good, meh.
You know how
I'm voting meh.
Here's the clip you have to bring up. You have to bring up this clip. Okay, because this is how I feel right now. Okay, where is that clip? This is how I feel right now at. Okay. Did you see this clip? This Ethan Klein clip?
Should I bring up the watch together?
No,
Do
it's
we even
a
have
it's
a
a
watch
Twitter
together?
clip.
Oh, okay. Did you send it to me?
I did, yes.
I think I have a way to do that.
You do. You do.
The Ethan Klein. Oh yeah, I have seen this.
Right.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I did also. Ethan Klein. I looked up his email address, or he gave an email address in his tweet to contact him because he was like, I'm going to be off Twitter for a while. If you need anything, email me here. And I was like, ooh, maybe I'll email Ethan. Right? I mean, why not? Come on our show, dude. Look,
yeah, I'd love to talk to Ethan.
We were huge fans of you back when you were hanging out with Oh, what was
Humongous?
Humongous. Yeah.
Right.
What the heck? You were hanging out with Humongous. You were smoking hookah with Jordan Peterson. I mean, Jordan Peterson did fall off a little bit. He
Right.
maybe.
Right.
But yeah, what the heck? Come talk to us about this.
Look at that. Even Sammy G says candy corn is disgusting. Okay. You've won yourself back into my good graces.
Oh, is that how it works? You're
That's
so
how it works.
easy.
It's true, I am.
Such an easy win.
Kerr for 13 months says candy corn. Thank you for 13 months. Says candy corn is more of an edible food decoration than a standalone candy. You wouldn't eat marzipan alone, would you? I mean, I agree that it's like a food. It's like, you're right. It is more of a decoration. So, I mean, I guess that's a fair point.
Look, don't eat the decorations. You'll be fine.
I don't know if I've ever had marzipan in my entire fucking life. I don't even know what it tastes like. What is it? I've heard the word. I've seen it. I don't know if I've ever eaten it. Unless it's been on things I didn't realize it was marzipan, which is very possible. It's kind of like
the
that
tweet
crunchy
up.
thing.
Is this going to be a clip or what do we tell CT?
I think it's just too short to be a clip.
You always say that, but look, 5 minutes. What the heck? Could be a good clip.
Well, we can try. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Press. Give me a 3, 2, 1. We'll find out.
No, that's not how it works, Sitch.
That is how it works.
God, Sitch, I'm trying to craft you into an artist.
I'm saying that how Ethan feels in this clip is about how I feel about candy corn. Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So this will not be a clip, CT. Don't waste your time.
There you go.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Go listen to Hassan. Actually, you know what? Go listen to Hassan. People say, I need to go listen to Hassan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hassan. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same fucking thing that Hassan's fans come and tell me. So fuck that. Go listen to Hassan.
Okay.
He's like 1 second away from saying fuck Hassan. That's what that pause was. He's about to say fuck Hassan, and then he changed it to fuck that.
I mean, this is painful that the guys, I don't know how long they've been doing leftovers, but I mean, it's been a while.
I think it's been over a year. It hasn't been super long, but I think it's been over a year. Because I think they do one a week, and they're on like episode 70 something.
Okay, so it's been over a year. Yeah.
Right.
52 weeks in a year. So I just look, the guy that you're sitting across from talking to for a couple hours a week for a year has zero empathy for you. Because I can't watch that. I can't watch that exchange without thinking Hassan cares more about his randos in his audience. Like he's more worried about losing any people in his audience than the guy he's sitting across from's feelings.
Well, do you think that Hassan is motivated purely by audience capture? Or, I mean, first of all, I do think Hassan is motivated by audience capture, but his take on this, I don't think it is. I think that is his honest take. I think he just hates Israel. I think he's been so propagandized growing up to probably not like Israel, because
because he grew up in Turkey,
in Turkey, which I was unaware of. So he's been propagandized to not like Israel because he grew up in Turkey, number one. And then number two, not liking Israel completely goes hand in hand with far leftist socialist dogma, because it lets you have so many of the leftists have just this America bad lens. So if America's in favor of something, they have to be against it. So America's in favor of helping Israel, so they have automatically are against Israel, number one. Number two, they get to look at it through their idiotic lens that they look at everything, where they say, oh, well, it's the white people bad lens. You know, Israel was a bunch of white Europeans colonizing some other part of the world. So the Israelis are all colonizers. So they're evil white colonizers, and the Palestinians are all good, innocent brown people that are being subjugated by evil white Europeans. So like that whole Israel-Palestine narrative fits so perfectly in Hassan's mind for socialism that I don't think his opinion on this is audience capture. I think it's his honest opinion.
Terrifying.
Yeah, and it is disgusting. And I mean, this is why, Ethan said that they're going to put leftovers on pause, on a break. Is because, I mean, this is insane to him that he's seeing Hassan say this, and more probably than anything Hassan's saying, because I don't even think he's seen probably the worst things Hassan said. It's just that he said that, Ethan said that he went into Hassan's Discord and he saw the insanity that was going on in Hassan's Discord. And he's seeing the insanity that's going on in his audience from Hassan's audience. And he's like, this is just, it's too much for him.
He's literally condoning violence, though.
Yes.
I mean, you can't
Hassan
talk
is.
about, Hassan, obviously. Yeah. You can't talk about the October 7th stuff and make all these excuses for Palestine or for the Palestinians for that kind of violence. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, he does, because this is with Hamas Piker, is, he does the bare minimum where he says that what happened, the incident itself was bad, but then he spends like 500% the length of time explaining how it's really not only A, is it Israel's fault, but B, spends so much time in the stream that we watched. He spent so much time justifying violence against, quote, oppression, violence against settlers and apartheid. I mean, to compare, what happened on October 7th, as Hassan did, to Nelson Mandela fighting apartheid in South Africa is unhinged, is insane.
Yeah.
To give any sort of justification for that, any justification for violence on that scale is insane. And that's what Hassan did. And it makes me question if he's lying when he talks about the violence being bad on October 7th. Because I ain't never seen someone who says, oh, this incident's really bad, but let me spend, an hour talking about how violence is really good, though. Like, that's a weird position. Like, yo, listen to this. Violence is bad, right? I really don't agree with this violence, but let me spend an hour talking about how violence overall is good. Like, that's pretty bizarre. That's not a thing that you normally experience.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So.
Clip it, CT.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. There you go. There's your clip. You happy?
What? I mean, you can clip it if you want. Just let
I was
CT
serious.
know.
Clip it. There's your clip.
Okay.
Clip it. But now that the clip is clipped, that's how I feel about candy corn, motherfuckers. Ethan is looking at his audience and saying how insane they are, how radical they are, that he's going to shut down leftovers. And I'm looking at you guys actually giving justifications for candy corn. And I'm like, what insanity has our audience wrought? What kind of degenerates are listening to this show? We might have to shut down this show, Adam. I don't know if I can stand it for another minute with all these candy corn simps in the audience.
I mean, it's not as bad as like violence.
Isn't it though? Isn't it though, Adam?
I feel like that's a little off brand for us. I mean,
oh, okay.
This has a taste of words or violence a little bit.
This isn't words. This is opinions. Yeah. This is bad food takes.
Tastes are violence.
Yes. Look at the polling has actually become far closer.
Look at this. Holy
it's
cow.
Like neck and neck. 32% say it's disgusting. 32% say it's good, and 36% say it's only meh. So
I picked the meh. I think I'm in the winning.
Right.
Look, meh just seems like an honest appraisal of the situation.
There you go.
If you're, starving, you're trapped in your car in a snowstorm and all you've got is candy corn to survive off of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll eat it.
No, I won't. You know what I'll do? before I eat candy corn?
What?
I'm gonna eat my own fingers.
No way.
Before I eat candy
Nah,
corn.
you'll eat that candy corn and like it.
Did you ever finish watching One Piece?
Hell no. Look, I'm too busy working on the comic. I'm trying to get this comic
there's a
done.
an episode where there's this guy who's like a really good chef, and he works for this guy who was he used to be a pirate, essentially, and he's not a pirate anymore, and now he's like runs a restaurant. And the guy, he's like he only has, I think he only has like one leg or something, he's like classic pirate, like a fake leg. And the way and he's the guy who runs the restaurant is such an asshole to this guy who's a waiter, even though the waiter's like a really good chef. And the main character is like, why do you put up with this guy? And he tells this story about how this kid, when he was very, very, very young, when he was just a wee lad, he was basically working on a not pirate ship, as just like a waiter / cook. And that ship got taken over by pirates, and it was the guy who now runs a restaurant. But when that happened, their boat basically got lost at sea. It got wrecked. And the only people that survived was the kid and the guy who was the pirate captain. And they were on this like little rocky island. And he's like, okay, we have 2 bags of food. I'm going to give you half the bag of food, and I'm going to take half the bag of food. You go sit on the other end of the island, and you try to wave down any ships that come. And so the kid does this, and it's like they're on this fucking rock for like, I don't know, like 80 days, some astronomical period of time, like 3 months or some astronomical period of time. The kid goes through all the food. He's starving. And so he's so hungry, he decides he's going to go see if the pirate has any food left. And he's going to go steal his food. And so he runs over and he tries to steal the food away. He grabs the bag that has food in it because he sees it's still full. And he dumps it out, and there's no food in it. It's all just gold and jewels and treasure. And he's like, what the fuck? And then he looks and he notices the pirate cut off his own leg and ate it. And that's how he's been surviving for 3 months.
Wow.
And that's why he was so loyal to the guy, is that he actually gave him all the food.
That's amazing.
He gave this kid he didn't know. He didn't know this kid all the food.
Wow. That's
there
incredible.
There's your character moment.
Yeah. That's a great character moment.
Yes.
That's incredible. And not only that, he kept it a secret, so the kid wouldn't feel bad for him.
Right.
Yeah. That's good writing. Not going to find that in Star Wars.
True.
Not going to find that in Barbie.
No. So in the South Park episode with the Panda universe, I gotta put a clip on it on Twitter because everyone want to use it. There's a Kathleen Kennedy character in it.
Yeah.
And all she says is, put a chick in it and make it gay. That's all she says. Doesn't matter what the situation is. So they're like filming Bambi. And they're like, Miss Kennedy, there's no humans in this. It's just like animals. And she says, I don't care. Oh, and it's Cartman. But it's like, it looks like Cartman. It sounds like Cartman, but with like a wig. I don't care. Put a chick in it and make it gay. That's all she says for anything. It's so perfect. Mm-hmm. So that would be Kathleen Kennedy's response to that scene in One Piece. This heartwarming scene between a pirate and this young boy. And she's like, put a chick in it and make it gay.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
And make her, and good. Then also sometimes she says, and make her lame. And make her lame. Exactly.
Lame. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Girls Hero for
seem to be lame.
They do. Girls Hero for $5 says, now that October is October, weren't you gals supposed to talk to Sam Cedar by now? Also, will Doomer be on 300? Please, 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 please. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we still never cashed in our Sam Cedar talk. I wanted to try to talk to Jesse Single yet, and then that kind of never came to fruition.
I've messaged Sam Cedar, I think twice, and haven't got a response. So it looks like
so he's kind of dodging, maybe.
Doesn't look good. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
So I guess we'll see.
And Doomer has not been scheduled for 300. No.
No.
So,
You
but
talked
I
to
mean,
Doomer enough.
yeah. I mean, we have kind of a full schedule. The 300 show layout, we have different people coming on for in 2-hour blocks, and we have 6 of them. So I didn't want to run into the problem that we ran into in the 200 show, where there were too many people on, and
I'll be right back.
were,
You keep doing this in Super Chat.
and people were forced to stay for a long time and not really have a chance to talk, which I felt bad about. So this time we have fewer people for a shorter amount of time, so they should have plenty of time to talk. We're opening the show up with Shiwan Head and Anna Kasparian, both talking to me and Sitch about interesting things. That was actually, I have this on my notes. Maybe you guys can help here. We need questions for show 300. Interesting questions that are closer to our owls birds than what is your take on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Like, I would like the 300 show to be more like a fun show than oh my God, we all have to take black pills with everyone over Israel-Palestine. So we're supposed to talk to them for a couple hours, and I didn't tell Anna, but I told Shu that maybe we'll take some audience questions, as in we'll read some super chats. So it's kind of like we'll talk for an hour and then maybe take some super chats. And if the people can't stick around that long, then we'll just do super chats for the second hour until the new guests show up. But we have, so we have that kind of lined up. I think second up is Mahler, Rags, and Ferengi. And I don't know who's like third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So it should be fun. Should be a lot of fun, actually. And yeah. Let's see here. Is there... CT is asking, there is a Q&A in the subreddit too. What? Well, okay. If there's any good questions in that Q&A, send them my way. Okay, here we go. Sammy G. Ask the guests if someone handed them $1 million, what they would do with it. You can't say investing. Okay. So they have to do something like philanthropy-wise. Well, I was telling, like, you and I have, and I guess we're going to talk on the phone tomorrow.
Yeah.
About 300 show questions.
Right.
We still need to come up with a bunch of questions. And I told chat that we're looking for questions that are closer to our owls, birds, and what is your take on Israel, Palestine?
Right.
Right. So
okay, that's a good question.
This is a good question. Yeah, Sammy G's got a good question here.
You gotta bring up Asif Artsi's picture.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that.
See, I got your back, Asif.
I should bring up the 300 show.
You should.
My notes for the 300 show.
You should bring up the 300 show like picture.
Oh, that's a good idea. I should do that.
Did you read any of the supers or no?
Well, look, we've only been streaming for 5 hours here.
I'm just asking.
And we've read 2 supers.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, check DMs for fan art. Yes, we talked about that. It's disgusting.
Oh, yeah. Andrew, don't DM us anymore, okay? You've lost your privileges.
You've lost it, yeah. For that one, Finny the Doberman for 15 months, thanks so much, says, happy 300 show, guys. Even though I'm a schizo potty mouth, you guys helped keep me from going too far right. Glad to see your amazing growth. Heart. Well, thank you, Finny.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says typical anti-Semitic behavior: denounce Jewish people out loud, but then do business with them on the DL to make money. There you go.
There you have it. Yeah. That's like the Abraham Accords in a nutshell.
Yes. Lives in Desvalls for $5 says, ask the guests how many arms they would want if they could have extra arms. Take into account utility placement and extra energy requirements. Okay. That is certainly a question. If you had an extra arm, I mean, I guess it'd just be under your current arms. Where else would you have your arms? You wouldn't want it to be like out of your chest. You wouldn't want it to be some weird fucking location that'd make things awkward, right?
What is the question? Is this from a super chat?
Yeah. If you had, would you want extra arms? And if you did, where would they be on your body?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, conveniently I placed, I think would be under your normal arms, right?
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere else is going to be too obnoxious because it's just like life is set up for you to not have like weird extremities poking out of like your back or your chest or something.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, you want like the Goro from Mortal Kombat extra arms. I think 6 is too much. I don't know why you'd ever need 6 arms.
I mean, if you were in a tug of war contest, it might be useful.
I mean, well, I guess.
I've only been in like a couple of those when I was a kid.
You were like, I wish I had 6 arms at this moment to win. Yeah.
Right.
6 is too much. Maybe 2 extra arms, just in case you lose your first pair somehow. Right.
Oh, yeah. If you had extra arms, they'd probably surgically remove them from you.
Not if they, well, so usually if you're like born with some weird extra thing, it's like they don't work right. I don't think it's not like it's not like fantasy where someone's born with like 2 extra arms under their arms that work totally awesome and are just normal arms. They're like all fucked up and deformed and they cause like all sorts of health problems.
Yeah, that sucks.
So. Gene payment for $5 says red or yellow, black or white. I got dem wallets in my sights. There you go. Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships, even though you're a dirty, dirty sticker. And are partially responsible for Andrew Clark's picture.
What?
At least partially responsible. Even though I think Adam sent me the original prompt, which is pretty funny, actually. Kid Truck for $10 says, Adam, I really liked your point on self-identification. It'd be interesting to walk a leftist through the justification for how they are pro self-ID politically and see how it translates into gender self-ID. That's true.
I don't know that it works that way. I mean, I've used that a lot and they just kind of hand wave it away.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you don't understand. If I can define you by your behavior, then I get to tell you your political designation.
Right.
And I think, well, isn't that how it works with... No!
No.
Gender is completely different.
Well, it's I guess it works the same way. Like if they're not going to accept that you can be transracial, and there's not really a good argument against that, then they're obviously not going to accept it when it comes to politics, right?
I guess not.
So, but I mean, I agree. It's an interesting thing to
Isn't the transracial thing contradictory though? I mean,
well, it's no more, no less contradictory than saying that you can just change your sex, right?
Right. Yeah, but that's why. Why do they pick? What's the problem with the transracial stuff then? Why do they pick one and not the other? They don't have a good argument
against it. That's what I'm saying. If they don't, what I'm saying is, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the leftists don't have a coherent argument that they give for transgenderism or transsexualism and how philosophically it makes sense in relations to other self-identification principles. They don't have a coherent argument on that. So we would not be surprised. It would be fun, and is fun, to listen to them try to argue against your self-ID argument for politics, but it will not convince anyone. That's what I was saying.
Right.
Anyways.
That makes sense.
I got to keep annoying you to bring up Asif Arty's picture before you forget.
Look, I already forgot. Forgot again.
I know.
That's the fun part of the show for people.
You're like
people are on the edge of their seat. They're going, "Is he going to remember now?"
Yeah.
No, not that time.
You're like the robots in Westworld when you show them something from like the outside world, and like, it doesn't look like anything at all. doesn't look like anything at all to me. You're just like, just keep forgetting for some reason. You're not programmed. Bring up.
Look, I brought it up already. Jeez, okay. God.
Well, here's a comic for Asif Artsy. The first panel is Adam, who's got his little tablet. He's saying, nice scenery, let's add Sitch.
Oh, look at this. It's a show. Look, it's just me working on the show.
There it is, yeah. And you got, Adam opens up, he's got a bunch of like Sitch PNGs with no background.
Oh, perfect.
And then he finds one, he says, oh, this one looks good. And then when he tries to put it in, it turns out it's reverse transparency. It just displays the background and there's no Sitch in it.
That's awful.
That is pretty funny. And he says, this is treason. There you go.
This is what happens on Google all the time.
Yeah, so I think this was in relation to that. I put that tweet out. Someone had that meme that was like, it's like, where is it? It's like, oh, me Googling transparent images, and there's a guy with a knife about to stab him, and it's like the fake PNGs. And I said, the death penalty for this. Because it's true, there's nothing worse. There's nothing for people that know what I'm talking about, and a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. If you make videos or do anything, you're trying to find a transparent PNG, that means you want a picture of something that has no background. So like, for example, you want a picture of a fox, and you don't want to have you want a fox on a transparent background so that I could put in a video and manipulate the fox on screen. It's just a fox. There's no background to the fox. And so normally the way to see that is, instead of it just being white, a white background, because if it's white, you say, well, is there just a literally white background? Is it transparent? They used to do this thing where they would put this checkerboard pattern that you can see in Asif Arty's picture. They'd put this checkerboard pattern in the background, and that'd be a signal to your brain and your eyes to understand that that background wasn't there. It was a transparent background. And so, but then there's all these websites that collect clip art, and they do this hyper deceptive thing where they use that background, and then when you download the picture, it literally has the fucking checkered background in the picture. It's actually not transparent at all. It's a trap.
Why do they do that?
And the reason they do that is because what they want you to do is, they don't want you to find the Google and Google Images and right click and save it. They want you to have to create an account with the clip art website and sign into it. So you either have to pay for it, or they could send you a fucking bunch of junk garbage and sell your email to 1 million people. And then you have to click a link that opens up a bunch of pop-ups that maybe wants to fill your computer with more ads or spyware. And then that link will finally maybe give you the picture that you're looking for with a transparent background.
I just go to DuckDuckGo now, because DuckDuckGo, if you put in transparent PNG in the search term, it'll bring up a bunch of pictures that have white backgrounds, and then like DuckDuckGo takes the white background and makes it transparent. I've never had this situation happen on DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, so back in the day when Sitch used to be responsible and make videos, that wasn't an option.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that would be great for me to do now. But back in the day when I used like 1 million trillion PNGs with transparent, transparent backgrounds, that wasn't DuckDuckGo didn't have that option. So
giant cigar shaped joint. Transparent.
There you go. Awful. Awful.
Well, see, my job still involves this, though. Just because you don't make videos.
Yeah, I know. There you go. You still need it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad you're using it to do.
Look at this. This one's got smoke.
This stupid joke that nobody likes, that nobody thinks is funny.
They love this joke. What are you talking about?
Do I need to make a poll? Do I need a poll for the... God, this is so painful. This is so painful to me. Adam like degenerates into like a middle schooler for some reason when it comes to like drug humor.
Look at this. Look at her.
This is so stupid.
Sitch is so high right now.
Oh my God. People just think it's funny because I am annoyed by it. Like, that's why it's funny to most people. Like, the actual thing is not fun. It's just funny that it annoys me. That's so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
It's so dumb.
Let's see if I can mix it up a bit here. Hot.
Look at this. Disgusting has overtaken good on the candy corn poll. Listen, I'm glad you guys are restoring my faith in humanity. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, is that good?
That is good. Become the Knight for 7 months says, I don't know what to say. Well, thank you for the 7 months, though. Caleb the Cynic, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. J-Mac, our surrogate father, J-Mac, Daddy J-Mac for $20. Thank you. Says, Adam, try not to use absolutes like, quote, you do this all the time. It only serves to push a wedge between communication. I had learned this from being married. There you go, Adam. Don't talk to your husband that way.
Look. J-Mac, I'm trying to drive a wedge between Sitch and his bad behavior, okay? That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Uh-huh.
No, it is good advice. It totally is.
Right.
Talking in absolutes is not great.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes, okay? Remember what Obi-Wan said.
Mm-hmm. It's cool. Look, Sitch and I, we fight sometimes, but look, we always walk away, no hard feelings. And Sitch is like improving. So, I mean, it's a good thing.
I'm glad I'm improving, whatever the fuck that means.
I mean, you are improving. What are you talking about?
Listen, we're all improving all the time, okay?
You're getting better.
Right.
What is this?
Spencer Harmon for $10 says, Adam, you're being sensitive. People are smarter than you're giving them credit for. Stop it.
Look, some of you are very smart.
Yeah.
I don't think you can
They're
say
all in S
people.
class. All the people in S class are very smart.
I don't think you can say people in general are smarter than I give them credit for.
Yeah, but our audience is not people in general, right?
True, but look, we get new people in and stuff like that.
That's
I mean,
true.
look, I think you agree with me that introducing, look, and this is a problem for smaller content creators. Like, smaller content creators can be just eviscerated because some large content creator will introduce them to the world.
Yeah.
With, some as a liar or
I agree.
Piece of shit or some other narrative
right.
that they will never overcome. They're literally just completely destroying any chance they have of being successful on YouTube.
Right.
And a lot of times it's done maliciously. A lot of times it's done thoughtlessly. And my point is just like when somebody's introduced to something for the first time, that thing, the introduction that they get is going to be very hard for them to overcome because of this thing that we all have called confirmation bias. It's very true. Very hard to overcome. So I agree. I think, look, it's, I just shouldn't bring new stuff up on stream. like that, because I need to know. Like, I guess it's as much my fault as anything. I just need to know. Sitch is not going to give any credence to anything new that he hears.
Well, let me interrupt for 1 second. I didn't miss your super chat. Get out there. I haven't got to it yet. I kind of went back from the beginning, so we're kind of going from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
So we'll get to it. I'll answer it right now because I don't know why Adam's bringing up old stuff. This is going to rehash the exact argument that we just had.
Well,
already.
the super chat brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, but
I'm just responding to the super chat.
I don't agree with your position and how you're characterizing this.
Okay.
Because if I said what I said, like, well, you have to be careful that there's not like a correlation error, and then your response to that is, well, that could be true, but also it's true. It could just be true that people, living next to markets, makes them more likely to be pro-social. Now I'd say, yeah, that could be true, and then that would have been the end of the conversation.
Right. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not so much that you can't bring up new things. It's just sometimes I'm like, well, that could be true, but maybe not. And you have a very definitive attitude sometimes. Like, no, this is definitive. And if you just said like, yeah, that could be, maybe it's not definitive, but it also could be. And I'm usually agreeable enough to be like, yes, and then we can move on.
Okay. Well, just look, there's certain things that I think are definitive.
Okay.
That I don't want to introduce to the audience as a big fat maybe.
Okay.
Right? Look.
Well, why would I agree to something that I've not even sure about on my own and say, yes, you are completely correct. This thing you read is completely correct.
Did I not say that I shouldn't just bring up random stuff
that
I
guess you're right.
I think is definitive and you
I think you should bring it up
because tear apart?
I think you should bring it up because it's an interesting point. And I think it is an interesting point to bring up and to look into, this idea that markets make people more pro-social, because I think they probably do. And I think that is an interesting point. So I do want you to bring stuff up like that. I just don't want you to be so like, oh my God, any pushback is going to I can't bring it up because that Sitch is going to give some level of pushback to this maybe.
Look, the time to give pushback is once people acclimated themselves to an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a firm believer in confirmation bias is a bear for people to overcome, myself included.
So you would prefer
yourself included,
right? So you would prefer you prefer to allow the idea to be fully explored before I question. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
You test it out.
I thought you were done, but with explaining the concept.
You test it out.
Okay.
Live with it for a while.
Right. Well, I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
See the world through this lens for a while. It gives a certain perception. When something is so easily shot down, it gives the perception that this is just a stupid idea. And that's the perception that you give off. You give the perception that this is just a stupid idea that I can brush away. Right. And I feel like that is the idea, that is the takeaway that people have.
I mean, you could be right. I'm literally watching someone in chat hallucinating what we're talking about as we're talking about it.
What do you mean?
There's a guy named Moose Nuts who's hallucinating the conversation, saying, Sitch, this is pathetic. Go to therapy talking about Sitch's feelings. We're not talking about my feelings. You understand?
We're talking about your feelings.
No, we're talking about Adam's feelings. Adam was the one who got upset by this. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to have the conversation in a way that doesn't cause conflict. And yet this person is just hallucinating the conversation as if like it's inverted. It's very bizarre.
What do you mean?
Because you were the one that was upset by the conversation. I was not upset at all. And we're not talking about my feelings. We're talking about your feelings in a way in which we can discuss issues without causing conflict.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's more that Look, I think my position is clear. I feel like there are ideas that people will easily dismiss because you easily dismiss them, and I don't feel like that's a good thing. I feel like that's a bad thing.
I agree, and I understand that can happen. I understand that can happen. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that, and I understand that you become a little sensitive to that. I don't think that
it also makes it a giant uphill climb for me to convince people that the idea has merit.
Right.
So you're putting me at a disadvantage. That's why I'm triggered about it. So it's like it's better for me if I just don't bring it up.
I understand, and I've agreed in the past that has definitely happened, where I've been very ultra dismissive of certain ideas on the stream that I shouldn't be so outright dismissive. I agree that I've done that. I don't think that today this was an example of that, and I think because of the past concerns, it's made you a little too sensitive or gun shy, I guess.
Well, I said you're getting better. I literally have. You've mentioned it before. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm getting better.
You just today was a little backsliding, but that's okay.
Okay. Wow.
I like tapped you on the nose. I'm like, no, don't.
Okay.
I'm like, no.
Not very productive. Maybe we do need to go to marriage counseling.
What do you mean? Oh, this isn't productive?
This is not very productive, though.
I don't look. You're not disagreeing with anything I'm saying. I don't understand how this is not productive. I think, like, instinctually.
Am I going insane, Chad? What's happening?
I do think instinctually. Here's the problem. Can I lay it out for you?
I think we're done talking about.
You want to move on? Okay, we can move on. Look, I'll let it go. I don't care.
Okay. Well, here, Alien just sent us 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you, and Alien. And he says, "Read my super chat, Sitch. It was related to what you guys are talking about."
Okay, bring it up.
I guess we might as well, because otherwise I keep bringing it up later.
Aristocracy ended up showing up. I guess she was at band practice. Who knew? Look, girls can be in bands.
They're allowed, yeah.
That's strange. So I sent her the link. No, she said I could still come on now. It's up to you, but I sent her the link, so we'll see if she shows up.
When did she send that message?
She sent the message 15 minutes ago, and I responded. Yeah. I responded like a minute after she sent it. So.
Okay. Well, also, I didn't want to start reading this and then get interrupted in the middle.
Look, I'll bring the waiting room up. She's like 2 hours late anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, bring the waiting room. Thank you, Ann Alien, for your first ever super chat. And then you gave up like 5 today. So thank you, Ann Alien, for 10 Aussie bucks. So let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40. Thank you. And then another 20. Thank you for the $60.
People like it when we fight, man. They love it. Look at that. $60 in super chats. It was worth every.
Well, I don't know if it was related to this because it was before we had this conversation again.
Oh, okay.
Usually, if you want to have a fight, you want it to be something interesting. This fight is very boring and lame.
I think it's interesting.
And makes
I love this.
Actually sound like we're married.
Look, I enjoy this fight. Okay, I would have this.
You do. I'm aware you do.
I would have this fight with you on my day off, man.
Oh my god,
that's how much I like it.
Jesus Christ. And Alien for $40, thank you. Says, I'm a longtime fan, but can't watch live because of time zones, but I had to bring this up. It's about the Joseph Heinrich and living close to Margaret's discussion.
Oh, okay. It's not about the fight. Damn it.
There you go. Well, it's about the concept.
Okay.
Well, I guess it is about the fight. Adam, you have to stop saying that Sitch is biasing the audience when he gives even the most mild pushback. When you bring up a new study or book, it makes it look like you want an echo chamber and that you have no faith for your audience to think critically about the subject you guys are discussing, both of which I don't think you want or believe, and it just looks bad. Have a bit of faith in the audience. S-Class is the best class. And 18 reigns supreme. Well, there you go. You got an 18 reigns.
Thank you. And look, I agree. Optically, looks like shit. I agree with you 100%. If you look at it from a persuasion or education perspective, which I am looking at it, it's not good. It's like the teacher who's supposed to teach you history or something coming in on the first day and saying, here's the history, but I think it's all bullshit. Okay. I think really this just seems like a bunch of crap to me. And then comes in the next day and proceeds to teach you about what they said the day before was crap. Actually it's true. I was wrong yesterday. It's not an effective way to teach. So there you go.
True. Where was it?
Look, we just, and I'm not going to make this long and drawn out. What I feel like is happening is I'm further along in a journey of understanding an idea, and Sitch is hearing it for the first time. So where I have like kind of vetted it and given it some interest, I feel like the author has some sort of credibility. A lot of times the author has addressed a lot of the surface level pushback that Sitch is giving me, but I can't articulate the arguments against that surface level pushback. So it just looks like Sitch is correct, and it does a horrible job to the author. Like obviously, and this is why I did the thing with Jonathan Haidt. I was trying to say, look, you respect Jonathan Haidt because you've fully interrogated his ideas from a lot of different angles. Jonathan Haidt himself says, here's the problems with this idea, and is very open about that. Joseph Henrich is the same exact way. Joseph Henrich is basically like, he's not trying to hide anything. So I feel like I'm doing Joseph Henrich a disservice by even bringing him up.
I mean, yeah, and that definitely happened. I don't remember what the argument was, but that definitely happened with Fukuyama. You were kind of like half explaining his position,
right?
And so when I read his actual position, I was like, oh, it made a lot more sense than what we were arguing about.
Yes, of course. And but look, we came back and we did a whole nother discussion on that. And all the people who agreed with you in the beginning are in the comments. They're never going to change their position ever.
Okay.
Yeah. So they've already been, confirmation bias has taken over, and they're just not even willing to hear the argument out. Where I feel like if there was like an honest hearing of the argument from the from the word go, I feel like there would be a different outcome. So, but that it is what it is. A lot of people, look, I'm including myself in this. People fall victim to confirmation bias all the time. Like I do, obviously. I hear something for the first time about any particular person or story or anything like that, and it's very hard to get past that first impression. Right. Anyway, we can stop arguing about this and move on.
Thank you, Kid Truck, for the $2. Thank you. Theo Wolfie for $10 says, you guys should read the short passage from Sahih Muslim 2922. I don't know what that means. A lot of things about Israel Palestine will make sense. A lot of sense regarding anti-Semitism in the Middle East. Is this a hadith? It says the last hour will not come unless Muslims will fight against Jews, and Muslims will kill them until the Jews would hide themselves behind a stone or a tree, and a stone or a tree would say, Muslim or the servant of Allah, there's a Jew behind me. Kill him. But the tree Garquat would not say, for it is the tree of the Jews.
That's some Islamic text or something?
It's in some hadith somewhere.
Oh.
So, well, first of all, I think it's funny that there's like this idea that like the tree and the rock is going to talk and be like, hey, there's someone hiding behind me. It's such an old,
even the trees and the rocks are anti-Semitic. Sitch, how do you feel about that?
It's a very old world way of thinking of something, right? Like there's going to be a person literally hiding behind a rock. And the rock is like possessed by magic to tell someone that there's a person like it's such an old-fashioned way. Like you would never conceptualize in like modern storytelling or magic or divinity that like a rock comes to life to tell someone that they're being like that someone's hiding behind them. It's just such a wacky old idea. It's funny to me. But I just say to be careful. Well, like things like this can definitely motivate religious people. I'd say to be careful to point to like religious texts and stuff to say like, oh, this is why like a large group of people is being motivated for some way, because a lot of people do this with like they'll pick out some what's it called? I don't know. They'll pick out some Jewish text that's not even from the Torah. They'll pick out some random some random thing that was like a Jewish interpretation that some rabbi wrote somewhere, and they'll say, aha, this explains why Jews are trying to control the world, or this is why Jews are doing X, Y, Z. When it's like, okay, I've never even heard of this shit before in my entire life. So I just say to be cautious when people bring up certain hadiths or certain aspects of Islamic religion and say, well, therefore this shows why everyone's acting a specific way. So it could be, but that could be the motivation for some people. But also remember, a lot of people are probably working backwards. So they don't like Jews for whatever reason, and then they look for some religious text to justify what they already don't like.
Wow. People do that?
They do. Mike Bruno for $20. Thank you, Mike. Says it's called a positive feedback loop. The media is afraid to speak up against white racism, and in effect makes white racism become even more of the status quo. That's very, very true. That Don Kidda for 8 months says, I'm worried I fall asleep before Sitch shows his face. Well, you're not going to see it today, so go to sleep.
Yeah.
Go to sleep,
what are you
kiddo.
talking about?
Stug for 19 months. Thanks so much for being 19 months, Stug. Look at that. Says Adam for the second comic, make a character called Anti-Semitism, a British Labour MP who hates Israel. It'll be 5 years late for relevance, but there you go. I like it. Anti-Semitism.
Sitch doesn't want me to do another comic. He says this one is taking too long.
I want to make sure we have like how we're gonna stream down a little bit differently before we start basically sinking all your time into a second comic. I mean, this has taken a long time. Am I wrong about that?
No, obvious. Look, of course it's taken a long time. I had no idea what I was doing. I had to do everything wrong the first time and then do it right the second time.
Right.
Some things I had to do right the third time.
Oh, Aristocracy's in the chat. Did you send her the link?
I did, yeah.
She says, where do I get the link?
In the DMs.
It's in the DMs, Aristocracy.
Interesting.
It's on your Twitter DMs, right?
Yeah. I believe so.
Have you been sending some random person who's...
No, Aristocracy, look.
Okay.
We want to hear how your band practice went.
True.
Do you play? Oh, no.
What instrument do you play?
I was going to say something sexist, but I'll try to avoid it.
You were going to say something. I'm glad you stopped yourself.
I did. I totally stopped myself.
Sexism's not allowed on the show.
We don't want to taint the audience and think sexism is okay, right?
I think that ship has sailed. Okay.
Has it? Oh,
I think it has. Yeah.
Nah.
Mr. Ubercross for $5 says Adam is right about this. Parentheses. Do I now just get to bypass the $20 thing? There you go.
Oh yeah.
Aristocracy says I just have links to Wikipedia in there unless I'm blind. Just send it again, I guess. So it's the newest thing.
It's the one that says Zoom.
Just send it again. So it's
literally
Zoom? The bottom. Okay, send
it's
it
at
again.
The bottom.
So it's the bottom link.
Hi.
Bottom link. Yeah.
Did you see the hi? Oh, hit refresh. Sometimes Twitter's mean.
Is broken, yeah.
Look here, I'll send it again.
Just spam it again and again and again.
Here it is. Well, then it's less likely to, right?
There you go. True.
What? J-Mac.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thanks so much. Says I'm probably going to miss the big 300 since I'm traveling to visit family. I'll pop in here and there to drop some fat supers and paint the chat green. Love you guys. And here's the next 300. Cheers.
Whoa.
Well, thank you so much. That's very generous of you. And I hope you have fun with your family.
You'll be able to see it on the rewind.
Of course. Of course.
I'm looking forward to Anna and Shu chatting. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
AKA the Batosai for $10 says Adam was right.
Hell yeah. Look at this.
There you go.
I started a thing. Are you noticing something?
I know. Yeah, look at that.
Every time Adam is right, it leads to money. How do you feel about that, Sitch?
There you go. Listen, if you guys put in the super chat, Sitch is right. I'm far more, as the official reader of super chats, I'm far more likely to read it than Adam. If you put Adam is right, I'm going to probably intentionally not read it.
Oh, no. Oh, I've been sabotaged again.
You just got Uno reversed, motherfucker.
How terrible.
Boom.
Look, I'm handicapped. You can't do this to me.
Yeah, I'm going to just pile a bunch of draw fours on your ass, okay?
You're literally, I can't even read.
Right. Yeah, you can't.
You're beating up on a handicapped person
here. Sucker.
I love that J-Mac's goal is to one day see the entire chat green.
True.
Every time he tries, some motherfucker has to show up, right?
I know.
Some new person has to appear in the chat.
Aristocracy says no message. What if X shadow banned you? Okay, maybe I'll send it.
Oh, you can do that, right?
Are your DMs open? Let's see. Your DMs are open. Hello there. Okay, let me send the link. I just sent you a DM, Eris. Let me send you the link. Make sure I don't send you the degenerate pictures that Adam is sending me.
Send her Lucy's picture.
There you go. I sent you the Zoom link. You should see it in your message request from your boy at PSA Sitch. Okay. CT for 2 Canadian says, think I'll use the 25,000 to hire a kidnapper for Caleb. I like smart. And then CT for another $2 says, undercut me, huh, Caleb? That's true. Kidnap him.
I wonder if I screenshot all the messages that I'm sending.
Well, Harris didn't respond to my DM.
Oh, really?
So unless you just click the link. Got it. Just have to download Zoom on PC. Okay. So you got the link. The download's pretty quick usually. So everyone gets hung up on Zoom. Unfortunately.
Do they?
Yes.
How do you do like a Discord? Oh, you have to
Discord,
be friends and call them and stuff.
Do the Discord thing, yeah.
Right.
Andrew
Discord always. Oh, go ahead.
Andrew Clark says Lucy wanted the panties to have a Sitch face, as all women should. Okay, Andrew, you degenerate.
Oh yeah, we don't have those in the. What up? We don't have those.
You don't have those in the store.
Look, I'm pretty sure you can get the kill me face on the panties.
Panties.
Yeah.
There you go.
Gives it like a whole different meaning.
I don't think you can actually, but I bet those would sell very well.
Right.
Jack H, thank you for joining the Freebull Seekers. Lucy Lemonbug for $5 says, I am a sweet Christian and would never request such degeneracy.
Look at that.
We appreciate it.
I knew it was true.
I knew it was true. SB Elite for $5 says SS Division is the right decision. Oh my God. We will defeat the children of Adam. Wow. Oh my God.
Oh, whoa.
Wow.
going full genocide on
There you
A-Team
go.
here. Ouch.
There you go. Also, leftovers is over. Little guy with the party face gonna go not throw candy at Hassan. There you go.
Wow.
You can give him all the candy corn. How about that?
CT says Threadless doesn't have an underwear.
I did not
option.
think they did. Yeah, they did not.
Sacrilege.
Yeah, Lucy. Why would you think? Listen, everything on Discord is not safe. Okay, you know how many Discord leaks you've seen? Discord is not a safe place. No.
What do you mean? I already leaked her DM.
There you
I
go.
leaked her
That is
DM
true.
as soon as she sent it. I leaked it to you.
You leaked it to me. Yeah. Why don't? Were you not supposed to? It's fine. Listen, I still.
What do
love
you
Lucy.
mean?
Okay.
Wow,
Even though
look.
you're a dirty sticker, it's fine.
I thought I could leak it to Sitch. I didn't share it with I didn't bring it on.
We didn't bring it up. Well, I don't know
Yeah.
if we could bring it up.
Yeah, we probably would get in trouble for that.
Maybe.
Come on, are we
Hello.
done with the super chats or what? Oh,
Well, Eris just joined.
what's up?
There's always
Welcome.
technical problems when people first join.
That's why we loved it. I mean,
know.
Zoom.
That's why we intentionally use Zoom, just to make it more complicated.
Oh, yeah. Zoom secretly rewires your whole computer with Chinese spyware.
It does, yeah. Yes. There's a little, I don't know if you can hear us. If you hit more and you hit the little three dots and more, there's a little chat feature. So if you're talking and we can't hear you, you can just chat in the little
Oh, yeah.
box there. Or just send me a DM, I guess. Anyway. What's your first thoughts for 7 months? Thank you. Says, hey guys, recently Trigonometry did an interview with Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein on Israel-Palestine. That could be worth a watch. Happy Halloween. I did see that. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I did watch that. It was pretty good. I don't think Adam liked it, but I thought it was
I hated it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you really don't like Eric Weinstein, and then Sam Harris was going like full-on religion bad, which also triggers you, so.
It's not very informative analysis. I feel like I think the evidence is behind the authoritarian versus democracy, liberal democracy.
Testing? Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, yay. Sorry. I haven't used Zoom in a very long time.
Well, you've been on before, so you used it once at least.
Have I been on before?
Haven't
Oh,
you?
yeah, I actually
Am I
have.
hallucinating?
No, on this show?
Aristocracy has never been on our show. So
What?
yeah.
Why did I think
This is the
so?
first time.
Well, welcome, first time.
Yeah.
Are you a
no,
fan of
thanks for having me.
Aristocracy?
Of course.
Okay, cool.
Are you guys monarchists here? Is that?
No.
Oh.
Are you
Okay.
a monarchist?
I mean, it depends on your definition of monarchy. I like the current system we have in Canada. So,
Maybe I'm not a fan.
which is technically a monarchy, you know, if you want
Well,
to be
but
really
is it
pedantic.
really? Isn't it kind of like a fake monarchy?
You know, but is a fake monarchy still a monarchy? Probably.
I mean,
It's got all the
listen,
aesthetics.
if you want to have, who would it be? If you want to have Kim Kardashian be the ceremonial queen of America, okay, with no political power, fine, whatever.
That's like saying a person in a Halloween costume playing a cop is actually a cop. There's a
It's
giant
not because
difference.
they do. The monarch does have power still in constitutional monarchies.
They
It's just rarely used.
Right. Who would be the American monarch?
Either Taylor Swift or Kim Kardashian. I would
Taylor
assume.
Swift. Okay. Not Oprah?
Good picks. I like them.
Maybe
dig
like
it?
10 years ago.
Okay, that's true. That's true. So, I believe did you want to have Eris on to talk about monarchy, Adam?
I do. I do. I had no idea
Oh,
this
no.
was like a thing.
I was not prepared.
Yeah, I don't know if we've done monarchy debates with Aiden and Spoon. So,
Wait, you found another person who supports monarchy in this world?
Yeah,
Oh,
they constantly
wait.
attack us.
You don't know about this? You don't know about
No.
the Mencius Molebug neo-reactionary right?
I do know that there's like some very far right, all right types that want to reinstall like old German lines like onto the throne and stuff. And they're usually racist as well, something like that. But
okay,
well, I never really met them.
Right. So Aiden isn't racist, to my knowledge, but so Mencius Moldbug has this like really weird idea where he basically argues from a libertarian perspective why monarchy is like the best system, and is kind of advocating for this kind of like corporate monarchy situation essentially. And a lot of people, not a lot of people, some people seem to like it on the further ends of the right spectrum.
Okay, does it have to do with religion at all?
Some of the people that like it associate with religion, but on its own, no, it doesn't have anything to do with religion.
Interesting.
So there you go. I mean, I probably shouldn't tell you this because I don't want you to like it.
Yeah, you don't want us to convene and gather.
Yeah, I don't want to gain more power or credibility here. So don't look up anything about Mencius Moldbug, okay?
I just really enjoy the aesthetics of monarchy. I like having a queen on my coins. I think it's a lot of fun. I just think it looks cool. I love history, so I love anything that connects me to the history of a country and the ancestry of it, and and just, I don't know, anything that like reminds me of the roots of it. I really enjoy.
So you have a lot of very conservative moral intuitions, then, I would say.
Maybe, I don't know, but I'm like a nerd about it. The way I get excited about it, the way someone would get excited about Marvel movies, you know. Like, I don't know if it's like this very firm philosophical idea. I just really personally enjoy it.
It's an emotional intuition. It's not like a rational thought. You're like, oh, like you see the queen on my money connects me to tradition, to some kind of like lineage.
Yeah, and I could certainly argue it logically, but it's like the reverse. It's like I'm trying to find logical arguments to satisfy my emotional needs.
Exactly.
To have a woman with a crown on my
Well, listen, you're like 1,000 light years ahead of everyone because you at least acknowledge that that's what's happening.
I guess that's true.
So there you go.
Well, do you know that's kind of the way people think, or are you just coming to that conclusion intuitively?
Is that like that's the way people think about everything, like all of their politics?
Yeah. Do you think people are, mostly use their rational mind to come to conclusions on things, or do you think people just use their intuition and kind of are really...
I would say, I mean, I have no official numbers, but there's just my personal instinct, and from just my experience in having political debates and encountering people, I would say like the 90% of people are like that. Like they emotionally lean towards something. And I don't know even if it's emotional, but some kind of a rational connection towards a conclusion, and they try, and if they're somewhat intelligent, then they try to rationalize it afterwards with good arguments and stuff to justify it.
That is 100% how the world works. Yes.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some rare people in there, but yeah, I'm certainly
autistic
not
people.
One of them.
Autistic people
They're not
are forced
all
to
autistic, okay? Some people
most are. I mean, the autistic people are kind of forced to use their rational mind to come to conclusions. They don't have those intuitions, those emotional feelings about people or places or things. They're just like very analytical.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that all the autistic people should be the ones that make all the political decisions?
No, because I do think intuition plays a huge role.
Oh, okay.
But being able to understand, intuition plays a role in that you can understand other people having these intuitions and being able to interact with them. I think this is why autistic people are at such a disadvantage in social situations, is because they don't understand the like little cues people give that give you a little intuition.
Yeah, but a lot of I mean, first of all, there's multiple forms and spectrums of autism, but most people that are autistic, they're not like Vulcans. They just can't read other people's emotions. That doesn't mean that they don't have
emotions. They still have emotions.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
If they were like Vulcans, they would be like super people.
Exactly.
Insanely cool. Yeah.
Now they're only kind of half super people, half weirdos.
So the problem is reading other people's emotions, is not having these emotions.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
So I mean, there are some people that have lacks of emotions and things of that nature, but anyway.
Well, you were doing a bunch of research on the Palestine-Israel situation, and you were gonna tell us about that. That was the reason why you wanted to come on.
Oh yeah, I've researched it. I've always been obsessed with I've been obsessed with it for the past 10 years. It's what I studied in history in university.
Wow.
And I also was raised, I'm Jewish, and I was born in Israel. So I was raised intensely in a very Zionist environment. And most Jews around the world, I would say like 99% are. At least if you come from a Jewish community and you're raised in that kind of environment, right?
Can you, just for someone who might not know, what does a Zionist mean?
That is a very heated thing. There's a lot of different definitions. So if you ask most leftists or at least far leftists what a Zionist is, they would say it's someone who believes in the ethno state of Israel as belonging to the Jews and expanding its borders to the old biblical borders and oppressing Palestinians. I'd say that, or at least supporting the actions of the government. They would definitely say that.
I would say,
and specifically believing in the land, in that specific land being a Jewish state, like in Palestine, all that.
I just interpret it generally as someone who believes there should be some form of Jewish Israel state.
Yeah, that's probably what I would say the more middle ground. There's even like a even more open interpretation where you just believe that Jews deserve some kind of safe home, right? Whether it's something that's dictated and organized by like the UN or some kind of self-determination, or even just like a certain section of a city. I don't know, something like that. There's a lot of, it's very open to interpretation. So that's why I don't like people using the term Zionist, even though I just did it myself. And it's something that I just wish would stop being used, because it's just such a useless term, because it's people throw it out and throw it everywhere. And it's a word that people often just use as a way to refer to a Jew in general, because in the loose definition, not like most Jews are Zionists in the most loose definition, almost all of them are, just because it's, especially ones who practice the religion, because it's a core part of the religion of the religion of Judaism.
Right. So you're saying that like essentially the term means too many different things. There's extreme versions, there's loose versions.
Yeah, so it's like useless.
Right.
No.
So if you call someone a Zionist, it's like, well, that's very broad. Yeah, it doesn't tell you nothing. Though there are a lot, I mean, there's not lots. There's a small contingent of very, very religious extreme Jews who are very anti-Zionist.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. But even them, the anti-Zionist religious Jews that you've seen, I forget their name, Kari Karda, something like that, some kind of sect. Even the ones that you see like holding, like Palestinian flags and talking about how they want Israel dismantled, they're actually technically still Zionists, if you use that broad definition. That's because true, they still actually believe that the area of Palestine is the home of the Jewish kingdom, of the Israelite kingdom. And they're just, the only reason why they disagree is because they think that Jews should have waited for God to create the state and send the Messiah, rather than Jews create it themselves.
I mean, if you got to sit around waiting for the Messiah to come back, you're going to be waiting for a long time. I don't know what they're...
Yeah, that was the initial argument for labor Zionism in the 19th century, right? It was kind of like, we're tired of, there was this old attitude within Jewish circles of like, oh, whenever something happens, there's a pogrom, or people like some awful thing happened, we got kicked out of this, we must have done something wrong. We ate pork, so this happened. This was literally actual arguments done by rabbis back then. Like, oh, this city, they ate pork and that's why they all got raped and murdered there, right? Or like they were doing something bad. It was always this cycle of like almost like oppressing themselves, of where it was just constantly shitting on themselves, saying that whenever something bad happens to us, we caused it, right? God's punishing us. God's very abusive in a lot of old old historical Judaism, at least the interpretation. And so Zionism was kind of, the Zionist movement or the modern Zionist political movement that started in the 19th century, was somewhat of like a humanist movement that was along a larger trend of most ethnic groups or nations wanting their own nation and to separate from imperialist powers.
Mm-hmm. So you said you were born in Israel. What was the, were your parents Israeli or were they from Canada?
My dad's Israeli. He's a descendant of Holocaust survivors. And so his parents came there straight from their Poland and Austria. But my mom is South African. So we ended up moving back to South Africa for a bit. Yeah, I like to collect the apartheid states. That's the joke. But now I've lived in Canada for the longest time. I very much feel more Canadian than anything else.
Did your father's family, were they actually in a camp and then freed and went to Israel, or did they escape?
My grandfather was. Yeah.
Was in a camp?
Yeah.
Wow,
he was he was in a concentration camp rather than a death camp because he was 16 at the time. So him and his sister got sent to work camps in Romania, and they ended up, and the rest of his family, his parents and all his younger siblings, he was the oldest in his family, they all got sent to death camps. So they all got wiped out, and it was just him and his sister.
That's insane.
Yeah, left after. And so they went to the only country that would take them, which was Israel.
And so when did
Palestine at the time.
Right. When did you guys move to Canada?
I was about 11, 12 years old. So that's why I've lived here for a very long time. I feel very Canadian, but even here I lived in like a Jewish community. And I was very much like raised, all my schools had Israeli flags. I was always raised very much with very pro-Israel narratives on everything.
Your school in Canada had an Israeli flag?
Yeah, it was a Jewish school. So every Jewish school in Canada that I know of has an Israeli flag in front of it.
Wow. So I'm also Jewish, but born and raised in America. I consider myself very secular, not really practicing, even though I was bar mitzvahed.
Yeah, I'm secular as well.
Right. So,
don't
tell
my family.
I never, I went to Sunday school. I mean, my temple didn't have a Jewish flag or like an Israeli flag. I don't know if like Jewish private schools have Israeli flags here. It'd be interesting to go see if they do or not.
I'm almost sure they do. I think the only ones that wouldn't would be very, very extremely religious, some like Hasidic sects, but I think even like very reform lefty Jewish schools would. But yeah, I would say like probably 90%. I'm just taking a wild guess. But it's very much like connected. And it's something that I like acknowledging. And I feel like it's important to acknowledge because I was very much raised with that type of propaganda in general. So it goes with what we were saying earlier, that like my emotion and my instincts tend to want me to always lean towards there. Right. And so like for a long time, I would have, again, these post hoc rationalizations. I went through this stage, and I think like there's a joke within like the Israel-Palestine history world where when you first learn about the conflict, you take Israel's side. When you learn more about the conflict and you start becoming educated on it, you take Palestine's side. And once you become truly educated on it, you have no fucking clue what's going on. And so, like that sounds
about right.
That's so true about so many things.
Yeah.
The more you learn, the less you know.
Yeah, the more you realize how complicated and this is something, it's a lesson that I have to learn every day, even though I know it logically. Because even with Hamas, like I've been researching Hamas more lately because the area that I used to focus on so much was the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, known as the Nakba or the Independence War, depending on your politics. And so I didn't really know much about Hamas. And people would always ask me about my opinions on the modern conflict. And I'm like, to be honest, I'm really stuck in like 1948. I don't really know much like beyond 20 years after that. And Hamas did obviously not exist. It was a very different time period in the conflict. So I was reading a lot more about Hamas, and I was kind of shocked myself at just how much nuance there is within a terrorist organization, right? Like that's wild. And it was wild for me to read that, especially after what they just did. And I fucking hate that organization, obviously.
Sure.
But it was wild to hear, you know, of just like the history of how it was founded. And I don't know if you know about it, but it started as a charity organization.
I had no
Yeah.
idea.
I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was called the Islamic Foundation in Gaza. And it was started by a paraplegic named like Ahmed Yassin. I'm probably mispronouncing this. And he initially believed in like nonviolence and was kind of almost like this very like Gandhi like religious figure, because he's like in a wheelchair and he's this scholar and everyone like admires him. And he comes to, if you looked at his Wikipedia page, you'll find that he's like militant, planned the deaths and mass murders of children. And like this guy ended up doing awful things, but didn't start out that way. And I find that that's a very fascinating story. And it's actually, that's what directly led to them splitting off from the Muslim Brotherhood, which is initially how they kind of started out. Because the Muslim Brotherhood didn't believe in targeting, like specifically targeting civilians. And a lot of like Islam in general can be used to justify cruelty, and it can be used to justify being nonviolent, right? Like it can, like I'm not anti-religion, I'm not pro-religion. It's one of those things that can just be used whatever way someone wants to. And so the religious movements within the Palestinian kind of political circles at the time, in like the 70s and the 80s, was very much focused on nonviolence. It was the non-religious sects that believed in like being militant and all that kind of stuff. And that makes sense because I could cherry pick things from the Quran too to justify that type of ideology, or you can cherry pick for the other side. So Hamas swaps, and they swap coincidentally, and as they swap, Fatah, the original, like the
what's the PA
Palestinian, right? Yeah, the PLO swaps the other way. So when people talk about, and that's a way that misinformation really gets spread, because there's this idea that like, oh, Israel originally created, or they supported the creation of Hamas.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, and they didn't create it, right? Like it came from the Muslim Brotherhood. It was already, but they definitely supported it, and they thought, we like this organization. There's this new Palestinian organization. They're like religious. They believe in, which at the time was seen as a nice thing. They believe in like a lot of like old like Islamic morality. They believe in nonviolence. And yeah, they say some things that we really disagree with, but overall, they're pretty much better than the PA, which is actually supporting like terrorist activity, which at the time they were. So we would much rather deal with these guys because at least they have some moral backing.
So you said that at the time, the non-religious people were the violent. So these were like the socialist leftist organizations, right? That were...
There was a mix. Yeah, there was a mix of some, like, it was definitely connected to some socialist. It's like, there's this weird like phenomenon of a lot of like Arab scholars being really connected to like socialist type of rhetoric, or like just some kind of Marxist Leninist rhetoric that was very much connected. But there was also a lot of like, I would be dishonest to call it all socialist. So it was just like a mix of things.
It's because the narrative that we hear from the dumb socialists like Hassan is that essentially, oh, Israel, they kind of try to do it like, they kind of try to relate it to America supporting the Afghanis in the Soviet and during their offensive with the Soviets, which obviously they're completely wrong about that too. But they kind of try to relate to that, like, oh, Israel was intentionally supporting religious extremists to defeat the socialists in Palestine. But you're saying it's like, no, they were supporting the religious people before they were extremists, when they were nonviolent and actually peaceful.
Yeah, exactly. They were not. The only time where you could argue that they were supporting them when they were violent was in the last few years with individuals in the Likud party, which is the right-wing party in Israel, specifically Netanyahu, who would argue from a political standpoint that supporting that the more Hamas became powerful, the less powerful basically it benefited him personally, right? Because as Israel was more in danger, right? And it made and Palestinians were less likely to unite, and they caused more problems if they'd be able to form their own state for him specifically. Definitely. So that's the only thing I could think of. But those are like the best arguments that I've heard. But yeah, the idea that they created Hamas is just not true.
Right. Well, how did the guy go from being nonviolent to becoming violent?
It's actually really sad. There was this awful terrorist attack done by an Israeli Jew. His name is Baruch Goldstein. And he killed, it's funny because, well, I mean, obviously this is not funny tech, but it's strange that I heard about it growing up, and I was always told it was like one of the biggest shames in Israeli Jewish history. Even in my very extreme Zionist upbringing, it was always like this. It was such a shameful thing for us to do terrorism ourselves. And so Baruch Goldstein, there, okay, just want to double check. But yeah, it was in 1994. And he basically kills and injures. He killed like 29 people. He injured over 100. And he basically blew up a mosque. I think he blew up or he shot it up. But regardless, he was like a far right Kahanist. Do you know what Kahanism is?
No.
So Kahanism is an ideology that comes from a guy named Meir Kahan, which is it's a far right Jewish Defense League style ideology that basically Jews are in danger when they're around anyone who's not Jewish. So you need to kick out anyone who's not Jewish from Israel.
Okay.
So
hyper xenophobia.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So he believed in that. So that's he sounds like a terrorist to me. Yeah.
Right.
And so, yeah. And as a consequence, he actually ended up being beat to death by the people he was trying to kill. And he wasn't even allowed to he was treated so terribly by the majority of Israelis who had all themselves been victims of terrorism that he wasn't even given a proper burial. He wasn't allowed to be buried like in his synagogue. Like there was just, it was pretty, I am proud, I guess, as an Israeli to the response to what he did, but it's still like a massive shame. But when he did that, Hamas, who had been like arguing at the time so much about nonviolent resistance, and that they could resist through Islam. And I know that sounds so strange now because we associate so much religious extremism with violence. Right. But like, imagine kind of like a philosophical idea of like how, like with like monks or, or because there's a side of Islam that's incredibly intellectual and scholarly, like they want long beards and to live in their books and the Quran and stuff. So that was kind of like the attitude. And this swap happens where he says, basically, they're targeting our civilians, right? And now I don't have any kind of argument like to say that we can't target ours because they need to feel our pain. And so he actually makes this long philosophical argument on why all civilians are legitimate military targets. And that's how Hamas ends up swapping and they end up being, and because they ended up being like, when you combine the religion aspect with it and the fact that they start getting so much funding from outside sources, they end up becoming much more dangerous than the previous terrorist organization, Palestinian Liberation Organization.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know anything about any of this stuff.
I didn't either. It was shocking to find, and it's a really sad story too. Like this guy, when he died, 200,000, I think it was 200,000 Palestinians showed up. It was 10% of the entire population of Gaza, I think. like to his funeral.
Right.
Like this guy was like worshipped as this intense scholarly, ethical, moral figure, because of like he kind of had this argument that reminds me a lot of like Himmler's original argument on why you had to do the final solution, but it's like this long philosophical argument on why you have to do something that feels bad.
That's
so
insane.
it wasn't
like
like these just like, yeah.
If it wasn't for like this one terrorist guy's attack, like the whole outcome and future of Gaza could have been completely different, maybe.
Yeah, it feels like that. I suspect that's not the case because I suspect that there always needs to be an element of extremism. And so like if Israel is successful in this war, say like, and they completely destroy Hamas,
right,
there's just going to be another group that's going to take their place. Whether or not they become as powerful, I think that is the question. But I think that there is a problem in general. Like Palestinian society beforehand already was supporting like terrorist activity. Okay. So they just kind of swapped which party was doing it.
Okay, that's actually a good point. Because like essentially you're saying if this guy never became radicalized, there would be some other faction. Because just because this guy isn't radicalized, that doesn't mean that energy and that anger to do these sorts of actions would still exist. It would just be under a different banner.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting. So going back to, because you were saying that you did a lot of study on 1948. So what's going on in 1948?
Oh, there was this little war called the Arab-Israeli War. And I find that war so fascinating because the whole conflict, I mean, I'm a little biased, right? But like everyone who loves history, like always thinks that their era is the most important. But I do feel like the entire conflict goes back to that year and to that war. Because of course you have like, I think like the longest standing refugee group ever. And they were created during that war, which is like the 700,000 Palestinian refugees. And so who caused that refugee problem is very much, I think, like a core part of this issue. And there's also so much, every country has a foundation narrative, right? Like Canada has a foundation narrative, and America does. And
I thought beavers just kind of like randomly, fell on a pile of sticks and they're like, well, I guess this is our land now.
Yeah, I think that's actually a story. But every country has like their own foundational narratives, and some of them are a little closer to the truth. None of them are ever completely truthful. It's kind of necessary for nations to make up little extra stories the way the Romans did.
Okay, America.
Yeah, let's be real here.
George Washington rode a boat to England to punch King George in the face and declare America a free country.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
So I was always told, the narrative that I was taught, and I'm curious if you were taught something similar as like, fellow tribesmen, but is that we were all Holocaust survivors, and we came to a land that was basically empty, that had been abandoned, and had no olive trees, and was a total disaster. And we came and we built it into something special. We actually took care of the land. We planted olive trees. And once we made it nice, suddenly the Arabs wanted it. Right. And but still, we were so kind. We still offered them more than half of the land. Right. And we accepted whatever, because we were so poor, we accepted whatever we wanted.
Yeah.
And we accepted whatever the UN offered us, and we accepted the deal because we're just so grateful. We have just one state, and we're fine with them having number 38 or something of one of theirs, and that's totally fine. But then they still weren't happy with that, so they tried to kill us, and so they all invaded us from the north, from the south, east, west. Right? That's the only part of that. That's very true. But and they all invaded, and we somehow defeated them, just like what we have defeated all the anti-Semites throughout history. We somehow survived, and it's a great miracle because of our sheer might and Jewish will. So that was the narrative I was taught.
How much of that is true, though?
None of it.
I would say
10%
that
maybe?
very little of it is true, and the bits that are true are are very manipulative in how they construe the situation, which is something that I would caution anyone who wants to get involved in this, gets educated on this conflict, because even when you start getting educated on it, you might be actually reading true facts, but how those facts are framed and what facts are left out is going to is going to be manipulative, regardless of where they're trying to manipulate you.
Yeah, that's
it's so complicated.
Because so that's I mean, that's an incredibly biased version that you would tell like a young child. The version that I heard,
I was kind of digging it.
Right. So the version I'm trying to remember, the version I heard was something not that propagandistic. It was something more along the lines of like, oh, the rest of the world felt really bad about Jews getting Holocausted. And so they said, hey, we kind of are bad. Oops.
That too. I left that part out.
Yeah. Our bad that we kind of let Hitler, go crazy here. So why don't you guys just, live in Israel, your holy land? And the Jews were like, yes, based. Thank you, world. And then the problem was, and so then basically the world was like, we're going to split it up into two, between the Jews and the not Jews. And even though the Jews got like the desert, which was considered the shittier parts, the Jews were like, listen, we're fine with this, as long as we're not getting Holocausted. And the non-Jews in the area, or the Arabs, were like, no, fuck you. You're not allowed to live there. And then they all went to war against the Jews, and then the Jews won because the Jews are based. That was essentially the version that I heard of the story.
Yeah, and I think there's one thing that's just immediately easy to dispel from that narrative, which is that Israel did not win because whether or not you believe in miracles is its own thing, but they did not win just because they were based or because they persevered through strength and will. They won because there were a bunch of factors, but the two major ones was they had a secret alliance with Jordan the entire time, who they were officially at war with. Most people still don't know that, including Arabs and Jordanians, and Jordan specifically won't release their documentation to scholars because they really don't want to be open about the fact that they helped the evil country of Israel. And because they were planning on sharing land on who won. So Israel knew about the entire plan right before the attack. They knew who was attacking where. The intelligence sharing was massive. The other large, but even with that, they were still probably would have lost the war. It was actually Czechoslovakia from the Soviet Union that comes in and sends them a ton of weapons midway through the war. New weapons, because at the time they were using very dated weaponry and very dated tanks, and that ends up winning them the war.
Were they doing this? The Soviets were doing this through Czechoslovakia?
Yes.
Why were the Soviets helping Israel?
Because that's something that you can really debate. A Soviet tankie would talk about the fact that Jews had a lot of control within the Czechoslovakia Soviet Union specifically. So, a lot of historians,
bunch of JQ going on in the Soviet Union.
A little bit of JQ. Stalin later actually killed all of them, which he tended to do with a lot of people in his government.
So what is so
it was actually the Soviet Union that won Israel that war in a lot of ways. It's deeply ironic, I find, because almost every socialist I meet is extremely
hates Israel. Yeah. That is deeply ironic and hilarious.
Yeah. The main reason that I would say why, and I think from my understanding, historical consensus is that the Soviet Union was helping Israel not because of any kind of a moral need or any kind of ideological need, but it was purely strategic. It was about getting a foothold in the region. What's happening in 1948, it's the beginning of the Cold War. Everyone is trying to get allies. Everyone is trying to divide where that Iron Curtain is, and the Middle East was a huge part of that, and trying to win over, and basically the United States and Britain and Russia are just fighting intensely over who's going to go communist, who's going to go capitalist. And Israel was very smart. The pre-Israeli government, led by a guy named David Ben-Gurion, he was constantly kind of sweet talking them, being like, hey, we're actually like very, very left-wing ourselves. We're not really religious. We're thinking we've got actually a lot of communes that we're building, which he would call kibbutzes.
Right.
And we're actually thinking of maybe going communist. And so like they were kind of, and then playing a bit both sides to see where they wanted to go, which side of the Iron Curtain they wanted to kind of lean towards.
Classic Jews. Wait.
Yeah. But all the Middle Eastern countries were doing that. Egypt did that very effectively as well.
That's hilarious. So what is like a more objectively neutral origin in 1948 of like what was going on there?
If there's a historian called Benny Morris who wrote two very famous books on the subject called 1948. Very simple, just 1948 if anyone wants to read it, or The Birth, which is about the Palestinian refugee specific issue. And he concludes, and he's kind of considered like the ultimate authority there. That doesn't mean people don't disagree with him, but most historical consensus, no one can really dispute his research. It's like really good. And he kind of, though where he lands is consequently somewhat a little in the middle, where obviously, like, I'm not going to get into the intricacies of like the history of the creation of Zionism and all of that kind of stuff, because that would take forever. But basically in 1948, Israel knew that they were going to be, they did accept the deal, but the reason why the Arabs rejected the deal was because they had been offered a previous much better deal by the British, and that promise was completely broken with the later UN partition plan. So that's the main reason why they rejected it. And also the majority of the Palestinians itself didn't have any leadership. They weren't really their own nation yet. They were being kind of ruled by various Arab nations around. And I think like that's the biggest issue with that narrative that I was taught, was that the Arabs were all united against us. They weren't, right? These are individual nations that are all recovering from their own imperialism of like the Ottoman Empire, the French, English, right? They're all really divided intensely. Like, Jordan hates Egypt, and they were secretly against each other in that war. Egypt and Syria don't get along. Like they're all, and they all were actually, none of them cared about Palestinians. They didn't even consider Palestinians like a real people at the time. They just wanted to they were going to take advantage of the land for themselves, which is what they actually did they did that until the 1967. A lot of people don't realize the occupied territories that everyone talks about were actually, before they were occupied by Israel, they were occupied by Jordan and Egypt.
So yeah, actually, so I actually listened to the other day, Coleman Hughes interviewed Benny Morris.
Yeah.
A few months ago, and it was very interesting. So you guys can look it up if you want to listen to him. He asked some very good questions.
Oh, cool. I didn't realize he interviewed him. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a good interview. It was a while ago, so it's just, I guess it's more pertinent now though. But yeah, so because part of the thing that my understanding of this, and I'll ask you, because it sounds like you were saying this, is that when I hear a lot of pro-Palestinian leftists kind of talk about the 1948 thing, like compromise and the UN partition plan and all this other stuff, they act like there was this idea between, in like a half Israel, half Palestinian country, or the alternative was just a full country that was just Palestine. And my understanding is that the full Palestine country was never a thing, that all the surrounding countries really just wanted to carve up the region and take chunks of it for themselves.
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding of the history of the region. All of these countries are new. Egypt is new.
Yes.
Jordan is new. like Syria is new. The reason why they all struggled in this war as well is because they were also they barely had militaries themselves. Like, they was just completely brand new. So the entire region is being arbitrarily carved up. And you can actually see how arbitrary it is by looking at the modern state of the Middle East right now, where you have so many conflicts with various ethnic groups, like what's going on with like the Kurds in Turkey, etc., and what we saw happen in Iraq. Sorry about the noise, but that's one of the issues, is that like it was so arbitrary the way a lot of these lines were drawn, that it didn't seem that crazy at the time to just carve up, from their perspective, to just carve it up for themselves, especially when, like, if you're Jordan, if you're like King Hussein of Jordan at the time, they speak very similar language, like they're Arabic, they're majority Muslim, and the original mandate of Palestine included, like, half of it was Jordan, and so it made sense for them to want more of Palestine, right? The idea that it was its own area is something that was started later on. And that doesn't mean that the Palestinian people are not real. Like, that's where someone like Ben Shapiro or some very right-wing people would land. Because they would say that because it's not like an old group, that it's not real, but it is real because they were a group that was somewhat created out of being treated like shit by everyone around them.
Right. I think it's only important in the context of like the origin when people point to. It's not really important now, because obviously the surrounding countries will not absorb them, and the people identify as Palestinian now. So just saying they're not real doesn't mean anything. Because so I guess like
it's useless.
The idea is that the Ottoman Empire basically controlled like the majority of the region, like not the like huge chunks of the Middle East, and then what World War I rolls around, and then they get carved up after World War I. I guess, by the winners of World War I, and that's how we get all the various Middle Eastern countries that we have today, right?
Yeah,
and so
plenty of ethnic groups did not get their own countries, and
and as you said, that's why you have all these problems with like the Kurds kind of get screwed, and you get a bunch of people grouped together that don't want to be grouped together when that all gets carved up, and that's actually kind of what's hilarious to me when I hear socialists complain about like the colonization of Israel, because the shape of Israel itself was created by colonizers in the first place.
And the name of Palestine is itself, and if I'm to use like leftist colonialist style, anti-colonialist style rhetoric, right, I can make a very good pro-Israel argument using that kind of rhetoric, right? Which I don't like to do because I don't believe in that type of ideology. So it'd feel disingenuous. But you could say, but the term Palestine and was created by the Romans, who are the ultimate, probably the origin of European imperialism, and they created it specifically as a way to dominate the indigenous group of the area, and they named it in an arbitrary way after the historical enemies of the Jews, the Philistines, who actually had no connection themselves, and they weren't even a real population. They weren't an existing population at the time, but it was kind of done as a way to like humiliate them, right? Like kind of like if someone took over, I don't know, like if France takes over the US and they're like, hey, like who is the US's like biggest historical enemy? Oh yeah, you guys like really didn't get along with Britain, right? Isn't that how you all you were founded on or something? So we're going to rename it King George just to fuck with you guys, right? Like that's how they did it. And so the original term, again, I think this stuff is irrelevant, right? But what bothers me about it is it just shows how disingenuous a lot of those types of arguments are, because you can use them to justify the exact opposite thing. You can use anything.
Right. So World War I rolls around, the Ottoman Empire gets carved up, and they carve up. So England gets what we now call Israel. They chop up Israel, and they call it the British Mandate or whatever.
Of Palestine,
the Palestinian,
they also get Jordan.
Okay, so they also control. Is it Jordan or is it Transjordan at this point?
They control Jordan. They control Egypt as well.
Okay.
So they
Brits
control
make out like bandits, as they generally do in these sorts of conflicts. Okay. So they have a massive control of the region. And so they have this for, I don't know when Jordan and Egypt separate off.
And I
England.
think that they were hoping to do in the Middle East what they'd done in Africa, and what they'd done in North America, which was, classic type imperialist, colonialist, like take advantage of the locals of the region, instill your own culture in there, take all the natural resources from it, profit from it, that type of thing. They soon realized that the Middle East was not Southern Africa. It was not North America. They were dealing with one of the oldest regions of the world, with so many different groups. And they very quickly were like, we fucked up. We don't like it here.
Right. Okay.
We want to give it back.
Right. Okay. So they're kind of like, they're kind of have buyer's remorse here. And then
right when they take over it, they're immediately dealing with so many conflicts between different groups just within every city. It was chaos.
It's kind of fun. It's like, the bad guys take over and then everyone starts complaining to them because they're in charge and they're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, that's exactly. It was like taking over a classroom full of awful kids. And so they start trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this, and they don't navigate it well.
Right. Okay. So so essentially World War II rolls around, everyone's feeling real bad for the Jews. And so there's this movement for, to kind of give Jews their own country, and, there's a bunch of places they're talking about, and people settle in Israel. So you said that originally the Arabs in the region were offered a better deal before the UN plan. What was that deal?
Yeah. So there were so many different deals that were offered. The one that really,
well, who were they offering it to, I guess, is a good question.
Just various local leaders and local Arab leaders around, because there was a lot of and that was a huge problem, right? Like, who was the leader of the Arabs of the region?
Right.
Because the Arabs were not all Muslim, right? So did that mean that you went to the leader of the Muslims? Because he worked with Hitler. So maybe we're not going to go work with him. And then they're like, maybe we'll work with the richest people here. Wait, they all sold their land to Jews because they were just out for money, right? So maybe we shouldn't work with them. So that was itself already an intense challenge. And so there's a huge argument now in Palestinian circles, and it's pretty legitimate that who the people who initially were rejecting a lot of these deals were not representatives of them whatsoever. Because if you asked the average Arab in the region who would now be a Palestinian, say Arab A in this city, who are you? They would say, hello, I'm Arab A from this village, my son of this. They would not call themselves a Palestinian. They wouldn't know who to look to for leadership, because previously they would have looked historically to the Ottoman system.
But when they were under the Ottomans, did they view themselves as
Ottoman?
Okay, so they just view themselves as the Ottoman, and then then they viewed themselves by their village, their country, their city or their village second. And so
they would. I would say primarily they would identify with their own village.
Okay, So one of the big problems here that escapes a lot of these conversations is that you basically have, it's 1948. You have you have hundreds of thousands of people who don't even identify on a nation state level, who identify on a village level, who have no central leadership in whom to broker such agreements or deals with in the first place.
Whereas the Jews are very united.
Right. So that's obviously going to bias Europe and the UN and bureaucratic organizations, because they go, who do I talk to? Who's the guy I can call on the phone? It's that, the Jews have the guy that you can call. So it's going to make it very easy for them or easier from their perspective.
I think there was also an attitude of a ton of these Arab nations had been already given states by the British. So I think they're new to the region themselves. So they're kind of just like, you guys are, most of you are Muslim and Arab. Why don't you just go 3 hours next door? We just gave half of this area to Jordan. So like we're just carving up some of it for Jews. So it was the idea. I think there is a misconception that because the world felt bad for Jews, they gave them their own state, but it was a part of a larger trend of dividing the entire region according to whatever ethnic group won the, basically got, won the political war or whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's a really good point, because I've heard that too, which is, so the European powers in England, they kind of were just like, oh, you Arabs are all like the same, right? So you just gave you 3 countries, right? So what are you complaining about if the Jews get one? And it's like, well, obviously not all these people, they don't view themselves as part of some collective group of people.
So yeah, and it's to this day something that most Jews don't understand, right? Because Jews are extremely divided according to religious level, politics, like culture, tons of things, right? But still, the majority of Jews still see themselves as one group of people, one ethnic group. It's very different with Islam. The majority of Arabs in Palestine are actually descendants of the original Israelites, along with and Jews themselves. And they are a mix of a bunch of different groups. So a lot of them were forcefully originally converted to Islam, and or they were originally Christian. Like there's such like a mix that it's not. And on top of that, Arabs are this massive population,
right?
That it's so much harder to get them to unite. The way you would with a tiny population like Jews.
Yeah, I think it's the tiny population of Jews, and also just coming off of the Holocaust, which made a lot of Jews feel like they had to identify on that way, probably gave that sense. Because I mean, like, I know, like, before...
Oh, yeah, the Holocaust destroyed a third of the entire Jewish population.
Right. But also, it made Jews worldwide paranoid. Because I know before the Holocaust, it's kind of fun. I forget the guy's name. We did a whole stream about this guy. He's like... he was like a German Jew who was he created a lot of like the ways in which classical music is still taught today that people kind of hate. And a lot of German Jews had a very like ego to themselves, and because there was kind of this ego to
they're the snobs of the Jewish world.
Yeah, but it wasn't so they were Jewish, just because they were German. And so I wouldn't be surprised if, like, pre the Holocaust, the Jews still had a lot more national identity. And then once the Holocaust happened, like, especially if you're German, obviously you're like, oh fuck, like that all goes out the window. So,
well, it's just people become tribalistic. I mean, I'm no biologist, but from my understanding, this is pretty legit, that when you get attacked, suddenly your instinct is to become very tribalistic.
Of course, yeah.
So I think everyone feels like that. You get attacked suddenly, your problems with your wife don't feel that big anymore, right?
Well, especially
suddenly
if you're attacked
like, I need
on
to
a
protect my
tribal
family
line, like being Jewish, you're going to be ultra defensive along those lines. Yeah,
I mean, tons of Jews fought for Germany in World War I, and Jews were treated probably some of the best in the world, out of everywhere in Europe, at least. In Germany. So I think there was this attitude, if this could happen in Germany, this could happen anywhere.
Right.
And it was and it was very scary. So like it definitely gave a lot of credence to the Zionist movement, at least within Jewish circles.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, I mean, that was part of, and I mean, I know it's not just that, but my understanding is that the world did feel kind of like they fucked up regarding the Holocaust, because like when the Holocaust was going on, most of the countries didn't understand the extent of what was happening. And a lot of countries, I think even including America, were turning away a lot of Jewish immigrants trying to escape. And so that made a lot of these countries feel guilty once they realized what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say that they felt guilty. Especially, I don't think the United States felt guilty at all, because the United States was quite isolationist. So it didn't seem, they turned a lot of people away.
Right.
So I don't think like a lot of Western countries were actually like super supportive of the creation of Israel. I think they saw it as just like this, like, fine, fine. Like it was kind of like a very similar attitude to a lot of the neighboring Arab nations. But it's also one of those things that's very up to interpretation.
I was told that America was pretty pro-Israel, but that the British, they said they were pro-Israel, but then secretly were giving weapons to the Arab population.
The British were like flip-floppy, right? And it's hard to say how much of that was purposely malicious or just changing strategies, right? Trying to balance themselves just naturally. The United States, it's not. I definitely need to do more reading on like the specific relations of the United States, but from my understanding, they were not initially extremely supportive of it. I don't think they were not supportive of it, but I think they were pretty neutral on the subject. It's only later that the special relationship you see now actually develops.
Well, I thought America was one of the first countries to acknowledge Israel being a real country.
I think they were part of a group of a bunch of countries, but you'll see that actually before the 1970s, the United States is actually one of the first countries that criticizes Israel whenever it fucks up. In the Suez Canal crisis in the 1950s, when Israel had like a secret plan with Britain to take over the Suez Canal from Egypt, it was the United States that whistleblowed on that and got that shit to stop. And they were furious at them for the whole event. So I would definitely not call them like an ally.
Interesting.
Or extremely supportive.
Well, because I know like Truman would always Truman would brag, but like people that talk about Truman would brag. They'd say like, oh, Truman was, I believe, the first world leader to officially recognize Israel. Like they always say, like 11 minutes after Israel was created, Truman acknowledged it or something. So, I mean, I don't know what the motivation for.
I suspect that that's just propaganda. Like, it's not that that's probably untrue. I'm sure it is true, but whether or not it's actually like relevant or something that like relevant to their actual foreign policy and their actual takes, like is something that
I don't know what Truman was motivating Truman to do such a thing. I assume it wasn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of like that of stuff. That's such a good example of the way a lot of like little facts get misused in like they get transported to the wrong context of situations. There's one of the things I was always taught growing up, and this is something that's still perpetuated in a lot of very pro-Israel circles, that the Palestinians were supportive of the Nazis, and that they worked with the Nazis. The truth is that like, I mean, the pre-Israeli government of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, also briefly worked with Nazis. Like the Jewish one, because he was, they actually tried to court Nazis initially to try to get Jews transported from Germany to there in order to prevent the Holocaust from happening and also to serve the Zionist agenda, right? But who they're really talking about is that religious leader, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. He had a very close relationship with Hitler. He met with him once, and they regularly had plans on how they're going to bring the Holocaust to Palestine. But whether or not that's relevant to all Palestinians, or that guy actually had any power to do so and stuff like that, it's somewhat like irrelevant.
Yeah, people. Did you ever hear back from those Mensa people?
The what?
The Mensa people. But you were doing that thing with Mensa, the IQ people, the super genius people.
What?
Oh, no. Look, I thought. No, never mind.
Is there a joke here? If there is, I've lost the reference.
Mensa is an organization.
I know what Mensa is.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's
Look at the big brain on Sitch.
It's the people who have the genius IQs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sitch is in Mensa, basically.
No, I'm not.
I felt
I'm so confused as what that has to do with what we were talking about.
Never mind. Look.
Okay. Anyway,
keep going.
What I was going to ask before Adam rudely interrupted was, so we were, but we went to a bunch of different topics. So what was the deal that was offered pre the UN partition plan to some of the people? Like, what did it look like?
Which deal?
You said there was a deal before the 1948 plan that was part of why some of the Arabs didn't want to take the UN partition plan. That was like a better deal for them.
Oh, okay. The There are a few I don't know off the top of my head because there were a bunch, and a lot of this documentation is not being released to the level of detail. We just know that they were much better, and that they were very flimsy. We know that the Balfour Declaration was considered a huge betrayal by local Arab leaders because it went against the initial offers that were made for them. But yeah, we'd probably have to do some digging to find the internal research on this.
Because I've done some minor research on this. I was reading I think the Arab League statement and some other organization statements that were supposed to be representing the Arab people when this was going on. And they seemed to all say that they would not accept any deal, and that they believed, at least the rhetoric they were using, was that the whole region should be an Arab country.
I would say that seemed to be the majority opinion, but the deals that they were offered were primarily the entire region.
Oh, okay. Okay. So do you think it'd be fair to say
it was just about having official safety because Arabs and Jews had been clashing in the region for a long period of time, ever since the Ottoman Empire had fallen.
Right.
And before then, they'd had tons of problems, but they were at least under the thumb of a very authoritarian empire that was somewhat controlling the violence. But once that was done, they were constantly clashing. So there were a bunch of, I think the British would require, they're like, okay, you got to commit that you're going to offer Jews some kind of safety. You can't kick them out here, and because we don't want them. And there were a lot of, but it was still the main offers were still about giving the entire region to Arabs the same way they had given to Arabs in Jordan and Egypt.
So do you think it's fair to say that in 1948, the overwhelming majority of Arabs in the region were not willing to compromise any form of two-state solution?
The leaders that they talked to, yes. Whether or not that, I would not say that those were fair representations of the average Arab of the region, which is which was basically the equivalent of, they were usually often illiterate. They were working farms, and they were operating. They identified closely with their village. They probably would have not cared as long as they didn't lose their home. Right. I don't think that.
Right.
Yeah. So it's hard to say whether or not they would have actually rejected it themselves.
So this is part of why when you hear people like Hassan or Michael Brooks say things like, this is a simple thing, this is not a complicated issue, it's this is the dumbest thing anyone could ever utter.
When someone tells you that, they are trying to manipulate you.
Yeah.
When that's the kind of shit an abuser says. Right? Legit. If your husband or wife ever says that shit to you, this is very simple.
They're gaslighting you. Yeah.
Have you listened to any of our streams before? Sitch is constantly abusing me. I'm so glad that you brought this up.
True. That is true.
I'm glad that I called that out. You got to work on that, Sitch.
But Adam deserves it, so it's different.
Sometimes I do. So
I didn't know that he deserved it.
Yeah.
Look,
it makes sense then.
We're legally YouTube married, so he's allowed to beat me legally.
That's how that works.
There's there's consent there. There's pre.
Oh no, it's not. It's non-consensual, but
Listen, for the sake of Adam's
we've hooked
ego,
up for life.
For sake of Adam's ego, he has to tell the chat it's not consensual, but behind the scenes, it's consensual. Okay.
Is he taking advantage of you in terms of monetary things?
I feel obligated to tell you that Sitch could easily be in Mensa.
Thank you.
I think I need to start negotiating a two-state solution between you two.
We already have that. So in our audience, you can be part of the S class, which means you're my fan primarily, or you could be part of the A team, which means you're Adam's fan primarily. So
you seem like S class to me, though. It seems hands down.
Well, she's a fellow chosen individual. Okay,
right.
So
look, before you go, I have to ask you a couple things. I want to know this band you're in. What kind of music do they play? What's going on with that?
Has that been killing you this entire time?
What instrument do you play, Eris?
I play guitar.
Nice.
Look at that. Oh my.
There you go.
goodness.
I heard you were going to be sexist earlier.
breaking
we try.
the stereotype.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. What?
Well, no,
what
it's
were you gonna be
famously look. It's famously known
Yes.
that women all play bass. Like, of course.
I thought it was like
the extra strings
I
confuse
thought
them.
the stereotype
But
was
look, she plays
You want to know
guitar.
something?
I've never heard.
You know
this
how I was
before.
talking about coming to conclusions not based on rationality? If I was being really rational, I would play bass because it's so much easier to get into bands that way.
Exactly.
You know? And it's way easier. I could probably focus much more on a bunch of other things. I could be in more bands that way. But I have this emotional need to not be a bassist because I know how stereotypical it is as a woman in rock.
Look at
right?
this. Look, she knows.
I didn't know.
So like, I
look,
can't-
and
I
she
can't
likes
bring
a
myself
challenge.
to do it. So I can't bring myself to do it.
50% more strings. Come on, Sitch, think about it.
It's not 50%.
This girl's a smart one. I like
4 to
you,
6
Eris.
is not 50%, but
It sounds like I'm just I feel
What
like
are
I'm
you
just being a
talking about?
reactionary.
oh, I guess it
you
is.
know?
I can't do a math.
Sitch,
You're
you just blew the Mensa thing.
I did. You're
what are you
right.
talking-
There you go.
Anyway, let's move on
right.
quickly.
No, but wait. So
yeah,
this is fine.
this is
I had
cool.
no clue that this was even a stereotype. I only knew like the South Park stereotype of like where Cartman's giving Token the bass. And he's like, "Listen, all black people know how to play bass." I didn't know if there was like a chick that
Black people and
There's
women.
a lot of stereotypes. There's a big stereotype that all drummers are assholes.
So what kind of music? What kind of guitar music do you play? What's a cover that you might like to? What did you learn? What's the first cover that you learned? How about that?
The first song I ever learned on the guitar was "Nights in White Satin" by the Moody Blues. So I really, I really
Classic
enjoy.
rock.
Yeah, I really enjoy classic rock. That's where I'd say the band that I'm in right now kind of does. I just got into this one, but we do a kind of weird mix of classic rock and Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Sweet. Oh man, this is
I,
awesome.
I'm loving it a lot.
Not do any Yngwie Malmsteen shredding, classical scale shredding.
I am not that type of guitarist. I wish I was that good.
Okay.
But no.
Okay.
You should be. Listen.
Yeah, I should.
I have one more make or break question, but I want you guys to finish up your conversation on
Sure.
on the other thing. I don't want to interrupt you, so I'll ask. When you're ready to.
Well,
wrap up.
no, to ask the question. What was the question?
No, it could be a terrible question to
Okay.
ask. I'm
He wants to
second
do it
guessing.
right before I leave.
I'm second guessing even bringing it
Okay.
up, but
Okay. I can feel what the question is, and I'm glad that you're not.
what do you
gonna
think
answer
it
this
is?
question. Okay,
What do
let's
you
go
think
back
it
to the
is?
Israel conversation.
What do you think the question is?
No. So let's go back to the Israel conversation. Okay. Oh God, I forgot what I was going to say about the Israel. Oh, okay. So, question regarding like the 1948 situation. Do you think like the Jews were more in the right, or do you think the Arabs were more in the right? Or was everyone fucked, or was everyone kind of right?
Oh, fuck, man. What I can tell you is I know who the losers were.
Well, we all know who lost the war. Okay.
But the thing is that officially, say a country like Jordan and Egypt lost the war, but they didn't really lose. Jordan gained a ton of territory.
Right.
And
the Palestinians that lost their homes,
they
the
lost,
people we call the Palestinians now,
for
who
sure.
lost their
And all
homes
the
lost
Jews around the Arab world that got kicked out of their homes and stuff, and were basically ethnically cleansed, also lost significantly.
So
and Israel
after
did
this
have
happened,
major
a
losses.
lot of Jews got ethnically cleansed from their countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because I don't
as
think a lot of people know
consequence of
that.
it, and and the left doesn't care about that. So, but they choose which population deserves to. They give a shit about. Right, it's like a trend, like fashion.
Well, there's kind of a fucked up thing where it's like, if you kill everyone, then there's no one to complain, and so then they don't care in the future. But okay, so do you say you don't have a take on who you think?
The thing is that I think my own personal bias, right, is that I went through an extremely anti-Israel stage when I first went to university, which I was
like everyone
kind of like
on the left does. Yes.
I think that I don't even know if I would say that I'm on the left. Like I'm such a weird.
Or were
mix
you
of
back
things.
then?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was such a weird. I've always been a weird mix of things, but
right.
I think that but I just had this instinct. I don't know what the right term is. It's like the political version of a pick me, right? Like where you're, it's like where you just got to go against the stuff you were raised with, just intrinsically, to feel like you're thinking in an intuitive, like you're as an individual. But in reality, I was just trying to look cool. and feel cool and
really
like innovative
that was what
thinker.
that was what was motivating you.
Yeah, I think that motivates a lot of people towards their
politics. No, I think you're right, but I think very few people
social pressure and
yes,
and all that
but
stuff.
I think very few people have the maturity and enlightenment to recognize that about themselves.
It's part of the process of getting older.
That's true.
You can look back at things with a little bit of wisdom, right? But I feel like I've come to I came to something that I would say was like in lefty circles was in Israeli circles was a very leftist perspective on Israeli stuff, which was still believing in Israel's right to exist, but thinking that an ethnic cleansing happened of the Palestinians, or like, because that's kind of an anachronism to use, but of the Arabs of the region, and that there should be reparations that should be paid, because I didn't think it was feasible to. They want the right of the return. I didn't think it was feasible to give all of them and all their descendants a right to return because of the demographic issues of the region. So that's kind of like where I landed, and where I was for probably the past 10 years. October 7th, what happened changed me intensely.
Really?
Yeah. And so it's like why, like right now, I don't know where I stand on what I want to happen in the region, because I'm kind of like in a lot of the policies, a lot of the left-wing policies, or even though it was a right-wing government, there were a lot of left-wing policies that were enacted, like giving a lot of members of Hamas, Gaza. That was a really bad. A lot of people from Gaza work permits, which was because to fix unemployment. The idea was that if you fix unemployment in the region, you reduce the radicalization, but instead a lot of those work permits were used by Hamas posing as normal Gazan civilians to gather intel on how many civilians were in each village. And that's why one of the things that happened on October 7th was you could, the terrorists would go, they would come to a village, they would massacre everyone that they could, but a lot of people would hide. Right? People were hiding in dumpsters. My brother's friend was hiding in a dumpster. They were hiding in there's stores. There are plenty of places that people were hiding, but they would know that people were hiding because they had intel on the number of civilians that were in everywhere, the number of families, the number of kids. Yeah, and that's because the people that gathered those intel were the Gazan workers, right, which we now know were members of Hamas, right? Not saying all Gazans are members of Hamas, but they and who were, who were working as plumbers or working the gardens, like things like that, gathering intel on the people, and they all participated in the slaughter of these villages. So that's why they would know that people were hiding, so they leave, and because the Israeli army was so inept with being able to deal with this because of a bunch of other reasons, they would leave for a few hours and then be like, no, we still got to come back and kill some more civilians. There's still some. We know that there's more there. And they'd come back and they'd find them and hunt them down still when people thought they were safe after a few hours.
So this has been.
And so, yeah, those policies
solidly confirmed that they were like,
I think it's
scouting the number of civilians through work permits to like know how many people to kill, because that's fucking
documentation's been released by the IDF. So they've shown that, right? I'm never going to say something's 100% confirmed until 20 years later, and scholars have combed through all this shit. But I would say that there's no reason to think it's not true, especially when you like combine that with Hamas's ideology and their explicit goals. And they've shown documentation, right? Like you can look them up and stuff. They're constantly posting this stuff, and
because that's
pretty legit.
That's wild. And I've heard, we were listening to some of these leftist types who are basically trying to, they were not necessarily applauding what Hamas was doing, but they were sort of giving some level of cover, saying, "Oh well, they're not organized." They're just kind of like a bunch of random people. And so like the deaths of civilians wasn't intentional necessarily, or the point, it was just because it's like an unorganized blob of people. And this would be like completely contradictory to that, saying, no, there was a very intentional effort to kill civilians down to how many people they thought would generally be in each area.
Mm. Oh, yeah. And you can read this through Hamas's own ideology, through the Ahmed Yassin that I talked about, the guy who founded it, right? Like this amazing scholar who believed in nonviolence initially, right? He breaks it down in like philosophically, right? You can like read a lot of his thinkings and stuff like online. I mean, you can just go to his Wikipedia page and where he talks about like how he argues from a philosophical standpoint of that all civilians that there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian, that they are all settlers. And this is why and a settler is naturally violent, even a child, even a baby. And this is why I get very concerned with how often I see leftists parrot that type of rhetoric, because I know that a lot of those leftists are not bad people. I don't think they have these awful goals in mind, right? Like in their head. I think that there's a dangerous idea that can be so misused to justify such cruelty. And I think it comes from a complete misunderstanding of history, incredibly like biased teaching in a lot of universities, and the dominance of this type of narrative and on social media, which is why you've seen, like, I think 80% of Gen Z believes in that Israel has no right to defend itself at all, not just criticizing how they defend themselves. That's a crazy stat. Like, if I'm remembering that correctly.
I didn't see that one. Yeah. I saw something that was like 50-ish% said that like maybe the Hamas attack was justified or something, which is like pretty fucking insane. But
I think there's just this very problematic idea. And I think this is one of the reasons I've decided I quit streaming a few years ago to focus on music and touching grass and stuff. And one of the reasons why I've come back is because I always knew that this that type of ideology that I was seeing infect a lot of academia and stuff. And it was I saw it, I always saw it as potentially dangerous. But there were some seemingly rational arguments that I hear where it's like, no, but it's far right ideologies that are actually they're actually enacting the violence, right? But I see that October 7th to me is a demonstration of the consequences of that, particularly because I'm going to use therapy language. I'm just warning everyone, trigger warning for therapy language. But I was obviously very traumatized on October 7th with what happened. But the most intense trauma for me was the way I saw the world react. That was really hard, especially where I live in Canada. I think in the United States it was a lot better. But in Canada, it was very much just imagine if right after 9/11, and on top of that, 9/11 gets the videos of the details of it are posted publicly, and everyone's making memes of it and making fun of it. And it's a political issue, whether or not you're going to be against it.
Whether
it was very
America
hard.
deserved it or not. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think after that, I feel like I'm a completely different person after watching the way the world reacted. And so suddenly that old idea of this type of rhetoric of the oppressor can never be the oppressed. And you can't ever criticize the way an oppressed resists oppression. That type of, or you can't be racist towards if you're not in a position of power. That type of ideology I always thought was so dangerous, even when I had very lefty ideas, or when I've been more, I guess, mixed the left and I feel like October 7th, this is why I think everyone should care about what happened, regardless doesn't matter if you're Israeli or Jewish, because that ideology is dangerous for every single person, including Palestinians, right? Because Palestinians can have if they take over the region and they win or whatever, they could have a population that they're oppressing, right? Or you can argue it's being sold that they're being oppressed or something like that, and justify this type of cruelty against themselves. This is a very dangerous idea. And the largest university in Canada, York University, their official student union, all their student unions actually all put out a statement justifying the crimes on October 7th. Yeah. And they said that it was justified for all Indigenous peoples to rise up, including Turtle Island, which is what Indigenous people call Canada, to do it in Canada. So that was basically a declaration.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Where was this that they said that?
York University. And right now the university is trying to, the largest university in Canada, York is trying to, the university itself is trying to get the student unions removed from power because hate speech and stuff is illegal. So you think calling for this type of violence is also illegal, there's a huge pushback movement against it. And I just think it's scary because the scariest thing to me is not evil people, but dangerous ideas that get good people to do bad things.
Of course.
And I really think that that's what happened in the Holocaust. Not to be the stereotype of a Jew bringing that up, but like, I don't think Nazis were intrinsically evil, or anything like that. I think they bought into a very dangerous ideology, and I see this ideology as just as dangerous.
Well, as an American, I'm legally obligated to make fun of Canada, and though I have
that's
to
actually
say,
hate speech, so you're going to go to jail here.
Well, fortunately, here in the land of the free, I actually have to make fun of Canada or I lose my citizenship. But I'll say this, for all the stuff I make fun of Canada for, Turtle Island is significantly lamer than anything Canada could come up with. That's the lamest name for a continent, a giant chunk of a continent is Turtle Island. That's bizarre to me.
The funny thing is we don't even know if Turtle Island is what all Indigenous people of Canada called it. It's just because it's just the ones that are survived that conquered the others that called it that. So it might itself be an imperial
Why
name.
would you call this giant chunk of land an island? It's not an island.
I think they thought it looked like a big turtle, something like that. I'm not really sure. I don't know much about Indigenous issues, so I don't want to say something super shitty.
Okay.
But
all right. So I hope that a lot of this stuff that's going on October 7th and the weirdo fucking leftist reaction to it. I'm hoping, I'm praying that this is going to wake up a lot of the mainstream left. And it seems to have done this to some effect, to wake up some of the mainstream left to holy shit, all this woke leftist stuff is dangerous. Look, it's literally having people cheer on this horrific terrorist attack.
It woke me up for sure, because I thought there was a potential to be dangerous, but in reality, I was I was ignoring a ton of things. There's so many genocides in history that were done by the so-called oppressed against their oppressors. Even recent ones, like in the 90s with Rwanda, the Hutus rose up. They'd been oppressed by Tutsis for generations, right? And they rose up against their oppressors. It was called a resistance. It was they literally called on the radio programs, slash your Tutsi neighbors to free yourself from their oppression. And it was a genocide. So at the end of the day, it's everyone has, human society is filled with tons of stories of ways that we justify being cruel to one another, right?
Yeah.
And some of and even if some of those justifications are totally true, obviously it should never be okay. It just shouldn't.
I forget who it was. Someone said on Twitter, they said that all this language of calling people oppressors and colonizers is basically a way to just justify using violence against people and to use one-sided, tactics against.
What do you think
people.
the Nazis did? The Nazis used a lot of, I'm not saying the Nazis were left-wing, right? I still consider them right-wing, but they used a lot of that almost populist style, I don't know if that's the right word to use, but that type of rhetoric that there are other people that are in control, that are dominating. And they were right about a bunch of things the Treaty of Versailles was extremely unfair. I could say the same thing. The Holocaust didn't happen in a vacuum, right? Germans were being oppressed by other European nations. They were suffering immensely, incredibly unfairly. There was and they just decided to put all the blame on Jews. And so that's why that type of rhetoric is just so salient dangerous. It's being used to justify cruelty so much, but we get so obsessed with our current political divides and the current political talk that people are just much more concerned about what side makes their argument look bad and what makes it look good, and that's all they really care about.
Okay, so going back to 1948 for a second. So my position is funny because when I was very young, and I would hear kind of the more propagandistic version of the creation of Israel, I always had this problem with the idea where I'd say, well, who gives a shit that Jews lived there, 5,000 years ago? That's not really a justification for Jews to live there now. And I even remember saying, like, as a very young elementary school child, saying this to my parents and to probably some, Hebrew teacher, like, well, I'm like, well, couldn't they say that about America? Couldn't the Native Americans say, like, they deserve the land? I mean, they lived here a lot.
You sound like a smart child. I did not think that way at all.
I was not a smart child. I was like a cynical child.
Okay.
So I was like, how can I tell my parents they're wrong? Because I remember like very clearly at elementary school, middle school being like, I mean, you could say that about Native Americans in America. I don't know if I don't buy this argument very much.
Yeah, it's ironically it's a land back argument, right?
Yeah, I was like, are we sure this is the argument we want to bring forward? Because we had the land thousands of years ago. But then there was one issue that never made sense to me, which was like, because at that age, my understanding was that like, oh, you basically had a bunch of Jews right after the Holocaust run away to Israel and then live in Israel. And I'm like, well, if that's the case, how do they all like beat a bunch of established armies, right? And I didn't realize that, no, obviously there was a bunch of Jews living there for many, many years. And even though there was like immigration obviously coming into the region, there were a lot of Jews that just existed there and they had been training there, under the British mandate because, they were worried about, conflict and they've been fighting with Arab neighbors. And, this is why there was.
Like, there was a pre-IDF called the Haganah. There's already a pre-Israeli army. Right. Like they had their own, basically system.
And when I kind of find out about this and when I found out that like, at the time in 1948, a third of the population was Jewish, I was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I guess it makes more sense to me now that like why you would want to have an Israel exist in the first place. And my kind of opinion on it is, listen, I'm an enlightened centrist here. I'm all about compromise. The UN comes in and they say, we're going to split the country. And I say, that sounds good to me. I think that was totally fine to split the country. People could quibble about how the country was split and, fair enough. But I think having the country be split was fine. And I think if you don't like that and you fight a war and then lose, well, then you're going to get the short end of the stick after that point.
Like you made a bad deal type of thing. You made a bad decision.
Like you had an option.
Consequences of that.
Yeah. Well, not even because you had an option for a peaceful deal and you said, fuck you, we're going to try to kill you. And then you lost. And it's like, well, okay, well, now you lost trying to kill someone. And of course, you're going to get the shit end of the stick after that.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem is that the main people who made those decisions didn't really.
They weren't the voice themselves. Of the population. Yeah. Right. And I understand that. And that's kind of the ultra complexity of the situation is that, there was because there wasn't a unified country, there was no one that operated as the voice of the people, but there isn't really a solution to.
Yeah. And even when they do have voices, when they started getting representatives, the closest thing they got initially was Yasser Arafat, leader of the PLO. He's taking the majority of the money that's being delivered by them and by people around the world to try to help their cause. And he is using it for himself to become incredibly wealthy. And that's something that to this day, all Palestinian leaders do. One of the reasons why Hamas is so, if you asked the average Palestinian in both the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and in Gaza, what do you think of Hamas? On average, they're going to say Hamas does good things and Hamas does bad things. And they're correct, right? Like that there's a lot of things that Hamas does that's far better than their more corrupt alternatives of the PLO, but they also have their own versions of corruption. It's just far less because of their Islamic ideology. It has some nice benefits that they have at least a bit of more moral backbone in some ways. But it leads to, but look at their leaders, right? The current 3 leaders of Hamas, 2 of them are billionaires. And they're not in the region. Billionaires, right? I think Qatar, I don't even know how many. I think there's very few billionaires in Israel. Right. Like even with their tech center in Tel Aviv and shit, there are billionaires in their leadership. How do they get their money? They don't come from like long lines of wealth themselves.
Right.
They are not taking, it's actually, to me, it's very sad. And I think it's something that people who are pro-Israel have to remember. It's very hard, and something I have to remind myself. It's hard to have empathy, especially after what just happened, and you tend to just go tribalistic. But they do not have, because of various reasons that are not just because of their culture or their religion and stuff, but a lot of other very complicated reasons. They do not have like a proper representative system. And we can say that they voted for Hamas originally, which they did, but I think a lot of people, even in this chat, might have voted for Hamas when the alternative at the time was an extremely corrupt Fatah, and Hamas was doing a lot of positive things for Gaza, right? And offered to, and had been doing. They originally started as a charity, right? Like, so if one group is actually feeding you and the other group is sending it, they're like, and they're also sending you tons of propaganda and lies, and the Arab world is given so many lies about what's going on. They're not being completely told about what happened on October 7th. So,
and also, I mean, that was
20,
almost 20 years ago. It's like 2006. Mm-hmm. So to me, like, it's not persuasive when someone says, well, they voted for Hamas, and like, yeah, okay, 2006. I mean, the fact that they haven't had another election tells you something about how the region is being operated and run, and whether we have free and fair elections, whether those people are representative and they're not. And like this is part of why, it is very annoying to keep, hitting on the leftists, that their conception of reality is so stupid. They just think that everything can be solved so simply. It's like, oh, there's homeless people, just give them all houses, right? You just give everyone that doesn't have a house, and like magically the problem is solved. And I feel like they had the same idea, the simplistic version of poverty they have with like the Palestinian thing, or with any country. They're like, oh, if there's a poor country, you just give them bags of money and then they won't be poor anymore. When it's like reality, it's like, well, no, because these countries, they don't have a society, a culture, an infrastructure, or a system of governance that has ways of which you give people money and then that money goes to the correct places. It just all gets, these countries, unfortunately, like whenever there's poverty, whenever there's a bad situation, it makes it very easy for corruption to rise to the top, just the nature of the way humans operate. And so obviously Palestine is no exception to this. And so, yeah, you're going to have people at the top of Hamas that are going to be like highly corrupt, who they're going to just keep siphoning money off of and just, for themselves, and live like, billionaires somewhere else, and the rest, somewhere else, not even in the region.
Yeah. The fact that a organization that started out as the Islamic fundraiser like Hamas did, and it becomes Hamas, just to me, it's almost like this like micro story to show how sad the entire thing is. I think like after October 7th, before then, I used to believe in doing a lot of policies towards helping the Palestinians in much more humanitarian ways. And I would argue that to Israelis, by saying it de-radicalizes them, right? Like, if you if you fix humanitarian issues on the checkpoints, you give them more of them work visas, like things like that. You've improved the material conditions, right, of the region, things like that. And I think like after October 7th, and time will only tell if this is an purely emotional reaction, or if it's a rational realization for me, but I just don't, I've just kind of doomer about it. I have this attitude that it doesn't matter, that there's no way you can completely fix things for everyone. And there's always going to be an extremely radical portion. People are like, oh, Israel was always oppressing them even before Hamas existed. It's like, before Hamas existed, there was another terrorist organization. So I kind of just have like this attitude that of just like acceptance, like this like really sad doomer acceptance that there's so many factors that are going to lead to extreme radicalization of this population, and especially now with the internet and the ability to share and manipulate with propaganda the way I've seen Hamas do in like the last month. I am just leaning towards, there's no time or money, it makes no sense to invest it in that time. That the time is this is the time of war and survival, and I just want my side to win. And that's like the instinct that I'm having right now. It's like, I don't want my family to get wiped out. And that's just where I'm leaning.
Well, maybe I don't know if I'd call this a white pill. Maybe it's a gray pill, which is that the way that I see it is that, the irrational human mind when it comes to these sorts of situations, operates in terms of requiring alternatives. And I hate and I'm not going to use this example not to compare Trump to Hamas. I'm just going to use this because this is the closest example I can think of in terms of temporal distance. I'm not saying it's to you. I'm saying it's to our chat, so they don't get triggered. Okay. Because so Trump is obviously winning the polls right now for the Republicans. But before the primaries really started, like, Trump was still pretty high in the polls. And then there was this moment in time where, after DeSantis won Florida and DeSantis seemed to be kind of like the victor in the midterm elections, it was interesting because you would see that, like, a lot of support of, like, diehard Trump support started to shift to DeSantis. And the way that I kind of view this psychologically is that there was a lot of people that didn't really like Trump, but there was no alternative. It was like Trump or the fucking Democrats. And so they hate the Democrats with all their heart, so they're never going to do that. So they're going to stick with Trump. And as soon as an alternative like DeSantis appears, it's easier for them to kind of like shift. Some realistic alternative exists for them. And I kind of think the same thing exists with Biden right now. I don't think most of the Democrats and most of the Democratic voters like Biden. They all think he's old and dying and weak, and they're not really huge fans of his, but they support him because there's no alternative that exists. And I think that's kind of the same problem that it's probably going on in Gaza, is that, I think Israel really colossally fucked up in terms of how Netanyahu, and before you came on, we listened to this really interesting podcast from Axios that was kind of explaining how the Abraham Accords came into existence. And they kind of going in about how Netanyahu essentially became beholden to the selectorate and the voters who were very pro one-state solution, very pro basically colonizing the West Bank or settling the West Bank, I should say. But from my perspective, the Netanyahu and Israel as a policy really fucked up in the whole settler thing with the West Bank, because I think that you need to incentivize the people that are doing the thing you want, and you need to disincentivize the people that are doing the thing you don't want. And when you send the reverse signals, that's where you get a lot of violence and conflict. And if you have the West Bank is not violently attacking you, at least to the extent that Gaza is, and is not acting the way that Hamas is, that should be rewarded to show Palestinian people, hey, we can coexist peacefully. And if you do coexist peacefully, we'll reward that. We'll incentivize that behavior. But instead, it is being disincentivized. It's like, oh, if you don't attack us, you don't be violent. People will basically try to buy land from you. Settlers will come in and will very, very slowly kind of breed you out. And I think that idea has essentially trickled over to Gaza to say, well, there's no solution now. There's no alternative to Hamas. It's like Hamas, and that's it. Because if we try to do anything else, they're just going to do what they're doing to the West Bank to us right now.
And Hamas has won very much right now in terms of the PR war for the region, because this has been such a severe, it's regarded as a severe military blow to Israel. So now they're thinking, oh, wow, like Hamas is actually, is the closest we've come to toppling the occupation is on October 7th. And that was Hamas.
Yeah, but is that thought going to hold as Israel just bombs the fuck out of Gaza?
I don't know. Like, because who are they? Are they going to blame Hamas for the fact that they're keeping them there purposely? They literally just went on interview today saying that they're a nation of martyrs and they're proud of killing their own people. The thing is that, like, I have no clue.
Right.
So the issue that you brought up with Netanyahu is not acting in the interest of Israel or the Jewish people right? He's acting in the interest of Netanyahu. And this is one of the downsides of democracy and political systems, is that like in like modern political systems that you have like individual actors. You don't have like a
only Israel had a king.
Yeah, if only they had a great philosopher king that was not mentally insane, that didn't have wasn't dying of syphilis,
right?
Wasn't a religious ideologue, and was a complete rational actor and loved reading a lot of, like Plato and
so if only Jesus came back and was king of Israel.
There have been some great leaders, right, who are acting in the interest, right?
Sure.
But yeah, but obviously Netanyahu is he's extremely corrupt, and he's operating completely in his own interests, and that's a huge problem. He's just thinking about what's going to keep me in power, what's going to keep my checkbooks lined, and all of that kind of stuff. He doesn't really care. Like if Israel blows up, he has enough money and he can move his family somewhere else. Like,
right.
It's like the majority. It's the average people who are going to suffer the most by a lot of these decisions.
The reason I labeled what I was going through as like a gray pill is because I think now I say it's a gray pill because the question is, how do we establish this? I think if the people in Gaza had some alternative to Hamas that they looked at as like embettering their lives and didn't result in like Israel blowing them the fuck, I think people would support that. I just don't think that they see that alternative just doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, the problem is that relies on the idea that they're going to be given the right information.
Sure.
And I think that's what makes me really anxious, because with the way social media operates, there's no anyone can publish and share anything, and the abilities for bad actors to share misinformation and spread total lies. Like, you can say that this that Israel went and did this positive thing, like Israel went and gave them all free vaccines, for example, during COVID. And you could say that was a positive thing, right? But the way that was framed, that was not spread around. That was spread around as Hamas giving them all things. Like, the information, even if both actors do great things, right? Like, there's still always going to be misinformation and good arguments to slant people a certain way. I guess like I'm landing on this area that like I kind of don't. I just, as an Israeli, I don't know if I want to make, just a concern about my personal. I don't know if I want to make a bunch of concessions that I don't even know if it's going to help. But I do know it's going to lower our security, and like it did on October 7th. So it's like, why, if we're in the position of power, why should we have to make concessions for our own security on the off chance that it might help?
Right. Yeah. And I definitely understand.
And it's a very reactionary position, and it's definitely very emotional.
Right.
But that's that's how I think I'm feeling. And I think a lot of Israelis are feeling.
I'm sure that's how most of them feel. Yeah. Right. Yeah. But I would think that, and obviously the war of propaganda is a very difficult one, but I would imagine that the more, like, there's a certain point where propaganda and reality will butt heads.
Are so separate,
and there's a breaking point. And like, regardless of whatever propaganda is being fed to the people of Gaza, I assume most of them understand the fact that Hamas attacked Israel and took hostages to some capacity. Now, maybe they're being propagandized as to what exactly the capacity of the attack was. And then B, they're all getting blown the fuck by Israel in response to that. And
either way, Hamas made a very severe political decision.
Yes. Now, and so I think a lot of people can have the opinion, and I'm not obviously not basing this off of the specifics of the Gaza people, because I'm doing nothing about them. I'm just kind of just basing this off of the way I see generally humans act as a group of animals, is that when they don't have an alternative, it makes sense that they're like, oh, this is Israel's fault. This is Israel's fault. This is Israel's fault. They're not necessarily going to blame Hamas because they don't have an alternative person to look to help, other than Hamas. But if there was some,
they do have an alternative
third person. Who's the alternative?
Mahmoud Abbas from the PLO.
Yeah, but they don't have really authority in Gaza, do they?
No, but they're going to be offered authority in Gaza after this war.
Yeah, I agree. Right. But we'll see what happens when that comes to pass. Right.
Yeah. But yeah, they have a long history of corruption. They're largely seen as ineffective.
Yes. Israel kind of helps that with all the settlers. So
yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's where and that's useful. It's useful for Fatah and the PLO to be seen as ineffective, right? Just like imagine like they give up terrorism and look how bad things are in the West Bank. Things are way better in Gaza than they are in the West Bank. No one seems to care about Palestinians there much. And
things are better in Gaza or things are better in the West Bank?
Well, they were better in Gaza. I don't know if I'd say that now, right now with the current war. But things are very bad in the West Bank.
I thought it was an open air prison.
That is such a wow.
You don't like that?
No, there's so many terms that are just like political terms that are thrown around to advocate for your side.
What happened, Sitch? I was going off on the open air prison thing, and you were like, "Well, that's what people call it."
I know. I don't know if it's. I don't know the legitimacy of it. I'm just saying they call it that. Adam was going on Google. Adam was going on Google Maps and he was looking up reviews of restaurants in Gaza, saying, "Well, look, how can they have all these like nice restaurants?
Yeah,
it's an open air prison."
How do they have a restaurant with
they do 40... have really good food. Palestinians in general have great food. There's a reason why.
Yeah, look, that doesn't strike me as open air prison type situation, to be honest with you. So I'm just,
it's an exaggeration. I think the most honest actor who actually says that would say it's an exaggeration, but they're trying to demonstrate the severe situation in there by exaggerating. It's like a hyperbole to get to be like,
look,
it's pretty
I can
bad,
exaggerate
guys.
Too. All Palestinians are rapists.
Right. Yeah.
Look,
I don't think
I'm exaggerating
to do those kinds of hyperbolic exaggerations. Because people don't view it that way.
I don't think the exaggerations are good. And they're obviously very
I agree. Yeah.
engineered to make a specific point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like politically charged language. And even if it serves like a really important goal, if it served like my goal for something, I don't know, to argue that there's a massive genocide going on against all white people in South Africa, right? I would not say it because it's not true. So
yeah, no, yeah. Look,
yeah, so like
I don't.
But
you sound like you don't buy that
exaggerate to
narrative.
sound like that.
You sound like you don't buy that narrative either. So
about South Africa or about
the open air prison thing. Look, I'm skeptical
to me
of that
the
narrative.
core. It's not just a wrong narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's an outright lie.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Oh, nice.
So like, and it's very easily disproven by the fact that and I just want to instill before I say this that living in Gaza is not nice, and they have
living in Alabama is not nice. Have you ever been? It's
I don't know
poor
anything
as
about
fuck.
Alabama. I'm pretty sure it's worse than Alabama.
Poor as fuck, totally segregated, like ridiculous. Yeah, but it's not an open air prison. I wouldn't call Alabama an open air prison.
But Gaza is actually the highest, from my understanding, until recently, and they might still be the highest educated population on Earth by per capita. And
is Gaza?
Yeah, Gaza specifically.
Why is
that?
The
West Bank. It's just like a very scholarlistic culture, very good education system.
Wow. I had no idea.
Palestinian advocates, they pick and choose when they want to tell you that, right? Because they'll say that as a way to, they'll mention that as a way to demonstrate that they're not like barbarians, right? And don't be racist.
They're not going to say that when Hamas is going crazy.
But then they're not going to say that when they're trying to, when they're doing the bigotry of low expectations type thing.
Exactly. So, yeah.
But to their credit, and like Islamic cultures in general, historically, have been extremely academic, and Gaza is not an exception. And they invest huge resources into their education and literacy and all that kind of stuff to their credit. And on top of that, to me, the biggest way you dispel that idea that it's an open air prison is that what's the core part of a prison is that you're locked in and you're and you can't go in, you can't go out, right? Like primarily you can't go out. So, but you can leave Gaza. There are checkpoints and there are like limits on that. And obviously they particularly, Israel's like controlled the borders in terms of like there's been like a blockade on, they're not allowed to have weapons. I mean, any weapons in Gaza is illegal. That's why they have the entire tunnel system. But the reason why, how many Americans are right now trapped in Gaza? How many Canadians? A lot. How did they get there? They couldn't get in, and they leave all the time. People come in, and I have friends who go in and visit. There's like obviously a ton of rules on getting in and out and stuff, but you can get in and out. And on top of that, the people who control that northern border is Egypt, and no one seems to have an issue with Egypt controlling that northern border and being and oppressing Palestinians that way. So I think what's happened in Gaza is shitty, but I would describe the situation in the West Bank with the building of settlements, the arming radical Jewish settlers there in order and then they go and enact awful violence against innocent Palestinians there in the West Bank when that land was officially not supposed to be theirs. It wasn't agreed to be theirs. And they literally agreed later on that it was not going to be theirs, and they still kept building settlements there. Like, I think that situation is far worse than an open prison, right? But people don't, I don't know, but people tend to focus on the weird things. It's like, sometimes I don't understand some of their arguments because I feel like they have better arguments in other ways that they tend to just not hyper focus on. It's strange.
If this violence came out of the West Bank, they would focus on that. It's all just to serve the narrative. They're focusing on the open air stuff because the violence came out of Gaza. So they're looking for some way to either justify it or to kind of soften the blow or to blame Israel, to create the oppressor narrative. But going back to 1948 for a second, there's something I wanted to ask about, which was, so the Nakba thing, which is this idea or this thing that happened where essentially, when the war was going on, a lot of Arabs, left their homes, left their land, and then the war ended and they wanted to come back, and Israel essentially told them no. And there's kind of three explanations that I hear for why they left. The more pro-Jewish propagandistic one is that, well, all the Arab leaders told them to leave, and then when they killed all the Jews, they could just march back in. The more pro-Palestinian propagandist line I hear is that all the Jews just ran them out and killed them. And then I hear the other version, which is, well, it was just a fucking war, and so a lot of people just left because they didn't want to get killed. And so which one of these is like more under your research accurate?
I actually say they're all true to different degrees. But there's cases of all three that have been documented in the historical literature about this. But it was primarily what I would say the latter, that the war, that they left because of violence. And the debate is basically whether or not that was purposely done by the Israeli government, right, and by Israeli policy and the military leadership. And there's a lot of evidence that says that it was in a bunch of instances. So, and that evidence we know of because Israel's a democracy, so they released their documentation from the period in 1978, which is 30 years. It's a trend that, it's a tradition that most Western nations do, where they release their documents to scholars every 30 years, 20 to 30 years. And so we know so we have a lot of this documentation of these plans. But basically what they did is they launched like a whisper campaign. So there are, I think, I might be wrong. I think there are three, there might be six. But there were three villages that were like outright massacred by Israeli troops, like Arab villages. And it might be more, you'll have to look it up. I don't remember the details, but yeah, they were outright massacred, and not just massacred, like they were like similar shit to what you saw on October 7th, right? Like rapes. I even have a story that my grandfather told me. Like, he was horrified by what he witnessed, because it literally, to his words, it reminded him of what happened to him in the Holocaust, where he witnessed an Arab woman have her breast cut off right in front of him. Like, there were like horrific things that happened. It was never officially there's no documentation proving that this was organized or officially an official policy, that like the argument has been to this day by the IDF that like soldiers went rogue, and soldiers do go rogue all the time. Like, rape and stuff happen in war, and a lot of the people who were fighting, a lot of the members of the IDF who are literally fighting this army were recent traumatized young men who just lost all their family in the Holocaust, right? So probably not the best people to put in your military. They didn't really probably have a choice. So in these villages, these awful crimes happened. And so there are what are called whisper campaigns. And this is literally the word that historians use, like whisper campaigns that are used to spread around about these crimes by Israel. So like, and this was like I don't know if you would call it an official policy, but we have documentation that they know that this was like a little plan, right? That to mention that, like, don't do it to like that, like if it happens in villages, mention it, like spread it around to the other neighboring villages. Like, guys, what happened to that village in Yafa? Like, what happened here?
To try to get them to be afraid to leave. Okay.
To leave, yeah. Right. So we actually don't know. So like, it's almost like Israel was spreading their own actual like Zionist propaganda, genocide
negative
propaganda about themselves, as like a fear campaign. And that's actually one of the reasons why we don't know how much of this was faked or actual policy, because we just know that Israel wanted them to think it was real.
Interesting.
And so like, I think that alone is a very solid argument that there was an ethnic cleansing of Arabs in the region, especially that they weren't allowed back. I don't really know how that's defensible.
Should have been allowed back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of these problems could have been prevented if they were allowed back. I understand why they weren't, right? There had been a lot of David Ben-Gurion, the prime minister of Israel, argued a lot, like demographics are a big deal in the region, and you want a majority population Jews, and the more Arabs are, the more dangerous it is for Jews. Like the same way the reason why Arabs didn't like Zionism was because tons of Jews were moving to the region, right? Demographics matter in this region. So like, I understand the instinct, but obviously ethnic cleansing is a shitty thing to do. There's actually a lot of historians that argue that it was ethnic cleansing, but it was justified. And that is like, I don't know. There's some good arguments for it. It depends on your personal like morals about it. But if you're a consequentialist, then you could definitely make some arguments that ethnic cleansing, if you can do an ethnic cleansing to prevent something worse, like a genocide, right? Then it's morally justifiable. So like, if you ethnically cleansed the Germans out of like this region, right, and it prevented the Holocaust, is that justifiable? That type of thing. It's one of the reasons why I don't like consequentialism, but that's so yeah, you can make those types of arguments. There's I know Benny Morris, if you ever get a chance to talk to him, he actually talks about how accepted ethnic cleansing was at the time in basically most countries around the world. Like that, it was somewhat normalized, right? It was killing them that was considered bad. Like that, like the Turks were initially just moving, ethnically cleansing. The term ethnic cleansing wasn't even used or created back then, right? It was a term that started being used in the 90s. But that the Turks were just moving the Armenians, and it was only bad when they started killing them during that march. Right.
Okay. So like when you say ethnic cleansing, because I think a lot of people think that means killing. That just means removing.
No, it doesn't mean killing. Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't mean.
Yeah. No, it doesn't mean killing. It means moving the region, like moving people out of the region.
Wow, I had no idea.
Forcefully moving. Yeah.
Right. I thought it meant, cleansing the region via any method possible.
No, it was a term specifically made in response to avoid using the term genocide. So it was created in the I think it was created earlier, but it only started being popularly used in like the wider discussions by the media during the 90s, during the Bosnian genocide.
Right.
And it was because there was a huge backlash against using the term genocide because people used to be very concerned about misusing that term, and they thought maybe we should wait a little bit until we use that type of term, right? Mm-hmm. And probably a good idea in general.
Yeah, I mean, they're both bad, and we should have different terms to differentiate between them. Mm-hmm. Sure.
So that's why the media started to avoid that type of pushback by calling what they were witnessing. So they started calling it an ethnic cleansing instead, because there was only evidence, like very easy evidence initially, that there was just they were just being forcefully moved. Mm-hmm. So that's where that term really comes from.
So jumping forward now to today, what do you think Israel should do going forward?
It's hard to say, because it's like, do I think, like, if I'm thinking from the perspective of Israel as its own rational actor for survival, or am I thinking as like a humanitarian from like a global perspective?
Either or, both.
I mean, the humanitarian part of me and the optimistic part of me thinks that maybe there is some good that can come out of this, right? Like maybe we can, like Hamas gets removed from power, you put the PA in, right? And the PA might be corrupt, but at least they officially don't want Israel annihilated. Officially, they're not anti-Semitic officially, right?
Right.
And you can actually negotiate with them, and then you actually have a proper leadership to actually even start getting terms down and getting borders down and actually establishing a Palestinian state and getting a two-state solution worked. And maybe, like, from the rubbles of Gaza, you could start building a nice, like, sci-fi little utopia there. That
if they get rid of Netanyahu too, though.
Yeah, and Netanyahu is gone. And so if there is some silver lining that I can almost guarantee is going to happen, is that Hamas probably picked a good time to do something as awful as this, because the entire reason why the right wing is has been successful in Israel, besides for making deals with the religious right, the extremely religious, is that they were the party of security, right? Keep in mind, the party that pulling out of Gaza, like the occupation of Gaza in 2006, has been regarded in Israel as a mistake, right? And almost all Israelis think it's been a mistake, especially after October 7th.
Sure, sure.
And the people that did that was Ariel Sharon. He left the right wing party and created Kadima, a middle ground party, right? Like a balanced centrist party to do it. And so because the centrists have been screwed forever because of this, what's being called because it's led, imagine like the centrists made a decision that led to the most severe day in Israeli history, right? They're never going to live that shit down. But now and then on top of that, the left also, the policies that they made, bunch of those have been demonstrated to be total failures. But it's been the right wing on average that has been the party of security. It's like, you might not like our methods, right? Yeah, there are human rights abuses and stories and that come out about what we've been doing, right? But we keep you safe. And that's like a very good argument, right? Like, there's a reason why a lot of Americans after 9/11 stopped giving a lot of shit about human rights and stuff like that, because it's hard to care about that stuff when you're genuinely worried about your family getting killed. Yes. And so they lost that argument on October 7th, right? Because it was the right-wing party. It was the most right-wing prime minister Israel's ever had, that was in control of Israel when this happened. And you can directly, and there's going to be a lot of, once this war is done, there's going to be a lot of internal investigations that are going to be happen, and heads are going to roll. That's like the saying that everyone's saying right now in Israel. They're just saying it's right now is not the time for this, but once the war is done, there's going to be consequences. And because there were really nasty decisions that were made that led to the disaster of the security failures on October 7th, the biggest one being settlements. The reason it took 8 hours for a bunch of villages in the south to be reached by the IDF. For context, to go from the most southern part of Israel to the most northern part, right, in a car, 10-hour drive. That's how small the country is. And it took 8 hours for the IDF to get there. That's crazy. That's right. In the country that's small. So, and the reason why, like the entire southern regiment of the IDF, and there's probably way more to the story, which I'm somewhat excited, just like as a nerd, for it to come out about like what the details of what this. But the reason they had been all up north because Netanyahu had been falsely convinced that Hamas was not that dangerous right now, and that the real issue was Hezbollah up north, right? But primarily, he wanted to protect the settlements who were getting attacked a lot in the West Bank. And that's a little bit more of a gray situation, right? Because the settlements, a lot of the Palestinians in the settlements, they're attacking, but they're getting attacked all the time too. There's a lot of religious ideologues, crazy people on the Israeli side in the settlements. And settlements are obviously very controversial in Israel. And so the idea that the IDF, the army that everyone sends their sons and daughters to, was sent up north to protect settlers not in Israel proper, breaking international law, and they ignored and they let Israelis in actual Israel proper die. Right. Has made the security argument separate from settlers. They used to go hand in hand. If you were pro-security, you also like the idea of settlers, and because you thought that enhanced security. But now there's a very good argument that it does the exact opposite. And I think that if there is a silver lining that I can guarantee, that's the lines have been redrawn, I guess, on what is left and what is right. And I don't think the right in Israel now is going to, or at least is going settlements and expanding borders and stuff and building settlements is going to be seen as a pro-security policy.
Yeah. I mean, if that turns out to be true, which I mean, I heard that as well, or we've all heard these rumblings that there was too many forces diverted to the settlements, which, I mean, something had to obviously go wrong, which is why the response would be so slow. Yeah. I've also heard, rumors that Netanyahu got rid of competent people in military and in intelligence positions because they weren't aligned with him politically. And once this conflict ends and this can be investigated, if all that comes out and is true, or even people just think it's true, I mean, I agree that he's going to be destroyed and his legacy will be destroyed and blah, 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 blah. But I do think it makes him kind of more dangerous because he's still in charge right now. And, he's going to try to somehow hold on the power through this military conflict. And, if he's a not moral person, which I don't think he is, that can manifest in very disturbing ways, possibly.
You think he's going to do terrible things in Gaza because he has nothing to lose type of thing?
Maybe not that. Maybe just try to draw it out as long as possible. Because, and I haven't been following this enough to know what the military strategy is here. Because my thought, as soon as this happened, was kind of funny. It was kind of the same thing that you were saying, which is that I thought, okay, Israel's move here would be that they need to go in, forcibly remove as much as Hamas as possible, and then take over the region and say, okay, PA, you're in charge now, and we'll basically work with you in tandem to maintain your control and security of the region. And to me, that seemed to be the only thing I can conceive of that they would possibly do. But I don't know enough to know if what Israel's doing right now, is that what Israel's doing? Or are they just kind of blowing stuff up? Do we know what exactly their plan is?
I think they did try to negotiate or at least like put out some breadcrumbs for that. And the PA officially said they would not take control of Gaza right now.
See, and it's funny because I also said that. I said that's what they want, but I was like, PA is going to be like, fuck no. Why would we want this? Number one, why
they're
would they
already
want
seen
this
as puppets
headache?
of Israel. I don't.
Right.
The thing is, I'm somewhat doubtful that they'd actually would reject that offer. I think they might
okay. So you
just
think
be saying
they
that.
would? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I lean towards thinking that they actually would, but like outward, they're gonna say, nah, like, you know, we won't do that. We won't betray you guys for something like that. We won't
I
be the
see,
puppets.
because it would look too bad. Yeah, that's
yeah, but I think like they might still take the offer, right?
Right, maybe. Well, they could extract some major concessions to do so, and that's what they would probably be holding out for. But
I think like even if they take control of the region, I don't know. You're going to have such another population so extremely radicalized after what's happening in Gaza
of course.
that like I don't even know if they can control it in some kind of ethical, humanitarian way. I don't know, man. Like that whole region is. I have no clue what the solution is.
So that's a very interesting thing because you just said after what's going to happen now, there's going to be so many more people in Gaza who are radicalized. And I think this is true, and it seems like most people think this is true, that we all accept that. Is there some alternative that you think that like some alternative military strategy that Israel could possibly do that wouldn't lead to them being radicalized? Or is this just the fucked upness of war and the human condition we have to accept?
Not against Hamas. There's the way Hamas operates is something that's been killing me is like I'm like a huge military strategy nerd, right? And like I just selfishly I just want to know all the details of like the invasion and like what they're doing and what plans and why they're going there and why they're doing that. And I could just like kind of guess from the outside. I understand why I'm not allowed to know that information, but I really want to. But yeah, like I don't so I feel hopelessly like uneducated and unprepared to be able to make. I'm sure, the people in the IDF who are making these decisions, and it's not Netanyahu who's going to be making the primary decisions. It's like people in the IDF who are going to be making them, and I'm sure that they know much more than me, and they know what they're doing at least more than random people on Twitter or most of us. But it's still scary, right? And we also don't know how much control Netanyahu has in making those decisions. I don't know what else. When I'm looking at what they're doing right now, it doesn't, it seems like a lot of it makes sense to me, at least from an outside perspective, but that might be my total bias talking, right? Of just wanting my side to win, right? But from my understanding, they've like the bombing has been like the number of civilian deaths has been way lower than what was estimated. We also don't know the exact number of civilian deaths because we only get the numbers from the Hamas run health ministry. And then we know that they kill anyone who doesn't agree with them. And we also know that they lie, right? As was proven with the hospital bombing and stuff. So it's even hard to know what the actual numbers are. I mean, they might even be worse than what they say, who knows? But just internal warfare. I don't think the IDF really highly values their soldiers intensely. And I don't think that they would be sending people on the ground if they didn't feel like it was the only option. Because there are going to be so many people that die, like just IDF soldiers. And so it's hard for me to just think, I'm trying to think like just if they're thinking as rational actors, it doesn't make sense from their perspective to not be try to be as targeted as possible and do and also trying to reduce civilian deaths so they don't get wiped out. Because if they kill too many civilians, all the Arab countries are going to, because this is an Arab-Israeli conflict from their perspective, not an Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So they're very scared of Iran, who is also allies with Russia and all this stuff, and it's turning into a world war. So like they have a huge incentive. The benefits of wiping, of genociding, or ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of the region are completely outweighed by the benefits of at least having not angering the Arab world or their political enemies or their allies like the United States and the support financially from them. Just it completely outweighs that. It's completely outweighed by that to me. So it doesn't make sense. But as we've stated before, a lot of the history of this conflict is people not operating rationally. Right. Like, especially with leaders looking out for themselves and stuff. And so I think like the concerns you brought up about Netanyahu are like legitimate.
Well, it's like almost 12:30 where I live. It's been a very, very interesting conversation. So thanks for coming on talking to us about it.
Thanks for inviting me.
Of course.
This has been cool. I didn't know much about your show. I asked people, I was like, are they left wing or are they right wing? Right.
What did people? What were the answers?
I got a million different answers. Right? So I was like, I don't fucking know what these guys
Keep
are.
them guessing. What?
Right.
Who? So who? Now you have to tell us who gave what answers. That's what we need to know.
Who are you asking these questions to? Like just random people or other like YouTubers?
Just random people, you know. Do you want me to start like outing names? Like Vosh said this about you.
Well, obviously
right?
You asked Vosh?
Right-wing fascist.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask Vosh.
Yeah. Vosh is Vosh is very angry at us.
Oh, what did you do to him?
Well, I mean, we're kind of like, no, he's like.
We make fun of him a lot. That's what we do to him.
Yeah.
In his shitty positions.
Look, we don't want to start drama with Vosh.
We're enlightened centrist, though I kind of threw that that the term centrist has been so shredded that I say we're mask on enlightened centrist because I don't want to say it anymore.
I'm an independent.
Well, I guess we're independents now.
Look, in reality, look, and our chat knows this. Like everyone thinks we're right wing just because we understand conservative.
Well, no. The people on the left think we're right wing. Our chat thinks we're left wing.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Right.
So your chat is more right wing than you guys are.
Yes.
Well, look,
how did that happen? So you guys are like left wing oppressors from their perspective.
Well, look, we dump on the left a lot because of wokeness, because of illiberalism. Like I would say I'm a liberal. Like I believe in individual freedom and we don't like all the speech laws and all the trying to cancel people and all that shit. So we rail on the left a lot. Obviously, people on the right are going to like that. But at the same time, like I think both Sitch and I were kind of in the progressive bubble and we read Height and he kind of got us out of our progressive bubble and now we understand conservatives well enough that we can not straw man them, so they're not constantly getting triggered. So they
until I
stick
call
around.
them collectivists and they get very mad.
Well, look, it happens, and sometimes they say, "Oh, you're not getting this exactly right," but like we're not really conservatives. We have a book understanding of conservatives. So, and I think a lot of people think, you know, if they are a conservative, whatever they think is conservative, even though that's hardly the case. Like just because I call myself a liberal doesn't mean I have all the understandings of liberalism or whatever I believe is liberalism. So, but
the shit's all relative, right? Like
totally relative, yeah.
Especially in the United States, where things vary so much based on demographic and state and all that stuff.
Sure.
But it sounds like you don't like people putting you in a box either, which I think that's kind of based, right?
Yeah, that's why I've been called a centrist a lot, but I also have some very far left opinions and some very far right wing opinions. It's like I don't even know if calling me a centrist is.
Look, I believe in
fair.
UBI. Like I want
so do I.
UBI. That's very left wing, but I also think like resisting arrest should be a capital offense. I feel like that's kind of right wing. So
yeah,
I feel you. Like I don't like all this soft on crime garbage. So I think it's
You are speaking my language. I'm very authoritarian when it comes to a lot of shit like that. So
Look, we might have a lot of similar political positions. When we poll our audience and we only give them the two choices,
it's
if we give them more
40,
two choices, it complicates. But two choices, 60 more right wing, 40 more left wing. Though we never asked this, but I would guess that a big chunk of the people that identify is either or libertarian. I think we have a lot of libertarians that listen to us. So at least it seems that way, because whenever we start talking bad about them, they get very mad.
But I read a lot. Sitch
does. Well, I read not books. I read
studies. Look, if I read something interesting, Sitch is definitely down to read. Like I was thinking the book that Sitch actually read recently, and I read too, was that Nietzsche and the Nazis book. Who is that? where he goes through
that's the Ayn Rand guy.
Stephen Hicks,
Yeah.
And he goes
Was it one of those
through-
things that claims that, like, that Nietzsche caused Nazism and stuff?
No.
He's
He
saying
argues
kind of
quite the
of
opposite.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But I mean, in the terms of this Palestine Israel thing, I think like he basically explains Nazi ideology in the book. He says they appropriated some of Nietzsche and some not. But as he's explaining Nietzschean morality or Nazi morality, where they do have an overlap, he's talking about slave morality versus master morality versus slave morality. And I keep thinking a lot of the Hamas stuff is definitely, that's master morality, right? Sitch? They're like, they want to subjugate people.
Well, I don't know. It probably doesn't map on to the Palestinian situation very well. So like, because his thing, I don't know if you're familiar with any of the whole, are you familiar with the slave master morality thing that Adam was talking about?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So there's this idea.
Rings a bell, but
there's this idea that like, this comes up with like a lot of the kind of neo-reactionaries now, is that Christianity is a slave morality. It's a morality that was created through people that were enslaved. And that's why they lionize like meekness and peace and victimhood and not using strength essentially to, just crush your enemies. Where if you look at like kind of the more older world religions, the Romans and, Norse and things of that nature, there was a lot more of like, no, to be strong was considered moral, not to be, not to be merciful was considered moral. And so that was like the master morality, was to just kind of like crush your enemies, and that was seen as moral.
How is that not Hamas?
Well, it's kind
they
of
fully
weird.
believe that.
They do, but it actually
I feel like they believe both in different ways.
Let me just say this. It doesn't necessarily fit the neat rhetoric, because you would definitely say that the Palestinian people are in the more, quote, oppressed situation. So shouldn't they be adopting? Well, I guess you would say they shouldn't be adopting. They don't have really a slave or a master ideology.
No,
they have
a
radical revolutionarist ideology.
If they had the power, would they annihilate the Jews?
No. You're okay. So let's be clear. So first of all, let's use the Jews as an example. So there were the Jews had a lot of problems under Roman subjugation, and they were constantly revolting, and that's why, as you said, the Romans called that Palestine, because they were kind of pissed off at the Jews causing all these problems for them. But the whole thing with the slave ideology of Christianity, or at least under the Nietzschean view, was that the Christians accepted the fact that they were enslaved. They were not revolting against the Romans, and that's why it's a slave morality. The thing with Hamas is that they're not accepting this whatsoever.
They have the master morality.
Well, but they don't. Yeah, but to have the master morality has to operate on the fact that you are in the powerful position already.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. The master morality operates on the basis of rationalizing you using the force you have to crush the people beneath you. I think the Hamas thing is its own third category of like radical revolutionary morality.
Look, let me break it down. It doesn't matter if you're in the master or the slave role, because he even lays out that the slave morality will subjugate itself to survive. The Hamas is not doing that, not subjugating itself to survive. It's lashing out against that. It's completely, and if it had the power, it would crush the enemies. The reason why Hamas is angry is that they don't have the power.
Yeah, I would agree that I think like that dividing conflicts and stuff in that way seems like very simplistic. So I think like, because it's like a mix of a bunch of things. I would say it's like a third category, but I mean, I would say there's a fourth and a fifth and a sixth.
Sure.
It seems like I don't know. It guess it makes sense. That categorization makes sense, I guess, when you're looking at like say like the history of the Black struggle in America, especially if you're comparing Islam and Christianity. Because that sounds like, I don't know a lot about Malcolm X or American History Journal, but it sounds a lot like that type of
Does he bring
ideology.
that
And
up
why
in
a
the
lot
book? Sitch, I can't remember. If
Bring up what?
I think he might even in the book relate it to
blacks?
The Black struggle.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, I only bring it up because it's like an interesting book to read on the struggle that's going on right now.
Black Americans were primarily Christian, so they were already adapting, quote, the slave morality anyway.
Islam's also a slave morality from their perspective, just in a
well, I think the slave morality is far superior to the master morality. Like, I think the slave morality has literally taken over the world. The slave morality is this is why the conflict is interesting. Well, I mean, it's horrific, obviously, but
the slave morality. Well, if you adopt this framing, which obviously Nietzsche didn't like the slave morality. He was not in favor of this. That's why it's part of
Nietzsche himself, yes, but in the book he's
I'm
explaining.
saying that's kind of why the framing exists in terms, because generally being a slave is not considered a good thing. But I agree that like this thing that we call, or that he's calling slave morality, definitely is what leads to the concepts of like liberalism. And
it leads to the world shaming Israel for using their power and killing civilians.
Yes.
And this is why I'm saying that the Hamas is using the master morality, because they're literally using the only power they have, the slave morality of Western of the West, against them.
Right.
I guess I lean towards, I'm going to be a radical centrist. I lean towards having a bit of both. I think it's a good thing that like the world watches what Israel does, and so Israel always knows that there are consequences to their action. One of the reasons why Israel got away with the ethnic cleansing in 1948 was because there were very little consequences to that kind of behavior during that time period.
So they've done this before? You're saying Israel
they've done an ethnic cleansing before, yeah.
In terms of not letting the Palestinians come back in 1948.
Yeah, and I think that one of the reasons why I'm pretty sure the majority of Gazans did not leave their homes during the start of this war when Israel warned them to leave, right? Like they officially gave them warnings, like get out of northern Gaza, move to the south. And they didn't leave their homes. Hamas was blocking them. Then Israel bombed once or twice, I think, in the south. So like there's some other arguments on why they didn't. But I think like a big reason is the history there, is because the last time they left their homes, they weren't allowed back. Right. So like, why would they leave?
Yeah, totally. That makes sense.
So I understand the perspective. But I also I don't see, and I might eat my words, right? And maybe this is wishful thinking. I can't see a future where Israel does not allow Gazans back, at least into the majority of Gaza, because I don't think they can get away with it now. So I like the way it was a very different time period in 1948. People didn't really give a shit about ethnic cleansing. The term didn't even exist.
This is the slave morality working. Look, it has a bad name.
Maybe, yeah.
Like the slave morality is not the best branding. I don't know if you're a reader.
I call it shame culture.
It seems like you're a reader though, because you know all this stuff about history and stuff like that. What's like your favorite book?
My favorite book.
Yeah. Do you have one? Or?
Like generally, or on this topic?
Or like fiction or nonfiction?
Just like generally. Nonfiction, please.
Oh.
No, look, I like that you've read both fiction
like
and
Harry
nonfiction, though. Okay, well.
What's your house in Harry Potter?
Yes, that's a good question.
I think people would say Ravenclaw, but I would be a Gryffindor,
Nice.
I was going to say based, and now I'm like, whatever.
No, because I think my values, who I want to be as a Gryffindor. Right. And that's
you never take the little
what you want to be.
There's like a million of those tests.
Whenever I take those tests, it always puts me in Ravenclaw, but I'm ignoring them.
Accept it. Accept your Ravenclawness. Accept it. That's the based house.
Sitch is
I look bad in blue. Like
I'm Ravenclaw through and through. Yeah. Adam over here is the worst house.
I look based in gold.
Adam, are you a Slytherin?
Oh no, you're a Hufflepuff. Of course not. I'm a Hufflepuff.
Jesus.
Okay. Are you really loyal to your friends?
Hell yeah.
So lame.
Loyalty through and through. What are you talking about?
Loser. God, Hufflepuff.
Look at this. I feel a backstabbing coming on here. Like, should I be worried?
Ravenclaw is always the first to throw Hufflepuff to like
on a flight of stairs.
I'm just saying, yeah, because it's always the most
Terrible.
rational thing to do.
Yeah, it's rational. Listen, they're a bunch of hanger-ons. Okay.
Oh look,
dragging us
look
down.
at this. Look at
they're
this.
badgers.
Yeah, I guess. Okay,
Honey
in terms of
Badger
my
don't give a
favorite book,
shit, man. Yeah, what's a good? So you like Harry Potter fiction? Have you read what's a nonfiction book?
You
You should
go through
read
different
Nietzsche
stages.
and the Nazis. You'll love it.
Yeah, I probably would like. I did my minor in philosophy.
Okay, there you
and-
go. Exactly.
Yeah, so I used to be really specifically into ethics, right? And I did ethics and formal logic because I used to want to be a lawyer. So I felt
wow,
like it made a lot of sense.
So we talk about moral psychology all the time. That's like one of our favorite things
cool.
to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, like I love that stuff, but I haven't done it in a long time. And the most recent philosophy book I read was about Eastern. I got really obsessed with Eastern philosophy a few years ago.
Sweet. Little Confucius.
Yeah, a lot of Confucius, right? And so like I think that's probably why I end up being a mix of left and right, because like I just connect much more to a lot of like Eastern philosophy and the Eastern way of like dividing and seeing the world, which is a lot more focused on harmony and less on freedom and individual stuff.
Collectivism.
Yeah, definitely more like that, right? But
Are
so that's why I end up, and I think both
collectivists?
the left and the right end up having a mix of those. Are socialist collectivists?
Yeah,
I guess
we're trying to have
some
you
aspects. Are you
settle,
trying to
like-
establish I'm a socialist?
No, we're trying to settle a bunch of arguments between me and my stream wife.
Adam, for some reason, wants to say that like socialists and leftists are not collectivists; that they're individualists, and everyone loses their minds when he says this.
Look, Sitch
including
tries
myself.
to say that conservatives are collectivists, and everyone
They
loses
are.
their mind when he
I
says
understand that, but listen,
I feel like you could make an argument for either,
Mhm.
but I think the stronger argument would be that they're collectivists, because like
There
the
you go.
ultimate, because I think like even the strongest communists would say that like you have to impede on someone, you have to lower one person's or some people's like ability to find extreme happiness and their standard of living in order to fix the majority. Like it's so required within the system.
But then you ask them, and they're all like selfish pieces of shit, though.
I don't, because I don't think they're socialists for the right reasons. I think that a lot of these people are socialists because that's what they were told to be. That's what they like. They like that. It's just one of those things where you connect. I'm not saying everyone's this way, but it's just in group. That's the group they connected with in university. That's the aesthetic they connected to. That's
right.
like,
That's probably true.
Yeah.
So wait,
and I think
they're not.
I think right wingers do their own version of this. So, and even centrists do their own version of it.
So, have you read The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt?
No.
You should read that.
That
You'd
would be
like
really
it a
cool.
lot, probably.
Yeah, the majority of the nonfiction I read is history. So
there's
that
some
takes
history
up.
in there.
Well, it's
that'd be
moral
super cool.
psychology.
If you
But
like
it's
history, there's a good book, Why Nations Fail. It's got a bunch of history in it.
Oh, that's cool. There's a huge demonization in the history world about history books written by non-historians.
Really?
Right.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and because because they like analyze or they gather patterns that are wrong. There's a lot of like euphemisms that are used by non-historians that like if you use in history, like in the history academic world, like you will just get shit on. Like if you ever say something like history has taught us this lesson, or you have to be on the right side of history, that line, you will get the shit.
That one makes sense why you should not. That's okay.
Yeah, cool. The biggest issue that people have often is like oh god, there's a term for this, something with a T, but it's very common in Marxism, but it's also very common in liberalism in general. And it's this idea that society tautology. Yeah, tautology. Yeah, it's just like the idea that society is constantly moving upwards. Like you can't see, but my hands moving upwards in diagonal. It's and it's constantly progressing, and we're becoming more innovative and more. And it's very, very
That's
common.
not a tautology, so I'm not sure what word you're.
Oh, so then it must be another term.
You're talking about like kind of the MLK, the Arch of Progress is long, but it
the
always
term in
distorted
history
justice.
is called wig, right? Like that's the casual term.
Oh yeah. The wig, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard.
I know this because in my
say
first
that.
year, in my first year in university, I said something that was like that, which is very common.
Mhm.
And I was shamed in the History Students Association, where I was made to wear a shirt that said wig on the back for like 2 weeks.
To be clear, so it's the idea that things are just progressing in a linear fashion. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. And so the idea that being on the right side of history relies on that concept, that we're getting more and more progressive. And there's certainly like a lot of evidence that like there are, right? Like you could look at that, like say like with women's rights or something like that. But overall you can't.
Oh my goodness.
But overall you can't say that in general. And if you looked at like patterns in history, it's going to look much more like up, down, a little down, up, down. And then like it's pendulum. Things are responding. It's such a good example of the fact that you now have just 40 years ago, the lefties were all obsessed with like peace-loving hippies. That was like a huge part of at least lefties in the West. And now I have the major leftist organizations in Canada are justifying genocidal violence against Jews. Like that's like wild. Like it's like I couldn't have predicted it, but but yeah, it definitely things go up and down in like weird ways. So it's like you're not supposed to ever say that, and it lends to major bias. So there's like a lot of terms like that, or just sayings like that, or history is written by the victors. It's a big one, because it's not.
Right.
And like history is written by people who can write, and they're not always the victors.
People who can.
Yeah, literally.
Know how to read and write.
I mean, true.
Yeah, because trust me, the English, the Anglo-Saxons lost a lot with the Vikings, but
right,
how much we know.
The library.
They wrote a lot of shit.
But like, can I tell you like how much we know from the Vikings themselves? How much we like about their own culture?
Nada, right? I mean,
we don't. Yeah. Not just there is not one.
They burned a lot of shit down.
There is not one primary source about any of those Nordic cultures, right? And not one. All we know about Vikings, right? About anything about their religion, it's all from the perspective of the people they conquered regularly. So, and that's why it's a pretty nasty image.
Guys, you got to write your shit down.
Well, no, it makes me think maybe that's why it's such a nasty image, because everybody else is like talking about them.
Sure. That's hilarious.
Yeah, imagine if all the people that America conquered are the ones that wrote about you in history.
That's going to be awful. And we're nice. Americans are nice people. It makes me think maybe the Vikings were just nice
raped
people.
And you pillaged a few villages.
Look, they could have been making that shit up.
Yeah.
Maybe those villages were asking for it. I mean, did you see what those villages were
maybe
wearing?
They were. Okay. Look, maybe they were all very good looking, and they showed up, and the women threw themselves at them.
There you go.
It was all consensual.
That village was like, "Hey, let's drop our walls."
All these jealous people who could read and write, they just totally made up shit.
And especially when you read the primary sources of like from the Anglo-Saxons. And they were primarily also who are the people that are writing? They're not women, right?
They're not jealous even men.
And they're not even not even military members of like the Anglo-Saxon various militaries. They were not military guys either. These were monks, right?
Bunch of nerds.
So they were a bunch of nerds, right? Like they were not like the powerful like the kings of this period didn't read or write either. Right. The only one I think he did is the only one from that period he did is Alfred the Great. And coincidentally, we call him Alfred the Great because he's the only one that wrote shit. Right. So,
well, this is so interesting in terms of like going forward. We've basically gone from a time where it was like historians were kind of desperate to look for information to now, like 100 years from now, there's going to be too much information. It's going to be the exact opposite problem. There's like a million narratives.
That's such an astute observation.
Yeah, like explaining, thank you, explaining how, like, I'm trying to imagine someone 100 years from now trying to explain like the Trump administration. How the fuck, there's going to be so much to sort through. How the fuck is anyone going to have like an accurate depiction of what the hell was going on this time period?
So I'm saying, like, if anyone wants to be a historian for the time period that we're in right now, right? You will have to be a programmer. I think you will need to be like a coder.
Yes.
Because analyzing data and editing that data and sorting through it and stuff is going to be the tool of the historian. That's
it's going to be it.
Right. It's
not
have
to, like, I hope I have an AI that
now.
can just figure this out for me, because I can't.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. Right. So, like, I'm screwed because I can't
just learn to
shit.
program.
I've tried. It's really hard. The most I did was a little bit of Java, and apparently no one uses that anymore. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the future is just going to be, you don't even need to program. You're just going to have to learn how to use prompts.
Well, we have
or just
some
hire someone on Fiverr to do it for me or something.
There you go.
We have some really nice super chats for you, so we should have to read those before you go.
The Wooster for $20 says, Aristocracy is completely right. Likud directly benefits from Hamas being in power. Since Bibi will go to jail with his slim majority, it makes sense that he is taking this time to ethnically cleanse Gazans to distract.
Yeah, we learned about that today with that podcast. So,
yeah,
that's wild. Yeah.
Let me read the Grassroots Hegemon for $40. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for the $40. Says Aristocracy is the only reason I have a Twitch account. Her historical stuff is awesome, and I'm so glad you have got her on. Much love and stay safe. And then he or she also says, I adore Aristocracy. I hope she becomes a mainstay on the Sitch and Adam show. Best to her and hers.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow, your audience is really nice to me.
Yeah. Of course, that's our far right audience.
Our audience is nice to everyone.
I thought people in chat told me that you guys are going to be sexist. So,
Well,
look.
listen.
We have a little sexist streak.
Let's go back to
making
making rape jokes, comparing the ones to women.
Look, that wasn't a joke, man.
Okay, let me read some other. Oh, what's your time like? I don't know if you're like pressed for time.
Look, we have like 4 hours of super chats.
I know, but there's some that are questions, and I'm asking.
My time's pretty good right now. I'm having a nice time. So
okay, cool.
If I was having a bad time, then I'd be like, yeah, I need to go practice guitar. So
will you tell people you had fun on our show?
Yeah, for sure.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says, what can you tell us about the Jewish National Council?
The Jewish National Council?
Is that like the Wednesday meetings you're always talking about?
I don't know.
I was going to ask about that.
I don't know what the Jewish National
I have not been invited to that.
The Jewish
I don't know enough. I don't know too much about it.
Jewish National Council, also known as the Jewish People's Council, was the main national executive organ of the Assembly of Representatives of the Jewish community within the mandatory Palestine in 1920s. Oh, okay. So when it was under England's control, this is like what the Jews had.
Was this just one of them? Because I know that's not what the main organization was called. That was led by David Ben-Gurion.
I mean, I don't know. I just pulled up a Wikipedia article.
I need to look it up because I'm always focused on the Haganah, which is the pre-Israeli army. But David,
the Haganah.
What's going on here? All of a sudden, it became a research stream.
I'm sorry. I was like, I gotta get this right.
You can.
But yeah.
Look, I'll talk.
Ask the next one.
I'll find another.
Zero fucks for 14 months says Mensa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't even know what Mensa was before you mentioned it, but it rang a bell once. Is it just an American thing?
That was.
Or am I just hopelessly
uneducated? I think it's a global thing. I don't think it's an American thing.
That was dumb. I was just trying to make Sitch look good. That was that was silly.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I've I'm not smart to get into Mensa. I'm just saying I'm so smart I've never even bothered to try.
They
should come to me and ask me to join. Why should I have to sign up for anything?
Of course, exactly.
There it is. What is even the bottom IQ it takes to get into Mensa? They still even do that?
I don't
or is
know.
It changed?
Look, I know I've a bunch of super egomaniac friends who are like, I'm in Mensa.
What is what is even the point to joining that?
Because they check your IQ and you get to brag about being in Mensa, man.
Okay.
Can you imagine though? Like you go for Mensa and they're like, oh, I'm sorry.
You're not smart.
You have 100 IQ.
You're what we call the Hassan IQ level. Okay.
Is that good?
Well,
I'm sorry, but it's average. It's completely
Man,
average,
I don't know how that guy has his platform after.
And there was a few spelling errors on your application.
Hassan, yeah. We watched and covered some of his stuff, and it was just wild. I mean, he's basically, calling. He went on a long story, basically comparing Hamas to Nelson Mandela, and it was just like, wow.
He just parrots. He's allowed to somehow parrot like terrorist propaganda talking points to a bunch of like young, well-intentioned
impressionable teens.
People.
Exactly.
It's just disgusting. I find it horrific. I found it horrific when I saw the far right doing it in the mid 2010s, but I don't have to deal with them anymore. They're all deplatformed, but for some reason, this is allowed to happen.
Commies get to say it. Well, we'll see going forward.
I thought that this would be a huge response after this. Like people would be like, okay, maybe we should start taking far left rhetoric, violent rhetoric, dangerous, seriously too. But that doesn't seem to be the attitude.
Well, I think they are, but I think it's a slow process. I don't think it's a thing that just occurs overnight.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
And also, as I said, I was saying this before you got on. I think, unfortunately, whenever this conflict ends and Trump goes back into the news, that's going to suck up a lot of energy, because I think so much of the far left was able to run amok because the media is so TDS and so hateful of Trump that they're fine making their bed with the far left as long as they can get Trump out or hurt Trump.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Do you think Trump is going to win the election? You think Trump is going to be president again?
Oh my God, I have no clue.
How dare you, as a Canadian, not have a very strong opinion on our American politics?
I stopped keeping up with American politics in 2016 when I saw Hillary Clinton lose.
How dare?
Really? Oh man, it broke you. Damn.
It's like, it was just more like, I was like, this is wild. Like there's the history nerd part of me was like, this is going to be big history in the future. Like this is going to be called the Trump era. This is wild.
I'm in Los Angeles. I saw so many of my friends just deteriorate into madness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was absolutely wild. I always liked, because I'm not an American. I've, never been an American citizen. I speak with an American accent because you guys dominate the internet. But
yeah, I was going to point that out.
Yeah, I know. Very frustrating. You've colonized the internet.
What is a Canadian accent? I don't even really know.
You should do hosiery.
Oh, okay.
Oh, have you heard about gas prices, eh? Hey, buddy.
There it is. Look at that.
Hey, buddy. No, bud.
Sorry.
We're going to a hockey game over soon up in the cottage. That's how they speak. People always think I'm American here. There's a Toronto accent, which is its own thing. Which is like a little Caribbean, and I cannot do that. So,
well, like Jordan Peterson he is not like super heavy, but he has a Canadian accent.
Yeah, he has a Canadian accent for sure. But it's wild, like how common it is here. It's it's very strange. But I think I speak with what's called a general American accent.
Based.
But yeah, I used to have a South African accent, and it sometimes comes out if I'm around enough South Africans.
You did for a quarter of a second. I heard it. Your brain was starting to switch.
Like just a little.
Yes.
If I talk about like the beach or something. But I'm grateful I don't speak with a Canadian accent. No offense.
Take that, Canadians.
Oh man.
But I don't know too much about the United States in general. So, and just I'm always going to have an outside perspective on your politics. I won't care about domestic policy at all. All I'll care about is America is very important from world's perspective, just on their foreign policy. So, yeah, and so I liked Hillary Clinton's foreign policy, and I liked her what she did in the Middle East. So it was I'm very much in the minority there. So that's why
her laughing at Gaddafi getting anally stabbed in the butt.
Did she laugh at that? I don't even know.
Well, not about that, but there's some laugh about Gaddafi getting killed or something that everyone puts a picture of her up.
I don't know, man. I can be very hawkish with some stuff like that.
There you go.
So, like I like the military.
So you saw Team America and you're like, yes, I want this. Go America.
I think like my attitude is just, I don't know, like my attitude is just I'm just not a pacifist. Like I think that I know that I'm willing to. I don't think I'd be a very smart choice to be put on the front lines in the military, but I would put myself there if I felt like it was morally required for like my community or my society or something like that. So, I might lose the war for them, right? Like I'm not saying it's a good strategic decision. I'm like 5'2" and tiny, but but I do my best.
There you go.
But like that's just my instinct, and that might be like the way I was raised. That my grandfather only survived the camps. They were gonna liquidate his concentration camp and send them all to the gas chambers towards the end of the war, and it was only the Soviet the Soviet army, like the Russians, coming in and rescuing him from the camps.
Right.
Like, and if the Soviets hadn't gotten involved in the war, World War II probably would have been lost, right? So it's
and you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be here. So I feel like there's and this is just a core part of my morality as a consequence. I just feel like there are moral wars, and there are very justified reasons, in general to enact war, right?
And it's funny because like the Soviet, like if it wasn't the Soviets, definitely helped significantly. Who knows what World War II would have been like if they did not fight the Nazis. Obviously, you were talking about they helped free concentration camps. But then again, they also joined the Nazis in the beginning of the war. So it's kind of like
I know. It's like, did they do it for the right reasons? Like, I don't really care.
It's like, I don't know. It's like, okay, well, they helped Hitler invade, and then I guess they felt bad afterwards.
You want to know something really dark? It's like it's like a funny little dark part of history, right? Because when you get into really history, your sense of humor becomes like really fucked up. Like, so to be really careful with your jokes. But something that I do know is that when my grandfather always told me, and this is totally historically true, that when he was so grateful he got rescued by the Soviets, by the Russians, because he just called them Russians, but he was so grateful he got rescued by the Russians and not the Americans, because the Russians were starving too, so they didn't give him food, right? Because they barely had boots because they were so badly equipped and they were not giving any food that they had. And the Americans, when they rescued, when they freed camps, they were actually really well supplied. So they were given bread and giving food. They're like looking at these starving people. They're like, of course, and a ton of people died as a consequence of eating too fast because they weren't being freed by doctors or people who knew how to handle.
Yeah, you can't just give starving people.
Yeah, you can't just give them food. Yeah, so these people all died. A ton of people died as a consequence of Americans being too nice with bread and shit. So
your grandpa, I'm glad at least he had a dark sense of humor about it. Glad the Russians saved me. Otherwise, I might have died from actually eating food.
Yeah. But man, he was really fucked up from that war. I mean, obviously.
I bet. Yeah. I mean, my great uncle. So my family moved from Russia and Romania, I believe, but mostly Russia in like the early 1900s, like right before World War I started. So they escaped, the Holocaust. But my great uncle was in the American army, was liberating concentration camps.
That must have been a wild feeling.
It made him atheist, essentially. He was very religious going into that. He became atheist afterwards.
The majority of Holocaust survivors, were atheists.
Yeah, I bet. He took pictures. I've seen them. They're like
wow,
the most ghastly pictures you've
oh my
ever
God, I would
seen.
love to see those pictures if you're
Okay,
willing.
I'll see if I can get them. They're just like stacks of bodies and
Yeah.
pits, and it's just horrific shit. So, but yeah, so I mean, yeah, I could imagine people, come out of that with obviously really altered worldviews. So
Oh yeah, he had intense anxiety issues that he's
I
passed
bet.
down in our family, and
Mm.
intense anxiety to like the point of, and this is being shown. Um, the I think actually, if you look as a whole, people always go on about how like Jews are like so successful financially, blah blah blah. Blah. It's actually not true when you look at descendants of Holocaust survivors.
Mhm.
So they do significantly worse than Jews
Really?
who aren't. Yeah.
Oh,
And so like there's like yeah, so there's like obviously I don't know if there's any like if it's people have called it genetic trauma. I think there's a bunch of other different scientific reasons like why this stuff happens. But just culturally, my grandfather always needed to have the fridge full. If the fridge wasn't full, like to the point that you could barely close the door, he
Mhm.
would start freaking out, stressing out.
Sure.
He beat my dad and my grandmother.
Oh my
Just imagine
God.
being raised by a Holocaust survivor.
Yeah.
Like whenever you complain, you're like, Dad, can you not beat me with a belt? It's like, I'm not a Nazi, bro. Like
You're not
that's
going to the
always your
gas
response.
chamber.
Like
Stop
you're being,
complaining. Yeah.
yeah, stop fucking complaining. Okay,
Right.
I'm protecting you. You're under my house. You're not in a
Mhm.
concentration camp. So yeah, he was super abusive and had just like a lot of control problems and all this shit. And when he wrote a book about what happened to him in the camps, and he didn't even have it that bad compared because he was in a concentration camp, not a work camp. But it's just the shit he saw at 16, like it's just crazy.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
that's why, and it's again to rag more on the leftists, that's why their worldview to me is so fundamentally stupid, is that
Mhm.
you should have empathy, obviously, for people who have been in like really bad situations. But they obviously, and you should try to help people that are in really bad situations, but they give a sense of morality to people who are in bad situations and a sense of like the bigotry of low expectations. When, I mean, I think if you have like a basic understanding of psychology, you're gonna get like the people that are in bad situations generally get fucked up because of that.
Yeah.
And so you shouldn't just be like, well, these are moral people. It's like, I mean,
I
it's
think
gonna lead to a lot of bad outcomes.
the real problem with that idea is that the oppressed can who are we to criticize the oppressed and how they respond to their oppressors. That argument is what's used to justify very extreme right-wing Zionism.
Of course,
right?
Because they're like,
And
oh, we have to, because they're gonna come kill us otherwise.
yeah, and I mean, the idea that Jews lived nice and peacefully alongside their Muslim neighbors in previously in Palestine is a lie, or in Muslim countries. It's not true. And it wasn't as bad as the worst that you saw in the Holocaust. And they weren't expelled like they were in Spain, but they were still treated in an apartheid-like system. They were subject to extra taxes. Their daughters were allowed to be sent to be used as sex slaves and
The
raped
Jews
whenever
were,
they
or the
wanted.
Arabs?
Jews were
Oh, okay.
in Muslim nations.
Right.
Yeah. And so like they were treated terribly. It just looks nice in comparison with Spain or Germany, right? In specific periods.
Right.
But so like you could and there's a ton of Jews that have this response, very similar logic. And they seem very similar to me, that are just like, who are they to tell us after what we are subjected to, and we have to live alongside them. And like we deserve our own country and we can do whatever we want to as a consequence for that, etc. It's like,
right.
That's why it's such a short-sighted view of the world. And you don't have to open many historical books to see how often that narrative is used to justify such nasty, disgusting things.
True. Largest P for 9 months. Thank you. Says, ask her about Abdullah and Black September. Jordan refused them when they shot at out King and attempted to overthrow I guess
King Abdullah.
Jordan refused them when they shot our king and attempted to overthrow our government like Lebanon.
Yeah. So Palestinians have been treated terribly by all the neighboring Arab countries. And those neighboring Arab countries are right now, keep in mind, most of these countries are authoritarian governments that are regularly oppressing their own people and doing their own shitty things. Like even right now, Turkey, who's literally a part of NATO, is bombing the shit out of the Kurds, right? And no one seems to care. But so because they're doing that, they're hyper focusing on Israel, and they're encouraging these mass protests and all the misinformation being spread, because it's like a similar trend of using Israel as a scapegoat to distract from what they're doing to their own people. So instead they're like, no, like let's focus on Israel and what Israel is doing to Palestinians. But in reality, they've done shitty things. I don't know until when, but until recently, Jordan had killed just as many Palestinians as Israel had. Jordan particularly was harsh with them. I don't know the details of the reason. Like I'm sure, like if there are good arguments on how those killings happened. I know that they were called massacres, and one of the Palestinian terrorist organizations was named Black September, in reference to one of the massacres that happened in Jordan. So it's pretty horrific what happened to them everywhere. The argument that's used that I hear is that like they held insurrections, and that's why Egypt doesn't want them there. That's why a lot of countries don't want them there, because they're seen as a very radicalized, dangerous population by Arab Muslim standards, and they don't, and it'll just cause conflict within their region, so they just don't want them there. I'm not educated enough to say whether or not that's true.
EcoShadox for $20. Jesus. He says, Eris baby, Israel's south may be a desert, but my Negev is overflowing. Wow.
Did he give you money for that comment?
What does that mean?
$20 for that.
Nice.
Wow.
Cool.
What does that mean? What's a Negev?
It's like a
Negev?
A Negev, yes.
Yeah. Negev is the desert.
Oh,
it's a good line. Yeah.
There you go.
It's a good line.
Oh, he's saying I should say
line.
that to you.
Oh.
Okay. There you go.
He's
trying to create biblical and Jewish-based pickup quotes in the chat, I think.
That's cool as hell. It's a good way.
No, look. It works, EcoShadox. You found exactly the right audience.
I'm not a good example of what you should do with most women. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I don't think most women are gonna like the biblical historical pickup line. But there you go. Okay. Is there anything that we haven't covered that you want to say about the topic before you go?
No, I just appreciate you having me here and giving me a chance to talk. I was on a panel last night, and it was I'm like a very stereotypical woman in a lot of ways. I'm very meek and stuff. I'm not good at talking over people or standing my ground. So I don't do the best on panel, so I don't get a chance to really get a word in. And I also feel
were
like
you
guys...
on Kick or Keep yesterday?
Yeah, I was.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
We hate those panel shows.
Yeah, I hate those too.
What do you mean? I
came
was offered to be on the panel, but I wasn't going to be home.
They asked me to join, and I said no initially.
Yeah.
And I joined midway through because I got mad at what I was seeing.
Oh, okay.
It was an emotionally charged decision.
You were going to go, Sitch, you were going to go on that Kick or Keep?
I was never going to go because I wasn't home yesterday, but I was offered to be on.
Were you interested in going?
I was mixed on it.
Okay.
I mean, I was lucky for me. I literally couldn't go.
Why is that lucky? Look,
because then I didn't have to make a decision.
Oh, okay. Well, look, the panel shows, they put too many people on. I agree with Eris 1000%. It's like you're stuck not really wanting to.
You have to interrupt.
I just I'm struggling to get my point, and then by the time I do get a chance to talk, I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, totally.
And then I'm like, what did I say? And then I'm saying, it's like, and so I have to take notes, but then the point that I was going to bring up now isn't real. It's not
relevant. Yeah, because someone is interrupted with some other irrelevant point. Yeah,
and then it ends up with and they're not gonna, and then they ended up arguing with the guy who's extremely super pro Israel, because of course my arguments were much more challenging to argue against, so they can just pick the weaker arguments. It's just not it's just not productive. But I still don't. I don't regret going on. People saw a bunch of leftists roll their eyes at the idea of Jews dying on October 7th.
That's horrendous.
Oh yeah, I got laughed. I didn't say anything about Palestine. I was just saying.
My God.
I was just talking about someone dying on October 7th. And I was like, you think about a bunch of leftists who obsess over victimhood all the time and like, and the oppressed and shit. You think, and like on always going on about women's rapes and shit. And like, you think they'd care a little.
That's so disgusting.
Yeah, it was disgusting. So,
wow. Now, now I'm super glad you didn't go on Sitch. Jeez.
Well, was it the leftists controlling the panel? Because then I wish I would have gone on because I was sort of
it was primarily
cracking heads.
It was a primarily extremely like lefty panel. I would say.
I thought Destiny was on that panel, and I thought he was
Destiny was I think Destiny's like center leans right a little bit, like on Israel. But and Destiny's usually pretty good. But
there's a clip going around by the disembodied voice on Majority Report. The guy's basically trying to cancel Destiny because he said something about genociding Palestinians. You haven't seen that?
No, I like Destiny does put his foot in, he puts his foot in his mouth sometimes with some of the shit he says. But
look, I'm sure the clip is somewhat out of context as well. I mean, obviously.
I'm sure, but I know that's not what he believes in at all. Like he argues for the exact opposite. I actually think I used to be more left than he was on Israel, and I think I've moved more right than him now.
Well, yeah. I mean, color me shocked after October 7th.
Yeah.
Like, please.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's talking about the radicalization of the Palestinians from what's happening in Gaza. It's like, you just radicalized a bunch of young Israelis. Like,
of course.
A lot.
Sure.
Especially the people who primarily were attacked were a bunch of young people at a rave, right? So like, it was a ton of young people that lost their friends.
Of course.
So
like
my brother
horrifying.
My brother was not. He never gave a shit about the conflict that much. Like he was like he just wasn't. He's not really a political guy. Wasn't focused on it whatsoever. He was just like, yeah, peace, whatever, and that was that. And then that Saturday morning, before any of it was properly hitting the news, he's getting texts by his best friend saying goodbye.
Ouch.
Like it was
horrible.
like, and now my brother is fucking very like, I wouldn't say he is like, I wouldn't say he's like a radical or anything like that, but he is like, he's definitely not left wing. He's not. He does not give a shit right now about Palestinians.
Sure.
That is not a factor in his brain. He was like a big part of like the Smash community. There's so many communities online, but like like Super Smash Bros. Like there's like a big Smash community. Apparently, the leaders of that community all came out supporting attack. I don't know, something like that.
What?
And he left that community. Yeah, a lot of like weird random things that have nothing to do with Israel Palestine. Like everyone decided to take like a stand in some areas. Like I have a friend who was a part of like this like fish tank community, and they officially changed their banner on their
literally fish tanks. Like the concept of fish tanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a community. Like
this is insane. So they feel the need to take a stand on Israel Palestine.
Yeah, there's
Crazy.
this subreddit called TikTok Cringe, right? Which was just about making fun of cringe people on TikTok, and it's now become super anti-Israel, like extremely, like just a bunch of random communities have like taken a stand. It's such a weird thing. And yeah, but anyways, so
look,
a lot of young Israelis have become very, they lost all their sympathy for Palestinians that day.
I feel like our position, I feel like the Palestinian people are being totally used by Hamas. So I don't, I feel like they're in a bad spot too. I think sometimes people use the polling data. They say like 80% of the Palestinians are in favor of Hamas. But I mean, Hamas is basically like a homicidal gang. You can't really, I mean, if someone's going to ask you a poll about how you feel about the homicidal gang that can come to your house and kill you, I think you're going to say, oh yeah, I'm in favor of that gang, right?
I really
even
hate
though you
when
might not
people
be.
ask them also to like, will you condemn Hamas? Will you condemn Hamas? It's such like, I just if Hamas is as dangerous as we think, as I think it is, right? Like, why am I asking people to put themselves in danger by like saying something, even if they do
but I mean,
want to condemn
obviously,
it?
like Hassan is not in any danger of Hamas, so that motherfucker
Yeah,
can condemn
there's some
Hamas.
people that are it's totally
people that are
fair
not
to
living
ask.
in Palestine. Yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah, or I think people there are also some very in a lot of very religious Muslim circles around the world. There's a lot of severe consequences in your life. Just like even just in some far lefty circles, there's a lot of consequences to saying anything about feeling bad for Israeli civilians. I had like a friend that had a tattoo artist.
That's so sick, though. These people are
I have a friend
in
who had a
Western
tattoo
societies
artist.
where they're like completely protected. They're too chicken shit to say something.
Yeah, well, I had a friend that he had a tattoo artist that he was getting a tattoo from. He gets all regularly, and just today, I think he said on his Instagram saying something about feeling bad about the like that he stands with the people of Israel after what happened in October 7th, and his tattoo artist was like, "I don't work with Zionists." I'm like,
Jesus,
well, and then took his money for the deposit for the tattoo and everything like that.
Oh, what? See, that these people are such unprincipled scumbags. Because, like, just give like if you're really principled, you'd say, "Well, here's your money back. I'm not gonna finish." Like, oh, I'm gonna take your
No,
money
because he's
too.
taking money from Zionists.
I know these people are such scum.
Yeah.
Like, but see, this is why. I mean, this is the wake up call that this shit has the woke shit is far more far reaching to the young community than people realize. And I think it's as you were saying, it's like this dumb shit aesthetic that a bunch of these kids have basically adopted. And I mean, I think,
and I don't think they're bad people for adopting it. Like I
do.
I sometimes wonder.
No,
I sometimes wonder if I would have adopted it if I'd been susceptible, if I had been like given that level of intense propaganda. I was very privileged that, you know, I'm a little older than Zoomers, so like when I was forming my political and my and my own ideologies, I was surrounded by so many different ideas from like extreme monarchism to like extreme communism. I was surrounded by like a lot of different ideas, and there wasn't very much like a super dominant one that wasn't just like the milquetoast shit. But like now there's just it's very dominant. That ideology.
Well, I know it's weird because like when I was growing up, I mean, I was very, propagandized by like 90s and 2000s liberalism and progressivism, and I was very much in that bubble. But as soon as like 2014, 2015, 2016, when it started to be that shift and the attack on free speech started to occur from the left, I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? Because that seems so contradictory to everything that I grew up with and what the left meant. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know how I would have been if I grew up as a Zoomer. But
I can tell you that something that I'm personally really enjoying, right? And this is not something I'm very much enjoying right now is watching all the extreme like woke type lefties that are that have constantly gone on about how there's no such thing as cancel culture, how it's just consequences for the problems.
Did you see Brianna Joy Gray's fucking tweet about this?
And I'm fucking retweeting anyone who's caught pulling down the posters. I'm retweeting that shit. Okay, I'm getting those people canceled. Okay, I don't care.
Oh wait, this is accountability culture, bitch. This isn't cancel culture.
I'm like, this is I thought you were fine with this. You convinced me. You convinced me before. These are the consequences. So
I know. They're so despicable. Yeah.
It's just like, but now they're all upset, and so now they're posting like, this person, someone in the New Democratic Party, the NDP in Canada, they got kicked out of the party because the day or 2 days after the attack, before Israel launched any war, official war yet, what they put out a free Palestine from the river to the sea, support the resistance thing, right? And then they went to a protest the day before. There were pro Palestine, which were really pro massacre rallies that happened the day after the attack in big cities in Canada. And
it's wild.
And so and she went to one of those protests where they're chanting nasty shit. And so anyway, this gets spread, and NDP is like the left wing party. And this gets spread around. And so apparently she did a bunch of shitty things elsewhere in the party that she went against, like party policy. I don't know. I know I'm not a politician, but apparently you're not supposed to go against what your party wants you to do. And so she ends up getting kicked out of the party, and now everyone's like, this woman spoke up for Palestine and she's being canceled by the mob, right? Like, and she's lost her career and her livelihood for supporting Palestine. And I'm just like, dude, okay. How do you not see the humor in this? Like, have I not been alive for the past like 10 years of what was going on before? When just last year, it felt like you could say the most minor thing and get in such shit for it. And to be honest, I do believe in a lot of us. I'm not actually like a free speech person, at least intrinsically. I think I can be argued that it makes sense because of exactly this reason, that it just matters who gets to decide what is hate speech and problematic speech. But intrinsically, I don't think like people should be allowed to just like say lies and bullshit and hateful shit and have no consequences to it. But like they're just not consistent like at all, like with it. And it's very frustrating, especially when someone could have said something so incredibly minor and have such severe consequences for it, right? Where like someone loses their job and their livelihood because what did it happen with that woman when she got scared of the man in the park, and then it turned, I don't know, like I remember there were like those videos that were there were a lot of videos that were coming out where people just the most minor things would get people's lives totally destroyed. In Canada, like literally we have laws that you can't misgender people, and I don't believe in misgendering people, but like I wouldn't do it myself, but but we have laws where that's not allowed. Yet literally every Saturday and every Sunday in my neighborhood, right, for the past 4 weeks, since the biggest attack on my people, since the Holocaust, I've had to listen to pro-genocide, pro-massacre chants.
Yeah.
And they get away with that, right? How is pro-terrorist speech not hate speech? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, and it's kind of wild because, like, you know, obviously you can support the Palestinian people without supporting killing all the Israelis. And you know,
and these movements actually used to be more better.
The river to the sea rhetoric, which obviously means to get rid of Israel, and they try to give you this kind of bullshit line about how it doesn't mean that. It means it's like no. We all know.
Oh yeah, the guy on the panel that rolled his eyes at the idea of Jews and like Jews dying on October 7th literally ended the panel saying from the river to the sea.
Sure, so, yeah, and they just it's all lies. It's all lies or just useful idiots carrying water to the point that, you know, I say fuck these people. But no, I mean, I agree. I'm gonna laugh at all these people as they get canceled. I hope they all get fucking canceled. This is, you know, they reap what they sow. I hope they all get annihilated.
Especially in Europe, they're breaking a lot of laws, and I think there's going to be consequences for a lot of people. Like in places like Germany, like there are going to be severe consequences. People were going on about this doxing truck that was happening at Harvard.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard about that.
I did hear about that, yeah.
When they publicly published their names, and their names were just blown up in front of the university, like their official names, right? And wasn't their addresses weren't put out. That's like, to me, that's not doxing. That's like,
well, it kind of is.
Shaming, humiliating.
It is sort of doxing, but I say fuck them. I don't believe for a second that any of these leftist scumbags who are coming out here praising Hamas or carrying water for them the day after the attack, which like the people in Harvard did, all those people are totally fine with canceling other people. That's part of their core ideology, is to cancel people. And so if they're going to create this horrible environment, then they're going to have to deal with it themselves.
Yeah, there are consequences to having that type of environment.
Exactly. They're reaping what they sow. And so fuck them. That's my position on it. But
there have been some lefties that have, like, you know, not praised their attacks and not called Hamas freedom fighters and stuff.
And good.
I appreciated Vosh didn't do that. And who else? I actually don't know any.
The minority. But so the one last question before you go.
Sure.
How do you feel about Weird Al Yankovic?
Oh my God, you did it. You did it. Holy shit. Look, I was going to spare you, but thank goodness.
I just remember one song that my cousins played when I was a kid, and I remember it being really fun. So I guess I have a positive view, but I haven't really listened to too much stuff. I just know there was a movie made about him by the guy who was Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Look, okay.
What was the song?
It was I think a parody of American Bye Bye Miss America.
This here Anakin guy?
Yes.
So, yeah, that one.
Maybe Vader.
Yeah, I remember that because I was a
later.
huge Star Wars fan. So yeah.
There you go. Just a small fry.
Yep.
Left his home and kissed his mother goodbye.
I know that because when I try to perform the song later, the lyrics just kept coming into my head.
Oh, the actual song?
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay, good. Based. Listen. S-Class likes Weird Al. Okay. The degenerate A-team, for some reason, doesn't because they don't have souls. So that's good.
How do you feel about Modest Mouse? Do you like Modest Mouse?
Yeah, I love Modest Mouse.
Oh, you love Modest Mouse. That's good to hear.
I wouldn't say like I love them. Like I don't know all their
Well, you
albums,
just did say you loved them.
I don't like, well, the way you said it, you added like an extra inflection.
Do you like Purity Ring?
Don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, you're in for a treat. Purity Ring is awesome. So.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool. Yeah, no.
What were you going to ask before about the S-Class A-team divide?
Oh, that's all you care about. I was going to ask who's winning right now. Like.
Oh, I am, obviously. Come on.
Is that like an objective metric, like done by some objective metric?
Well, yeah, look, we've measured it before, yeah.
It's like 60-40.
Yeah.
So Adam, you've like accepted your role as the sub in this situation.
Look, I prefer to think of it as the underdog.
Oh, sorry, the Christian, what did you call it?
The slave morality.
The slave morality.
I guess maybe it is slave morality.
We must crush the A-team beneath our boots.
Please.
Are you a Christian?
I'd like to think that both Sitch and I, well, look, I'm a Christian atheist. Okay?
He's an atheist for Jesus.
Like a Jewish atheist. I'm
ethnically Christian. Yes. But I am an atheist. I'm an atheist for Jesus. I do believe in slave morality. Like I said, it's got bad branding. But
you can respect him as a philosopher.
Oh, hell yeah. Look, A-team is about forgiveness. I believe in turning the other cheek. Sure.
There you go. I said that was the last question, but I have one more final question. How do you feel about the Star Wars sequels?
Which ones? Like the
All
sequels,
three.
not the prequels.
The sequel. Well, both. How do you feel about the sequels and the prequel?
Okay. This is my trigger. I really like the first one. Like the first sequel.
Okay, you like the first
the one with Rey. Like the first one, I forget what they're calling now. Because I was so traumatized after I watched the last one that I like wiped the whole thing from my memory. But I liked that one. But the problem is the reason why I liked it was because it felt like respectful to the original movies, and I thought it was going to restart. The only reason why I liked it was because it was a good starting point for something that was going to be great. But because the rest was such bullshit, it actually makes the first one look worse. You know?
Okay.
So overall, I despise
you kind
them.
of like 7, but 8 and 9 were like trash.
Yeah, 8 had some good things and it had some bad things. You know,
Well,
that's what I would
like
say.
The whole destruction of Luke's character.
Yeah, I definitely didn't like that.
Okay.
That I thought was gross. My favorite part about that movie was the relationship between Rey and what's his face?
Kylo
Ren. Yeah, I thought that was a really good idea.
Woman.
I know. I told you I'm a stereotype. I liked that. I thought that was good.
Of course.
I liked him being shirtless and a lot of that. I thought that was a really good decision. But
Driver's a weird looking dude.
He is weird looking, but he's one of those. I don't know if this happens to guys, but there's like this thing that happens where like an actor's not attractive, but his character is. You know?
That's
the character in the movie. Right?
Well,
like
listen,
that.
for
So
all
like
the ugly guys
Adam
out there,
Driver's not attractive, but Kylo Ren was.
It's a good for like all the guys that are like pessimistic about the red pill because they're not tall enough or whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, you just got to have the right attitude. You just got to be Kylo Ren. You just got to be a genocidal murderer who killed their own father, and women will be like, you know, that guy's kind of hot.
Yeah, I'm not a good woman to talk to if you have like a lot of red pill ideas, because I'm just gonna confirm a bunch of them. It's
Oh
just
God,
not.
you're right. God, the
Yeah.
simping for Kylo is like so bad for that.
I don't simp for him, right? I'm just acknowledging that he's an
Okay.
attractive man, right? It's just like a scientific observation, right? Like I wouldn't date the guy. Okay. I would just admire him from afar,
Okay.
like a safe distance.
You would just send him letters while he's in prison for murder. But you wouldn't actually marry him when he gets out.
I don't know. I only like mass murdering psychopaths when they're like the leaders of armies or nations, you know.
Oh, okay. You're a classic girl.
Not if yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you said you like history and tradition. You're like, this is like the most classic thing ever. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think of like a good example, but you know, like I'm a huge Henry VIII simp. Like, I think he's really cool.
I don't know anything about Henry VIII, so I'll take your word for
He
it.
just,
Okay, so,
I just want to say he only killed 2 of his wives, not all 6.
oh my God. Oh, that was that Henry VIII? Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Okay. You are crazy and woman. So the prequels, how do you feel about the prequels?
Well, I'm naturally biased towards them because I grew up with them, so they're like I have a huge amount of nostalgia with them, but I also the first 2 are just like objectively bad films, you know.
Wow, look at this.
And I think like in a lot of ways, but especially I actually think like the first one's particularly bad. But the thing is, like, I was a kid when I watched them, and all I could see was like, wow, that woman's in like an amazing dress. I want to dress like her. That Anakin guy is in such a cool pod. Why is it I want to fly like that? Like that was my attitude. You know, I wasn't being critical about a lot of the problems in that movie. I was just thinking like a kid, and it was really cool.
Well, I'm impressed that now you're like looking back and you're like, listen, I know I liked this shit as a kid, but it was pretty trash.
I think I realized it by the time I was like, you know, by the time the third movie came around, I was like, yeah, that's pretty bad.
You were starting to be like, wow, this is
yeah.
Because I was old enough that when the when the prequels came out, I was like, this is pretty sketch. I was like, what's happening here?
The second one had very like obvious things wrong with it, like the acting and the dialogue and stuff. But the first one was just like, that's actually the hardest one for me to rewatch because I really like cyberpunk type aesthetics. So yeah, I can still enjoy the second one because it like has like
it has that, yeah, right.
It has that vibe, and I really just enjoy that. I can watch any bad movie that has that vibe, but the first one is a hard watch.
Have you seen the Plinkett reviews?
No.
Oh.
Okay, wait, I might have if I saw it.
Media Plinkett reviews.
Maybe, I don't know.
He's like,
so what did he think of the third one?
He hated them all.
Did he think the third one was not so bad compared?
No, he hates them all.
I'm trying to just give me one thing. Like, just the third one wasn't that bad.
So, I mean, you should watch them. They're funny. They're kind of dated. Like a lot of the way people cover movies were inspired by the Plinkett reviews, sort of. He had like a character where he pretended his character, he was a guy who talked with this weird voice like this. And his character was that he was a psychopathic serial killer that was obsessed with Star Wars. And so like he kidnaps a woman to tell her about how much he hates the Star Wars prequels.
That's
like,
so smart.
The story of the plot of the review. So
that's actually great. When did that come out?
Oh, a while ago. 10 years ago.
Yeah, someone couldn't get away with that in 2023.
No. Way pre wokeness. Yeah. But you should check them out. You might like them. Red Letter Media,
don't
Star
pull the
Wars
panel up.
Prequel reviews.
70-minute Star Wars review was like that was like one of the first big like internet things.
I'm a bigger Star Trek person though than Star Wars.
Well, you should go. He has before he did the Star Wars reviews, he's a massive fan of Next Generation.
How'd you know I pulled the panel up?
Because I can see on your stream.
Look, you're watching the stream.
The Red Letter Media people,
guys,
they did Plinkett reviews of all the Star Trek Next Gen movies too. But
cool.
they also hate them. So I don't know if you have feel about them, but they love Next Gen as the show, but they hated the movies.
I like some of the movies, but my favorite series is Voyager. I was a huge Voyager nerd.
Is that SDL on there? It is.
Really?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Your favorite
is
Voyager?
Yeah, I like Voyager. I know that's a hot
weird take.
Okay. I have some logical reasons and some not logical. But I have this huge personal love of like survival stories. Like I just love survival stories. They're my favorite historical document. They're like my favorite like historical documents in general are like survival stories. You asked me actually about my favorite book. There's I forget the exact name because they've changed it a few times, but there's a story of an expedition around New Zealand in the 19th century, and basically like tons of ships would always there was tons of shipwrecks in general in this area around the like south of New Zealand. And people always died, and this island was like Death Island because it's like there's nothing that grows there, there's nothing that lives there. It's like people would just always die there.
Right.
It's not a fun place. It's not like this nice paradise island to get shipwrecked to. And a bunch of these Englishmen get shipwrecked there, and one of them has they have a journals, and they were kind of, I'm going to say a little bit intellectual, and so they write down their entire experience trying to survive there, and some of them do survive, and it's like this really cool epic story that really happened. But anyway, so sorry, I could go on about that, but I just love like survival stories in general, and people get lost on an island and they have to figure out what to do, and and Voyager is like that in space, right? Like
the whole thing is a survival story.
Sure. Yeah, I fucking love that shit. So like that's to me like a lot of fun. Yeah. I also I liked just it had the most amount for me, not to sound like a cringe liberal, but just like as a kid, like it had the most interesting female characters that I could actually like connect to.
Like 7 of 9.
Yeah, 7 of 9 was a really interesting character.
Yeah.
Though I used to watch the show with my dad, and my dad would my first instinct, whenever me and my dad would watch the show, he'd always go on, he'd be like, man, 7 of 9, she's beautiful. What a beautiful woman. I was like, Dad, that's such a weird thing to say.
That's an awkward thing to say to your daughter.
Like all the time. But he's saying it to himself, Yeah. Like, and I would just like overhear.
Insanely hot in that show.
Yeah, he just repeated it all the time. So that's why whenever I see 7 of 9, I'm just like, I just hear my dad say.
Oh,
but
that's funny.
But yeah, 7 of 9, B'Elanna Torres, I really connected to. Because like I've got some mixed ancestry, so this like her story of having that I connected to. And there were a lot of hot guys in that show. So, there are not a lot of hot guys in the rest of Star Trek.
You mean hot guys in terms of Marvel or MASH? What do you mean by hot guys?
No, like attractive.
Oh, hot guys.
Yeah, sorry. Like attractive men. Yeah.
Hot space guys.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess what Tom and Kim?
Tom,
yeah.
Kim, Chakotay.
Okay, sure.
Was super hot. Yeah, all 3 of them. Very attractive.
I thought Voyager had the weakest characters.
I disagree. I think it had some of the most annoying characters, but I also think it had the best ones. It was like a show of extremes.
Liked 7 and the Doctor's dynamic together, and I thought the fact that they didn't end up together was like a travesty, in my opinion. Because I thought they were the most interesting characters. They had the most to do. They were on their quest to like become human. Everyone else kind of I just couldn't find very interesting. In terms of what they were going for, which is weird because it starts off.
I like Janeway. I like Janeway a lot.
I don't.
It's very hot take. I like that she was flawed. I liked having like a.
Well, it's weird. So my favorite of the 3 modern ones is Deep Space Nine, but I think I like Cisco the least out of the 3 captains. But I like the series overall. I think the series had the strongest.
It's probably because you like politics and it's a political show.
It's all politics. It's all politics. Yeah, or not all, but there's a lot of politics. It's also the most modern. If you watch it now, Voyager and Next Generation feel very dated, and Deep Space Nine feels the most like a show that you could see existing today.
only watched the first episode of Deep Space Nine.
What?
Yeah. It's because the first episode, it's like this intense shaky cam and it makes me dizzy. I was like, fuck this shit.
It's just the beginning section where it's the flashback.
That's fucked up that they did that to me. I'm not.
You should listen. First of all, you should go back. You should give it a chance. You should watch the first 2 episodes of Deep Space Nine. Just fast forward to the shaky cam. It's really good. It's actually, because usually like the first couple episodes of Star Trek suck.
That's what it means.
Like the first episode of Next Gen is kind of whatever. The first episode of Voyager is kind of whatever. The first couple episodes of Deep Space Nine are really interesting, fascinating. You should check them out.
I'll consider it.
When did you pull up the stream? How? I've been joking around for a long time. I feel a little embarrassed here.
Adam, I've been watching you this entire time.
Look,
I have my Jewish laser eyes on you.
Look, been watching all the weird filters and shit Adam's been doing this whole time.
Damn it!
I was just trying to figure it out. You know,
why is he a Lego?
Also not losing my train of thought.
Why is he a corn? What's happening here? So
he's got like a wild background. Can I ask you a question?
Pulled it off very well. Sure. What the heck?
So why? Okay, so Adam, why do you show your face, but Sitch doesn't?
Well, Sitch was in a car accident when he was very young. Okay. Have you seen the movie Deadpool?
I actually haven't.
Oh my god! Have you seen the movie The Mask, but not the Jim Carrey version?
Have you seen the movie V for Vendetta?
Yeah, I've seen V for Vendetta.
Have you seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame? No, wait. Have you seen Phantom of the Opera?
So are you saying okay? So
have you seen Phantom of the Opera?
Severely disfigured.
I'm so severely disfigured that that's not true. No, there's no reason. I will do a face reveal at some point in the future, but the only answer is because
he might do a face reveal for you like later tonight. I'm not sure.
Wow. Okay.
I'm actually I didn't show my face for a really long time, and I'm planning to come back to streaming this week.
Why you don't show your face either, right?
Yeah, and I didn't because for the longest time.
Yeah, what's your story?
Well, I didn't for the longest time because I initially got into this world. I started out in Discord, in like the Discord debate sphere, and that was the mid 2010s. And at the time, it was dominated by like Nazis, right? And I almost like I miss them, like I miss them a little.
You miss the Nazis?
You know? Yeah, because they're like I liked arguing with them more, and
so you want to maintain some anonymity because you're arguing with a bunch of crazy people, basically.
Right.
Yeah, that was the attitude because in the Discord debate world, everyone's anonymous. You've got to be, because some of the shit people are saying is like insanity, right? Like they could like get in a lot of trouble for it, especially in a country like Canada where a lot of hate speech is legal. So they're all anonymous, and so because of that, I have to be anonymous. Because that's just the norm. If anyone has any inkling of anything, like you don't give any information. You don't say what country you're from. You don't say, I didn't even tell people I was Jewish. Like I initially was like a total crypto Jew because it's like, I wasn't going to give them that ammunition.
Wow. That actually sounds based.
Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. I used to pretend I was Austrian. And
why Austrian specifically?
Because my grandmother was Austrian, you know, like she was like an Austrian, but I just mentioned she was an Austrian Jew, but
right. She's an Austrian Jew.
Yeah, yeah. I just thought they liked that because of Hitler. But yeah. So that whole world, initially, I joined it just because I was so intellectually curious to meet them, because I never got to meet Holocaust deniers and stuff. And I had this belief that the only reason why people denied the Holocaust and engaged in a lot of that type of rhetoric was because they hadn't been able to argue it and hear good. They hadn't been able to hear the evidence. And I knew that the way we taught the Holocaust in school was really stupid. So I thought, like, if I could come in with proper historical arguments, I could prove them incorrect.
How quickly
through,
were you
through reason and logic disabused
of that notion?
I'm a very idealistic person, so I had to get beat down a lot for that to eventually happen. But there was one moment where it really just got super instilled, like this doomer attitude. And this is why I don't debate Nazis like at all anymore. There was this YouTuber, I imagine he's deplatformed by now, right? called Culture Thug. And his whole thing was about making like Nazism cool again, you know, and like and like trying to make it, yeah. So like his whole thing was that you guys have misunderstood. He's kind of doing like what lefties do with like or like tankies do with like the Soviet Union or something. Like they weren't that bad. Okay. You've been misled by like the Western powers, right? And they actually did this and they didn't even hate the Jews. Like they actually enacted this policy. And that's like his whole thing. And he's like, it's not that I'm denying the Holocaust, that I'm just saying there's no way there were 6 million. And so like, and Hitler also knew nothing. And I'm going to bring up this amazing historian named David Irving. And he said this, I'm like, blah, blah, blah. And that's kind of was his tactic. Like, and it worked for a lot of people who, for, you know, just like an average person, most people do not, when they learn about the Holocaust, they just intrinsically believe it. Like they don't hear about all the evidence, right? So if they hear someone countering that, they're you know, just naturally going, especially someone who's like charismatic, they're going to be more inclined to think that maybe he's got a point. And I once got pulled in to debate him, and he was just like, so he starts making a bunch of these arguments, and I knew all the so-called historians he was bringing up, and I knew all the counters and why those people had been thrown out of academia and why their evidence was not true. And so it's like, and so we have this intense debate and he just gets wrecked. And I don't think I'm a good debater. I don't think that's like a good skill set I have, because I told you, like I can be very meek and stuff. So if in order for me to win a debate, like the information has to be so in my favor and I have to be so armed with knowledge that like, there's just no way that I lose. Right. And so that's kind of like what was happening. And so he eventually just stops the debate and he says, let's just reorganize, because this is public for his audience. Like, let's just reorganize this debate another day, you know, because, you know, I want to talk to some other people. So he organizes, so he says like, we'll organize this behind closed doors. So he organizes it with the server owner and to try, and we start figuring out the day for like the debate, you know, like me and Culture Thug. Okay, did the Holocaust happen, right? Or like, I think his big argument was like Hitler didn't plan it and it wasn't that bad. And he just won't commit to a day or anything like that. And then eventually he just says, like verbatim, honestly, I just don't give a shit whether or not 6 million died. And that was it. And that was like, and he just said that. And I remember thinking, holy shit, he just admitted that all the shit he was saying he knew was bullshit. And I think I think we as humans tend to have this bias. And I think like a lot of people who advocate for free speech, which is what I used to advocate so intensely for, I think like we tend to have like this bias towards assuming that everyone else thinks the way we do. So if you think critically about something, if you're willing to look at yourself and if you had bad or dangerous ideas, you didn't have them because you were a bigot, you had them just because you were misinformed, right? Or you just you'd heard a good argument, or at least that's how I felt. So I just assumed that with everyone else, it was the same case. And I think like learning that there were genuinely like bad actors who were willing to lie for their political goals, was like a huge, and this guy was like a massive creator in the space. Like to have him say that to me, like over text, like it was just it was a huge black pill moment. I was like, I'm not going to waste any energy talking to these people.
Right.
Because I just knew that at the end of the day, that's probably how they all felt. They just did not care. It was just a tactic to get people to believe in the shit. And that was that.
Sadly.
So anyways, yeah. So that's why that was that whole world. And it was so close to engaging with that world that I just didn't want to. Yeah, I was too scared to show my face and to show anything about myself and stuff. But like, I don't know. I feel like with the shit that I'm seeing in my local city and stuff, my standard for violence and like safety has like lowered significantly. You know, like I'm watching like Jews getting beaten up on campus and on the street for the most minor things and stuff. So now suddenly a bunch of Nazis don't seem so scary to me anymore. So like I'm just figuring, and I fucking hated being an anime VTuber. It just wasn't easy way to lose a lot of credibility.
It is funny when we interview serious people and I'm a cartoon character.
Yeah. Do you feel insecure about it? You know?
No, not really.
Well, we
For
wouldn't
sure.
be able to do it if we were both. I mean, the fact that I'm a face helps.
Yeah, one of us
Yeah.
has to be there. I mean, I just did it because like when I started doing YouTube, that was like the trend. Everyone had the little cartoon avatar guy, and also I was worried about getting canceled by
Yeah.
woke leftists, which I'm not really worried about anymore. So, and then I just stuck. People like it.
Well, everyone who's shown their face has told me that they are jealous that I didn't, that they regret showing their face.
Really?
So are you? Sounds like you're trying to convince me to not show my face, or for you to show your own face.
I don't know, man. You know, like I feel like the consequences of not showing your face suck more.
Look, I've had 0 bad consequences of showing my face.
Yeah, but you started like that though.
No, I didn't. I started with an avatar
Oh,
too.
that's true. That's true.
Look, I did my face reveal in Social Justice Detective, man.
That's
I
a
did
good
it with
point.
style. I was like, listen.
Someone asked me today, they said, Sitch, because of all of the weird shit that's going on with hatred of Jews right now, are you thinking about delaying or not doing your face reveal? And I said, as an American, and where I live in America, that's not an issue for me.
Yeah.
But it sounds like where you live,
It's much
that's
safer
actually,
in America.
Yeah.
for
And where
sure.
I live specifically in America.
Sitch
You know,
lives
Florida
in
is a
little
very
Israel. Yeah.
Florida
He
has
lives-
like the second
I was
largest
like-
Jewish population in
Yeah, it's like either you're in New York or you're in Florida.
Yeah, I'm in Florida. And so, and everyone knows that. So yeah, I'm not worried about that. But you sound like you live in a much more touch and go situation.
Yeah, I live in a major city in Canada. So it's like there's all the protests, like rallies and shit are happening around me. I was a student for a very long time. Luckily I'm not right now. And I think every day I'm getting messages from like Jewish people about how being terrified that they're on campus. And I think like when other minorities have been anxious or freaked out, they had leftists to kind of back them up, and Jews don't really have them. I think like they have more center right Jews feel a little better because they're more like they've got their, you know, they're not being treated as terribly, right? And so they've got a bit of padding and stuff around them. But yeah, man, the left lost a lot of progressive lefty Jews by how they've been reacting to this, you know. Not that it's a major hit to their movement. We're like a tiny population, but you know, but it's just nasty.
Well, before you go, just in terrible news, someone tweeted out apparently XQC reacted to Israeli airstrikes hitting Gaza. And someone said that XQC is disgusting for doing this, and XQC replied with a picture of him holding a bunch of stacks of money. So, you know.
Oh, that's awful.
Very, very upstanding citizen. But anyway, thank you so much for coming on, Eris. It was very cool to talk to you, and you're very knowledgeable about the subject.
Well,
yeah, I hope you come back. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, invite me. I'll totally.
We'll talk about Star Wars and Star Trek some more.
This is a blast. Yeah, I could bore your chat for forever.
Will you play a Modest Mouse song for me? I would really enjoy that.
I don't know how to play any Modest Mouse. I could learn. I mean, if I know the chords, then I could play something at least.
I like Trailer
casually.
Trash. Trailer Trash is a great song.
Yeah, I've right now been super obsessed with I've just been going on this deep dive on Red Hot Chili Peppers. So
I like Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'll hear some Under the
I'm
Bridge.
surprised you do,
That's a
because like
good
usually when I
song.
say it, like people are always like horrified.
Listen, Adam has terrible music taste, so
Okay.
you guys can bond over it.
I don't know what the deal was with our DMs. I wasn't able to DM you. I was gonna say, like, look up Purity
You never
Ring.
DM me, and Sitch says he's DMing me. Immediately, I get the DM.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
Adam,
Maybe it's
I'm
because
just saying.
Maybe it's because I sent you too many DMs.
Are you DMing the right person?
It's just like some random error.
Look,
Is
I
this some
DM'd
random fucking person you're
Look, we DM'd to set this up. Like we had a
That's a good
conversation in DMs. What are you talking
true.
about? The last DM I sent you was a photograph of the previous DMs I had sent you. So, but I was gonna I'll send you a link to Purity Ring, and you know it's hit or miss whether it gets through, but you should check it out.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I totally would. And
Okay.
your audience, if they want to, should follow my cringe Twitter. you know?
Okay, yeah, here.
Right now it's filled with me being like super woke victim-y about Jew shit. But
look, I'm gonna put it in chat right now. Look at this. Check it out.
Cool.
And I did put
because I'll be advertising my stream there.
I put your name to your YouTube channel in the title of this video, so you can just click on the. That's such a cool feature that they have now. So in the title of the video, you can click on her name and it goes to her YouTube channel. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
and I think I'm gonna do a
face
reveal on my first stream or a second, something like
that.
Wow, really? Sweet.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah, for sure.
You'll probably be.
I'm tired of being called an anime poser because I don't watch anime.
What? You are an anime poser? Oh my god. Yeah. Who doesn't like anime?
Cool.
It's not that I don't like anime; it's that I don't watch anime. You know.
You should. Awful. So. Oh. Anyways,
look, it was super nice. Thank you for having me here. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for coming.
Take care.
Take care.
We have 4 hours of super chats to read, so it'll be fun.
Bye.
Bye. Adam's feeling left out. I see you're putting your cartoon character over your face.
What are you talking? Look, of course, people remember. People were talking about it in the chat, so I was surprised people remembered it. But
okay,
so
we have to have a conversation chat.
What?
We have to have a conversation chat. Okay.
Conversation with chat? Why? What?
Every time someone of the opposite sex comes on the stream, you guys need to learn to behave yourselves. Okay. Jesus Christ.
What's this?
You guys are out of control. You're embarrassing me. Okay. And Adam is just helping. He's just ratcheting it up.
What? I was a perfect angel. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I didn't say anything for like 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you in the chat. Jeez.
What was I doing?
Yeah, okay.
Look, this stream is epic, man. Everyone had a great time. A fun time was had by all. Look, what time is it? I guess we have
it's 2 o'clock.
I know we have like 4 hours of super chats to read in 2
We'll
hours.
go through them as fast as we can. Just don't talk for like 20 minutes.
Okay. Is that possible? Okay.
I mean, you tell me.
I'm game.
Okay, let's do it.
I don't know where we're at.
Okay, let's see.
Adam, I really liked your point on self-ID.
I read that one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
I'll
read that one.
Do you have multiple tabs up to be able to read these?
No. What do you mean? Why would I
just remember?
I just remember.
Liz and Dev's Walls for $2 says,
my
"You're
memory,
welcome, Sitch."
My memory is not great for long-term stuff, but I remember what super chats I read today. Okay.
That's what I have trouble with. Like, I can remember what we talked about on a stream 2 weeks ago, but
interesting. Okay.
I can't remember the last super chat we read.
Okay.
I guess that means my long-term memory is working better.
Yeah. Okay. The last one I read was about the trigonometry. Oh no, the last one. Well, I read that one, but I skipped one. Felony left. I don't know why. Felony leftist 275 says, "Are you guys going to watch Ben Shapiro versus Destiny?" I didn't even know that they were going to have. They have like a thing that's set up. There's going to be finally. I know Destiny's been so thirsty for a Ben Shapiro conversation, but
yeah, let me Google it. I don't know anything about it.
Right. Well, there you go. I'll check it out.
Destiny versus Ben Shapiro.
Right. Stug for $5 says, question, do you think it would help or hurt the nation if only people who voted for candidates in the primaries got to vote for the general? I'm against that. I think it would hurt the nation, and I am against that.
Oh, look, it looks like Lex set this up. Lex Friedman.
Well, there you go. Interesting.
From the Lex Friedman podcast.
Right.
Grandpa Lex here. Debate with Ben and Destiny is confirmed.
Cool.
It'll be in late November around Thanksgiving. I'll moderate. Oh, nice. That's good for Destiny right there.
There you go.
Because he's got a big old platform and everything too. It'll be just three in person, and will include a formal debate timed on specific topics and a Q&A from the internet. Sadly for me, since I like 3 to 5 hours for this first one, we'll keep it to around 2 hours. I'll post a call for questions closer to the date.
Okay, we're trying to go through these quickly. I get it. Well, he's doing a thing, November. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I don't read fast enough for
Doug
you.
for $5 says, alternatively, the Gigabot 3000 put forth the idea where everyone only gets to vote in the primary or the general, but not both. That's a fucking weird idea. I don't understand even what the logic to that would be, but I'm against it. Monet Mail for $2 says, just finished watching Berserk 1997. Yikes. There you go. I haven't watched any form of Berserk, so I have no comment. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, the judicial reform is a complicated issue that Americans have flattened. It touches how the court seat judges to changing ethnic demographics. Oh, you're talking about in Israel. Yeah, I don't understand their system enough to comment on it. So, Cryomancer Lex for 50 Mega Man X dollars says, skepticism makes me more eager to look up someone, not you getting immediately emotionally compromised, Adam. One more reason why X class is best.
Oh no! See, look at that.
Yeah, I love it. Sotos for $2 says, I sent you a good 30-second video to Sitch. You should watch it. Yeah, thanks, Sotos. I had seen that video. That was the video of Ethan yelling at the chat.
We did watch it.
Yeah,
look at that.
Did, so thank you. Chris Jones for 19 months says, the Saudis immediately got peeved at Biden for calling out the prince about Jamal Khashoggi and trying to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. Oh, there you go. That makes sense that they would be upset by that.
Well, I was thinking about the Khashoggi thing, like Trump kind of looking the other way. Yeah, for the Khashoggi stuff. Probably helped with the Abraham Accords.
Well, yeah, but the Saudis weren't involved with that, right? It was the UAE.
Weren't they in the Abraham Accords, though? It wasn't the Saudis that were in the Abraham Accords.
The Saudis were not in the Abraham Accords, no.
Right.
I mean, I think it helped have other
UAE,
things.
Right? Anyway. Trying to get through.
No. Jamal Khashoggi was killed by the Saudis, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was a Saudi. He was killed by the Saudis. Presumably killed by the Saudis. Anyway, but I mean, it definitely helped. You know, they like Trump a lot because of that. But what you missed for $2 says, thanks for the stream. Listen, while I get a 20-mile jog. And wow, impressive. Good for you.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm trying to figure out.
I got some exercise in too while you were chatting away.
I'm trying to figure out why. So when I went to visit you, I ate probably much worse food than I normally eat significantly.
Right.
And yet my stomach felt better than it's ever felt.
It's the California weather, man.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Okay. Is it because I was walking a lot? Is it because I was getting a lot of sunshine? Like what? I'm trying to figure out like what, or is it the types of food I was eating that I think are shitty aren't actually shitty for me? It was very confusing. The whole thing was very confusing.
California weather is amazing, and
yeah,
you might not know this, but Hoggly Woggly cures cancer. It's like amazing.
I wonder, I think it might be a lot of walking. I think I started taking vitamin D supplements again because I know I don't get enough sunshine, and I don't want to get out in the sun because that's how you age. So I'm trying to find the middle ground.
Gotta stay out of that sun. You know how I feel about that.
Am I allowed to speak to the chat about that?
No, let's not. Let's keep that.
Okay,
we need some secrets just between you and me.
Keep that a secret. Okay. I will say it was funny. I didn't suspect that when I went out to LA, not just you, but the other people that were out there, I didn't suspect that I would be the most fine towards physical activity and heat tolerance of the group. That was shocking to me, but I guess because I'm so used to the awful heat and humidity that exists where I live, that even though it was just as hot but dry, I was like, this is amazing.
Right, yeah. No, I lived in New Orleans where the humidity, I mean, the humidity just makes it 10 times worse. It does.
Yes,
you can't get dry. It's like you're constantly swimming in sweat.
Yeah, you're outside, because that's the thing. Like I'm used to here, if it was that temperature like when we were outside in LA, if it was that temperature where I'm at outside,
Yeah, you'd be soaking wet.
Be soaking with sweat, right? And the fact that I was sitting there like not sweating until like an hour, I'm like, well, this is amazing. so I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. What?
Sitch needs to get a place with Adam. Everyone wants us to like.
There you go.
Shack up together.
That'd be fun.
Look, I might move. I'm more likely to move to Florida than Sitch is likely to move to California.
That's an awful idea. Why would you move to Florida?
Look, I like DeSantis. I'm trying to save on taxes.
Okay.
Why is everyone else moving to Florida?
I don't know, because they're stupid.
Oh, okay.
They don't want to.
I mean, I do. You can't beat the California weather. You really can't.
That's true. That's true.
It got cold. Like it flips a switch. Halloween comes and it's cold after that.
Well, there was a big cold front that just came in.
Yeah. Well, we don't have spring or fall. It's like it gets
neither
cold
right
for about 2 months, 3 months, then it's over.
It's the same thing in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. But you guys, it gets cool at night. There's no cool at night in Florida. It is the same temperature from sun up to sundown. Okay.
Wow.
It does not get cool. It gets slightly cooler. It just is humid. That was weird because actually when I got back to Florida, there was some weird, wacky cold front or something. And it was actually like cool. It was like cooler in Florida than it was in LA. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? It was actually nice. It's shocking.
That's great.
But anyways, BW85 for 12 months says Adam is correct. CT should leave Adam saying clip it CT in the uploaded clip. It's a nice sign off.
Yeah, she does sometimes. It's cool.
She should. Leave it CT.
Clip it and not that part.
Yes. Stug for $5 says, don't know what it means for the future, but have you guys noticed that progressives, IRI, and NOAA opinions, for example, are pretending the anti-Semites aren't really progressives? Are they pretending, or are they trying to claim that they're not, even if
is that happening now? Since our even after our stream, are they still continuing that? I listened to Pisco on a Destiny stream on some clip.
Yeah,
and I kept listening to it. I kept waiting for Pisco to say something nice about us, but he never did. So
wow,
that's kind of the only reason I was listening. Well, he didn't say anything bad, so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But look, I made him promise to pump us up a bit when he was on, so I'm waiting. I want him to deliver.
Where was I?
I guess we're not going to watch the kick or keep. I brought it up, but
we don't have time, and I also don't know we don't even know what part to look at.
Right. Sounded like it was all a shit show. Jeez.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe some of that shit.
Reagan. It's like Reagan, but Reagan for 13 months. Thank you. It says never know what to do with these. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You never know what to do with them.
Somehow, look, I've only ever used one. I think I've been a member for like 13 months too.
There you go. Thea Wolfie for $5 says, I'm listening to Sitch on 1.75 speed, and it's the greatest thing ever. S-Class is the best class. I assume I sound very silly sped up. CT for 2 Canadian says, quote, I was fine in the sun, said the man who got burnt. Listen, I only got sunburnt one day. I'm not saying I shouldn't put on sunscreen. I should have put on sunscreen. Okay. Obviously. And I got a little sunburn. Lives in Depths Wall specifically for $5 says there's a small financial contribution, which this is a small financial contribution, which I hope will incentivize continued acts of feline display. There you go.
I can definitely make that happen.
Adam was making that happen during the conversation.
Hell yeah. People love my cat.
Of course they do.
What's not to love?
Ostrich Seat for $10 says someone... Oh, no, I read that one. Sodoge for $2 says new voting test, taking all the candy in the bowl. Yes, I assume you saw that clip that was making the rounds on Twitter. See, that is the correct use of public shaming. It's so unfortunate that wokeness has come into being, because social media would have like so many proper uses of shaming, socially shaming people, and instead it's all so much of it's used for woke garbage. Adam was not listening. He was busy doing his 15-month membership saying love always wins with a bunch of hearts.
It's a little too optimistic, but
yeah,
I still like it.
There's a clip on Twitter where there was like a candy bowl, and the parents of the kids, and it had like a lot of candy in it, they just literally start scooping all the candy into their bags.
And the parents are watching this?
No, the parents are the ones doing it.
No way.
Yes, it's like insane.
That's like, no, that's like clickbait. That's fake. Someone put that together just for you to get outraged.
It doesn't look clickbait. I mean, it could be.
Probably, yeah.
It could. It does. It looks real. It looks real, and it looks really gross. So, and everyone's upset by it.
That's a proper feeling that you're supposed to have, and it's probably fake.
Right.
Wow.
Okay. Well, there's another follow-up video where someone else came to fill back up again. So, I mean, you're right. I don't know what platform this originally was put on. It was someone's Ring camera that captured it.
Oh, okay. So that could be a little. Look, I could capture one of those on my Ring camera and just upload it.
Yeah,
I might do that tomorrow.
It looked like full-size candy bars and things too. It was really fucking disgusting behavior if it was real. Especially because it was not children, it was adults doing it. So,
were they Palestinian?
No. Bunch of Karens.
Oh, the worst.
The worst. Chuckle Des for 12 months says, so Dershowitz is the expert on all matters of the Constitution. No, I just think it's funny that even the Dersh, who is incredibly pro-Trump and most illegal matters, was like saying that this is bullshit. So Jay for $20 says, Sitch, there's a group of black Hebrews called the African Hebrew Israelites who moved from Chicago to Israel in 1960. Also 5,000 live in Israel now. Maybe they were less anti-Semitic back then. Well, I don't know.
Wow, so that's fascinating.
Did the black Hebrew, the African Hebrew Israelites that moved from Chicago to Israel in 1960, are they the same ideological group as the black Hebrew Israelites now? Or are they different? Because I don't know the answer to that question. Because there are black Jews, obviously, that's a thing. So
yeah, I saw a video that was a black Jewish woman that was getting kind of dragged by Black Lives Matter. And she was like, what the fuck?
Yes, right. Yeah. So I mean, there are black Jews, and I don't know if the group you're talking about, I mean, they could be, but I don't know if they're related, because the black Hebrew Israelites today seem to not like the Jews in Israel. So I'm not sure what their take is on the whole situation. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, quote, use of the N-word against the opposing side reveals the complexities of the political situation on Xbox Live. There you go. Cool. I like it. CT for 2 Canadians says, quote, CT 100% soy. Should have thrown you in that lemur cage. Wow. True. True, Adam. You should have got thrown. CT should have thrown you in the lemur cage.
I would have made friends with the lemurs. I mean, like they liked me.
Yes. I don't know if you guys know this. Adam is a regular Dr. Doolittle. He was communicating with some animals, and it was impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You made friends with a seal. A seal. It wasn't a seal. It was a seal, right?
Yeah, that was when I first demonstrated my powers of telepathy over animals.
Yeah, we went to the zoo, and Adam had the ability to he did this magic thing where he was like spinning his finger, and he made the seal spin in response to his finger. I was very impressed.
It's not difficult, guys. Seals are basically dogs that are in the water full time. Okay.
I was impressed.
If you have a ball and you wave it around, what is any dog gonna do?
I was impressed. He was controlling the seal, and then you made friends with that orangutan.
Oh yeah, the orangutan was great.
Yes.
The orangutan was sitting in front of somebody else, and I came up, and the orangutan moved over to where I was.
Yeah, there was a woman, and Adam was like, "No, fuck that lady. Listen, I'm gonna make you more interested in orangutan." I don't remember what you were doing, but the orangutan seemed interested in whatever it was.
Oh yeah. And there was a chimpanzee who tried to high five my knee.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he went and banged the glass where I was sitting.
Oh. That was so cute. There was.
Oh, actually, it might have been a gorilla.
It was a gorilla.
Yeah, you're right. It was a gorilla.
There were a bunch of gorillas, and then the little baby gorilla came over, and he did like the whole gorilla charge, pound the glass thing at us.
Yes.
And since it was a baby, it was adorable.
It was adorable.
Yes, that was very cute. The lemurs were cool. I don't remember them doing anything cool, but they just look cool.
Oh yeah, no, the lemurs were cool.
Yeah. The LA Zoo is pretty cool, actually. It's pretty awesome. There's a lot of animals, a lot of shade coverage when you're walking around, so it's not too hot. So very neat. I would recommend if you like zoos and you're in LA Zoo is pretty cool.
We got a good day because a lot of times the animals are just hiding.
Right.
So, but I think we saw like 80 to 90% of the animals were like visible and out.
The only ones we didn't see were the big cats.
Yes,
they were all hiding. There was a leopard that we didn't see. I think there was a tiger that we didn't see, or a jaguar or something. The big cats are all hiding somewhere. So that was really cool. Though we did see really cool right at the beginning of the zoo, they have meerkats. And they stand up on their little things like meerkats do.
Those guys were cute.
They're very cute. And I'm kind of shocked. It's like right there. There's like very little distance between you and the meerkat.
Yeah. If you had a little meerkat treat, they'd come right over to you.
Yes.
Zero Fuck says zoos are open air prisons.
I mean, literally,
correct.
yes. Yes. Literally true.
That is true.
Yes. You have all the super chats and we're talking about the zoo. Well, listen. Zoos are cool. Okay. Oh, that's how you were you had your umbrella. That's what the orangutan liked.
Yeah.
The orangutan was very excited by the opening and closing of the umbrella.
Yeah.
There you go.
Look at that.
Look at that. CT has a picture of both you with the orangutan and you with the seal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have not seen these pictures. I'll bring it up.
If you want to bring it up, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't care.
I'm not in the pictures, so it's fine.
Send me some pictures of Sitch.
Do not send pictures of Sitch.
It'll be perfect for your face reveal. What are you talking about? Wouldn't that be horrible?
What? After the face reveal, listen, I'll show the picture of me petting Wormy.
Okay.
After the face reveal. Where was I? Fondue for $2 says candy corn is why Halloween is not my favorite holiday. True.
Oh yeah.
Based. Curve, thanks so much for 13 months. Says candy corn is a more edible food decoration than standalone candy. You wouldn't eat marzipan alone, would you? Oh, right. I said I never had marzipan. Ostracy for $10 says, I'm starting to notice a correlation between not liking candy corn and being a stick person.
Is that like a stick up the butt? Or
what is a sick person? SITCK. A sick person? I'm now suspicious of Sitch's utensil choices. There you go.
Oh, a sticker.
There you
That's
go.
what they mean.
Felon leftist for $2 says, is Adam related to Adam Friedland? No, Adam is not related to Adam Friedland. Fed Zeppelin for $5 says, imagine how much more harrowing the story would be if Zeph was made of candy corn. There you go. True. That was the guy in One Piece that ate his own foot or leg or whatever.
I think it might have been easier.
I think it might have much harder. Stuck for 2 hours says, get dialogue always and Dave the Distributor song. Pass.
I mean, I would do that. Why not?
Pass.
I finally blocked dialogue always.
There you go.
For just being a total shithead. Like I showed that guy infinite amount of charity and just it was never reciprocated.
Nope.
So I don't know.
Oh, did you bring up the orangutan picture or something?
I already did, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. I mean, people were like trying to see if they could see my reflection in the glass. You cannot see my reflection in the glass. So there was like there was a huge crowd there. I wasn't even anywhere near there. Adam attracted a big crowd with his antics with the orangutan.
Yeah, the kids the orangutan, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, where was that?
The orangutan likes to look at things. Like the orangutan is very entertained by different amazing objects. So that's the trick.
Get out there, yo, for 3 Aussie says, you think we're past peak wokeness? S-Class for the win. Yeah, I think we're past peak wokeness. I don't know how far we're past it, and I am worried if Trump wins again, what that will mean in terms of a resurgence of wokeness or not. We are definitely past it. But the question is, will we regress or continue to progress past it? Or will all these stupid shit fuck kids grow up and be even worse? I don't know the answer to that question. That is scary to think about.
The PC for $5 is here.
Let's see. PC for $5 says, should elected leaders enact what their constituents want, do what they think is best, or something else? Vote for ice cream or vegetables? Well, I mean, ideally, they're supposed to do both. They're supposed to generally, in a perfect world, the elected leaders would generally do what their constituents want, but try to make it in a way that like makes sense and is best for the country. So.
Well, they're definitely trying to weigh their own self-interest versus their constituent self-interest. So,
right. Well, yeah, obviously, but that's not part of the equation. Metalworks 411.90 for $20. Thank you. Says candy corn and candy pumpkins taste extra good with milk. Also, did you know there's chocolate flavored candy corn among other flavors? Is chocolate candy corn just chocolate? Like, is it just literally just chocolate?
I don't know. I've never had it.
I hope so, because if it's just candy corn that has chocolate flavoring, that sounds disgusting. That sounds disgusting, Metalworks. If that's the case. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, more art, it's wholesome. Skeptical, Andrew. Skeptical.
Yeah, that's not true.
Fed Zeppelin for $5 says, the trolley problems are very fun, insightful for guests' intuitions. They can also be abstract enough that they won't carry baggage. True.
Oh, okay. Do some trolley problems next time.
Hida is like trying to like fucking do some like detective work to like try to see if she could figure out from like the reflection if I'm there. The pictures.
Man, you should just send Keta a picture.
There you go.
Why don't you just look? She can keep a secret.
You should generally not send married women pictures like that, Adam.
Well, that's true. Yeah, obviously. I mean, she's just so curious, though.
Who's this guy in the DMs?
Right. No, I agree. Look, I get it.
Ed Wood Sr., thanks so much for $5, says for 300th, if you were put into cryogenic sleep and woke up 300 years later, would you describe that as time travel? If so, what about 8 hours? I would not describe that as time travel at all. So,
well, that's the thing. We are all time travelers in that we're traveling to the future, but that's generally
not how people
not the difficult one. Yeah. The difficult one is traveling to the past.
Right. I would not consider any type of suspended animation as time travel remotely.
Yeah.
To me, time travel is like you physically leave a point in time and enter a different point in time. You like, it's not that your body exists within that time. So
I love time travel movies, and I've been working on, I've kind of abandoned it obviously as a project, but I was working on a time travel movie for a long time, and man, it's tough. It's tough.
Adam Unfriended for $10. Thank you. Says a good meta question for the 300 special. Should Sitch do his face reveal Sitch-chan and cosplay in a maid outfit? If the majority votes yes, then Sitch has to do it. No, listen, Adam Unfriended. You guys know my price. If you want me to do my face reveal in a maid outfit or a dress, I see you super hearting that chat. If you want,
it's a good super chat.
If you want to see that, then you have to pay me $100,000. That's the price.
Oh man,
not cheap.
Look, that could completely destroy the show because look, Sitch is going to be like, "I'm rich. I don't need to do the show anymore."
There you go.
Look, I'm on vacation. I'm a French maid now. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea.
I will Sitch for $100,000.
Yeah, Sitch is going to snort all that money, man. It's not going to be good.
Wow. Okay.
He's going to be a gutter snipe in no time.
Well, I've never done coke, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. That's right. Thank you, Lucy. Sitch knows his worth. I do. I know the worth of my dignity. It's $100,000. Okay.
If your dignity has a price on it, you don't have any dignity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the truth.
Look at this guy.
That's the harsh. That's the harsh truth.
Adam Friended lying to everyone that he would never put a dress on for money. You know, there's a number. There's a number. Your number is just more than my number.
That's sad, but maybe I'm not sure.
No, maybe there's a number. Okay.
Look, it's easy to say I wouldn't do it for $1 billion when no one's putting up $1 billion.
Right.
But as soon as somebody does, you're like, oh my God, that's $1 billion.
That's $1 billion. Yeah.
That's 1,000 million.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
100,000. Just look, Sitch, don't throw your credibility away.
Look at Mr. Moneybags over here. 100,000 is 100,000. Okay, what do you think for to wear a dress? Come on.
It's not all about money, man.
Okay. Sodos for $2 says, Adam, the answer is to have Doomer argue against you.
For what?
The first part was Sodos for $2 says, but it is a stupid idea, Adam. What are we talking about?
What?
I guess when you were arguing with me about like bringing up people on stream that I disagree with. So Solders is saying the solution is if you want people to agree with you, you just bring Doomer on to argue against you.
That actually is a good idea.
Yeah,
that is a good idea.
That's so
whatever I bring up, I could bring up just stupid shit.
Yeah, there you go.
And the whole audience will be, that's a good idea.
There it is.
You have confirmation bias just because Doomer liked it. You're like, oh, that's bullshit.
There you go. Theo
like this.
For $2, it's a brilliant idea. It's the best idea you've ever had, Zoldosh.
Get Doomer to argue against gravity.
He's probably not listening.
I did see Doomer in chat for a second.
Threw out some chum and everyone ignored him, so then he went away.
Oh, did he really? Oh, look, he's still there.
There you
Every time I turn on the stream, they're talking about me. It's really sad. Look at
No,
that.
see, the truth is, Doomer's always watching us, and then he never comments until we start talking about him.
Get some new content.
And then he pretends that he just arrived. Okay, that's what's really happening. So, we all know how the Suendere works, Doomer.
I think Doomer meant to type get some nude content because that's really what he wants.
That is true. That is what he really wants. Doomer wants to sign up to my OnlyFans. Doomer, how many times I gotta tell you in the DMs I don't have an OnlyFans? Okay.
Right, yeah. If you want nude content, you got to go to some other channel.
There you go.
Search naked.
Listen, it's gonna cost more than 100,000. Okay.
Search naked yoga. You'll be very happy. You'll be very pleased.
Yeah.
Hey, hit that like button if you haven't already.
Beowulfie for $2 says, "Have you watched The Apostate Prophet? It's really good." I haven't. I don't know what that is.
Oh.
Apostate Prophet. Oh, it's a YouTube channel.
You think it's better to say hit that like button in the beginning of the stream or at hour 10?
Probably both.
Hit that like button.
There you go. Hit the like button.
Look, the only reason I wanted to say it, look, I meant to say it at the beginning of the stream so I could see if this works. Now I see sometimes on the videos when they say like button, the like button lights up. Have you seen that?
No.
It's like like enticing you. Yeah,
That's
I'm here.
genius.
I'm right here. I'm right here. Hit me. And if you say subscribe, hit the subscribe button. I think the subscribe button lights up too.
Oh, Gnostic Informant says he's good friends with Apostate Prophet. Well, I'll check out his YouTube channel. I'm not familiar with his content.
Sweet.
Seems interesting though. You guys need to chill. Okay. Is it possible? Listen,
Me chill? Never.
Everyone
what are you
in
talking
chat,
about?
Is it possible for me to exchange mouth sounds with any person of the opposite sex without everyone in the chat being like, "Oh my God, Sitch and this person are gonna date"? It's just like every girl that comes on this stream, you guys are like, "Oh my God, she's gonna hook up with Sitch." Like, what is going on here? What is this weirdness that happens? You guys. There was not. That was just like there was not. That stream was just like talking about fucking Israel for like 3 hours. Like, what the hell?
I mean, there was a lot of chemistry there. It seemed
I have
obvious.
chemistry with everyone, Adam. Okay.
No, you don't.
I'm a very charismatic
That's not
person.
true.
That is, who do I not have chemistry with?
Let me think here.
Yeah.
Dave, the distributist.
Okay, who do I not have chemistry?
Terrible chemistry.
People I don't like. Okay.
Quackademic agent. Terrible chemistry.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Devin Tracy. Terrible chemistry.
Right.
Yeah. Awful. Who else? Let me think here. I mean, that's enough.
Yeah, okay.
I've made my point.
This just happens every time there's a girl on. Everyone's like losing their mind. So I'm like, I'm not even flirting or anything. Like, it's a normal conversation.
Have you DM'd her yet?
No, Adam.
What are you talking about?
I DM'd her to give her the fucking link because you apparently were. See, Adam has his ploy from the beginning.
Me?
Okay. Yes.
Whoa, Buster Keaton.
This is my guess. Adam was never DMing her. He wanted me to DM her so that I would slide into her DMs. That was the original.
No. Look, I saw right through that subterfuge. Oh, I can't see your DMs. Your friend Sitch is gonna have to DM me.
Okay.
Look,
before she's ever interacted with me before.
Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, come on. She knows. Look, she knows our content. She's literally asking people about us.
Okay.
Oh, has Sitch ever done a face reveal? Look.
Right.
Probably asking.
Mm-hmm.
Asking around. Look, am I incorrect? Who was it? Who couldn't see my DMs mysteriously? Oh, I don't know. I can't see them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe Sitch, you could DM me. I mean, that's the way it went down. Look.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
That isn't what happened, but sure.
Look, I was going to keep this to myself. The whole time I'm thinking, oh, yeah. This is an interesting ploy going on here.
Oh my God, you're so insane. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life.
The whole time I'm thinking,
insane.
Nice. Can't see
insane.
My DMs. Sure.
This is insane. The most insane thing I've ever heard.
The whole time I'm thinking that, but I'm like, yeah, I'll just let it slide.
But
then you bring it up again. You can't let it go. You just can't let it go.
Okay.
You constantly bringing it up again.
Okay.
Look, it's so obvious. We all felt that chemistry. We all felt it.
Right. See, here you go. Fondue has it nailed. For $5 says, it's like family, Sitch. You can't breathe air next to a girl without your mom giving you a wink. It's true. True.
Look, I was going to ask you, look, she can't even see my DMs. Maybe you can send her this link for me. This purity ring link.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play. There you go.
What do you think?
Okay. I'll listen to the song first. If I like it, I'll send it. If I don't like it, I'm gonna
You'll like it. It's good, like make-out music.
Every time you sent me a song, I'm like, this music sucks.
Look, she passed the Weird Al test. I can't believe you did it.
That's true.
That was ballsy, man. That was a a strange move, but it seemed to work out okay.
Lunar Crowdin for 9 months says, watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie in South Park this weekend. Trump already lost once, but would it happen again in 2024? Also, put a gay chick in the candy corn. There you go. True.
Oh, wow.
I have no desire to see the FNAF movie, but I've never really cared about the brand, so. The Wolfie for $2 says, you will love to read soon Abby Dwad 203.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has an eye and a peach emoji. I don't know what any of that means. Oh, it's hadith. It says, the messenger of Allah said, the eyes are the leather strap of the anus. So one who sleeps should perform ablution. What does ablution mean? Oh, the act of washing oneself? What the fuck does that even mean? The eyes are the leather strap of the anus. What does that even mean?
Sounds awful.
What is that supposed to mean? The fuck? All right. I don't even know how to possibly interpret that statement. A leather strap is something that you generally use to hold things up. Your eyes don't hold up your anus.
Does it really say anus in the super chat? I didn't even know you could do that.
No, Adam, you're so out of it. I did not read a super chat. I read a hadith from the religion of Islam.
Oh, I thought we were doing super chats.
They told me to look up a specific hadith.
Oh.
And I read it.
That's Theowolf?
This is a hadith. The hadith says that. The holy book says that, Adam. Or a holy book says. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm confused by this. If a random super chatter said it, I would not.
Holy book.
Yes. Ha ha ha. Oh,
here comes Jabba, guys. Watch out. I feel like I'm going to be frozen in carbonite soon.
You should be. You should be. Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says, I will destroy any attempt to create an American throne or I will be destroyed. Based.
Huh.
You have to come out of Canada, though, because you're living in Death's Wall, so.
I finally found out where we are. Boom.
Kyle Petty for $20. Thank you. Says, I can't believe I'm going to say it, but you're giving Trump too much credit. The basics of negotiation is figuring out what each party wants and how badly they want it. Even on that Pavil, they failed horribly. The Israel-Jerusalem deal. I mean, on the Israel, what did they even get for the Jerusalem deal?
Look, we kind of agree that,
or did we just give
Trump,
it for nothing?
By that criteria, Trump did do a really terrible job, but Trump did ultimately get lucky in the end. So, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah.
Right.
Look, he couldn't even, his idiot attorney screwed everything up.
Right.
Yeah. Which it seemed like his idiot attorney had the inside scoop on what Netanyahu wanted, but he just wasn't communicating it to Trump for his own selfish reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $5. I read that one. Matthew Newman for $2 New Zealand says, heard 1916 decolonization jargon was from Palestine. Interesting. That's true. Fed Zeppelin for $5 says, firmly A-team. You're right, sir. Ew.
Thank you. Look at that. You get a heart.
Fondue for $2 says, do not fear. Just move to the home of the brave. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
America.
Based America.
Where is that one? Fondue for $5 says, my pedantic way of identifying now is intuitively libertarian, self-identified classically liberal, functionally neoliberal. Now that is very complicated, Fondue.
Yeah. But awesome nonetheless.
But I like it. Yeah, I do like it.
That's not nuance. That's perfect complication.
Gnostic Informant for $20. Thank you. Says Plato's metaphysics of forms gave the world Christianity and Islam, heaven and hell. Nietzsche criticized it as a dogmatic otherworldly fantasy. All we have is now, like the now. We should not be focused on heaven, but the world rather. Yeah, he does talk about that too in Eating Nazis. The whole idea of like, heaven and hell, to do actions to offset for the, to part of the slave morality is that, you're suffering now for some benefit in the future.
Right. Gnostic Informant wants to come on the show too, and we'll get him on.
Sure.
Eventually. So.
But, yeah, I mean, that's true that that's part of the morality, but, I feel like George Putin would say this, and I agree with him. I think that's part of the benefit of Christianity, because I think that mentality reads kind of the Protestant work ethic.
Of course, right? Yeah.
The hard work.
It's great.
Because I think it translates not just to the afterlife, but to this life. Hard work, to hard work and suffer for something better in the future. I mean, that's generally a good message, I think.
Hell yeah. It's the best. That's why slave morality kicks ass.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, when the center collapses, it falls on the Jews.
Ooh, ouch. Ouch.
Not untrue.
Very, yeah, true and painful. God, it's it is, man. People hate Jews. It's fucking sick.
People just really hate successful minorities.
Yeah, that is the problem right there.
Jews are just the best.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah. Well, look, if you have any intelligence whatsoever, you're gonna have friends that are Jews, because Jews are my experience are Jews are pretty smart.
So. It's interesting what Eris was saying about, because I never heard this before, about Jews that survived the Holocaust do very poor financially.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess you were talking to chat.
I might have been playing with my cat, but
and yeah, I mean that makes sense, because they would be traumatized, and so they're not necessarily going to make the best financial decisions, maybe. But you would think that would go away in a couple generations. You would assume. right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, I have some Jewish friends that are not like super like rich or motivated or anything.
Of course.
Like,
Jews like any other population, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But they are all pretty smart, so. But
well,
look,
I
wouldn't really have I'm not really friends with people who are like dumbasses. So
sure.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
I think I have a selection bias for people who are like somewhat intelligent.
Well, you probably do, but I was going to say in America as a country has a selection bias probably for more intelligent Jews anyway.
Well, and for just more intelligent immigrants. So
and I was going to say, because all the Jews from America immigrated, or their families immigrated from somewhere else.
And more motivated.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I said that story again. Like, fuck, my fucking great grandparents like walked from like Romania or Russia to like fucking Spain to catch a ship to America. That's like insane to me. Fucking astronomical journey.
Can you imagine? Look, we got so lucky. We were just born here.
I know. I was like, listen, if that was my option, I wouldn't. I'd be stuck in a village getting fucking pogromed in Russia.
Know.
Okay,
look,
like,
that's what I was thinking.
Right.
You said, look, if you were born in Egypt, you'd get here. But look, I might be stuck in Egypt.
Right.
I mean, I would be American in spirit.
That's true.
Look, I would get here. Never mind. I'm much more motivated than you. I would get here. You'd be stuck in Egypt.
You are more motivated than me, so.
You'd be stuck in Egypt.
I know. It's a problem.
Look, I'll help you out.
Thank you.
I'll sponsor you or whatever.
Listen, if we were doing as a team, I'd make it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
you just
totally.
Have to drag me there.
That's cool. I can do
that. Fondue for $5 says, I don't believe an 80% approval poll any more than I believe 20% of the people that took it made it home that night. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's how they get the numbers up. They're like, what? 20% against us? This poll will be 100% next time.
I don't dislike Jews at all. I haven't met a nice one. But what about me? You met me, right? I'm the nicest. Orca for $50. Thank you, Orca. Thank you so much. Says, is there a term for a person who asks us to re-explain an argument just to pit your re-explanation against the previous statement? It fits under bad faith, but might need a specific label. So many people do this. It's very unproductive. Hail, Wormy.
Well, yeah, Orca, thank you for the very generous super chat. And I do 1000% agree that I see this all the time and it bugs the shit out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can think of an example. What is it exactly?
You were the one that pointed this out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you say something.
Yeah.
Kind of inarticulately.
Right.
And then you restate the position because you realize the person is responding to something that you didn't actually say. And then they try to use that against you.
Yes. Yeah, because they're like, okay, well, what you said doesn't exactly conform with my interpretation of your previous statement.
Right, exactly.
You try to clarify it. Gotcha. Okay.
And they're totally fucking with you. And you're like, listen, both statements work. I just am saying it a different way. And they're like, no, the last statement allows me to twist what you said into something completely different.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, I know, bitch. That's why I'm restating it a different way. So you can't do that.
Right.
Well, no, you really meant the original one.
Yeah, that's the key. They're in so bad faith mode. They think that your original statement was like true. And if you change it to clarify, it's because you're lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those people, God, I mean, I don't want to be a like authoritarian piece of shit, but
right.
Those people need to shut the fuck up.
My dumb movies.
Don't you think?
My dumb movies in chat says it's called, quote, The Destiny.
Oh, does Destiny do that move? I don't recall Destiny doing it, but
I'm sure he's done it.
But I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of Destiny fans do it on the regular. Yeah.
Derp for $10, or should I say derp for $10, says, I saw a Facebook post a week ago with the caption, quote, being different is power. But scrolling through the comments, it's mostly a Palestinian flag with hearts. I almost had an aneurysm from the irony. True. That's hilarious.
Oh, wow. I know. They're just complete conformists.
Being different or being diverse just means being not white, essentially.
Oh.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, we all know her stance on kink. Whose stance?
Andrew, look. You should be very thankful I'm your wingman and Andrew is not your wingman. You should be 100% thankful.
Yeah, that goes without saying, Adam, obviously. Because Andrew's second question for $2 says, is she a top or a bottom? Jesus, Andrew. Chill the fuck down. Oh my God.
Look, at least I'm keeping it classy here.
God. Okay. God.
A little friendly chiding is not going to hurt anyone.
Yeah. Listen. Fondue for $2 says, I've seen slave morality be called herd morality. I don't think that's appropriate because I think it functions very differently. So
yeah,
slave morality has a very specific connotation that I don't think works under the moniker of herd morality. So
if
Andrew Clark says she was the one calling Adam a sub, that is true, and Adam is in fact a sub. So that's a fair point.
First of all, that's not remotely true. And second of all, look, I let it pass because Sitch was like on his first date. So look, I was forced to. I wasn't going to mess it up. Look, there were fireworks. I could see them.
When the next time a girl comes to the show, I'm going to have to talk like this to avoid any sort of accusations. Hello, I am a Sitch.
I know nothing about her or her content or anything. Yeah. You seem to be familiar with the situation. So that was like my first cue.
No, I was actually confusing her with someone else in the beginning.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, who were you confusing her with?
When that I said I thought she had been on our show. I was saying someone else.
Oh, okay. So. Who did you think? You thought it was Katie?
No, I knew it was not Katie, obviously.
How could
anyone confuse that?
How could anyone forget Katie?
Right. Okay.
Oh my God, this might be the funnest stream we've done in a long time. So
I don't know.
I didn't even say jack shit. I was just loving it.
Listen,
I was a pure voyeur.
Listen, for people who question whether I'm really autistic, maybe this is just fucking it. Maybe I am just autistic and I just can't read these things. Okay. So I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm not seeing what people in the chat were saying. They're like, oh, the chemistry. I don't know.
Really?
And I was there. So okay, I don't know. It did seem like some like hot conversation to me.
Look, I wasn't paying attention to the conversation, right. So I don't know about that.
Okay. This is
maybe I was just having fun with the chat.
Just my autism showing. Okay.
Was it not so erudite? Is that who you thought it was?
Yes, because I in my mind I thought not so erudite aristocracy. It just all went. It's an Eris word in my mind.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh, it's the same person. And then
nope.
Person. So.
No, not so erudite. Completely different.
I'm aware. Yes.
I think she's working on like a podcast for Destiny or something now.
Okay.
Kite said he'd come on the show someday too.
Awesome.
I checked my email while I was getting third wheeled.
Full Sitch Star Wars talk got EFAP chat with a loaded sock. Yeah, but they're all wrong. Listen, I can't help it that you have a lot of EFAP Zoomers who, unlike, now let me start simping for Eris here, okay? me simp for Eris here. Unlike Aristocracy, who's so smart, who's so genius, that she understands that her enjoyment of the Star Wars prequels was the fact that she was a stupid child when she saw them. Okay. Because she has the wisdom to see that it's not my fault a bunch of EFAP Zoomers and Zoomers in our chat right now don't understand that that's the only reason they like the Star Wars prequels. It's because they saw them when they were children. Because those movies are garbage.
No, she's smart, man. That girl is really smart.
The Star Wars prequels are trash. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says, quote, we could watch DS9 together, maybe. Sitch. You know, when you sent that, I don't know if this was intentional. In my mind, I read that as Zoidberg because you ended it with maybe. We could watch I can't do a Zoidberg impression. It's too Jewish. Or it's the wrong type of Jewish. But we could watch DS9 together, maybe.
Woo! I love Zoidberg. Zoidberg is one of my favorite characters.
He's a good character, yeah.
I'm a very important doctor.
Listen, the memes, the prequel memes are great. I give you that. The prequel memes are great. I do give you that. You guys are going to be so fucking mad. You guys are going to be so fucking mad when like 5 to 6 years from now, all the whatever the fuck the next generation is that we don't have a name for, the next generation, they're going to make a bunch of Star Wars sequel memes. And they're going to talk about how good the Star Wars sequels are. And you guys are going to lose your fucking minds. Okay, I want you guys to prepare. You guys are going to lose your fucking minds when all the younger kids start talking in like 5 to 10 years. They'll start going nostalgic for the Star Wars sequels. You guys are going to live it. And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to fucking laugh and be like, well, how the tables have turned. Okay. The sequels have no memorable moments. Oh, they're going to find some. They're going to find all. What do you mean? There's all sorts of memes in the sequels. There's fucking Luke Skywalker drinking green milk from a fucking.
Oh, that's already a meme,
tits.
man.
That's already.
I love that meme.
Right. There's more. Yeah, there's the more memes. There's already a shit ton of memes. Okay. So they're there. They exist. Fondue for $2 says, does this mean Sitch will give Arcane another go? I will eventually. Okay.
Arcane's pretty good.
Right.
I love the animation.
Fondue for $2 says, nobody watches anime anymore.
What are you talking about? Everyone watches anime now.
Stop. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says, you're welcome, Sitch. Thanks. Stud for $5 says,
you were getting a lot of opening line advice.
Equishadox was just going.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Line after line. He was like, it made a game of it. Jesus.
Great stuff, man. You should write all of those down.
I should. Stud for $5 says, I don't know. I was interested in how these weird voting rules would work sociologically, I guess. I mean, it's too late at night for us to have a serious conversation about that. Stuck for another $2 says sociologically, politically, or whatever. You get it. Yeah, I get it. I understand.
Oh yeah, we get it.
I get it. CT for 2 Canadian. Oh, I read that one. Read that one. CT for 2 Canadian says, quote, it was only one day, referring to the one day I got sunburned. Said the only one who got sunburned. Listen. Shut up. I should have put suntan or sunscreen lotion on, okay? For one day. I didn't think it would be a problem. And then that's the one day you get sunburned. And I didn't get that badly sunburned. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? I'm used to Boy Scouts where you get fucking wrecked. And I was like, okay, sunscreen's your friend.
Oh,
that
man.
shit sucks.
Adam Unfriended going off.
Adam Unfriended for $10 says, A-Team is right. Love does always win. Go to your bar or club and find a local Jewish or Palestinian girl near you. and give them a something that I can't say on stream they will never forget. Spread love, not hate. There you go.
You can't say cream pie on stream.
Okay, fine. Just say it.
Look, there is such a thing as a cream pie.
In like not that context.
The computer doesn't know that.
I know, but it's still fucking gross. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
If you said give them a good fucking or something or a good pounding, I'd be like,
but it sounds worse when you.
No, it doesn't.
No, when you bleep it out, that's what people think it says.
That's saying giving a good fucking or good pounding sounds so much better than saying cream pie. Okay? That's like the worst fucking way you could say it.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, Chad.
Pounding? Right. That's not romantic.
It's not a question of being romantic. Jesus.
Okay.
Oh my God. Disgusting.
Look, but it's love.
Yeah.
It's in a loving way, though.
Okay. Where's Chitachi? Where's Chitachi to chide you for this?
Look, don't ask her. She'll... Look, I feel bad already.
You should. Following leftist for $2 says, when is political violence necessary? I would say it's necessary when you A, have no alternative, and B, and it's dual criteria. When you have no alternative, and B, it will actually produce the results you want.
I don't know that you'll ever get B, though. I don't know that that's even possible.
The American Revolution.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, there are times that it makes sense. It's just like,
is that really political violence? I guess.
Of course.
Well, no, I think.
Well, I guess I don't know how we define political violence.
Yeah, I don't know that war is political violence.
Well, you had a group of people that were part of a country who declared their independence from said country and fought a war over it.
Yeah. I think of political violence as like terrorism or.
Sure, I guess as I said, it depends on how you define the words political violence. I think the problem is very often people say violence is our only solution, which it often isn't, and then they make a justification. Then they don't really care about part B because they're just acting out of anger, like with Hamas, obviously. So you could say even if the Palestinian people in Gaza are in a really bad situation, and you think that they don't have an alternative, which I disagree with, but just hypothetically, if that's your position, I mean, it's not going to produce results that they want. It's going to produce bad results. I mean, maybe in the long term, it'll produce some good results, one hopes, but not in the way Hamas envisions, right?
Of course not. Yeah. Never going to happen.
Right. Andrew Clark for $2 says, it's very wholesome. I always tell the truth. Skeptical. Andrew Clark for $2 says, I unironically call napping time travel. Well, there you go. Metalworks 41190 for 19 months says, I also found rocket pop flavored candy corn at Cracker Barrel made for the 4th of July. Wow. What do rocket pops even taste like? Have you ever had one? They look gross.
No.
You've never had one?
No, look, I don't even know what it is.
The star popsicles that are like red, white, and blue?
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
Never got one, though.
I'm assuming it's like cherry and somewhat like blueberry flavor, which I never like in candy, so I've never tried.
I'm more of an ice cream fan, so I never went for the flavored ice.
I mean, I like flavored popsicles, but I'm only if they're citrus flavors. Orange, lemon, lime,
That's cool.
For Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, do you guys have a P.O. box? Just wondering. No.
No. We've never done the P.O. box thing.
Right. Justin and CT say they taste like sugar. Oh, they don't have like a flavor? It's just like sugar? It's just like a sweet flavor? That's interesting. I assume they had some kind of flavoring to them. Rockets taste like cherry, blue raz, and white. That's what I assume they. Yeah, okay, that's what I assume they taste like. Yeah, which is why I wouldn't want them. Andrew Clark is telling you, Adam, that it is wholesome. The artwork. He said you don't have to bring it up, but it is in fact wholesome.
Oh, okay.
Right. Hypersleep in the chat says Sitch has 500 wingmen and he's complaining about it. There you go. I can't take you kids anywhere. Okay.
We're down to 420 wingmen right now.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, I was watching a first date, changed my mind.
That can be done. That's an impossible change my mind.
Well, this feels weird because I feel like if I was dating someone at this moment, I would have the conversation the exact same way I would have it. And I'd feel like, what the fuck am I supposed to do differently?
Supposed to hang up.
Apparently. Andrew Clark for Joe says, Kidith changed her mind. No Yoko Onos. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Lillian does well specifically for $5 says, oh god.
Yeah, what the heck? What does that even mean?
It makes sense. What do you mean? You read it.
Does it? No.
Yeah.
You read it. You're super.
No, you're the one that likes to say this word again and again.
Okay. Cream pies are the opposite of ethnic cleansing.
There you go. Because you're creating more children or people.
Look, if you're like Aryan Brotherhood cream
That's
pies,
true. That's a good point. It depends on who's doing what to whom. That's true.
Yeah.
You should have said multi-ethnic in the beginning of that sentence.
Cream pies. Yeah, exactly. That would have made sense. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Domus for $5 says Adam enjoy.
Uh-huh. What do I enjoy?
Oh, this was their first ever super chat, by the way.
Oh, a first super chat. Well, let's celebrate.
Why don't
what
you read,
do I enjoy?
Why don't you read Domus's first ever super chat?
Look, I only read second super chats, okay? First super chats.
You're right, I'll read this one.
We have a good reader.
Adam enjoys receiving a good cream pie to start the morning.
Oh, really?
That's what it says. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Thank you. There you go for your first ever super chat.
Pie in the morning? Oh, no.
You're really more in the late afternoon for receiving the cream pie.
Well, if you're going to have pie, right, you want it for dessert. You don't want
okay. Adam
first
so
thing
there you
for
go.
breakfast.
Anyone,
come on now.
Anyone that wants to know about Adam, he wants his in the afternoon or night. Okay, not in the morning.
What is this cream pie? Look up Google cream pie and go to images and tell me.
It's not going to work on me.
Look, I have the safe image search on.
Yeah, I'm not a boomer. Okay?
Remember?
Yeah, I'm not a boomer. All right. Andrew Clark for Jura says Eris is Yoko. Sitch has to be single. There you go.
Oh, okay.
The truth comes out.
Do we have StreamYards?
Of course we do.
Oh no.
Andrew
Is there
Clark
a lot of them? Please tell me there's
know.
not.
Andrew Clark for $2 says it's a neat AI art of Kidda. It took a while. Oh, well, there you go.
Nice.
But you could always send it to me too, Andrew, so I can look at it.
Thank you for doing AI art.
We do have Streamlabs. We also
Bring 'em up.
we didn't finish on Sunday. I don't know if you remember.
No way, you're fucking kidding me.
I'm not
really?
fucking kidding you. You forgot that we didn't finish on Sunday.
We only did the fucking super chats for today.
No, we did some. We just didn't finish.
This is
we're not gonna
crazy.
We're not gonna get through them all. Obviously.
What? How many did we not do on Sunday?
I don't remember, but we didn't finish.
We did like a 12-hour stream too.
I know.
And we didn't even finish the super chats.
I know. We didn't finish the
fuck
video.
happened?
Because we watched the video forever. Because Sean came on and we talked for like 20 hours.
Sean, I knew it was that asshole. What the fuck? We make Sean finish the super chats.
We don't have that many Streamlabs, so I'll read the Streamlabs from even Sunday that we didn't get to. Asif Artsy for $3 says, important bit you missed in your Hassan stream. When Hassan talks about the open air prison or says about the March of Return, as is their right, he means Gaza is not their home, but Israel. That's true. Yeah, I don't know if we brought it up, but that is what he means by that, yeah. And he means that I mean, I don't know. It seems like that would mean that it wouldn't be under control of Israel too, but. Asif Arsenal $3 says Hassan means they are descendants of Arabs who left Israel during the war of 1948, fled or expelled, and kept the refugee status for generations. Yeah, I was aware of that. Asif Arsenal $3 says
you can't really do that in other situations. I don't know why they're allowing them to do it for like 3, 4, 5 generations. You're still refugees.
Yeah, true. Asif Farsi for $3 says the demand is that they get their old homes and become citizens of the one state that was formerly called Israel, while both Palestinians remain Judean free. True. That'd be how I just imagine they'd want it. Yeah, but that's obviously off the table, so it doesn't even make sense at this point. This late point in the game. Asif Farsi for $3 says also if Hassan or you think there's no Hamas in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank is a stupid name. No river has such a wide bank. You're woefully mistaken. Oh, I'm sure there is. It's just they don't control the region. It's my understanding. So, Dotems for $3.81. Thank you. So, Sitch, you and Jank are unintentionally making the wrong points. A basic physical description plus behavior actually narrows it down a lot, unless you're implying the Venn diagram of black men and criminals is just a circle. I don't remember what that was in the context of at all. Oh, it was in the context of the Ahmaud Arbery situation. I mean, all I said about that was I think it'd be difficult for someone to look at that shitty footage of Arbery and then see him like in person and be like, that's the same guy. So at least I haven't looked at the footage in a while, but my memory was the footage was not exactly the most crystal clear. So I don't really understand how that relates to what you said, but okay. Dr. Live for 2 hours says, isn't it funny that Trump started his presidency yelling, lock her up, and now he's due for a jail trip himself? Unlikely, but I'm for it. That is pretty funny.
Wow. Karma.
That's what we like to call irony.
Oh, yeah.
It is super fucking weird that the right totally forgot about that shit. Like Trump literally ran partially on locking Hillary up. And then now they're like, how dare they go after Donald Trump and try to lock him? Like, all right. Okay.
This is not in well for the United States.
The most dope for $2 says, taking an online college class and someone in the week's discussion dropped serious anti-Semitic dog whistles. He said Bernie Madoff's crimes were unsurprising due to his quote, and they put the Jew echo quotes, interesting background and ancestry.
Wow. What a
and this
fucker.
Was like, was this something like, so I'm an old man. I don't know how any of these online classes work. I know that nowadays they have like online message boards for the class. Is this something like the teacher would see? Or is it just something among the kiddos? Do you think the teacher would be like, what the fuck? If she even knew what, or he even knew what the echo quotes mean. So.
Oh my God, you guys are killing us. No more super chats.
Vosh for 2 hours says, hey jerks, mind if I watch you two jerks do your jerk bending? Not at all.
Yeah, watch away.
Dodos for $2 says, I'm not sure I buy the skill set dichotomy. A lot of business and government is relationship management and understanding the wants and needs of various parties. The bigger difference is probably risk tolerance. Well, to be clear, I didn't say there's a skill set dichotomy. The skill set can be similar-ish. Well, the skill set can be similar in that broad sense that you put forward, but it's different in terms of not risk tolerance. It's different in terms of what the goals of the government are versus the business, and the fact that the government and government relations, specifically and more importantly, diplomatic negotiations, just work very differently than like business negotiations. And I'm not sure that they exactly going to give you one-to-one help, I guess. Because I mean, like, look at the Abraham Accords. I didn't know that. I mean, Trump just got lucky. Trump 100%. Trump personally got 100% lucky on the Abraham Accords. Jared Kushner, he didn't do shit to help the Abraham Accords. It was his friend, and even his friend really kind of didn't do shit either. His friend just got lucky too, because his friend threw out one good idea, and it only came to fruition because of the chance that the ambassador for the UAE had the exact same idea that he had and called them up and told them that. So, I mean, this is all luck here. So, I mean, it's hard for you to look at least the Abraham Accords. Maybe there are other deals that Trump had to do with, or his staff had more to do with. But the Abraham Accords was literally just fucking luck, which I had no clue that was the case. I mean, it was a win, but it was a lucky win. So
I'll take it. Lucky counts.
Dill's Cold Elephant for $2 says, boys, I'm freezing my ass right now, and I live in Georgia. Sitch, can you use some of your Jewish powers and send some warm weather up here? I'll offer you my protection services, maybe with a few less unsavory memes in the mix. You know, it's funny. I saw that weather map. Did you see the weather map that showed where the cold front went?
No.
There's like a weather map that shows like the cold front that's like blanketing America. And it's blanketing America,
ouch.
all except for Florida. Like, and I was like, what the fuck? We don't get any nice cold weather. This is bullshit. It's like, okay. The fucking ass elbow of America gets gypped again.
It's not too bad here.
Okay. What's the temperature like?
I don't know. It's not freezing.
Okay. You don't know?
I can look. You want me to look?
I just want you to just know. Oh, I used to have the temperature on my phone and then I turned it off because it saves battery. So I don't know.
61 degrees.
That's awesome. That's so nice. It's not 61 where I am.
The high tomorrow is supposed to be 84, it looks like.
Okay.
What?
CT for $2 says...
It can't be right.
Arrow... Is Arrow Eris? Who's Arrow? Aristocracy? Is holding a short story writing competition in the Laser Discord. If anyone wants to enter or read the entries. I'm sorry, it's not Aristocracy. Who's Arrow? All details are in the server. Prize is a $30 Amazon gift card or 3 months of Nitro. Wow. That's cool. There you go. We'll check it out, guys. Short story writing competition.
Do you snort Nitro or do you shoot that up?
That is what they call the paid service of Discord, Adam.
Oh, damn.
CT for $2 says, here, quote, would you rather be a fruit or a vegetable? Which one and why? Clarify, you don't mean gay or in a coma. Oh, these are the weird questions. That's a terrible question. Number 2, do you brush your teeth in the shower? That's an awful question. Is it weird to share a bed with the opposite sex? Not biblically. Well, that's a good question. Last one's an interesting question. Who brushes their teeth in the shower? It's terrible. You got to be really strapped for time. I feel like that wouldn't even save you time. The only way that would save you time and make sense is if you had to put something on your body, like in your hair or on your body that you want to sit there, and then you brush your teeth to save the extra 2 minutes or whatever. That's the only way that would even make remotely sense to do that. Right?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem like a huge time saver to me.
Otherwise, yeah, you have to stop because you have to wash yourself and then you have to brush your teeth. Listen, if you had that extra arm that we were talking about, those extra arms that may be, you know. I mean, I guess is a weird way you could brush your teeth with one hand and like scrub your body with the other hand, but that just seems weird. But I guess you could do it.
Well, I mean, where do you set your toothbrush down when you're done? Like on the soap?
You could put a little stand in there, I guess.
It just, yeah.
That's weird.
I
I
don't know
agree.
about
Strange.
that. It seems like little
sus.
Just, brush your teeth in front of the sink like a normal human being.
Right. CD for now $2 says, if your best friend is bitten by a zombie, are you shooting them instantly or keeping them alive hoping for a cure? Is passing out a cooler version of fainting? The answer is yes. And do you believe in ghosts? Oh, see, that last one, your last questions have been pretty good. Do you believe in ghosts? That's an interesting question. Do you believe in ghosts and do you believe in aliens? Are you writing these down, Adam? These are good questions for our guests.
I'm going to write them down, yes. I have the notes right here.
CT for $2 says, quote, can I ask you a question? That is the question.
So when they say yes, you're like, oh, cool.
Cool. Moving on. That is a pretty
okay,
good
we're going to have to do that one.
That's a pretty good opener. That's a pretty good opener.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Moving on. What you do is you say it to like one person. You say, hey, can I ask you a question? And they say yes. And they go, cool. Moving on. And then you turn to the other person. You ask them a different question.
Can I ask you a question?
No, but you don't say that. You just have to ask them a different question. That's the joke. So then they understand that the can I ask the question was the question.
That does work.
Right.
We'll do that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Quote, do you think you can fight a dragon?
I just wrote, do you believe in questions?
There you go. I miss you, Tyra.
I think it's like, do you believe in ghosts? That was the thing.
You believe in
but
ghosts
do you
and
believe
aliens?
in questions? Would
You
be
believe
pretty.
in questions? What kind of fucking question is that?
Do you believe in ghosts or aliens?
Do you think you can fight a dragon? Prep time is allowed. Who the fuck would answer that? Yes, that's stupid. That's ridiculous. Unless you're like, listen, can I get a gun? How big a dragon are we talking about here? Does it breathe fire?
Yeah, look,
Are they
I got a rocket.
bulletproof?
I got a rocket launcher. Look, I have a suitcase nuke. Give me that dragon.
Right. Can I fly a jet? Like, what are we talking about here?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I mean, I'm not very skilled in a jet flying. I don't know if you know this. I haven't clocked a lot of hours in the cockpit. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Is it sociopathic to wear white pants and white shoes? Wow. CT from $2 says, one of my best friends was asked if he would pretend to be gay for a year for $1 million. He said, quote, I would be actively gay for a year for $1 million. Everyone has a price.
Wow. Oof. Okay.
I would not be actively gay for a year for $1 million. No. So. Let's see. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says Mountain Dew has rocket pop flavor during the summer. It was pretty good. Also play Yomi Hustle. It's a turn-based fighting game and it only is $6. Cool, I'll check it out. I do like me some Your Only Move is Hustle. This game looks weird.
Gosh, Nick, for 6 somethings. Says, hi, Adam. Look, it's the first super chat. Hello.
Thank you.
Thanks for super chatting in. Very nice of you. This stream has been a lot of fun. It really has.
Wait, where did you see that?
Gosh, Nick. You didn't
Oh,
see it?
hi, Adam. They just said hi, Adam. They didn't say it's their first super chat.
Well, but it just says for a super chat. Yeah.
There you go. Hi. And they gave us a shekel. There you go.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's what that little symbol
I thought it's 6 shekels.
You're right, 6 shekels. Yes. Thank you for the 6 shekels.
Yeah. That's Israeli money, right? Look
That
at
is
that.
Israeli money, yes.
We're pulling for you guys.
Adam Unfriended for $5 says, now I wish I had 200,000 to see Sitch as Sitch Chan in maid cosplay. I'm not reading that. That would not be 200,000, by the way.
Get a good pounding and a cream pie.
Yeah, that's not 200,000 is not paying for that. I don't think there's
really?
some things that I would not accept money for.
So you do have some principles.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I like
getting fucked in the butt is one of those things I would not accept for any price.
Good.
Shockingly, I know.
I love it.
Kyle Petty for $10 says, ask how they listen to music from which perspective, as the singer, the listener, or maybe a third option. Oh, that's an interesting question. Write that down. By the way, your show is amazing. Sincerely think the world would be better if everyone listened. Hype for 300. Well, thank you, Kyle. That's incredibly
thanks. That's super nice of you to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm always bewildered that there's a bunch of people listening to us. So
I'm not. We're pretty awesome.
I mean, I do listen to other content, and I think, why are people listening to this?
True.
Like, they're not even really talking about interesting things.
True.
Yeah.
CT for 2K says, don't tell me what to do, Adam.
Go to bed, CT. Look, I already told you. You're still here.
Well, she's going to make sure she doesn't. My Dumb Movies for 13 months says, instead of the trolley questions, look up some of the would you rather question lists online. They are funnier and create great debates. Oh, that's a good idea.
Look, I'll write that down.
Put that down. Would you
look
rather?
up some would you rather?
Would you rather?
Some of those are really annoying to me, though. But
well, not all. I mean, yeah, you can go through and find the good ones. Because yeah, some of them are stupid, obviously.
Well, it's just some of them are. Look, I don't want to do either of those things. It's like the two unthinkable options.
Well, I mean, that's part of the challenge, right?
Right. No, I don't like them.
Fondue for Joe says, what kind of dark beer does Adam prefer?
I had a Guinness last night. Oh, so good. I like Guinness and I like Newcastle. Those are like my beers, so.
There you go.
But I do prefer Newcastle over Guinness, but
Old School for $10 says, Sitch, the left favors freedom, the right liberty. Or as Herbert put it, quote, seek freedom and become captive of your desires. Seek discipline and find your liberty. Liberty requires responsibility. Interesting. An interesting dichotomy between freedom and liberty. I'm not sure I agree with using those words in that context, but I kind of get the gist of what you're saying. Let me close this. I have too many things open. Angry Bellspot for 2 says, Sean and Adam are going to crash at Anna's LA house. There you go. You guys can have fun with Anna. CT for 2 Canadian says, Sitch has made more off commissions than I do. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Old School for $5 says, when Jank does his, quote, stupid Republican voice, he sounds like a walrus. Not a good image for Jank. Yeah, and you know, it's funny because I kind of do stupid voices too, and when I see Jank do it, it's like really cringe, and I'm like, I should probably stop doing that. I need to stop doing the stupid voices. Because when he does it, it's cringy. So I gotta learn from that.
I mean, sometimes it's good. I wouldn't tell you if it was cringe like that. I mean, that's the point of having me, right? So I can
go if I'm doing something cringe, you let me know. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you same for me, obviously. Look, we got each other's back here. So.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I have a list here.
Oh, no. Look, I feel like sometimes you try to tell me I'm doing something cringe when obviously I'm doing something
here
cool
it is.
And amazing.
List of things that Adam does as cringe. Number 1, thinks blunts are funny.
Okay. Maybe look, maybe I've overdone it with the blunts a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Chat encourages me though. It's terrible.
Yeah, because they know I don't like it. That's the only reason.
Some people think it's funny.
It's only funny because it bothers me.
Look, we had Eris with a big fat doobie. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, did you give
it was hilarious.
Christ.
Of course.
He's talking about some like horrific thing that happened to someone in like Palestine or Israel.
That's part of the humor.
And you have like a fucking, look, I have a doobie on. Ha 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 ha. We're talking about people dying.
That's part of the humor, man.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
part of the comedy.
Okay, Scoob. That's part of the humor. That's part of the humor, Scoob.
Right.
You sound like Shaggy. Let's see. Center's chat for $2 says going to New York City in November. Any restaurants you recommend? I'm assuming that question was for Sean.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I missed it.
I mean, there was a great falafel place on 3rd Street, but who knows if it's still there.
Doug for $5 says, Sitch, you ever look into the quote Gondor has no king lawsuit? People mad that Biden is president. Not only is the law bad, but also the name makes no sense. It might have been one of the ones you mentioned, actually. The Gondor has no king lawsuit. That sounds retarded. Gondor has no king. Pro-Trump lawyer files a bizarre election lawsuit citing the imaginary kingdom in Lord of the Rings. Okay, I'll check it out. That sounds dumb. Al for $10 says witness testified about deeply. Oh, I read that one. Living as Wall specifically for $5 says the term "don't catch feelings" is a non-romantic context confuses me. It's like Jank is projecting being tsundere, quote, "Don't fall in love with me, Baka." Yeah.
We didn't talk about the Jank. I guess we got to change the title of the video. I'll do that now.
But what?
We never talked about Jank running for president.
Oh, why would we talk about that again?
Bit. Because I wanted to talk about it, but
okay.
Who cares?
What else was there to talk about? I feel like we thoroughly talked about it.
Not really. Well, look, I don't want to talk about it now. We'll talk about it next time.
Okay. Andrew Clark for $2 says dragging things out is definitely wife behavior. True, Adam. True.
Yeah, but you're the one dragging things out. What are you talking about?
Okay.
If you just mend your behavior, you just fix yourself, none of it would be being dragged out.
That is the most woman thing you've ever said on this stream.
You know, I think you're right. That's true. You got me. You got me on that one.
It's like I literally dated someone that would say something exactly to that effect.
Look, and that is the typical female behavior too. Like, look, I can fix him, right?
Yeah, right.
Which I mean, most of the time it's just delusional.
Right.
You can't fix people. Ladies, what are you doing?
Don't tell them that. Okay.
People can't be fixed. Okay.
If you tell them that, that's going to reduce the amount of dates men can get by like 80%.
You're right.
Why are you giving away our secret?
Hold on a second. Where's the flasher thing? Look, you didn't hear that. Look, guys, you didn't hear
the neuralizer. Listen, ladies, you can actually, in fact, fix him.
Yes. Okay. Guys are 100% fixable.
True.
Sorry, I completely misspoke a second ago.
There you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam Friended, owner of Words and Metaphors.
Oh yeah,
there it is.
I do. I own them all.
Stuck for $5 says Sean. Sean says, quote, his elephant is raging out. Adam, hey, that's our word. True. That was pretty funny. Fondue for $5 says, I think 90% of the time right wing is responding to the left's martyring of criminals, and that's why they are bringing up past offensive. Yeah, obviously. I think it's that, and I think it's also people on the right generally believe more in the law of karma. People on the left don't seem to at all believe in the law of karma. So, Andrew Clark for $5 says, Sitch isn't in that street. Adam is. Sitch is still getting ready, doing his hair, nails, etc. Zero realism, shaking my head. Wow. Wow. Mr. President for $10 says, Andrew Jackson once said, quote, John Marshall made his destiny. Now let him enforce it. So theoretically, Trump could do something like that if the Supreme Court overruled Mike Pence in the House. Yes, that is actually literally what I was thinking of when I said that. So that would be a concern, yeah. John Marshall was the Supreme Court justice. And he's saying, yeah, he wrote something. Now good luck enforcing it. So it's a pretty wild statement to make as the fucking president. Todd Sullivan for $5. Thank you for the emoji of the pear doing a mic drop.
Sweet.
Brian at Bishop for $5 says, did you hear about the man in Punjab who gets in a cabinet every time he hears classical music? He's a hide and seek.
Oh, that's very good.
You like that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Nice.
Andrew Clark says, what is Anna's position on kink? We're not asking her that. I think we got to the rest on Sunday. Look at that.
Did we?
We did.
Nice. I feel like we didn't have too many that we were
No, we
missing.
didn't have too many.
We did all the $20 and all the
Yeah.
ones that go away. So
Yes.
so we're all caught up now, right?
Andrew Clark, yeah, we're all caught up. Andrew Clark for Joe says, Sitch, check your DMs.
Don't do that.
Oh, there you go. There's a little kiddiff picture. Adorable.
Deamas for $5 says, time to read, Adam. A team puts the A in armor.
I don't get it.
Well, armor's cool. I mean, it's bulletproof, right? I dig it.
mean, sometimes it is.
Sure. A-team armor's bulletproof. You know that for a fact. For a fact check. Oh,
yeah,
look.
it's bulletproof to logic. I mean, what? What are we talking about?
We have a few minutes left. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Jank and
I said anyways.
running for president? Oh. Well, then, anyways.
Let's talk about Jank. What do you want to talk about with his presidency?
I was thinking, look, I'm conflicted on this presidency thing because it seems like Jank is actually getting a lot of attention for it, and I'm curious if it's like good or bad.
What do you mean?
Like I don't necessarily agree with what he's the issues that he's trying to bring attention to. I think that needs work, but
yeah,
I think the idea could be a good idea to bring attention to some cause or issue that he wants to signal boost. I mean, he seems to be getting some attention. So anyway,
I mean, yeah, I don't think he's gonna get a lot of traction. Hey. I don't think he's gonna get a lot of traction. Honestly, with him running, that'd be my
Look, my gut intuition was he was going to get zero traction. He seems to be getting more traction than I anticipated. So.
Yeah, no, he's going to get non-zero, but I don't think it's going to be anything significant.
Anyway.
Dotums, we had 2 more stream rooms. Dotums for $2 says, everyone needs a wingman like A-team in their life.
Oh, true. Yeah. Look.
That's true.
I'm always trying to help a brother out.
That's
okay.
True. The most dope for $2, thank you, says the class discussions are something everyone can see. The teacher gives points to make sure people are, quote, contributing to the class environment. Teacher isn't either paying close attention or the dog whistle was just too subtle. Well, listen, you should point that shit out. You should be like, teacher, I'm fucking snitching. This motherfucker, anti-Semitic motherfucker. Okay. I'm a snitch on his ass. You should do it. You should do it. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Aristocracy, for coming on talking to us about Israel and for putting up with the chat harassing.
She took like a look. She was hiding the whole time that she even knew we were horsing around.
That's true. I didn't think she was looking at
She
it
did
either,
a great job.
I'm
None of
very
us
impressed.
knew.
Yeah.
None of us knew.
That's true. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true hero. You are the true super fan. You are the true enlightened individuals. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonist of life. You are the true hero generation. You are the true...
Oh my God, he finally said it! Yes!
I figured it like that. You are the true light in the darkness. You are the true final chocolate chip cookie in the chocolate chip cookies. You are the true last remaining tub of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream in the grocery store. You are the true final pair of pants you try on the store that finally fits you exactly correctly. And you're like, why did it take 1 hour to find a single fucking pair of blue jeans that fits me and doesn't look stupid? You are the true kings of comedy. You are the true final four horsemen of the end times of the apocalypse, when everything comes to ruin and all the people are burning with pestilence and decay and demons and all the other horrible things, and you're like, what's up with this shit? I was just riding a horse. I didn't think it'd get so bad. What the fuck? You are the true masters of reality. You are the true parents that buy their children the $200 Lego Death Star set that contains 2,000 pieces that every other kid is jealous of. Why the fuck does this Lego set cost $200? How is this a market? What fucking family is spending over $100 fucking dollars on Legos? Do you see how expensive Legos are nowadays, Adam? It's out of control. Who the fuck is buying this shit? It was ridiculous when I was a kid, and now it's even more ridiculous. What the fuck? Would you spend on this shit? I wouldn't spend on this shit. Anyways, you are the true Midioris, Coons, the true All Mights of My Hero Academy. And anyways, we'll see you all, I guess, on Sunday for our 300th episode.